The mightiest warrior at the pinnacle of his power unexpectedly reborn at the critical moment before the alien invasion. Fong Shin suddenly sprang up from his bed, instinctively striking a fierce and decisive pose, as if wielding his formidable flame blade, ready to cleave the heavens and earth. But his hands were empty, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he surveyed his surroundings, the familiar sight of his rented room stirred deep-seated memories within him. Could it be that I've truly returned from the final battlefield? Fong Shin habitually glanced at the upper left corner, where the system calendar should have been displayed, only to see a Gundam poster. The data system had yet to activate, causing another moment of surprise before he turned to pick up the nostalgic black phone from the table. The phone screen lit up automatically, showing the date as August 8th, 20XX, Sunday, 8:17 a.m. This was precisely 1 minute before the outbreak of the Ascension War. As the numbers on the screen quietly shifted from 17 to 18, to most people it was just the ordinary passage of time, but only Fong Shin knew that an event poised to radically alter the fate of humanity was about to unfold. Indeed, a vast, ancient mental wave instantly enveloped the consciousness of all humankind. The Ascension War of Civilization had begun. The Earthling exclusive system soon loaded, and a silvery gray screen unfurled before Fong Shin, displaying his initial stats, level 0, experience 0, with attributes only visible after completing the first-tier job transition. Everything had indeed returned to the starting point. Clenching and unclenching his fist, Fong Shin fully adjusted to his reborn body. In his past life, he and 9 other top warriors had fought fiercely on the final battlefield, only to ultimately fall to the hands of dozens of alien kings. In his final moments, utterly exhausted, he lacked even the strength to lift his flame blade, and the outcome was sealed as 6 alien kings unleashed an overwhelming onslaught. The last bastion of humanity was breached, and the surviving millions faced annihilation. This ultimate battle for human civilization ended in complete defeat. Like dazzling fireworks, the brilliance of human civilization was destined to vanish into the vast universe, leaving not a trace. In his dying moment, Fong Shin felt nothing but a searing hatred. He despised the aliens, the mutated beasts, and most of all, his own weakness. Now, given a second chance, he swore to exterminate all mutated creatures and slay every alien. As he pondered this, a sudden thought occurred to him. If he, with his aptitude, could become a peak warrior, then among billions of humans, there should be far more extraordinary talents. Could there be an issue with humanity's top combat power? His thoughts were interrupted by the screech of brakes and a series of crashes. Pulling back the curtains, he saw a dozen cars involved in a chain collision, smoke billowing. Yet no one paid attention to the accident. Everyone was gazing skyward. The summer's clear blue sky was gone, replaced by a blood-red firmament, with 5 crimson moons eclipsing the sun. The signs of civilization's ascension had appeared, and Fong Shin knew he must act immediately. Just as he prepared to hunt down mutated creatures, a crisp system notification chimed. The Killing God Tycoon system had chosen him, binding with the world's base currency, and gifting him 5 million gold coins along with his first kill mission. It's like this system was tailor-made for me. Having fought in bloody battles for 300 years, Fong Shin smiled. Killing had become second nature, and the quality of those mutated beasts and aliens promised rich rewards. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the apartment across the hall. Help! Save me! Oh! A piercing scream suddenly rang out, only to be abruptly silenced. Fong Shin jolted awake, his heart pounding wildly. He quickly rolled out of bed, pushed it aside with all his might, and was greeted by a treasure chest emitting a faint yellow glow. A 5th-tier yellow treasure chest was an extremely rare find, even 50 years into the future. These chests only appeared in monster-free zones at the very beginning of the Ascension game. Fong Shin recalled his past life, where he was startled awake by a psychic stream from the game, accidentally fell off his narrow bed, and discovered this yellow chest underneath. Such wild treasure chests were crucial opportunities at the start of the Ascension War, enabling many to embark on the path to greatness. Fong Shin gently placed his hand on the 5th-tier chest, and a system prompt immediately appeared. Open the 5th-tier yellow treasure chest. Costs 5,000 gold coins. Open it. Spend 5k gold coins to change the chest's contents, which could potentially upgrade the item tier or provide additional rewards. In his previous life, Fong Shin had to save up for years in his rented room to gather 5,000 gold coins to open this chest, which set him on a path to rapid growth. Reborn, his first goal was to leverage his past combat experience to quickly accumulate 5,000 gold coins and open this chest as swiftly as possible. Now, with 5 million gold coins at the start, he could open it immediately, bypassing the most arduous and dangerous phase of accumulation. Just then, loud banging noises came from outside the door. The door of his rented room was of poor quality, merely wrapped in a thin layer of metal. Under the violent impact, the doorframe was on the verge of collapse. However, Fong Shin remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on the chest, his fingers steadily pressing the confirm button. You spent 5,000 gold coins and opened the 5th-tier yellow treasure chest. Without even glancing at the items inside, Fong Shin opted for a change. You spent 50,000 gold coins to change the chest's contents. In just 2 clicks, he had spent 55,000 gold coins. In the early stages of the Ascension War, this was an astronomical sum that could leave anyone dumbfounded. In his past life, Fong Shin barely scraped together 5,000 coins after years of saving, let alone 55,000. But now, with 5 million coins at his disposal, it was merely a drop in the ocean. This time, the chest revealed a longbow etched with an eagle, seemingly powerful. Yet, Fong Shin didn't spare it a glance and continued to switch items. You spent 50,000 gold coins to change the chest's contents. You spent 50,000 gold coins to change the chest's contents. You spent 50,000 gold coins to change the chest's contents. The system prompts cascaded like a waterfall as the 5 million gold coins dwindled rapidly. Meanwhile, the banging on the door grew more frantic and violent. Bang, 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 bang. The iron door was now severely deformed, as if about to be breached by something terrifying. Yet, Fong Shin remained composed, his hand steady as a rock as he continued to click to change items. The system prompts kept flashing. You spent 50,000 gold coins to change the chest's contents. You spent 50,000 gold coins to change the chest's contents. You spent 50,000 gold coins to change the chest's contents. Suddenly, Fong Shin's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "It's here!" The chest opened slowly, revealing 2 items inside. Fong Shin's attention was drawn to a chilling axe, and beside it lay an ancient parchment scroll. The handle of the axe was simple, yet its blade was sharp like a crescent moon, emitting a misty chill. Fong Shin examined it closely, feeling a surge of joy. This was a 6th-tier purple equipment called Frostbite. A one-handed battle axe with durability 150-150, attack power 200, attack power 20, attack speed 15, strength 10, and agility 10. Even more thrilling were its 2 powerful special effects, additional frost damage on hit, and a chance to freeze the target. Fong Shin calculated in his mind that this axe was rare even at the point in time before his rebirth. High-tier equipment that boosts attributes by percentage was undoubtedly a divine weapon in the early stages of the Ascension War. Anyone who acquired it would see a significant increase in strength, let alone himself. Nodding in satisfaction, Fong Shin turned his attention to the scroll. The ancient parchment was inscribed with yellow runes, indicating a 5th-tier yellow skill. Upon closer inspection, it was a passive skill named Blade Whirlwind, which had a chance to deal whirlwind damage to surrounding enemies during attacks. With both weapon and skill, this is perfect for me, Fong Shin thought joyfully. He quickly equipped the Frostbite and learned the Blade Whirlwind skill. Just then, a loud bang interrupted his thoughts. The iron door was flung open, and a nearly one-meter giant dog burst in. Its sparse fur and decaying skin, along with blood-red eyes, were fixed on Fong Shin. Its sharp teeth, stained with flesh, filled the cramped apartment with a nauseating stench. Fong Shin was unfazed. Just a low-level mutant creature, something I could easily handle in my past life. He strode forward, unleashing a burst of power. The axe in his hand flashed with cold light, striking straight at the giant dog's head. A damage number appeared as the dog's upper body was cleaved in half along the central axis of its head. Frost instantly sealed its corpse, which shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. The system prompt followed: kill mutant giant dog, gain 20 experience points, 1 gold coin. Watching his experience rise from 0 to 20, Fong Shin walked out of the room with satisfaction. A new adventure was officially beginning. As Fong Shin stepped out of the house, a shadow streaked towards him like lightning, too fast for the naked eye to track. With practiced ease, he swung his axe, slicing the shadow cleanly in half, and it fell heavily to the ground. Such ambushes were child's play for Fong Shin. The system promptly notified him. You've killed a mutant Fong cat, earning 25 experience points and 1.2 gold. Screams echoed through the air, a chilling sound. Fong Shin quickly made his way to the street, where a horrifying scene unfolded before him. Over a dozen mutant dogs and cats rampaged through the streets, attacking unsuspecting pedestrians. Some of these mutant beasts were already feasting greedily on human corpses, their blood staining the asphalt. The glass window of a nearby pet store was splattered with blood, dripping down the smooth surface like a gruesome abstract painting. These pets, once loyal companions to humans, had become the most fearsome predators. Fong Shin smirked coldly. Great, saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. He charged towards the group of mutant beasts, his axe moving with precision. With each strike, damage numbers appeared, and the system messages began to flood the screen. You've killed a mutant Fong cat, earning 23 experience points and 1.1 gold. You've killed a mutant rotting dog, earning 30 experience points and 1.5 gold. You've killed a mutant berserk dog, earning 21 experience points and 1.2 gold. In just 3 minutes, Fong Shin had wiped out the mutant creatures. A golden light flashed, and warmth surged through his body, enhancing his physical abilities. He felt stronger, quicker, and more agile. While ordinary people might take time to adjust to such sudden changes, Fong Shin was able to immediately master this newfound power. Just as the human system's psychic flow settled, the monster-killing tycoon system's messages arrived. Ding, astounding. You've managed to kill 10 high-quality creatures in such a short time. Your understanding of the art of monster hunting is impressive. Ding, newbie task complete. You've earned 30 million gold. Fong Shin thought to himself, 30 million gold, huh? Not enough. Soon, the second task from the monster-killing tycoon system was issued. Ding, new task issued. Ding, task objective. Within 12 hours, kill a creature weighing over 10 kilograms. The heavier the creature, the greater the reward. The survivors around him finally snapped out of their terror, casting grateful and admiring glances at Fong Shin. We're saved? Oh mom, we're saved. My God, where did this powerhouse come from? Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I'm Lu Renjia, and I owe you one. If there's anything you need help with, just ask. This young man is incredible. The system, this is the power of the system. Maybe I can become this strong too. The crowd was in awe, having just been terrified by these monstrous creatures, now witnessing them being effortlessly vanquished as if they were made of paper. Just then, a deep, oppressive growl emanated from the pet store entrance. A massive mutant dog slowly emerged, markedly different from the other mutant creatures. This behemoth stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, its dark body rippling with bulging muscles, menacing and fearsome. Its extended tongue was covered in tiny sharp teeth, glinting with a chilling light. The sight of this nightmarish creature left the crowd paralyzed with fear. An intense terror, like an invisible bolt of lightning, struck through their nerves, causing everyone's legs to tremble uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the street was filled with people collapsing to the ground, their eyes brimming with despair and helplessness. The frenzied beast, though only a first-tier creature, had evolved to a remarkable level, a prodigy among dogs. Its most terrifying weapon was its long tongue, which acted like a deadly whip. A single lick would spell the end of one's life. Fong Shin unhesitatingly advanced toward the terrifying creature. His steps seemed slow but were in fact as swift as lightning, light sometimes, heavy at others, his figure blurring in the air. This unique combat style was deeply ingrained in his instincts, making each of his movements filled with lethal threat. In an instant, Fong Shin was upon the frenzied beast. The creature finally sensed the danger and leapt towards Fong Shin, its tongue lashing out like a drawn sword. However, Fong Shin's reaction was quicker. He deftly sidestepped, evading the deadly strike. Immediately, Fong Shin's axe flashed with a cold gleam. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and in the next, the beast's head was severed from its body. Blood spurted out, forming a glaring red pool on the ground. A system notification chimed in. You have slain the frenzied beast, gaining 650 experience points and 50 gold coins. Your level has increased, and your physical attributes have been comprehensively enhanced. 3 golden lights flashed, a warm flow invigorating Fong Shin's entire body. He could clearly feel his body undergoing 3 significant leaps in those few seconds, his level rising directly to level 4. Returning with enhanced memory, Fong Shin vividly remembered that in his previous life, it took him a whole month to reach level 4. Now he had achieved this feat in just a few minutes. But it was far from enough. Fong Shin understood well that mutated creatures, especially those with high-tier potential, evolved at an astonishing speed. Every moment, they grew stronger. To secure a perfect start in this perilous world, he had to seize every opportunity. At that moment, the system's voice chimed again. Ding, unbelievable. You've slain such a high-quality creature. You are a genius at monster hunting. Ding, task completed. You have earned 1 billion gold coins. Ding, new task released. Ding, task target. Within 10 hours, slay a creature weighing over 20 kg. The higher the creature's weight, the greater the reward. 1 billion gold coins, an enormous fortune enough to sustain a low-level territory for months, was now concentrated in Fong Shin's hands, instantly propelling him into the ranks of the super-rich. However, faced with this sudden wealth, Fong Shin's mind was on something else. He pondered, 1 billion gold coins. I wonder if it's enough to unlock that tier's treasure chest? After all, no one has ever obtained it. As his thoughts raced, Fong Shin arrived at the pet shop's entrance. He took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and prepared to face the next challenge. As expected, there was a treasure chest, though it was only a gray level 1. Fong Shin quickly found the chest made of gray vines in the pet shop. The system prompt popped up. Open the level 1 gray chest, costing 10 gold coins. Do you want to open it? Spend 100 gold coins to replace the chest's contents, which might upgrade the item's level or provide additional rewards. Fong Shin chose to open it without hesitation. With the expenditure of 10 gold coins, the chest slowly opened, revealing a pair of leather shoes. Sturdy leather boots. Quality, level 1 gray. Durability, 1515. Required level, 2. Attributes. Defense 10, movement speed 1. Description. Boots made from deerskin, waterproof, and extremely durable. They slightly increase movement speed, better than nothing. Fong Shin opted not to replace them and equipped them directly. He took off his original sneakers and socks, replacing them with these sturdy leather boots. Instantly, he felt his defense increase by 10 points, and it was as if an invisible barrier enveloped his entire body. These system-produced boots fit far better than his previous off-brand sneakers, and Fong Shin felt his agility subtly improve as well. The next goal was clear: reach level 10, complete the level 1 upgrade, fully unlock attributes, and complete the first level enhancement. For this, he needed to find the exchange crystal to purchase a level 1 upgrade certificate. The nearest exchange crystal, as he remembered, was at the park entrance, so Fong Shin decided to head there. Along the way, Fong Shin was like a highly efficient killing machine. Passing through a residential area, he encountered a mutated crab weighing at least 20 kilograms near a restaurant. Without hesitation, he swung his axe, splitting the plump creature in two, causing the delicious crab roe to spill everywhere. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, astonishing. In such a short time, you've managed to split such a succulent creature in half. Your passion for the art of monster slaying amazes me. Ding, task completed. You have earned 3 billion gold coins. Ding, new task released. Ding, task objective. Within 24 hours, kill 100 creatures weighing over 10 kilograms. The higher the creature's weight, the greater the reward. This new task was evidently much more challenging than the previous ones. Fong Shin pondered the nature of this monster-killing tycoon system. Does it have self-awareness? Is it a highly anthropomorphic AI, or just an inanimate system like those on Blue Star? However, its essence wasn't important. What mattered was that it could be a tool for Fong Shin to grow stronger. Just then, the surrounding glass shattered, and the door was broken. Various mutated creatures crawled out from the nearby restaurants. Fong Shin gripped his axe tightly and charged forward. You killed a mutated crayfish, gaining 33 experience points and 2 gold coins. You killed a berserk wild cat, gaining 29 experience points and 1.6 gold coins. You killed a berserk stray dog, gaining. Fong Shin hacked his way through, his axe flashing, frost swirling. By the time he reached the park entrance, he had slain 70 to 80 mutated creatures, and his level had risen to 6. Reflecting on this time in his past life, Fong Shin once thought the area was filled with terrifying mutated beasts and the world was full of danger. But now, he felt there weren't enough mutated beasts on the road, his heart yearning for more challenges and opportunities. The park, once a haven of laughter and joy, has now turned into a living nightmare. Scattered at the entrance are dismembered corpses, and everywhere you look is drenched in a glaring red. Fong Shin surveys the area with caution, fully aware that places where people gather are prime targets for mutant creatures. These monsters evolve rapidly by consuming human flesh and blood, and the park on a Sunday is their hunting ground. A thick blood-red cloud obscures the sun, and the park gate stands open, its dark entrance resembling the maw of a giant beast ready to devour. Fong Shin's attention is drawn to a Tumterhide diamond-shaped crystal floating silently midair, emitting a dark golden glow. This is the legendary exchange crystal. Suddenly, a mission notification appears in Fong Shin's vision. Mission objective: eliminate the mutant creatures inside the park. Mission reward: activate the protective function of the exchange crystal and receive rewards based on contribution. Branches sway, leaves rustle, and a chilling wind carries the overpowering scent of blood. With 300 years of combat experience, Fong Shin cautiously assesses the situation. While he can easily eliminate ordinary mutant beasts, the stronger ones could take his life in an instant. Moreover, the park's complex terrain provides excellent cover for ambushes. Fong Shin glances down at his modest 10 defense armor and decides to postpone entering the park. He scans the surroundings and his gaze lands on an exaggeratedly designed motorcycle, the kind that would undoubtedly disturb the peace with its noise. His experience tells him that mutant creatures are highly sensitive to engine sounds, which could serve as an effective lure. He quickly approaches the motorcycle and finds the key on a nearby headless corpse. Inserting it into the ignition, the engine roars to life, echoing loudly in the area. Virum, 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 virum. The deafening sound waves ripple outwards, spreading into the distance. The mutated creatures surged like a tidal wave, yet Fong Shin welcomed this unexpected feast with a smile. Toads, rats, venomous snakes, beetles, dozens of deformed monsters lunged at him, seemingly eager to meet their end. Fong Shin's movements were fluid and precise, each strike deadly. System notifications flashed repeatedly. Killed mutated toad, gained 51 experience points, 3 gold coins. Killed mutated rat, gained 60 experience points, 2.2 gold coins. Killed mutated venomous snake, gained 70 experience points, 3.5 gold coins. These creatures, once devourers of human flesh, had clearly leveled up, bringing a surge in experience points. Suddenly, a crisp metallic clash was heard as the fifth-tier yellow skill Blade Whirlwind was triggered. A fierce wind encircled Fong Shin, then burst outward. The sharp currents instantly shredded the surrounding mutated beasts into chunks of varying sizes, blood splattering everywhere. System notifications flooded the screen again. Killed mutated cauliflower snake. Gained 49 experience points, 2.8 gold coins. Killed mutated toad. Gained 60 experience points, 3.2 gold coins. Killed mutated beetle. Gained 76 experience points, 3.5 gold coins. Fong Shin's axe danced with impenetrable precision, his steps as light as the wind. He maneuvered through the horde of monsters unscathed. Blade Whirlwind triggered intermittently, greatly enhancing his monster-slaying efficiency. These mindless mutated creatures, driven only by a bloodthirsty instinct, rushed to their deaths. His experience bar soared, and Fong Shin's level climbed rapidly. Meanwhile, the tasks from the Monster Slayer system were being completed at lightning speed. The system issued a series of alerts. Ding, mind-blowing. You slay creatures with such efficiency. You were born in this world to practice the art of monster slaying. Ding, task completed. You earned 6 billion gold coins. Ding, new task issued. Ding, task objective. Within 10 hours, slay 300 creatures weighing over 10 kg. The greater the weight of the creatures slain, the greater the rewards. 10 kg, a weight uncommon in the normal world. An adult goose weighs only 35 kg, an adult cat around 2.55.5 kg. Before the cataclysm, finding 300 creatures over 10 kg might have required a trip to the slaughterhouse. But now, mutated creatures over 10 kg were everywhere, seemingly waiting for Fong Shin's harvest. If the Monster Slayer system had consciousness, it might be banging its head against a wall. It had become merely a tool for Fong Shin. With each kill, Fong Shin's level and physical attributes improved. Finally, a golden light shone, marking his successful advancement to level 10. Corpses littered the ground, with Fong Shin standing among them like a deity of death. In the distance, the roar of a motorcycle engine persisted, yet no longer attracted any mutated creatures. The task of exchanging crystals remained incomplete, hinting at more lurking mutated creatures deep within the park. Fong Shin's lips curled slightly as he walked toward the exchange crystal. As he entered the 3-meter radius of the crystal, the system immediately displayed the button to connect to it. Interesting, he thought. This game has only just begun. Fong Shin clicked the link, and a list of items available for exchange with crystals appeared before him. Among the dazzling array of goods, a first-tier upgrade certificate stood out at the price of 20 gold coins. The prices of other items were staggering. 10 gold coins for a bottle of Farmer's Spring Water. The same price for ham sausage with no meat, only starch. 30 gold coins for braised beef noodles with no beef. And 15 gold coins for a wife cake with no wife. Further down, the prices for equipment were exorbitant. 500 gold coins for a sturdy tent, and 1,000 gold coins each for a steel longsword, steel dagger, oak round shield, deerskin gloves, and cowhide leggings, all of which were first-tier gray quality. Fong Shin quickly browsed through these items, silently criticizing the scarcity of resources in the crystal exchange. Apart from the particularly cheap upgrade certificate, everything else was outrageously expensive. However, he was not concerned with these costly items at the moment and chose to purchase the upgrade certificate without hesitation. A system notification sounded. You have spent 20 gold coins and obtained a first-tier upgrade certificate. Immediately, the description of the certificate appeared before Fong Shin. First-tier upgrade certificate. Upon use, it will fully enhance your genes, unlock the attribute panel, and complete the first-tier upgrade. You have proven yourself, achieving a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Your shackles have been lifted, and from now on, you are limitless. A smile involuntarily appeared on Fong Shin's face. Despite having experienced it once before, he was filled with anticipation, or rather, great anticipation. He took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and prepared to embrace the transformation. You have used a first-tier upgrade certificate. The system notification sounded again, followed by a series of progress reports. Scanning and converting basic body attributes. Progress 10. Golden light enveloped Fong Shin's entire body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring in the depths of winter, with every cell rejoicing. He closed his eyes, savoring the change. His physical strength was improving comprehensively, and the world became clearer. He felt his body and consciousness merging perfectly, with every muscle at his command. That familiar feeling is back, Fong Shin thought. After completing the upgrade, even though the attribute changes are minor, my combat power will at least triple. The progress continued, scanning and converting basic body attributes. Progress 306,099. Finally, the system notification sounded again. You have completed a first-tier upgrade. Following this, a series of system notifications flooded the screen, bringing Fong Shin not only the success of his upgrade, but also an unexpected delight. Upon completing the first-tier upgrade task, Fong Shin received the top-ranked reward. Enveloped in a cocoon of golden light, his physical condition instantly reached a state of perfection. He felt a comprehensive enhancement of his muscles, bones, and organs, unable to suppress his excitement. I never expected such a benefit, Fong Shin thought to himself with delight. My control over my body has reached perfection. Most importantly, I can now switch to any profession, which will greatly aid my future plans. Eagerly, he opened his personal attribute panel and examined it closely. Character, Fong Shin. Tier, first tier. Profession, none. Level, 10. Experience, 6. Attributes. Strength, 101,121 affects physical attack power. Agility, 101,121 affects attack speed, movement speed, reflex speed. Endurance, 10111 affects defense, damage reduction for ranged and melee attacks. Stamina, 10,111 affects health points, health recovery. Intelligence, 10,111 affects mana points, elemental resistance, elemental damage reduction, magic attack power. Health points, 2,000. Mana points, 500. Attack power, 528. Additional attack speed, 15. Defense, 110. Additional movement speed, 1. Fong Shin nodded with satisfaction. All basic attributes have reached the full value of 10 points, enough to meet the requirements of any profession. However, defense is still slightly lacking. He promptly spent 3,000 gold coins at the exchange crystal to purchase 3 pieces of equipment. 1. Oak Round Shield First Tier Gray. Durability, 5,050. Required level, 10. Defense 30. Special effect, Strength check 10 when blocking attacks. Description, made from century-old oak, lightweight, resistant to sharp and blunt weapons. 2. Deerskin Gloves First Tier Gray. Durability, 1,515. Required level, 10. Defense 5. Description, made from high-quality deerskin, strong friction, provides a steady grip on weapons. 3. Cowhide Leggings First Tier Gray. Durability, 2020. Required level, 10. Defense 20. Description, lightweight and practical, increases defense without hindering movement. After equipping these 3 items, Fong Shin's defense increased from 110 to 155. The time was now 9:17 a.m. Fong Shin pulled out his phone to check the time. Suddenly, a drone flew overhead, broadcasting an urgent message. Attention, citizens, please remain calm. Lock your doors and windows, pull the curtains tight, and barricade your doors with heavy objects. Stay at home and await rescue. Stay at home and await rescue. Initially, the drone flew steadily, but just 1 minute later, it began to shake violently. The next moment, it lost control and crashed in front of Fong Shin, shattering into pieces. In the distance, a massive airliner plummeted from the sky like a gigantic meteor, crashing straight into a distant skyscraper. In an instant, blinding flames consumed the entire building, followed by a deafening explosion. Fong Shin glanced down at the smartphone in his hand. The signal icon flickered briefly before turning into a glaring X. Before he could react, the screen went black, as if life had been drained from it. According to the New Era Chronicle, at 9:18 a.m. on September 18, 20XX, all electronic components on Blue Planet simultaneously failed, and the technological marvels of yesteryear instantly became useless scrap. At that moment, the physical laws of the entire world seemed to undergo an incredible transformation. Fong Shin loosened his grip, letting the once valuable high-tech device fall to the ground like a piece of junk. Without hesitation, he stomped on it, shattering this symbol of modern civilization, and turned to walk into the park. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. 3 sharp spikes whizzed towards Fong Shin, aiming for his vital spots. With a fluid and graceful motion, he not only easily evaded the attack, but also swung his axe in response. In a flash of cold light, 3 spiky sunflowers were severed at their stems. A system notification sounded in Fong Shin's mind. You have slain the spiky sunflower, gaining 100 experience points and 5 gold coins x3. In total, 300 experience points were credited, yet Fong Shin's experience bar only increased by 3. This implied that after advancing to the first tier, the experience required for leveling up had significantly increased. As Fong Shin ventured deeper into the park, the scene grew increasingly horrifying. Human corpses became more prevalent, and the mutated plants grew stronger. He advanced cautiously, remaining vigilant to all changes around him. Suddenly, Fong Shin's body seemed to lose inertia, shifting from moving forward to inexplicably retreating. He involuntarily stepped back 3 times, and a thick vine suddenly appeared before him. Immediately after, a sharp whistling sound filled the air. The vine's attack speed exceeded that of sound traveling through the air. As a peak-level warrior, Fong Shin had long ingrained vigilance and focus into his very being, reacting to danger in a split second. His perfect coordination and unique footwork allowed him to change his body's movement state in an instant, executing actions unimaginable to ordinary people. These combined factors enabled Fong Shin to narrowly avoid the supersonic ambush of the vine. Anyone else would likely have met their end on the spot. Fong Shin fixed his gaze on the vine, and the system promptly provided information. Toxic vine, Tier 2, Level 12. This was a mutated vine capable of attacking like a snake, with venom potent enough that just 1 milliliter of its sap could kill an elephant. Fong Shin warned himself internally. Under no circumstances could he allow it to touch any wound. The venomous vine's surprise attack failed, and as it attempted to retract, Fong Shin seized the opportunity without hesitation. He swiftly retreated while his axe whistled through the air. The weapon's special effect, Frost Fury Assault, was instantly triggered, and the axe left a trail of afterimages as it delivered 2 consecutive strikes in a split second. A sharp slicing sound echoed crack, 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 as the venomous vine was instantly severed into 3 pieces, much like slicing through a crisp cucumber. The remnants of the vine writhed futilely on the ground for a moment before quickly losing vitality, shriveling lifelessly. This second-tier mutant beast was thus swiftly annihilated. For Fong Shin, wielding a 6th-tier purple weapon with an attack power of 440, second-tier creatures were no different from ordinary mutant beasts, merely a single axe's worth of threat. He could cut through steel as if it were tofu, let alone such low-tier creatures. A system notification sounded immediately. You have slain the venomous vine Tier 2, earning 3,100 experience points and 178 gold. Fong Shin's experience bar surged upwards significantly, and simultaneously, a white glowing chest emerged from the corpse of the venomous vine. Open the Tier 2 white chest, costing 150 gold. Do you wish to open it? Spend 1,500 gold to change the chest's contents, with a chance to upgrade item quality or receive additional rewards. Fong Shin chose to open the chest, spending 150 gold. The chest slowly opened to reveal a silver shoulder guard inside. The system immediately provided item information. Light alloy shoulder guard Tier 2 white shoulder. Durability, 5,050. Level requirement, 10. Strength requirement, 5. Defense 55. Endurance 2. Shoulder guard crafted from lightweight alloy, resistant to wear, offering substantial defensive capabilities. Without hesitation, Fong Shin equipped the light alloy shoulder guard, feeling a noticeable enhancement in shoulder defense. As he continued exploring the park, Fong Shin encountered more and more mutant plants. The deeper he ventured, the stronger the enemies became. First-tier mutant beasts were everywhere, and there were plenty of second-tier ones too. However, the drop rate for chests was low, and no more chests were found among these mutant creatures. Fong Shin thought to himself. As expected, there must be at least one 4th-tier chest in this park. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many high-tier mutant creatures. Continuing his slaughter, Fong Shin chopped down a mutant tree. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and the system prompt sounded. Your level has increased. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Fong Shin's level leaped to 12, a remarkable speed of progression. In just over an hour, he had traversed the path that took 2 years in his previous life. After completing a first-tier upgrade, leveling up no longer provided an overall enhancement in physical attributes, but instead granted 5 freely allocable attribute points. Without hesitation, Fong Shin allocated all the points to strength. His attack power soared from 528 to 636, marking a qualitative leap in his power. The air was thick with an increasingly intense scent of blood, and Fong Shin knew the chest was nearby. Turning a corner, he arrived at a small plaza. This area should have been a gathering place for people in the park, equipped with fitness apparatus and children's playground equipment like slides. However, the scene before him was gruesome. The ground was littered with bones, fresh flesh remnants still clinging to them, emitting wisps of heat. The air was filled with a pungent chemical odor mixed with the strong smell of blood, assaulting the nostrils and inducing nausea. Even if this scene appeared in a movie, it would definitely be rated R. Fong Shin stared at the sight before him, yet felt no emotion. His gaze was fixed on the small square's center, where a twisted, deformed plant stood. A system notification echoed in his mind. Acid Spitter Digestion Creature Tier 3, named Mutant Beast Level, 15 health points, 30,000. Want to know the secret to quick digestion? Fong Shin's expression turned serious. A named mutant beast signifies an extraordinary threat. They are unique. Once eliminated, they do not reappear. More alarming is their incredible mutation potential, capable of breaking through ranks continuously, with a strength at least 10 times that of other mutant beasts of the same tier. Among such creatures, they are undoubtedly the boss level. Facing this Tier 3 named mutant beast, Fong Shin didn't hesitate and charged straight at it. Although this deformed plant was a named mutant beast, it was merely a seedling at this stage, not yet fully mature. Its talents and skills were dormant, not yet awakened. Fong Shin thought to himself, if not now, then when? The deformed plant sensed the threat and reacted immediately. Pop, pop, pop. It shot out 3 streams of acid, as fast as lightning. However, Fong Shin's agility surpassed it. and he easily dodged the lethal liquid. Sizzle, the acid hit the ground, instantly corroding the hard concrete into smoking pits. Fong Shin quickly closed the distance to the deformed plant. The acid spitter's attack methods were quite limited. Aside from spewing acid, it had no other means to stop Fong Shin's approach. Just as Fong Shin was about to reach the deformed plant, an unexpected event occurred. Bang! A swollen plant sac at the top of the deformed plant suddenly exploded, releasing acid like raindrops over the surrounding area, creating a 360-degree acid cage that completely enveloped Fong Shin. Facing this sudden attack, Fong Shin remained calm and composed. He swiftly raised his oak-round shield above his head and leaned forward, bursting into a full sprint toward the deformed plant. System notifications flashed continuously. You have taken 36 points of damage. You have taken 51 points of damage. You have taken 44 points of damage. The oak-round shield, being a small shield, couldn't fully protect Fong Shin's body. The acid that landed on him felt like countless tiny knives slicing wildly, inflicting high-frequency damage. Fong Shin's health plummeted visibly, and his newly purchased gear was pitted and scarred by the corrosive acid. Despite the perilous situation, Fong Shin's resolve remained unshaken. He had to admit, this named mutant beast indeed showcased impressive strength. But this level of attack was far from enough to deter his determination. Acid splattered onto the oak-round shield like raindrops, producing a harsh, sizzling sound. The shield's durability visibly decreased, quickly nearing its limit. Once a sturdy piece of armor, it now resembled a decaying piece of wood, having lost its original shape. In this critical moment, Fong Shin dashed towards the deformed plant like an arrow released from a bow. Without hesitation, he discarded the narrow-end oak shield, gripping his battle axe tightly with both hands and striking down hard on the plant's sac. A staggering damage number appeared instantly. A glint of insight flashed in Fong Shin's eyes. He had evidently found the plant's weak spot. The same attack power, depending on the point of impact, could yield vastly different results. This blow hit the mark precisely. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded, and the surface of the deformed plant was instantly covered with a layer of shimmering frost. This was the sign that the weapon's special effect, Dark Winter, had been triggered. The plant was frozen in place, immobilized, and the frost damage it received was doubled. Seizing this rare opportunity, Fong Shin wielded his axe, hacking at the plant sac like a relentless storm. The special effect, Frost Shatter Assault, triggered repeatedly, with strings of damage numbers popping up, causing the plant's health to plummet like a breached dam. With a sharp snap, Fong Shin finally chopped off the plant sac. A prominent damage number appeared, and a large chunk of the plant's health bar vanished instantly. At this point, the deformed plant acid spitter finally thawed from its frozen state. It attempted to retaliate with acid but found itself depleted, futilely writhing in place. Fong Shin seized this final chance, delivering a fatal blow. With the last swing of his axe, the acid spitter's life points dropped to 0, marking the end of this formidable Tier 3 named mutant beast. The system notifications rolled in. You have slain the acid spitter Tier 3 digestive, named mutant beast, earning 53,000 experience points and 5,000 gold coins. Your level has increased, granting you 5 freely distributable attribute points. Your level has increased, granting you 5 freely distributable attribute points. Then, a special system notification appeared. You have slain the acid spitter Tier 3 digestive, named mutant beast, and your glorious deed is recorded in history, to be remembered forever. A heavy virtual book suddenly appeared before everyone worldwide. The book opened automatically, revealing pages adorned with elegant silver patterns. It vividly depicted the image of the deformed plant, with gilded text below. Acid spitter Tier 3 digestive, named mutant beast, slayer, Fong Shin. As the first person to be recorded in the annals of glory, Fong Shin received a special reward, a Tier 5 yellow treasure, chest X1. This precious reward appeared directly in his system storage space. Fong Shin allocated all 10 attribute points gained from leveling up to strength, then bent down to collect the items dropped by the plant. His eyes gleamed with the light of victory, bringing this thrilling battle to a triumphant close. When a mutated beast with a name dies, it will always drop a chest and materials of the same level. As the deformed plant fell, 2 items rolled out from its twisted body, a Tier 3 chest glowing with green light, and a material closely related to the mutated beast, the acidic plant sac. This Tier 3 green sac was filled with a highly corrosive acidic liquid, emitting an unsettling aura. Just as Fong Shin bent down to examine these spoils, the bushes suddenly rustled. 5 burly men emerged one after another, like a pack of hungry wolves crashing into a flock of sheep. They wore black vests, revealing tattoo-covered muscular arms, with their crew-cut hair standing upright like steel needles. In their hands, they held gleaming knives, swords, and axes, their eyes betraying undisguised greed and ferocity. Seeing this uninvited group, Fong Shin couldn't help but be surprised by their audacity. Interestingly, These 5 men were quite proud of their own courage. Amidst the chaos brought by the system's arrival and the rampant mutated creatures, they smelled opportunity. They fantasized about ruling without any constraints. After successfully killing several mutated beasts and increasing their level and power, their arrogance reached its peak. They began acting recklessly, even cruelly killing a few security personnel who tried to maintain order along the way. Now, their gaze was fixed on Fong Shin. What are you standing there for? Crawl over here and hand over the goods with both hands, the leader sneered. If we're in a good mood, we might spare your worthless life. The others laughed along, their laughter filled with disdain for life. However, they soon noticed that Fong Shin was not yielding, but was instead slowly walking towards them. Huh? Don't understand human language? Another man barked. I said crawl over, got it? Crawl. Brothers, looks like we need to break his legs to teach this kid the meaning of crawling, the third man said viciously. In this tense standoff, one of the men in a vest suddenly noticed the deformed plant remains not far away, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Hey, old three, he said softly. That disgusting plant looks familiar, doesn't it? I didn't notice until you mentioned it, old three replied, frowning. This plant does look like something we've seen before. Suddenly, the 2 men in vests exchanged glances, their expressions instantly changing as if they had seen something terrifying. Fear washed over their faces like a tide, completely erasing their previous arrogance. The drastic change in their expressions confirmed his suspicions, and they swallowed hard. A vicious glint appeared in the eyes of the 2 men in vests, their mouths curling into cruel smiles. I'm going to make you beg for mercy on your knees, show you the dark side of society. One of them sneered, his voice dripping with menace. Kneel and call us grandpa. Maybe if we're in a good mood, we'll let you go, the other chimed in, eyes full of mockery. Want to give it a try? This is a chance grandpa's giving you. Just as they were about to make a move, someone pulled on their clothes. When they turned around, they saw Lao San and Lao Si looking ashen-faced, trembling all over. Lao San, Lao Si, what's wrong? One of the vest men asked, puzzled. Fat hat person is Fong Shin, Lao San stammered, his voice filled with fear. Fong Shin? Who's Fong Shin? We don't know anyone by that name. The others responded, bewildered. He's the one who killed a tier 3 mutant beast. Lao Si shouted in terror, run. Before the words were out, Lao San and Lao Si had already taken off, leaving the other 3 vest men dumbfounded. They looked at each other, their minds racing. Tier 3 mutant beast? You must be kidding, one muttered. We get chased all over by a tier 1 mutant dog, and a tier 3 mutant beast would definitely kill us. Tier 3 mutant beast, tier 3 mutant beast. The leader of the vest men repeated lowly, suddenly remembering something. He looked up abruptly, his eyes wide. Boss, it's from that book that just popped out. It mentioned someone named Fong Shin. Before he could finish, the leader's perspective suddenly spun. He saw the terrified faces of his brothers, followed by a headless corpse. Why did this body look so familiar? The leader's vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. Fong Shin expressionlessly withdrew the axe from his hand. After 300 years of battle, he was long accustomed to killing. For him, killing a person was as casual as eating or drinking. With 2 swift strikes, he dispatched the 2 vest men, then triggered his blade whirlwind skill. The remaining 3 had no time to react before the whirlwind caught up to them, slicing their bodies into pieces. The bodies of the 5 brothers in vests lay scattered, blood spreading across the ground. Fong Shin glanced indifferently, thinking that at least these men could reunite on the road to the underworld. A wild treasure chest, it should be inside that deformed plant, Fong Shin murmured to himself. He kicked aside the corpse of the acid spitter, and indeed found a treasure chest. It emitted a faint yellow glow, indicating it was a tier 5 yellow chest. A tier 5 chest, beyond my expectations. Not bad. Fong Shin nodded in satisfaction, storing the chest away. He didn't rush to open it, but carefully searched the entire park to ensure no mutant beasts were overlooked. After completing his search, Fong Shin returned to the exchange crystal. As he approached the crystal, a system prompt appeared. Area task objective completed. Clear the park of mutant creatures completed. Task reward. Exchange crystal shelter function activated. Your task contribution, 100. You have received rewards, experience 200,000, gold 100,000, system space increased to 100,000 cubic meters. The experience bar surged, 3 golden lights flashed, and Fong Shin leveled up 3 times, reaching level 16. At the same time, the diamond-shaped crystal hovering in the air erupted with intense golden light. Mysterious golden symbols flew out, forming an intricate magic circle on the ground, slowly rotating before vanishing. Fong Shin knew this meant the protection array was now active. It could create illusions, concealing human presence and traces, and it also had an alarm function to warn of mutant beast invasions. With the exchange crystal's protection function activated, humans within a 100-mile radius received a system message. The exchange crystal's protection function is now active. You can seek shelter there. The location is displayed on the system map. Fong Shin ignored this system prompt and instead quickly opened the treasure chest. A system prompt appeared. Open Tier 3 green chest. Cost 500 gold. Open it. Spending 5,000 gold coins to change the treasure chest items could potentially upgrade the item tier or provide additional rewards. Fong Shin took a deep breath and tapped the screen lightly, making 500 coins disappear instantly. The Tier 3 green chest opened slowly, and in a gentle green light, a pair of black combat boots lay quietly inside. A system notification popped up. Black Barbarian Bull Boots. Quality, Tier 3 green. Durability, 5,555. Required level, 15. Attribute bonuses. Defense 60. Agility 5. Movement speed 10. Attached skill. Hoof of Freedom removes all movement speed restrictions. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Fong Shin's eyes lit up. These boots not only offered more defense than his previous oak round shield, but also provided significant agility and movement speed bonuses. The Hoof of Freedom skill was an unexpected delight, perfect for making a quick getaway. He quickly equipped the Black Barbarian Bull Boots and tossed his sturdy leather boots into the system space. Feeling the power emanating from underfoot, Fong Shin couldn't help but imagine himself as a black bull running freely across a green meadow. However, the real highlight was yet to come: the Tier 5 yellow chest. Fong Shin's heart raced. This chest could completely change the course of his game. He had imagined restarting countless times, but the current pace far exceeded his wildest dreams. Open the Tier 5 yellow chest, costing 5,000 gold coins. Do you want to open it? The system prompt flashed. Without hesitation, Fong Shin chose to open it. A sword appeared in the chest, but he didn't even glance at it before opting to change it. Spend 50,000 gold coins to change the chest items. Gloves, staffs, and various equipment appeared one after another, only to be mercilessly replaced. Gold coins disappeared like water, with 3 million gone in just 1 minute. 10 minutes later, Fong Shin's gold reserves were nearly depleted, teetering on the brink. Yet, he remained unfazed. To him, having money meant having confidence, and gamblers only get envious because their resources are limited. He was the gambler with unlimited capital, standing undefeated in this high-stakes game. I may not win, but I will never lose, Fong Shin murmured to himself, clicking the change button once more. Suddenly, the system notification refreshed, and the Tier 5 yellow chest finally revealed 2 items. The Tier 5 yellow chest slowly opened, revealing 2 highly coveted pieces of equipment lying inside. Fong Shin's gaze was first drawn to a dark silver scale armor, shimmering with a dim and mysterious glow. Dark Scale Guard. This Tier 5 yellow chest armor boasts impressive attributes. Durability, 300,300. Required level, 15. Defense, 300. Stamina, 10. Vitality, 10. Stamina, 10. Vitality, 10. Special effect, dense damage reduction, reducing all physical damage by 10 points. Attached skill, Dark Scale Assist, summons 3 Dark Scale Fishmen to fight for you. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Fong Shin was filled with excitement and couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, wow, this armor not only offers high defense, but also boosts vitality and stamina, with a powerful attached skill, making it a top-tier piece among Tier 5 equipment." He nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to the other item. It was an elegantly shaped longsword, with a streamlined blade surrounded by an eerie black mist and veiled in a layer of purple light, marking its prestigious Tier 6 purple status. Bloodthirst Blade. This Tier 6 purple single-handed sword's attributes are equally thrilling. Durability, 200,200. Required level, 15. Attack power, 300. Attack speed, 30. Agility, 10. Agility, 10. Special effect, Lifesteal. Heals you for 10 of the damage dealt. An equipment description appeared before Fong Shin. This is a sharp weapon that thirsts for blood. Of course, it refers to the enemy's blood, not the wielder's. Those bloodthirst blades that drain their owner's blood have long been discarded. While the Frozen Bite, in the same Tier 6 purple category, could outshine Bloodthirst Blade in attributes, the unique lifesteal effect of Bloodthirst Blade compensates for all attribute shortcomings. A 10 lifesteal is an extremely rare attribute. With Fong Shin's current attack power, as long as he's not killed instantly, a few attacks can fully restore his health, significantly enhancing his sustained combat ability. Without hesitation, Fong Shin equipped both treasures. The system promptly notified him. You have equipped Dark Scale Guard Tier 5 yellow chest armor. You have equipped Bloodthirst Blade Tier 6 purple single-handed sword. With the addition of these 2 pieces of equipment, Fong Shin felt a tremendous boost in his attributes. He quickly checked his latest status. Character, Fong Shin. Rank, Tier 1. Class, None. Level, 16. Strength, 38.51. Strength 20. Attack power, affects the power of physical attacks. Agility, 181. Agility 1. Attack speed, 1 movement speed, 1 reflex speed. Stamina, 24.21. Stamina 10. Defense, 1 ranged physical damage reduction, 1 melee physical damage reduction. Vitality, 221 vitality, 200 health points, 1 health regeneration. Intelligence, 101 intelligence, 50 mana points, 0.1 all elemental resistance, 1 elemental damage reduction. Affects the power of magical attacks. Experience, 51. Health points, 4,400. Mana points, 500. Attack power, 1404. Additional attack speed, 35. Defense, 555. Additional movement speed, 10. Lifesteal, 10. Fong Shin was pleasantly surprised to discover that his attack power had more than doubled from over 600 to an astonishing 1404. His defense had also increased significantly from under 200 to 555. With his current attributes, he could now defeat the acid sprayer that once troubled him in just 5 seconds. He glanced at the upper left corner, where the system time displayed. Ascension era, 0 year, 0 month, 0 day, 1037. Less than 5 hours remained until the deadline. Fong Shin took a deep breath and set his next goal, to reach level 20 and activate his second talent. According to his plan, he decided to continue advancing towards the city center, searching for more opportunities and challenges. Fong Shin gazed towards the city center, where a pillar of pink light shot skyward, dazzling and magnificent. Electronic devices were rendered useless, advanced vehicles turned to scrap, and walking was the only option. He set off at a brisk pace, maintaining efficiency without expending much energy, keeping himself in peak condition. The streets were cluttered with vehicles, some twisted and deformed, others with shattered glass, stained with blood. A pristine Porsche sat with its doors ajar, once a coveted luxury now reduced to roadside debris, ignored by all. Neon lights flickered, illuminating the wandering mutated creatures. They seemed to have become the new rulers of the city, hunting humans, devouring flesh, and accelerating their evolution. At the moment the blood moon rose, humans fell from the top of the food chain, forced into a deadly competition with these mutants. Yet, until tonight, no one had realized this harsh reality. In ZZ City, a megametropolis with a population of over 20 million, the number of mutant beasts in the city center was unimaginable. As Fong Shin stepped onto the main road, his human scent was like a beacon in the darkness to these creatures. In an instant, mutant wildcats, stray dogs, and bristle-haired rats surged towards him, resembling a tidal wave from afar. Undaunted, Fong Shin faced them heat-in, clad in a 5th-tier chest armor known as Dark Scale Guard, with a 6th-tier axe Frostbite in his left hand and a 6th-tier long knife, Bloodthirst Blade, in his right, ready to confront the mutant beast horde. A sharp sound of something scraping against the security door constantly echoed in their ears. The middle-aged woman trembled as she peered through the peephole and saw a massive red-eyed wolf dog frantically clawing at the iron door. Her heart raced, but she felt relieved that the security door was sturdy enough to hold off the terrifying creature outside for the moment. "Come on, honey, give me a hand. Let's use this to brace the door," the strong middle-aged man puffed, gripping the edge of a heavy cabinet. The woman responded and was about to help when a small hand tugged at her clothes. "Mommy, I'm scared," cried the little girl with pigtails. "There are so many scary monsters outside. I saw them eating people. It's so frightening." The middle-aged woman crouched down, hugging the little girl tightly, gently stroking her hair and soothing her with a soft voice. "Don't be scared, don't be scared. The security officers will come to rescue us soon, and those monsters will be dealt with quickly. Tomorrow, you can go back to school and play with your friends. Be good." The little girl wiped away her tears and said firmly, "I believe in you, Mommy. I believe the security officers will come to save us." She ran to the window, carefully prying open a crack to look outside. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man peered through the peephole and sighed with relief. The scratching has stopped. Has the creature left? Still, let's keep the door braced with something heavy, just to be safe. "Dad, Mom, come quickly and look. Someone's fighting the monsters." "Is he here to save us?" the little girl shouted excitedly. "What, really? Has the security team been dispatched? That's great." The couple hurried to the window, peeking through the gap, but only saw a lone figure battling. They watched as hundreds of mutated beasts surged towards the person, who advanced fearlessly against the tide. Wielding an axe in one hand and a long sword in the other, his attack speed was almost impossible to follow. He seemed surrounded by a whirlwind of axe and sword flashes, with frost flying all around. The man was like an efficient mowing machine, continuously cutting down the mutated creatures. This astonishing scene was witnessed by many residents hiding at home. Someone exclaimed, "My God, is he human or ghost? Can a person be this fierce? It's like slicing through vegetables. Is it because of the system? That person has become superhuman. A system, experience, levels. It's like a game where killing monsters makes you stronger. The world has completely changed. It's a different world now. There's fortune in danger. I should seize this opportunity. We can't just hide at home. Even more terrifying monsters might appear." The appearance of Fong Shin stirred various thoughts in people's minds. Meanwhile, at a security bureau, gunfire echoed incessantly. Bang 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 bang. Bullets rained down like a storm, but had little effect. Damn it. We're almost out of bullets. A security officer gritted his teeth. What kind of monster is this that bullets can't penetrate? Another shouted in terror. Captain Zhang, I'm out of bullets. Retreat, fall back. Captain Zhang ordered loudly. At the entrance of the security bureau, a nearly 10-meter-long mutated crocodile slowly crawled in. Its rough skin glistened with a metallic sheen, and its head was covered in jagged bone spikes, resembling an ancient beast from a disaster movie. The security officers could see the information displayed on the crocodile through their system, further deepening their fear. Raging outer skin devourer tier 3, named mutant beast level, 18 health points, 75,000. It devours everything without hesitation, but its favorite meal is humans. Bullets rained down on the thick skin of the mutant crocodile, only to spark and bounce off, leaving shallow white marks. This showcases the formidable nature of a tier 3 named mutant beast. Bullets are merely a tickle to it. The mutant crocodile's beady eyes scanned the security personnel, a look of brutality and mockery evident in its gaze. The guards felt a sinking feeling, realizing they were mere playthings to this behemoth, akin to mice being toyed with by a cat. One security guard, filled with rage at the trampling of human dignity, fired 3 shots in quick succession. The gunshots echoed, but to no avail. With the evolution of mutant beasts, once lethal weapons had become mere toys. Despair and helplessness washed over the guards like a tide. Suddenly, the mutant crocodile turned sharply, crashing through a wall and leaving the scene. The security personnel exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Someone's over there, one guard exclaimed. The mutant crocodile is heading straight for him. We have to save him. It's our duty. Captain Zhang decided swiftly. Men, follow me. However, before they could move, a coughing guard said, Captain Zhang, he might not need our help. In fact, we might be the ones being saved by him. Captain Zhang, puzzled, approached the window and witnessed a scene he would never forget. In the distance, ordinary mutant beasts scattered, creating a path. A massive mutant crocodile crashed through a wall, coming face to face with a lone figure Fong Shin. Fong Shin was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the mutant crocodile blocking his way. He was well aware that human flesh could enhance the evolution of mutant beasts, and the higher the quality of the flesh, the stronger the effect. Having completed a Tier 1 upgrade, Fong Shin was like a lavish feast to the mutant beasts, whereas ordinary humans were mere street snacks. Without hesitation, Fong Shin charged at the colossal creature. An epic battle was about to unfold. Fong Shin stared at the mutated crocodile in front of him, silently assessing the situation. This third-tier creature had not awakened any talents, had no evolved bloodline, and possessed very few skills. In his eyes, this giant was no different from a fresh cabbage, merely a prey destined for slaughter. Exploiting the crocodile's slow-turning speed, Fong Shin seized the moment to launch a fierce attack. With weapons in both hands, he struck with precision and power. The crocodile's seemingly impenetrable hide gave way under his relentless assault, tearing apart as if it were made of paper, with blood splattering everywhere. The blood spattered onto Fong Shin, covering him like a bloodied figure, but he paid no heed and continued to furiously attack the tender flesh beneath the crocodile's hide. His fully optimized strength was evident as the damage he inflicted soared past 4,000 points after breaking through the hide. Against the terrifying attack power enhanced by his 2 6th-tier weapons, the crocodile's defenses were futile. His arms moved like a puppet's, striking with full force each time. The flesh beneath the crocodile's skin was chopped into a pulp, resembling finely minced meat for a meat pie. Despite seeming long, this assault lasted merely 3 seconds. Suddenly, the mutated crocodile let out a deep growl, its massive body flipping over like a mountain crashing down on Fong Shin. This was the signature move of the third tier named mutated crocodile, Raging Hide the death roll. The several-ton body descended with an astounding force. Fong Shin remained unfazed, nimbly retreating a few meters before leaping onto the crocodile's soft underbelly as it flipped. He landed 3 quick strikes, ready to leap away when he heard the sound of ice forming. The weapon effect, Dark Winter, had been triggered. With a thundering sound, the massive body of the mutated crocodile was instantly frozen, falling rigidly with its belly up, crushing several cars beneath it. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Shin launched a seamless flurry of attacks. Under his high attack power, the mutated crocodile's life points quickly dropped to 0, leading to its demise. A system notification appeared. You have slain Raging Hide the Devourer, a third-tier named mutated beast, earning 65,200 experience points and 6,500 gold coins. Your level has increased, granting you 5 freely distributable attribute points. Immediately, a new page was turned in the annals of history before all humanity. The page vividly depicted the image of the crocodile, with its description inscribed in golden letters below. Raging Hide the Devourer, a third-tier named mutated beast, defeated by Fong Shin. Within just a few hours, the name Fong Shin had been etched into the minds of everyone around the world. Fong Shin recalled that in his previous life, the lowest tier named mutated beast he encountered was at least 5th tier. Each battle with these beasts was incredibly brutal, costing countless lives. Named mutated beasts, being the most formidable of their tier, had their terrifying image deeply ingrained in human consciousness. Yet now, a 3rd tier named mutated beast was effortlessly slain before Fong Shin. This scene was undoubtedly destined to be a significant highlight in future history. Acid Sprayer Devourer, Wrathful Hide Swallower. These two 3rd-tier mutant beasts barely bared their fangs before crossing paths with the formidable Fong Shin at the wrong moment. They hadn't even had the chance to demonstrate their strength before being mercilessly slaughtered by Fong Shin as if mowing down grass. The surrounding security personnel were left in shock, momentarily questioning the true nature of this human before them. The corpse of the mutant crocodile yielded a 3rd-tier treasure chest glowing with green light, along with a piece of precious crocodile skin material. Fong Shin quickly stored the material in his system space and was about to open the treasure chest when a portly middle-aged man strolled out from the security bureau building. The middle-aged man spat on the mutant crocodile's corpse, then turned to Fong Shin and called out in a commanding tone, "Young man, come here. I have something to say to you." He stood there impatiently, gesturing for Fong Shin to approach. When Fong Shin ignored him, the middle-aged man's expression instantly darkened. "What's the matter with you, young man? What does your family do?" He raised his voice. "Do you know who I am? My surname is Li. I'm the director of the City Security Bureau. Have you heard of me? How about this? You escort me to a place, and I'll give you a certificate of honor and notify your unit." "This is a great honor, young man. You should think it over." Fong Shin continued to ignore him, briskly walking while opening the 3rd-tier green treasure chest, passing by Director Li as if he were thin air. "Stop!" Director Li yelled angrily. "I suspect you're a wanted criminal. Drop your weapon and surrender, or I'll shoot." Fong Shin slowly turned around, facing the dark barrel of the gun with a cold smile. At that critical moment, a whistling sound cut through the air as an arrow shot like lightning, piercing Director Li's gun-wielding arm. "Ah!" Director Li screamed, dropping the gun to the ground. With a bang, the gun discharged, the bullet hitting Director Li's thigh, leaving a bloody, gaping wound. "Ah!" He let out a pig-like squeal, collapsing in agony. Fong Shin looked in the direction the arrow had come from and saw a boy, appearing to be no more than 18, wearing a baseball cap, standing on the 8th-floor balcony of a residential building. The boy waved his bow at Fong Shin, giving an okay gesture. "Interesting kid, adapting quickly. Not bad." Fong Shin nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned, swiftly and cleanly slicing Director Li in half, ending his life. Ding! The familiar system notification sound chimed once more as the monster-slaying tycoon system he had recently acquired popped up again. Ding! The system notification rang out, leaving everyone stunned. "Your power seems destined to conquer this world." Ding! The task completion message followed, and 1 billion gold coins were instantly credited to your account. Immediately, a new challenge arrived. Within 48 hours, kill 1,000 creatures weighing over 10 kilograms. The higher the quality, the greater the reward. Meanwhile, a heated debate broke out within the security bureau. A passionate young security officer was eager to rush out and arrest the criminal on the street, but his superior, Captain Zhang, stopped him. "Li Ju, are you crazy?" Captain Zhang frowned. "That guy isn't afraid of bullets and can easily kill a crocodile. Do you think you can arrest him?" The young officer retorted stubbornly. "But he's a murderer." Captain Zhang sighed deeply, lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and said, "Young man, don't be so stubborn. Haven't you noticed? We haven't received any orders from above. The world has changed. That person, just hours ago a criminal, is now a powerful figure setting the rules." The young officer was stunned and asked blankly, "So what should we do?" Captain Zhang flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, crushed it with his foot, and said solemnly, "Something worse might happen next. It's not safe here. We need to find shelter. Didn't the system mention a safe zone nearby? Let's head there." Meanwhile, Fong Shin was exploring the new world. He opened a Tier 3 green treasure chest, and inside was a pair of bracers. Red Elk bracers, Tier 3 green. Durability, 5,555. Required level, 17. Defense, 50. Stamina, 5. Special effect, lucky gift, a high chance of gaining an extra 50 experience points when killing monsters. The system's voice chimed in. "Young man, you're in luck. Even though it's just 50 extra experience points, a pleasant surprise is always exciting, isn't it?" Fong Shin quickly equipped the bracers and continued towards the pink light beam. The further he went, the more mutated beasts appeared, and the higher their quality was. Among the ordinary mutated beasts were powerful 2nd-tier and even 3rd-tier creatures. Fong Shin moved through them as if no one else was there, unleashing a massacre. Mutated golden parrot, Tier 2. 1050 experience, 39 gold coins. Mutated special-beaked chicken, Tier 2. 1130 experience, 51 gold coins. Mutated sharp-beaked white goose, Tier 3. 3,100 experience, 162 gold coins. With his incredible defense, Fong Shin charged into the horde of monsters without hesitation. His combat skills were exceptional, making his killing efficient and effortless, allowing him to maintain high-intensity combat for long periods. An ordinary person would likely be exhausted after killing just 10 mutated beasts. In this efficient slaughter, Fong Shin's experience points soared rapidly. Soon, the system notification sounded again. Your level has increased. You've gained 5 freely allocable attribute points. In no time, Fong Shin had risen to level 18, achieving another qualitative leap in power. On the main road leading to the city center, Fong Shin was the only person in sight. Various shop snack bars, clothing stores, FKC, Lanzhou noodles, and Huangmin chicken rice were all deserted, as if their vitality had been suddenly drained. The tall buildings lining the street had their curtains drawn, with no light seeping through and no sound emanating from within, resembling a row of giant upright coffins silently overlooking this dead city. The eerie silence of the city was shattered by the roars of mutated beasts. They charged from all directions, racing towards Fong Shin. Faced with these hideous and terrifying creatures, Fong Shin showed no fear. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his expression. He swung his weapon with precision, like a finely tuned killing machine, cutting down the attacking beasts one by one. Blood splattered, and severed limbs flew, yet Fong Shin seemed to savor this one-sided slaughter. Too bad the named mutated beasts have territorial instincts, otherwise my level would increase even faster. Fong Shin thought to himself, a trace of regret in his mind. Time flew by, and in less than an hour, apart from a mutated crocodile, he hadn't encountered any other named mutated beasts. With a swift flash of his blade, a large mutated lobster was sliced apart. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded. Ding, the slaughter god system has reappeared. Ding, astonishing. The ancient path of slaughter was as dark as night, until you appeared to light up the sky. Ding, task completed. You have earned 1.5 billion gold coins. Ding, new mission released. Ding, mission objective. Within 96 hours, kill 3,000 creatures weighing over 10 kilograms each. The heavier the creature, the greater the rewards. As the system notifications echoed, a golden light flashed, and Fong Shin's level increased again, reaching level 19. He continued onward with an expressionless face, stepping through pools of thick blood, leaving a vivid red trail behind him, like a ribbon marking his path of slaughter. Despite having killed countless mutated creatures, Fong Shin felt no emotional stirrings, nor did he exude any aura of menace. He appeared like an ordinary recent graduate, with the only difference being his face, which was so cold it bordered on numbness. This starkly contrasted with those who worked in slaughterhouses for years, whose accumulated aura of menace would instinctively terrify animals. Survivors hiding in the buildings watched wide-eyed through the gaps, witnessing this movie-like scene. The brutal slaughter, though bloody, had a certain aesthetic appeal because the targets were monsters. Fong Shin pressed forward like a sharp blade, cutting through the encircling mass of mutated beasts. He lost track of time in his killing spree until another flash of golden light marked another level up. Your level has increased. You have gained 5 free attribute points to allocate. Level 20, finally. Fong Shin's expression tightened, realizing he had reached a new milestone. Fong Shin reached level 20, entering a new realm of understanding regarding his strength. His potential was unlocked, and with it, Talent 2 awakened. This was a pivotal moment, as the awakening of Talent 2 would determine the trajectory of his future development. Taking a deep breath, Fong Shin activated the Blade Whirlwind skill. A fierce wind roared around him, swiftly clearing the threats in his vicinity. He scanned his surroundings, seeking a place that was both open and quiet. Ultimately, he chose a 30-story building. As he ascended, Fong Shin carefully dealt with the occasional mutated beasts that appeared. Finally, he reached the rooftop. The strong wind howled, blowing his black hair back. Standing at this height, gazing down at the mutated world, Fong Shin felt a sense of tranquility. On the system panel, the activation button for Talent 2 flashed enticingly. Without hesitation, Fong Shin clicked Activate. In an instant, a powerful energy surged through him. It felt as if his consciousness merged with each cell, allowing him to see inside them, like miniature furnaces burning with intense energy. The DNA double helix unraveled before him, beginning to reassemble. This process lasted for seconds, and when his consciousness returned, Fong Shin felt a deeper connection with the universe. A system notification popped up, Talent 2 activated successfully, granting Unique Physique, a 6th-tier talent. This talent enhances the stamina attribute's contribution to health and health regeneration by 30. Fong Shin shook his head slightly. This was not what he had hoped for. Although Unique Physique was a rare 6th-tier talent with powerful effects, it didn't align with his plans. Without hesitation, he clicked the change button. System notification, 10 million coins consumed. Talent 2 successfully changed. The new Talent 2 was Low Consumption, a 2nd-tier talent, allowing survival with minimal food. Fong Shin frowned, and continued to change. Another 10 million coins vanished, resulting in sword and shield unity, a fourth-tier talent, reducing damage received by 15 when equipped with a shield and a one-handed sword. Still unsatisfied, Fong Shin clicked change again. Another 10 million coins were spent, and he acquired Mastery, a fifth-tier talent, reducing all skill cooldowns by 10. Looking at this new talent, a flicker of thought crossed Fong Shin's eyes, but he quickly resolved to continue changing. He knew that finding the most suitable talent was crucial, even if it meant paying a high price. Fong Shin stared at the system interface, his finger hovering over the Change Talent button. Taking a deep breath, he clicked it without hesitation. A system notification chimed. You've spent 10 million gold coins and changed to Talent 2. The new talent was immediately activated, Baby Sleep Level 1. This talent allowed Fong Shin to enter deep sleep at will. In modern society, this was undoubtedly an enviable trait. However, in this perilous world, it turned into a deadly weakness. Fong Shin couldn't help but feel grateful for his cash power, which enabled him to easily avoid such potential dangers. With a light chuckle, he murmured to himself, money really does let you do whatever you want. With that, he clicked the change button again. After 20 consecutive changes, Fong Shin was surprised to discover that the most powerful talent was actually the level 6 talent he had awakened at the start. He glanced down at his hands, surprised to find they hadn't darkened from the frequent operations, but instead were a healthy rosy hue. No worries, he thought confidently. I've only spent 200 million gold coins. Fong Shin continued to click the change talent button. Suddenly, the system notification chimed again. New talent 2 activated. You've gained talent 2. Divine weapon level 8. The description of this talent was astounding. There was a chance to summon 2 weapon phantoms during an attack, with the same attack power as the original and inheriting all special effects, lasting as long as the weapon's durability. Fong Shin gasped, already picturing himself wielding 3 identical weapons. Level 8 talent. Terrifying indeed. Fong Shin murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He quickly calculated. If he equipped 2 one-handed weapons, it meant potentially wielding 6 weapons at once. This would at least quadruple his output, a qualitative leap forward. Only by going to extremes can one become the strongest, Fong Shin resolved silently. Reborn and aided by the slaughter god tycoon system, I must pursue the ultimate power. Yet just as this thought crossed his mind, Fong Shin's fingers once again pressed the change button with steady determination. The system notification chimed again. You've spent 10 million gold coins and changed to talent 2. Fong Shin's eyes shone with a resolute light. He knew that true strength wasn't swayed by immediate gains. He continued to click, searching for a talent that was even more powerful and better suited for him. Each click was a step towards becoming the ultimate strongman. System notifications poured in like a waterfall, and Fong Shin's gold count plummeted dramatically. In just 10 minutes, a total of 500 million gold coins were depleted. A fortune enough to cultivate a top-tier powerhouse vanished into thin air. Unfazed, Fong Shin clicked the talent change button again. You have spent 10 million gold coins to change to talent 2. The new talent information appeared before him. True Judgment Tier 10. You see through all disguises and illusions, immune to all true damage. Your attacks carry true damage equal to 100 of your attack power and can critically strike. You have passed the True Judgment and no longer fear true damage but instead turn it to your advantage. The system then prompted, your talent 2 has reached the maximum Tier 10. Further changes will require 10 billion gold coins. Fong Shin took a deep breath, examining this hard-won Tier 10 talent. It was a significant step toward his ascension, of great importance. He analyzed the talent's effects word by word. First, seeing through disguises and illusions meant that hidden traps, disguised enemies, and illusion skills would no longer pose a threat to him. Second, being immune to all true damage, a powerful effect that speaks for itself. Finally, attacks carrying true damage would demonstrate their power in future battles. This Tier 10 talent, combining offense and defense, was beyond impressive. If one had to use an expression to describe it, it would be like a cow exploding, simply unbelievable. Staring at the talent description, Fong Shin felt a surge of emotion and unconsciously tightened his grip on his weapon. Even with his resilient mindset, he was struck by the power of the Tier 10 talent. After acquiring the Tier 10 talent, Fong Shin turned his attention to the mysterious pink treasure chest. He knew that a Tier 7 chest was orange, so this pink chest was at least Tier 8. In his past life, the highest tier chest he had seen was the Tier 7 orange chest, from which his weapon, Bai Yin Blade, originated, propelling him into the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. Using the expansive view from the rooftop, Fong Shin quickly pinpointed the location of the pink light beam, the center of the largest football stadium in ZZ City. At the same time, he noticed that on the other side of the city, security forces were engaged in fierce combat with mutated beasts. Machine guns spewed fire, and explosions echoed continuously. Although electronic components had failed, conventional firearms still proved effective, continuously mowing down the mutated beasts. The security forces advanced steadily until several massive mutated beasts appeared, turning the tide. These beasts charged through the barrage into the security forces, causing massive destruction and proving difficult to kill. Fong Shin pondered silently. While conventional weapons were effective, the system did not recognize them as data weapons, which might explain why they struggled to completely annihilate the mutated beasts. Modern weapons might still harm first or second-tier mutated beasts, but tonight, they'll be as useless as scrap metal. The fundamental laws of the world are about to change completely tonight. Fong Shin sighed softly, his gaze sweeping over the cityscape at night. With the wind howling, Fong Shin moved like an arrow shot from a bow, darting off the rooftop. He wove through the skyscrapers with fluid grace, like a ghost in the night sky. In just a few leaps, he was at the soccer field. Fong Shin landed on the glass facade of a nearby luxury hotel, tapping his feet lightly to glide down at an incredible speed. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A lizard's head, the size of a car, emerged from the edge of the facade, and a shadow streaked towards him with astonishing speed, sparks flying in the air. Humph! Fong Shin snorted coldly, springing into the air. He spun like a top, defying the laws of physics as he changed positions multiple times. The shadow's surprise attack failed, retreating rapidly. Fong Shin wouldn't let it escape. With his first-tier enhanced dynamic vision, he maintained his spinning stance, attacking continuously in midair, each blow landing precisely on the same spot. 3 differently colored damage numbers appeared: a yellow 310 for physical damage, a blue 50 for freezing damage, and a pure white 1932 for the most powerful true damage. This data made Fong Shin's heart skip a beat. The fact that his 1932 attack power, capable of easily killing third-tier, named mutated beasts, only dealt around 300 physical damage, clearly indicated that this mutated beast was far more terrifying than third-tier ones. The spiral attack increased Fong Shin's attack frequency, with damage numbers raining down like a storm. Suddenly, with a snap, the shadow was severed, and a piece of its tongue fell onto the glass facade. Fong Shin stopped spinning, and the mutated lizard's information appeared. Tongue lash and tail flick dark wall demon. 4th tier, named mutated beast. Level, 19. Health, 250,000. Beware of all vertical walls. Fortunately, when you encounter a dark wall demon, the time of your death can be measured in microseconds. Fong Shin was shocked. A 4th tier, named mutated beast, evolving at a rate far beyond imagination. Was it caused by the pink treasure chest? If not for his 10th tier talent, he would have struggled to cope. Thoughts flashed through his mind as Fong Shin sprinted towards the mutated lizard, the dark wall demon. The air was pierced with the swift lash of a tongue as the dark wall demon launched its rapid attack. Fong Shin moved like a bolt of lightning, zigzagging swiftly to evade the mutated gecko's tongue strike. Within seconds, he was upon the colossal creature. The massive mutated gecko crawled over from the other side of the glass curtain wall, resembling a resurrected prehistoric dragon, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its size dwarfed even a 10-meter-long mutated crocodile, defying all logic. Since the escalation of the war, the order of modern civilization had completely collapsed, and nothing followed the norms anymore. With his rich battle experience, Fong Shin accurately anticipated the enemy's movements. His frostbite struck the incoming tongue precisely, triggering the special effect of Black Winter. A thick layer of frost enveloped the gecko's body. Seizing this opportunity, Fong Shin launched a frenzied attack. However, due to the difference in attributes, the freezing effect lasted less than 2 seconds. The mutated gecko shook off the frost with ease. It let out a low growl and lashed its tongue at Fong Shin once more. Simultaneously, another thicker and longer shadow attacked from the side, moving so fast it caused a sonic boom. Given Fong Shin's current attributes, he should not have been able to dodge this attack. However, 300 years of combat experience endowed him with a keen instinct for crisis. In the nick of time, Fong Shin leapt up as if he had foreseen the attack, his reaction speed surpassing even the gecko's dual assault. By a hair's breadth, Fong Shin skillfully evaded the deadly strike. The thick shadow smashed into the curtain wall beneath him, shattering the glass and steel instantly. This blow triggered a chain reaction, causing the entire glass wall to buckle under the mutated gecko's terrifying weight and begin to collapse. The enormous beast lost its balance and plummeted from midair. Fong Shin smirked. Everything was under his control. This was one of his meticulously devised battle plans. Although the 4th tier named mutated beast had yet to unlock its abilities and intelligence, it was no match for the battle-hardened Fong Shin in terms of combat strategy. Even with the difference in attributes, this mutated gecko was merely prey in Fong Shin's eyes. Fong Shin steadied himself in the air, leaping across the exposed steel beams. His mastery over his strength allowed him to effortlessly land atop the gecko's head. Now was the time to unleash his full power. Damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall. In the brief span from airborne to landing, Fong Shin inflicted at least 50,000 points of damage. Yet, This was only a fifth of the gecko's 250,000 health points. With a deafening crash, the mutated gecko slammed into the ground, causing the entire floor to tremble violently. This was the hotel's guest room floor, and the confined space restricted the gecko's movement. It thrashed its body, reducing the surrounding walls to rubble. Suddenly, a woman hiding in a guest room was exposed to the gecko's sight. Upon seeing the terrifying beast, she couldn't help but scream, instinctively trying to flee. Her cry instantly caught the gecko's attention. In a flash, its tongue shot out like lightning, sticking to the woman. A glint flashed in Fong Shin's eyes as he thought to himself, the opportunity has arrived. Fong Shin squinted his eyes, his figure moving like a phantom to the mouth of the mutated gecko. With a flash of blades, he swiftly severed its long tongue at the root. Blood spurted as the critical damage numbers danced in the air. The disarmed mutated gecko went berserk with pain, its thick tail whipping violently towards Fong Shin. However, the narrow confines of the guest room became its own trap. The tail struck the walls with a loud crash, causing several of them to collapse. Despite its fierce attack, the speed was significantly reduced, revealing its attack trajectory. Fong Shin easily dodged, thinking to himself, the attack methods of these named mutated beasts are too simplistic nowadays. As this thought crossed his mind, his assault rained down like a storm. Amidst the flurry of blades, blood splattered, staining the ceiling, walls, and floor. The mutated gecko's head was slashed open, exposing its stark white bones. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Behind Fong Shin, the gecko's tail suddenly split into two. The tip of the tail eerily twitched on the ground, sprouting a sharp needle-like mouth and blade-like limbs. This grotesque entity silently lunged at the back of Fong Shin's head. In the nick of time, Fong Shin spun around, his blades weaving a deadly web. The mutated tail creature was instantly sliced into several pieces, falling to the ground with a thud. With a thunderous crash, the mutated gecko broke through the wall, writhing its massive body as it attempted to flee. Instinctively, it sensed a formidable opponent and tried to escape by abandoning its tail. But Fong Shin wouldn't let it go. Hunting mutated creatures was one of his primary goals upon his return. Just as he was about to give chase, a female voice suddenly called out from behind, "Help! Please help me. I'm Zhao Maiba. You must know who I am." Zhao Maiba, a celebrity who was wildly popular in 20XX. This information flashed through Fong Shin's mind. "As long as you protect me, I'll give you a lot of money." The famous Zhao Maiba called out desperately. Fong Shin ignored her, his steps unfaltering as he reached the hole in the wall. "Don't go, please don't go." Zhao Maiba panicked. "If you don't want money, fine. Just protect me, and I'll be your girlfriend. I can even make it public." The star, once the dream of countless men, was now pleading earnestly. "I'm begging you, don't leave, please don't leave. Look at me. Just turn around and look at me." Fong Shin paid no heed, treating her as if she were air, and leapt out through the wall hole without a backward glance. Catching up with the mutated gecko, Fong Shin engaged in an efficient slaughter. The gecko, now devoid of any offensive capability, was merely a massive target. Under Fong Shin's fluid attacks, damage numbers continuously appeared above its head, its life force rapidly dwindling to less than 20,000. With just a few seconds more, this fourth-tier mutated beast would fall beneath Fong Shin's blades. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected mutation occurred. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating across the ground. Fong Shin's instincts screamed danger, prompting him to react instantly. He swiftly sidestepped, his long knife striking like lightning, pinning a mutated lizard to the ground. Simultaneously, his hand moved with astonishing speed, retrieving an acid plant sac from his system space. Fong Shin's body spun like a top, his arm muscles humming like countless tiny motors, transmitting power layer by layer. He accurately hurled the Tier 3 green material towards the rooftop of a residential building. As the acid plant sac soared through the sky, a sniper bullet slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. On the rooftop, a man in a trench coat held a sniper rifle, a smug smile on his face. However, his smile froze instantly. The acid plant sac burst above his head, releasing a torrent of highly corrosive acid. The man had no time to scream before he and his sniper rifle dissolved into an unrecognizable mixture. This was the brutal reality of the Ascension War. After humans gained system powers, the world changed completely. Former rules and morals were discarded, and the ruthless law of the jungle reigned supreme. Everyone was both hunter and prey, but Fong Shin was neither. He was the true master of this jungle. To Fong Shin, a sniper rifle was merely a toy. Even a direct hit could hardly harm him. He casually approached the mutated lizard and swiftly ended its life. A system notification appeared. "You have slain the tongue flicker dark wall demon, Tier 4, a named mutated beast, earning 350,000 experience points and 50,000 gold coins. Your level has increased, granting you 5 free attribute points. Your heroic deed of slaying the tongue flicker dark wall demon, Tier 4, a named mutated beast, is recorded in history and will be remembered forever. Around the world, all surviving humans saw a book exuding a sense of historical gravity appear before them. The ornate silver-etched pages turned, revealing a new chapter. The image of the mutated lizard was vividly depicted, with gilded text clearly stating, Tongue Flicker Dark Wall Demon, Tier 4, a named mutated beast. Slayer, Fong Shin. This name appeared for the third time in this mysterious book. Everyone, except those who were illiterate, etched Fong Shin deeply into their minds. Simultaneously, strong individuals worldwide also took notice of this name. In the east, a swordsman pierced a Tier 2 mutated bat with his long sword. His golden eyes gazed into the distance as he muttered, Fong Shin? An Eastern name. This world has become so interesting. In a luxurious room, a strikingly handsome young man with a hint of mischief sat leisurely on a large sofa, swirling a glass of red wine. He chuckled softly. So intriguing. Fong Shin, I'm sure you won't disappoint me. Elsewhere, a female warrior thrust her lightning-wreathed spear at a giant bull. She thought to herself, Fong Shin, sounds like a man's name. Is there really such a powerful man in this world? Thus, Fong Shin's name truly entered the sights of the world's elite, as a legend quietly began to unfold. Fong Shin paid no attention to his name frequently appearing in the server announcements. His focus was solely on rapidly enhancing his strength. This time, defeating the Tier 4 named mutant beast not only triggered a server-wide notification, but also brought substantial extra rewards. The system's notification sounded in his ear. You have slain a Tier 4 named mutant beast for the first time, earning 20 free attribute points as a reward. 20 free attribute points equate to the attribute values gained from leveling up 4 times in the first stage, making this reward quite generous. Without any hesitation, Fong Shin allocated these 20 points along with the 5 points from leveling up, a total of 25 points, all to his strength. As the attribute points were assigned, Fong Shin felt an immense power surging within him. He clenched his fist, watching as the system panel's numbers rapidly changed, finally settling on a staggering figure, 2,724 attack power. Holy crap, Fong Shin couldn't help but exclaim. This attack power was explosive, far exceeding his expectations. Just then, the belly of the slain mutant gecko burst open, revealing 3 items. Fong Shin quickly stepped forward to inspect them, and found that one was a Tier 4 blue chest, while the other 2 were valuable materials. The first material was the Dark Wall Demon's Tongue, which the system described as Tier 4 blue, material springy and chewy, a rare ingredient that can be used to create delicious food with special effects. Fong Shin couldn't help but think, pig tongue, duck tongue, sparrow tongue, these are common ingredients, but gecko tongue? That's unheard of. The second material was the Dark Wall Demon's Tail, also Tier 4 blue quality. The system explained, material with magical properties, it can be used to craft potions or incorporated into weapon and armor forging to add extraordinary additional attributes. Fong Shin was secretly delighted. Tier 4 blue materials are valuable even in later stages, let alone at this point. He casually stored these 2 materials in the system storage space, and then turned his attention to the Tier 4 blue chest. This chest was crafted from a single piece of blue metal, seamless and emanating a cold, futuristic sheen. As Fong Shin touched it, a system prompt appeared. Open the Tier 4 blue chest, costing 2,000 gold coins. Open it. Spend 20,000 gold coins to change the chest contents, which may increase the item tier or yield additional item rewards. After a brief consideration, Fong Shin decided to open the chest directly. With 2,000 gold coins deducted, a fine seam suddenly appeared on the blue metal box, and the entire lid rotated open. However, as Fong Shin eagerly looked inside, his expression froze. The contents of the box were completely unexpected. The Tier 4 treasure chest opened slowly, revealing 2 items inside. A helmet emitting a blue glow and a parchment scroll shimmering with a yellow radiance. Fong Shin held his breath, and as he reached out to touch the chest, a mysterious energy surged into his body. 1 in a million, Fong Shin exclaimed, noticing an unexpected item appear in the chest. Astonishingly, one of the original items transformed dramatically from Tier 4 blue to Tier 5 yellow. Carefully, Fong Shin picked up the helmet and inspected it closely. It wasn't a typical enclosed helmet, but a finely crafted ring-shaped headpiece. Its design was simple yet elegant, showcasing extraordinary craftsmanship. Flame feather headpiece, Tier 4 blue. Fong Shin murmured, examining the headpiece's attributes. Durability, 200,200. Required level, 20. Defense, 160. Fire element resistance, 10. Fire element damage reduction, 20 points. Special effect 1. Continuously burning flame, automatically restores equipment durability, slowly regenerates a small amount of health related to stamina. Special effect 2. Flame feather power, inflicts 100 fire damage with each hit on an enemy. Fong Shin couldn't help but admire. Though the forger of this headpiece has been lost to history, their exquisite craftsmanship remains awe-inspiring. The fiery red feather is the crowning touch, perfectly reflecting the creator's artistic vision. His attention then shifted to the Tier 5 yellow skill scroll. Carefully, he unrolled the parchment to reveal mysterious runes. Skill name, Phantom-active skill. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Effect, the user merges into a phantom, dashing forward 10 meters while ignoring all physical barriers, leaving behind an illusion. The illusion has no attack power but shares the same defense and health as the user, lasting up to 5 seconds. At the bottom of the scroll, a small inscription read, "Mind the distance, or you might end up stuck in a wall or fall into lava." To avoid such tragedies, ensure your destination is within sight when using this skill. A final piece of advice from a seasoned warrior who once dashed into a women's bath. Fong Shin nodded in satisfaction. A mobility skill, not bad. He quickly learned Phantom Dash and equipped the flame feather headpiece. As soon as he donned the headpiece, a surge of power coursed through him. To his amazement, his defense skyrocketed to 1,002 points, surpassing the 1,000-point threshold. At level 21, his defense was already double that of a top-tier shield warrior, enough to withstand attacks from Tier 3 mutated beasts truly formidable. While Fong Shin reveled in his newfound strength, a faint squeak, reached his ears. Initially sporadic, the sound soon turned into a continuous rustling, like countless tiny claws scratching, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, with a loud clang, a sewer manhole cover was flung aside. Several enormous rats, each the size of a large plate, emerged. Clang, clang. More covers were overturned as a swarm of gray rats surged forth, mouths agape with jagged teeth, swarming toward the nearby mutated gecko corpse. Fong Shin watched warily, noticing some of the rats had turned their attention to him. They broke away from the main group, crawling towards him with eyes glinting dangerously. Mutant gluttonous rats, level 1, ranging from levels 812. They consume food at an astonishing rate and reproduce even faster, using this exaggerated survival strategy to thrive in a harsh world. Fong Shin gazed at the surging swarm of rats, feeling a twinge of concern. These mutant rats seemed unusually large, and he speculated whether their weight exceeded 10 kilograms. Blades flashed and axes whirled. Despite their incredible reproductive ability, these level 1 mutant rats had pitifully low defenses. They were numerous, but under Fong Shin's fierce attack, they fell easily. Each swing of his blade could effortlessly kill more than a dozen rats. In the rapid rhythm of his assault, the blade cyclone skill triggered frequently. Mutant gluttonous rats fell in droves, dying en masse. In Fong Shin's view, the system notifications for gained experience scrolled like a waterfall. You killed a level 1 mutant gluttonous rat, gaining 210 experience points, 8 gold. You killed a level 1 mutant gluttonous rat, gaining 195 experience points, 8 gold. You killed a level 1 mutant gluttonous rat, gaining 230 experience points, 9 gold. Although these mutant rats were only level 812, which significantly reduced the experience gain per rat, their level 1 life rank made the experience yield quite cost-effective. If the experience wasn't enough, quantity made up for it. The system notifications continued to refresh incessantly. You killed a level 1 mutant gluttonous rat, gaining 220 experience points, 8 gold. You killed a level 1 mutant gluttonous rat, gaining 199 experience points, 8 gold. You killed a level 1 mutant gluttonous rat, gaining 195 experience points, 8 gold. Fong Shin's experience bar rose rapidly at a visible pace. In no time, the familiar sound of the monster-slaying tycoon system rang out again. Ding, my goodness, are you human or ghost? Ding, task completed. You have earned 2.5 billion gold. Ding, new task issued. Ding, task objective. Within 150 hours, kill 10,000 creatures weighing over 10 kilograms in a single hit. The higher the weight of the creature killed, the greater the reward. The appearance of the monster-slaying tycoon system confirmed one thing. These mutant rats were indeed extraordinarily plump, weighing over 10 kilograms, truly living up to the name giant rats. Meanwhile, Fong Shin noticed that his experience bar was overflowing. A familiar golden light flashed, and Fong Shin's level surged to 22. This speed of leveling up was even faster than that of the mutated beasts. He recalled the early days of the apocalypse, when humans leveled up much more slowly than the mutated beasts, reminiscent of the challenging early days of an online game. Fong Shin's body moved like a precision machine, every action honed to perfection. He dispatched the mutant voracious rats with the most efficient and energy-saving methods. The road was littered with the bodies of the mutant rats, their numbers continuously climbing. 3,000, 4,000, 6,000, 10,000. As the experience notifications poured down like a waterfall, Fong Shin killed over 10,000 mutant rats, gaining more than 2 million experience points. His level shot up from 22 to 25. In this massacre, he also acquired hundreds of first-level gray treasure chests. This showed that the drop rate for first-level gray chests among ordinary first-level mutant beasts was only about 1%, quite rare. The monster killing system, repeatedly interrupted, popped up again with a prompt. Ding, I'm not human, but you must be a demon. You're not just killing monsters. You're killing the very concept of monster killing itself. For you, killing monsters is just a noun. Ding, mission completed. You have earned 5 billion coins. Ding, new mission released. Ding, mission objective. Within 350 hours, kill 10 creatures weighing over 50 kilograms. The higher the weight of the creature killed, the greater the reward. 5 billion coins. Even in his past life, Fong Shin had never seen such a fortune. This amount could establish a vast territory. He wondered if the reward was so generous because he had killed larger mutated beasts. This time, Fong Shin noticed the subtlety in the monster killing system's final prompt. The word quality appeared twice, once referring to killing 10 creatures over 50 kilograms, and the other indicating that the higher the quality of the creature, the greater the reward. Clearly, the latter quality did not merely refer to weight, but hinted at the creature's overall strength. Looking at the newly issued monster killing task, Fong Shin couldn't help but smile. What kind of narrative would unfold if this monster killing system appeared in modern civilized society? Perhaps there would be a story about the world's strongest slaughterhouse owner monopolizing global slaughterhouses, or the ruthless wealthiest person doing such things every day, attracting protests from animal rights advocates. A soft smile played on Fong Shin's lips as distant memories floated to the surface of his consciousness like bubbles. As an orphan growing up in an orphanage, he once found joy in reading those wildly imaginative novels during his free time, deriving cheap, yet fulfilling pleasure from them. However, the outbreak of the Ascension War turned those ordinary and happy days into mere shadows. Now, everyone had to compete for survival. Suddenly, a sharp squeak, squeak, interrupted Fong Shin's thoughts. Squeak? Squeak, squeak. The mutated, gluttonous rat's primitive brain finally registered the abnormal situation. It glanced around, realizing that its once bustling rodent companions had vanished without a trace. In their place lay heaps of gruesome, severed limbs and remains, including the bodies of those it had been mating with just yesterday. Fear surged through the rat's body like an electric current, its beady eyes widening in terror. Squeak, 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 it shrieked, its voice filled with panic. This human was far more terrifying than the cats it had once feared. Survival instincts kicked in, leaving it with only one choice: flee. Time to escape. I can't let my breeding plans end here. As if understanding its thoughts, the other surviving rats scattered in all directions, disappearing in an instant. The time was 4:18 p.m. on the 0th day of the 0th month in the year 0 of the new era. Fong Shin finally arrived near the football stadium, with the towering pink beam of light dazzlingly close, breathtakingly beautiful. However, as he turned the corner, a shocking scene unexpectedly unfolded before him. A massive lion's corpse lay sprawled across the road, blocking the way like a small mountain. The lion's golden mane shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a blazing flame. Yet, the most striking feature was its neck, a clean, smooth cut where the head was missing. Fong Shin cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noting that besides the headless lion carcass, there was no sign of any other mutated beasts near the stadium. Judging by the lingering aura on the corpse, he quickly deduced that this was at least a fourth-tier, named mutant beast. Just then, a loud shout shattered the silence. Stop! It's dangerous ahead. With this warning, 5 tall figures emerged from behind the lion's massive body. They were dressed in crisp security military uniforms, each holding the leash of a large, imposing security dog. Above the heads of these dogs, glowing green text indicated their friendliness to humans. These security dogs, bonded with humans, had successfully overcome their inner beastly nature during the mutation process, choosing to continue fighting for humanity. Despite trembling in the presence of the lion's body, these loyal companions steadfastly guarded the security soldiers. Fong Shin understood that these individuals alone couldn't have slain such a powerful lion. He surmised that the security force's purpose here was to investigate the situation. Facing this respectable security team and their bonded beasts, Fong Shin halted and stood tall. Whether in the past civilized society or in this harsh new era, this group and their bonded animals deserved Fong Shin's genuine respect. A security officer, eyes sharp and filled with respect, watched Fong Shin closely. I can sense your strength. However, my friend, there are terrifying beasts ahead. You can't go any further, he warned, gently stroking the alert security dog by his side. We're clearing out the mutated beasts to ensure the road is safe, and we're organizing the evacuation of people to secure areas. You should come with us. Fong Shin declined without hesitation. I must go deeper. There's something I must obtain. Besides, his tone turned grave. A disaster will strike this area at precisely 6:18 p.m. You must evacuate before then. The security officers exchanged puzzled looks, and the young leader asked, What kind of disaster? Do you have any proof? Fong Shin looked them in the eyes and enunciated clearly. The sky will fall, the earth will crack. My proof is my name, Fong Shin. The leader furrowed his brow in thought, muttering to himself, Fong Shin, Fong Shin. Why does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly, a young security officer exclaimed excitedly, Captain, it's that Fong Shin, the one who killed 2 third-tier named mutant beasts and a 4th-tier named mutant beast. He gazed at Fong Shin with admiration, his eyes shining with excitement. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it really you? Fong Shin nodded in confirmation, displaying his system name. This unique verification was more reliable than fingerprints, irises, or even an ID card. It was bound to a person's soul, making it impossible to fake. Upon confirming Fong Shin's identity, the leader's expression turned exceptionally serious. I will convey your warning to the higher-ups immediately. Fong Shin earnestly replied. I hope you make the right choice. With that, he bid farewell to the 5 security officers and continued towards the stadium. As he got closer, the outline of the stadium became clearer, colorful flags fluttering in the wind. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The usual summer chorus of insects was replaced by an unsettling silence. Fong Shin stepped into this strange area without hesitation. He noticed a section of the stadium wall had been breached by some force and entered through this gap, passing through the dim player tunnel to reach the brightly lit football field. Inside the vast stadium, 100,000 seats sat empty, and the bright lights illuminated the field as if it were daytime. Advertisements for Coca-Cola, Nike, and Adidas were clearly visible along the sidelines. In the center of the field, a glowing orb the size of a treasure chest emitted a brilliant pink beam of light, shooting skyward. Despite the seemingly empty stadium, Fong Shin felt his hair stand on end. It was a primal reaction to extreme danger. But retreat was not an option. Everything he had done since the game began led to this pink beam of light. This was his only chance. Phantom Charge. As soon as Fong Shin stepped out of the player tunnel, he activated his skill. His body became a blur, racing straight towards the pink orb. Just then, he sensed a chilling presence behind him, a sharp whistling sound in the air as if something had narrowly missed him. The 10-meter distance vanished in an instant. Fong Shin spun his body forward, instantly repositioning himself to face the player tunnel, his senses on high alert as he scanned his surroundings. The light suddenly twisted and distorted before returning to normal. Fong Shin finally saw the true form of his attacker, a mantis as large as a truck, entirely transparent and perfectly blending with the surrounding air. The light passed through its body without any reflection, making it seem as though the giant mantis didn't exist at all. This was a permanently invisible mantis. Fortunately, Fong Shin's awakened talent, true judgment, allowed him to see through all illusions and disguises. Without it, with his current abilities, he would only be able to detect the mantis's position the moment it attacked, turning him into a completely passive prey. However, under the influence of his 10th tier talent, the terrifying mutant beast's key ability was rendered completely ineffective, leaving it with nowhere to hide. The transparent mantis's triangular head bore cold compound eyes that fixated on Fong Shin. Its huge, smooth scythe-like forearms slowly unfolded, resembling 2 deadly curved blades. A system prompt appeared before Fong Shin. Invisible Terror Kazil. 5th tier, true, name mutant beast. Life value, 23. Combat power, 1.2 million. A terrifying prophecy followed. You cannot escape. Death is imminent. Limbs severed, blood splattering in the air. The fear Kazil brings will make you dread every inch of the air because you never know if Kazil is right beside you. Fong Shin's expression was grave. His knowledge of true name mutant beasts was extremely limited. In the past 300 years, he had encountered only one true name mutant beast, a wounded 7th tier mutant beast that had crazily attacked humanity's largest fortress. In the end, humanity paid a huge price, exhausting all their resources and sacrificing tens of thousands of elite warriors to barely kill it. The only thing Fong Shin was certain of was that true name mutant beasts were far more terrifying than named mutant beasts. Researchers in his past life speculated that due to their overwhelming power, the system acknowledged their existence and granted them unique names. Unlike titles such as Digestive Tract or Dark Wall, a real name like Kazil represented ultimate strength. Kazil's life value of 1.2 million alone was a testament to its horror. This figure was more than 4 times that of a 4th tier named mutant beast. Fong Shin was now facing such an incredibly powerful mutant creature. An intangible pressure filled the air, like a pack of wolves surrounding him, awakening the primal fear of predators buried deep within human genes. However, despite facing such a dreadful opponent, Fong Shin remained unmoved, showing no signs of panic. He stood firm, his gaze resolute, ready to face this life-and-death battle. Fong Shin was utterly focused, entering a state of intense concentration. In his mind, combat-related data such as wind speed, direction, temperature, ground friction, and his body's maximum explosive power flashed by like lightning. The standoff with Kazil lasted less than a second, yet it felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Kazil, resembling a mantis, shifted from extreme stillness to rapid motion. His scythe-like forearms instantly assumed an attack stance, moving so quickly that they vanished from Fong Shin's sight. A strong sense of impending danger surged within Fong Shin, realizing it was a visual illusion caused by the attack's incredible speed. In a split second, Fong Shin's body instinctively reacted defensively. He couldn't dodge, but managed to cross his axe and sword to block. The scythe struck heavily against his weapons, the immense impact sending Fong Shin flying into the air. A glaring damage number flashed above his head, marking the most severe injury he had suffered since his rebirth, with his health dropping by nearly half. Gazelle unfurled his wings, rushing towards Fong Shin in midair with astonishing speed, even bending the light passing through his transparent body. Fong Shin found himself in extreme danger, yet he did not surrender. While airborne, Fong Shin quickly activated a skill embedded in his chest armor Darkscale Guardian. A mysterious teleportation circle appeared on the ground below. Amidst the rising clamor of Murloc cries, 2 Darkscale Murloc warriors and a Darkscale Murloc shaman materialized on the field. The Murloc warriors charged fearlessly at Gazelle, while the shaman began casting spells, bouncing in place. A red light flickered, and Fong Shin gained a beneficial effect. Despite the dire situation, this unexpected reinforcement offered Fong Shin a glimmer of hope. Fong Shin gained the Merman's Valor buff, which increased his attack speed by 30 for 10 minutes. Steadying himself, he seized the moment when the Darkscale Murloc warrior distracted Gazelle and darted to the side of the mantis mutant like an arrow released from a bow. Amidst the clash of blades, Fong Shin's weapon struck hard against Gazelle's transparent body. However, 3 glaring zero-damage indicators appeared in succession, ruthlessly announcing that his physical, frost, and fire attacks were all ineffective. Fortunately, with each swing, Fong Shin's weapon emitted a solid white glow. This glow, sharp as a blade, easily tore through Gazelle's seemingly impenetrable defense. Real damage numbers continuously appeared, leaving clear marks on Gazelle's carapace. This was Fong Shin's greatest trump card against the mutant beast with a true name-real damage. The Merman Shaman's buff had an immediate effect, significantly increasing Fong Shin's attack speed. His weapon fell upon Gazelle like a torrential storm. Meanwhile, the lifesteal effect of the bloodthirsty blade was triggered, and Fong Shin's health rapidly recovered to peak condition. However, when Fong Shin glimpsed Gazelle's staggering 1.2 million health points, he couldn't help but grimace. He realized this was destined to be a long battle. I must first understand Gazelle's attack patterns, Fong Shin thought to himself. Let these Murlocs be the cannon fodder. Just as he finished his thought, the Darkscale Murloc warrior charged at Gazelle with a roar. Unfortunately, this creature, summoned by armor skills, was of limited quality and was sliced into countless pieces by Gazelle in less than a second, leaving a mess of fish meat on the ground. Witnessing the fate of its companion, the Darkscale Murloc shaman was enraged and immediately launched a lightning bolt at Gazelle. However, this damage was nothing more than a scratch to the massive mutant beast. Perhaps unable to tolerate being provoked by such lowly creatures, Gazelle completely ignored Fong Shin and, with a massive flap of its wings, swooped down on the Murloc shaman like lightning. In an instant, the Murloc shaman was slain on the spot. Gazelle's nauseating chewing mouthparts moved, and in the blink of an eye, devoured the Murloc shaman's head. Observing this, Fong Shin felt a tinge of joy. Only ordinary physical attacks, this is good news, he calculated silently. Seeing that, aside from its invisibility, Gazelle hadn't evolved any other powerful skills, Fong Shin felt more confident in his chances of winning this battle. Footsteps moved with a peculiar rhythm as Fong Shin ghosted behind Gazelle, constantly adjusting his position. With a series of attacks from his bloodthirsty blade and icy bite, white damage numbers flashed continuously, and Gazelle's health was slowly dwindling. Although this mantis-like mutated beast had awakened its invisibility ability, to Fong Shin, it was merely a larger mantis with slightly enhanced speed and strength. Calmly, Fong Shin analyzed Gazelle's 3 weaknesses: its soft underbelly, the fragile connection between its head and body, and its inability to attack from behind. Gazelle swung its scythes, capable of slicing through hard alloy with ease, yet failed to reach Fong Shin. It kept turning, unable to locate its opponent, essentially becoming a sitting target. Fong Shin fought efficiently and calmly, continuously inflicting damage while skillfully evading attacks. At this stage, my only attack method is a basic strike, and Gazelle isn't much better off, Fong Shin mused. It has all the weaknesses of a mantis. As time passed, Gazelle's defeat seemed inevitable. However, Fong Shin remained vigilant, knowing that against a mutated beast, unexpected situations could arise at any moment. Sure enough, with a faint zzz, Gazelle suddenly spread its wings. In an instant, dense spikes shot out like a torrential rain, enveloping Fong Shin. In that moment, Fong Shin seized the opportunity. When Gazelle spread its wings, it exposed its soft underbelly. He reacted swiftly, defying the laws of physics as he shifted positions rapidly, dodging most of the spikes. However, the sheer density meant some still hit him. The spikes exploded upon impact, causing secondary damage. Fong Shin's health plummeted, leaving him with only half remaining in a short span of time. Meanwhile, the spikes that missed him struck the concrete walls, exploding like firecrackers hitting tofu. The walls shattered, sending chunks of concrete flying and dust obscuring Fong Shin's vision. Despite the sudden ferocity of the attack, Fong Shin remained unfazed. His attack rhythm was unaffected, each strike still accurately hitting the mutated mantis. Finally, Fong Shin's physical attacks broke through Cazel's defenses, no longer dealing zero damage. The battle entered a new phase, with both sides exchanging blows, the intensity escalating continuously. The transparent liquid splashed out as Fong Shin's sharp blade finally pierced through the tough outer skin of Cazel's abdomen. Blood gushed like a fountain, and Fong Shin felt the impact of his strike surge dramatically. Simultaneously, the blood-sucking effect of the bloodthirsty blade activated, with a red aura swirling around the blade and seeping into Fong Shin through the handle. 196,205,325.2. The numbers kept jumping, and Fong Shin's health quickly restored to full. Fong Shin's attacks were fluid and seamless, without the slightest hindrance. He unleashed the full potential of his attributes, delivering each strike with precision and ferocity. Today, I will slay the true-named mutant beast. Fong Shin vowed silently, his assault growing increasingly fierce. However, Cazel, as a true-named mutant beast, would not be defeated so easily. It suddenly spread its wings and glided nearly 10 meters away. Being newly born, Cazel's wings were still short and unable to support true flight, allowing only such gliding leaps. Without hesitation, Fong Shin launched a phantom charge, trailing a chaotic airflow behind him as he pursued Cazel relentlessly, denying it any opportunity for a direct confrontation. Just as Fong Shin was about to close in on Cazel from behind, a strong sense of danger surged within him. Instinctively, he transformed his charge into an upward rolling leap. This abrupt change in movement caused Fong Shin to suffer damage himself, with a string of damage numbers appearing above his head. It seems I pushed it a bit too far. Fong Shin gritted his teeth, acknowledging that the forced maneuver had inflicted considerable harm on his body. At the moment Fong Shin leaped, Cazel spun at extreme speed in place. Huosha formless air blades swept beneath Fong Shin's head, severing a few strands of falling hair. The deadly strike narrowly missed, leaving Fong Shin with lingering fear. Boom! The air blade struck a distant concrete wall, instantly slicing the solid structure into countless fragments. Fong Shin's heart tightened. Had that strike landed, he would likely be gravely injured or on the brink of death. A fifth-tier true-named mutant beast, even as a freshly mutated juvenile, demonstrated a terrifying power that sent chills down one's spine. Fong Shin knew well that this battle was far from over. The Real challenge was just beginning. Khazir's life level had reached the 5th tier, while Fong Shin was only at the 1st tier, giving Khazir a significant advantage in terms of life force. However, with a 10th tier talent and a 6th tier weapon, Fong Shin managed to hold his own against this formidable mutated beast. In midair, Fong Shin swung his weapon with precision, repeatedly striking Khazir's sinister, triangular head. Khazir's recent spinning attack left it momentarily stunned, unable to mount an effective response. Pure white numbers representing true damage constantly flashed in the air like a digital rain. Despite Khazir's head being covered in an impenetrable shell, Fong Shin's high attack stats delivered considerable true damage. Khazir's life force visibly dwindled, suggesting its end was near. Sensing the dire situation, the 5th-tier, true-name mutated beast with some intelligence went into a frenzy. Its body began to spin and twist wildly, its massive sides slicing through the air with a terrifying screech. Boom, 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 boom. The battle between Fong Shin and Khazir reached a fever pitch, shattering the concrete floor of the football stadium and sending debris flying everywhere, as if a demolition team was wreaking havoc. Yet, this tremendous destruction stemmed solely from the intense clash between a single human and a beast. The Civilization Ascension War had brought humanity to the brink of extinction, but it also became an opportunity for human evolution. At this moment, several young security forces stood atop the stadium, watching the earth-shattering battle in awe. "Oh my God, is he a superhuman?" one young man exclaimed. "How can a human body be so powerful? This is concrete, yet it's as fragile as tofu. What is he fighting against? I can't even see it," another young man said, puzzled. "It must be an extremely powerful mutated beast," a third young man speculated. "Just look at how Xiao Huang and the others are reacting. It has to be an invisible, terrifying mutated beast. It's horrifying." The contract security dogs beside them trembled violently, their large heads lowered as they bit tightly onto the security soldiers' pants, as if begging them to leave this dangerous place immediately. Xiao Huang didn't even dare to let out a warning bark, clearly terrified by the scene before him. "Captain, what do you think about the warning he gave?" one soldier asked. The leading security soldier pondered for a moment before replying slowly. My intuition tells me we can trust him. But my opinion doesn't matter. The ultimate decision has to be made by our superiors. At that moment, another security soldier posed a difficult question. If the higher-ups decide to trust Fong Shin and order a retreat, what about the civilians? Are we just going to leave them to fend for themselves? The leader of the security team sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness towards the insignificance of humanity. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his companion and asked, if you knew about a mega tsunami and a mega volcanic eruption 2 hours in advance, what would you do? In the face of such natural disasters, we humans are still so powerless. Before he could finish speaking, a bright flare suddenly exploded in the sky, interrupting his thoughts. A distress signal, he exclaimed, suddenly alert. We need to return immediately and report to the commander. The security team quickly mounted their well-trained security dogs and raced back towards the main unit. As they ran, the leader complained, even the communication devices have failed. This is really troublesome. Meanwhile, a once bustling football field had turned into a wasteland. The formerly smooth green turf was now scarred and uneven. In this arena that once echoed with laughter and cheers, there was now only a desperate struggle between a man and a beast, transforming the civilized sports ground into a savage battleground. The fierce fight had been raging for quite some time, with several fishmen corpses scattered on the ground. These sacrifices had bought Fong Shin precious seconds, making their deaths particularly meaningful. Khazir's health was already reduced by half. It struggled frantically, but the shadow of death loomed ever closer. It became more frenzied, driven by a singular thought. If it could just hit Fong Shin once, it would savor this supreme delicacy and gain the chance for rapid evolution. However, Fong Shin, in a state of extreme focus, didn't give it such an opportunity. Compared to a fully evolved mutant, Khazir's skills were childish and laughable. Fong Shin thought to himself, once I kill it, my perfect start will be almost complete. As this thought passed, Fong Shin's attacks continued relentlessly like a tidal wave. Axes and long knives crisscrossed, inflicting continuous damage on Khazir. Khazir was at the end of its tether. Its defeat was inevitable. Simultaneously, the ominous phenomena in the sky grew more terrifying. The blood-red clouds thickened, almost within reach. The 5 varying-sized blood moons emitted increasingly bright light, with halos rippling outward, sweeping across the entire blue star continent. Suddenly, a blood rain began to fall from the sky, drenching the world in crimson, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Roars echoed from all directions, deafening and terrifying, as a bloody rain poured down, staining the once thriving city. The former masters of the city humans now huddled in skyscrapers, trembling like trapped animals. The mysterious power of the blood rain accelerated the evolution of mutant beasts, and time was running out. Fong Shin realized the urgency and intensified his attacks. At that moment, a system notification simultaneously echoed in the minds of all humans. Newbie task released. Task requirement, survive for 12 hours. Task rewards, experience 10,000, gold 500. Countdown, 017280 seconds. Another notification followed. Newbie initial reward released. All humans receive, gold 50. In a typical apartment building, a couple faced this sudden change. The burly husband solemnly said to his wife, honey, we can't just hide at home and wait for the end. The world has changed, and we must take the initiative to control our fate. Though worried, the wife nodded in agreement. You're right, you're the pillar of our family. What should we do? The husband decisively replied. Remember the shelter mentioned by the system? We should head there. I noticed it's in the direction where that young man who killed many mutant beasts came from. If we follow his path, we might encounter fewer dangers. The wife looked at her husband with relief. All right, I trust you. His gaze fell on the mysterious gray vine chest in the center of the living room. Since the system gave us gold, let's see if we can open this chest first. Then we'll head to the shelter immediately. The wife nodded in agreement. Yes, let's do that. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the city. However, those who chose to actively seek survival were few. Among 100 people, perhaps only one would have such a thought, and even fewer would take action. The few thousand years of civilized living had nearly eroded the survival instincts that humans had inherited over millions of years. Most people had grown accustomed to a peaceful and comfortable life, forgetting the hardships their ancestors endured to reach the top of the food chain. Today, if a modern person were thrown into the wilderness or a primitive jungle, their chances of survival would be slim. This sudden disaster would awaken the long-dormant wildness deep in human genes, the pride and survival instincts of a species at the top of the food chain. In the year zero of the new era, at precisely 6 p.m., humanity entered the Ascension era. This moment, known by new generation historians as the epical moment, marked the official release of the novice survival mission. At this pivotal moment, Fong Shin had been engaged in a fierce battle with Kazel, a 5th-tier, true-name mutant beast, for several hours. blood rain continually soaked the battlefield, significantly enhancing Cazel's regeneration rate. However, this did not halt Fong Shin's assault. Under his relentless and fierce attacks, Cazel's life force was suppressed to its limit. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the grassland heaved like ocean waves. This powerful earthquake demolished symbols of human civilization. The skyscrapers collapsed like a pile of blocks. The scene was apocalyptic, yet Fong Shin stood firm, focused solely on the battle before him. At 6:18 p.m., the decisive moment finally arrived. Fong Shin seized the opportunity to deliver the final, fatal blow. Despite Cazel's desperate attempts to regenerate, it was unable to withstand the immense damage inflicted by Fong Shin. Ultimately, this supreme entity among mutant beasts let out a mournful cry and fell heavily to the ground. This moment was destined to be eternally remembered. Fong Shin, single-handedly, had vanquished the mighty Cazel, a being that could have posed a threat to the entire species, silently falling at his feet. Instantly, an exquisite virtual book appeared before all civilized beings. Its golden pages were adorned with olive branches, and mystical runes glimmered like the night sky. The pages turned, displaying the final scene of Fong Shin slaying Cazel. Below the image, text gleamed like colorful gemstones. Formless Fear Cazel, 5th tier, true name mutant beast, soul slayer. Fong Shin, human of blue star. Following this, a series of system notifications appeared in order of importance, marking the end of this astonishing battle. Seeing the system notification, a glint of excitement flashed in Fong Shin's eyes. He quickly calculated the benefits of the newly acquired title: a 10 increase in experience gain. This wasn't just about a 10 boost in development speed. It meant that his growth rate would increase exponentially. Fong Shin nodded with satisfaction, filled with anticipation for the effects of this title. However, the system notifications didn't stop there. More surprises followed in quick succession, like a tidal wave. First kill of a 5th tier, true name mutated beast, reward, 100 free attribute points. This line flashed before Fong Shin's eyes. Compared to the 20 attribute points rewarded for killing a 4th tier named mutated beast, this reward was 5 times greater. Fong Shin couldn't help but gasp, feeling the leap in his strength. More system notifications fluttered down like snowflakes. Killed the formless Fear Cazel, a 5th tier, true name mutated beast. Gained 3 million experience points, 1 million gold coins. Level up, gained 5 free attribute points. Level up, gained 5 free attribute points. Level up, gained 5 free attribute points. 5 golden lights flashed in succession, and Fong Shin felt a surge of power within him. His level skyrocketed like a rocket, rising 5 levels in one breath to reach level 30. However, when his experience points exceeded 100, Fong Shin was surprised to find that his level no longer increased. A new system notification popped up: you have reached the 1st tier level cap. Please undergo a 2nd tier upgrade to continue leveling up. During this time, your experience points will accumulate and be stored. Just minutes before Fong Shin defeated Cazel, a temporary command tent was filled with tension. An imposing elder sat upright, having just listened to a report from a young leader of the security forces. The elder waved his hand, signaling for the young man to leave. The young security officer saluted and exited the tent. The elder surveyed the room, his gaze settling on the officers seated around the table. He spoke in a grave tone. Gentlemen, share your thoughts. Remember, this is an extraordinary time, and we must not be bound by conventional thinking. The officers exchanged glances. One of them spoke up. Altering our established evacuation and rescue plan for someone of unknown background seems risky. Another officer shook his head and countered. The situation has drastically changed from just a few hours ago. We must focus on the essence of the information rather than formality. The young man's identity is no longer the issue. If this information is accurate, we can prevent large-scale casualties and preserve our forces. Even if it's false, the retreat won't cause significant losses. A third officer nodded in agreement. General Lee is right. At times like these, we must weigh the pros and cons and make decisions that best serve the overall situation. The conference room was filled with a heavy silence. Everyone had just heard a shocking piece of news. A young man named Fong Shin had managed to slay a 4th tier named mutant beast. The terror of 3rd tier named mutant beasts was well known, akin to monsters from movies, and a 4th tier was beyond imagination. People couldn't help but speculate that Fong Shin must possess some extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, a burly man with a red face slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Damn it! If it weren't for the electronic components failing, we would have blown those monsters to pieces. Why did we have to sacrifice so many warriors?" His voice was filled with regret and anger. Another commander calmly analyzed the situation. "We've already made significant sacrifices to repel these monsters. Now, the resistance we face has greatly diminished. If we continue to advance, we might be able to rescue more civilians. I believe we should." Before he could finish, a luxurious book suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The pages flipped open on their own, revealing a line of dazzling text. as if inlaid with eternal gemstones. Invisible Firkazir, 5th tier true name mutant beast, solo slayer. Fong Shin, human of blue star. This line was like a heavy hammer, shattering everyone's thoughts. A 5th tier true name mutant beast was beyond their realm of understanding. The dignified elder sitting at the head of the table spoke slowly, his voice as steady and unmovable as a towering mountain. Issue my order, retreat. Yes. The commanders responded in unison, saluted, and left the command tent. The elder remained alone in the tent, his gaze deep and contemplative, murmuring to himself, Fong Shin, what kind of person are you? And what do you know? Meanwhile, the sky was roiling with dark clouds, and endless thunder rumbled fiercely within. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, like a merciless deity overlooking the struggling humans below. The moon's halo expanded outward, becoming increasingly bright, as an immense power enveloped the entire blue star. Boom, boom. The entire planet trembled under this power, emitting earth-shattering roars. The heavens and earth seemed to collapse, and mountains and rivers swayed. Amid this terrifying scene of a changing world, the city center was pulled by an invisible force, slowly lifting off the ground and ascending into the sky. Fong Shin silently picked up the items dropped after Khazir's death and, with determined steps, reached the highest point of the football stadium. His figure appeared especially solitary and resolute against the apocalyptic backdrop. Amidst the intense tremors, Fong Shin stood steadily, gazing into the distance. The horizon was vanishing, the curvature of the sky flattening, and colossal mountain silhouettes were rising in the far distance. This sight reminded him of a scene he had witnessed 300 years ago from the rooftop of a suburban house. Now, at the highest point of the city's football stadium, he was witnessing this astounding transformation once again. In the distance, several islands rose into the air, the sea swirling upwards to form awe-inspiring inverted waterfalls. Fong Shin understood that Blue Star was no longer a sphere, but had transformed into a flat continent. All continents had merged into one, resembling a giant ship sailing through the endless darkness of the cosmos, about to merge with other species' continents to engage in a brutal race for ascension. With a deep, resolute gaze and a stern expression, Fong Shin's heart burned with a murderous intent. He vowed to make the alien species experience despair that was more terrifying, brutal, and dark than in his previous life. His gaze turned to the pink light cluster in the system Spacea, mesmerizing, crystalline, illusory treasure chest. This was not a legendary 8th or mythical 9th tier, but a supreme 10th tier treasure chest. Fong Shin couldn't help but marvel at the enchanting beauty of the 10th tier chest's glow. Since his rebirth, Fong Shin had gone through continuous battles, awakening the monster-slaying tycoon system, each step intricately linked. Finally, after slaying a 5th tier, true-named mutant beast, he obtained this 10th tier pink supreme treasure chest, laying the foundation for a perfect beginning. At this moment, standing atop the airborne stadium, Fong Shin leaped. As he descended, he decisively allocated all 125 free attribute points to agility. As a peak warrior, he knew the importance of adapting to maximize his combat power. Recalling the beginning, to unleash the potential of a 6th tier weapon, he had once allocated all attribute points to strength. This caused his attack power to soar, enabling him to instantly kill ordinary mutant beasts and easily handle 2nd and 3rd tier mutants. Consequently, Fong Shin advanced to level 20 within a few hours. After awakening his talent, Fong Shin invested to acquire the 10th tier talent, True Judgment. The effect of true damage prompted him to change his strategy, no longer solely focusing on strength, but seeking a balance between strength and agility. Each point of agility increased attack speed, movement speed, and neural reaction speed by 1 point. The boost from these 125 agility points significantly enhanced Fong Shin's strength, especially the improvement in neural reaction speed, allowing him to perform incredible maneuvers. Fong Shin moved with agility in midair, deftly stepping on the rising debris, descending swiftly like a swallow. For someone who had reached the pinnacle, mastering this significant enhancement was effortless, showcasing just a glimpse of his past combat prowess. The entire city center began to ascend at an astonishing speed, reaching kilometers above the ground in just a few minutes. Skyscrapers crumbled with a roar, the concrete pavement cracked like a spider web, and massive stones shot upward like arrows, only to plummet back down like meteors. Fong Shin, with agile movements as fluid as flowing water, skillfully maneuvered in the air, using the ascending stones as stepping stones, and swiftly landed in a safe spot on the ground. Turning back to look, the scene before him was breathtaking. Under a blood-red sky, 9 massive islands were slowly rising into the air. From the distant 8 islands, dazzling pink beams of light shot up into the sky, with energy ripples spreading out like waves, echoing the haloed moon above. These distant islands soon disappeared into the thick clouds, their destination unknown. However, the island beneath Fong Shin's feet was different. It lacked the pink light beams and suddenly disintegrated midair. The entire island shattered instantly, with massive rocks weighing tens to hundreds of tons raining down to the ground. The constant thunderous crashes and billowing dust left a shocking, massive crater in the city center. This spectacular yet eerie scene seemed to suggest a mysterious connection between the blood moon and the 10th-tier pink treasure chest. Fong Shin's eyes grew cold as he silently vowed, "One day, I will unravel these mysteries with my own strength." With the eruption of the blood moon, the city plunged into chaos. The evolution of mutant beasts accelerated sharply, making them more ferocious and increasingly eager for human flesh. The city's air was filled with the chilling roars of mutant beasts echoing from all directions. Fong Shin realized he needed to find a safe place to hide. He decided to return to a familiar refuge in the park. On his way back, he stopped by a supermarket, emptying it of various food and supplies, storing them in his system space. This magical space had a super preservation function, eliminating concerns about spoilage. Fong Shin knew that in this new era, these seemingly ordinary supplies would become exceptionally valuable. With his supplies fully stocked, Fong Shin hurriedly moved, cautiously avoiding the mutant beasts roaming the streets, and finally returned safely to his refuge in the park. The runic protection array, formed by the exchange of crystals, emitted a faint blue light, like an invisible barrier clearly delineating the boundary between safety and danger. As Fong Shin stepped into the array, he paused, surprised by the scene before him. Contrary to his expectations of an empty refuge, the place was crowded. A quick glance revealed at least 10,000 people, far surpassing the few hundred he had encountered when he first arrived at such a refuge in his previous life. After a moment of thought, Fong Shin realized that these people must have followed the path he cleared towards the city center. Along the way, he had eliminated all mutated beasts, significantly reducing the danger for these survivors and allowing them to reach the crystal-protected areas safely. Looking around, Fong Shin observed the deep scars the disaster had left on these people. Some gazed up at the sky, eyes filled with shock and confusion. Others curled up on the ground, silently weeping as they hugged their knees. Still others appeared numb, as if they had lost all perception of their surroundings. Only time could heal these wounds. However, the brutal escalation of war would not grant them any respite. Soon, these survivors would have to take up arms and face life-and-death battles. Those unable to fight could not remain idle. They would need to tirelessly hone skills like alchemy, forging, and cooking to contribute to the refuge. More importantly, everyone needed to earn gold coins, as staying in the refuge required a payment every 24 hours. In this war concerning the survival of civilized races, the true cruelty was just beginning. At that moment, a loud voice shattered the silence of the refuge. "Comrades, we must begin self-rescue operations immediately." Looking towards the source, Fong Shin saw a middle-aged man standing on a table at the front of the park, calling out with a powerful voice. The man appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in tattered dress pants and a shirt stained with dried blood, his hair slightly disheveled, yet his sharp and capable demeanor remained evident. His straight posture seemed to silently speak of his military background. "I am Xiang Tianzi, the city inspector," the man continued. "I believe many of you have seen me on TV or heard my name in the news." His words instantly drew the crowd's attention. In such a time of disaster, people desperately needed a leader to emerge. "Inspector Xiang, it's really Inspector Xiang," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Isn't he the one who vigorously promoted social welfare and led the construction of the Cross-Sea Bridge?" "Yes, that's him. I saw him on TV. I never thought I'd see Inspector Xiang in person now." "Inspector Xiang, what should we do now? Will the security forces come to save us?" Facing the inquiries, Xiang Tianzi responded with resolute determination. "We cannot place our hope for survival in others. We must initiate self-rescue. I've observed that this refuge isn't under monster attack, which is crucial. This place is our safe haven. With over 10,000 people here, united, we form a formidable force." "Inspector Xiang, what should we do next?" someone asked urgently. Xiang Tianzi smiled slightly and continued. "That's exactly what I want to address. We all now have this so-called system, and I believe this is our chance for self-rescue. Levels, experience points, those monsters, all of this resembles virtual games I've played. Perhaps we can grow stronger by defeating these creatures." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Next, I'll explore this possibility and form a group willing to venture outside and fight with me." As soon as Inspector Xiangtian's finished speaking, Fong Shin's gaze shifted to the restless crowd. Their eyes sparkled with ambition and anticipation, as if they saw a new opportunity unfolding before them. Fong Shin silently appraised the situation. This young inspector, known for his sharpness and competence, had quickly adapted and was already planning to build his own fighting force. He was indeed different from those complacent officials. However, as a top-tier strongman, Fong Shin wasn't concerned with the inspector's actions. He understood what true power meant. Money? Just meaningless images printed on paper, a mere illusion in the form of numbers. The fluctuating stock market curves and sporadic financial crises all highlighted the absurd nature of this game. High-ranking positions? Even more ephemeral, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The assassination of the president of the great lighthouse nation was a stark reminder of the fragility of power. Fong Shin already had his answer. True strength lies in one's own capabilities. Money and power are merely byproducts of being truly strong. Ironically, many people get it backwards, believing that possessing money and power makes one a strong person. The escalation of civilization, the human-exclusive system, all these have opened the door to the path of true strength for everyone. Elevating one's life essence is the essence of true power. Like Inspector Zhang Dian's, if he can't ensure the growth of his own strength, what does it matter if he becomes the founder of a faction? He could meet his end at any moment. Disregarding the inspector's lengthy discourse, Fong Shin turned and walked toward the exchange crystal in the park. The bodies that once littered the ground had vanished, leaving only an empty expanse. Without hesitation, he connected to the exchange crystal and spent 500 gold coins to purchase a sturdy tent. This simple act seemed to signify his readiness for the challenges ahead. A sturdy tent, produced by the system, priced at 500 gold coins each, waterproof, fireproof, and theft-proof, with guaranteed quality and reliability. Most importantly, it's easy to set up. Fong Shin casually tossed the tent package onto the ground, and in an instant, a yellow-brown tent magically unfolded and stood firmly on the ground. This sudden scene immediately caught the attention of the surrounding crowd. People stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. This tent is so advanced. Is it the latest technology? A young man couldn't help but ask. What latest technology? Are you kidding? Phones don't work anymore. What technology could there be? A middle-aged man nearby scoffed. Could it be a tent sold by the crystal side? Another voice speculated. Probably. It costs 500 gold coins. Where did he get so much money? Killing those mutant beasts only earns you less than 1 gold coin. Did he kill thousands of them? A master, a strong individual indeed. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some wanted to approach and ask, but Fong Shin's cold aura intimidated them. I really want to go and ask, but I don't dare. He looks so cold. I have to say, this young guy is really handsome, a girl whispered. Indeed, much more handsome than those celebrity pretty boys. He has such an indescribable aura. There's a saying, a gentleman is warm like jade, but I think this young man is a gentleman cold as ice, an elderly man commented. Yes, sir, your description feels very apartment. Haha, your old man here is a cultured person. Despite the catastrophic disaster around them and the loss of so many lives, Fong Shin's striking appearance and demeanor still drew the crowd's attention, breaking through the gloom hanging over their hearts. Just as Fong Shin was about to enter the tent, a voice called out to him. Hey, young man, wait a moment. Xiang Tianzi quickly approached Fong Shin, speaking warmly. Young man, I noticed you as soon as you entered the park. You're not an ordinary person. Are you interested in joining our team? Fong Shin replied coldly. No. Xiang Tianzi, undeterred, continued to persuade him. Why not? In this situation, we can only get through this by sticking together. I can tell you have great abilities, and joining us would allow you to maximize your potential. Fong Shin simply waved his hand dismissively, clearly not on the same wavelength as Xiang Tianzi, making further conversation pointless. Just as Xiang Tianzi was about to say more, a swirling blue light suddenly appeared next to the exchange crystal. Mysterious runes danced out, pulling the blue light into the shape of a door. A dimensional portal. Fong Shin's pupils contracted as he gripped his weapon tightly, focusing intently on the vortex-like light. He thought to himself, are the aliens invading at this time? How is that possible? However, from the portal came a burst of ecstatic laughter. Haha, it's open. It's finally open. Blue Star has finally activated the crystal. A new era has begun. Ha! Accompanied by an ancient voice, the portal slowly opened, and several elderly figures with long, floor-length beards emerged one after another. They resembled humans, but their exceptionally long beards were particularly striking. The leader, an elder with a snow-white beard that nearly touched the ground, was especially notable. As these elders appeared, countless tiny golden lightning bolts suddenly erupted in the void, twinkling like stars. The white-bearded elder spoke in a deep voice. Elders, stop laughing and proceed with the verification. The other elders nodded in agreement. The white-bearded elder took out a small golden statue from his robe and began to chant an ancient incantation. Fong Shin looked closely and couldn't help but wonder. The statue's shape resembled a turtle? While he pondered, the miniature turtle statue suddenly emitted a golden rune that shot into the sky. Instantly, the golden lightning in the void receded like a tide and vanished without a trace. Immediately after, an incredible transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. Above each elder's head appeared green text. Fong Shin's gaze was immediately drawn to the two large characters above the white-bearded elder's head, characters he had seen in countless online game novels. Village Chief. So this is how NPCs appear, Fong Shin thought to himself. Although he had only heard of the origins of NPCs in his previous life, witnessing the entire process firsthand left him both amazed and puzzled. The village chief looked around, his brow furrowed, and murmured softly, How can this be? Why has the civilization of Blue Star become so weak? An elder with the title Runemaster above his head agreed. Indeed, very weak. Why has Blue Star become like this? His tone was filled with disappointment. Suddenly, the Runemaster shuddered and exclaimed excitedly, By the beards! Am I seeing things? Have my old eyes failed me? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice trembling. A true name warrior. I actually see a true name warrior. Upon hearing this, the village chief slapped the Runemaster on the back, his tone slightly impatient. I think the teleportation process has shaken you silly. Even in the past, the Blue Star civilization couldn't have a true name warrior appear now. Listening to the NPC's conversation, more questions arose in Fong Shin's mind. What did the village chief mean by a new era? Why were they so disappointed with the current state of Blue Star? And what exactly is a true name warrior? These hidden messages seemed to suggest a broader world waiting for him to explore. The Rune Master, with trembling fingers, pointed towards Fong Shin and weakly said, Elder, look over there. The village chief replied impatiently, You're really losing your mind. But before he could finish, he turned to look in Fong Shin's direction and was instantly stunned. His eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light, akin to two 500-watt searchlights aimed directly at Fong Shin. This wasn't an exaggeration. The village chief's eyes were indeed astonishingly bright. The village chief began to shake violently, so excited that he was at a loss for words. By the beard! What am I seeing? We must verify this. Quickly, open the chronicles of all civilizations. With a wave of his hand, a lavish book appeared out of thin air in his grasp. He flipped through it eagerly, muttering to himself, Let me see. It's true, it really is. The Blue Star civilization, a race called humans, a person named Fong Shin, who single-handedly defeated a fifth-tier true name mutated beast, Kazier. The village chief's body shook like a centrifuge, spittle flying everywhere, his head shaking wildly, his snow-white beard fluttering in the air. He shouted loudly, It's him, it's really him. Praise the beard. At that moment, he looked like an old madman who had just escaped from a mental institution. The Rune Master tried to calm him. Elder, please, calm down. I think he's just that. Calm down, my foot. The village chief interrupted, slapping the Rune Master on the back, and then eagerly ran towards Fong Shin. Xiang Tianzi stepped forward, just beginning to speak. Ahem. Excuse me, sir. May I ask you? But the village chief rudely pulled out a cane and shoved Xiang Tianzi aside, like he was clearing garbage. He rushed to Fong Shin, his aged face blossoming into a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. Fong Shin asked in a deep voice, Who are you? Where are you from? And what are you doing on Blue Star? The village chief replied with a smile. Honorable true name warrior, I can't answer the first two questions due to certain rules. But rest assured, we are here on Blue Star to help you. We've passed the verification, and as a member of the Blue Star civilization, you should be able to sense that. Fong Shin nodded, noticing the green NPC label floating above the old man's head, a sign of system recognition. Suddenly, the village chief's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. You don't have a class yet? By the beard, how is this possible? Could this be a gift from the beard? Let me see your potential. The village chief's eyes lit up again, scanning Fong Shin like a searchlight. Suddenly, his body shook violently, nearly falling backward. Several Longbeard elders rushed to support him. The village chief swallowed hard, his voice trembling. It's the flawless holy form. What? How is this possible? Others exclaimed. By the beard, could it be that we've witnessed the birth of a new? Hush, hush, speak carefully. The Rune Master quickly interrupted, coughing a few times before stepping forward. He said to Fong Shin, Young man, I see you have an extraordinary bone structure, and you haven't chosen a class yet. I have a 6th-tier purple hidden class inheritance here, the Rune Mastery, which can comprehend the true essence of runes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, every type of rune can unleash powerful effects. Would you like it? If you dare to ask, I'll dare to give it for free. The Rune Master's voice was full of temptation, his eyes glinting with cunning. He eagerly listed enticing conditions. Not only will it cost you nothing, but I'll also give you the complete compendium of rune mysteries, making it easy for you to master all runes. Plus, a full set of level 6 rune master gear. How about it, young man? Tempted? All you have to do is switch to the rune master profession, and it's all yours for free. Fong Shin stood there, stunned, his mind racing. What was going on? When did NPCs become so enthusiastic? Offering a hidden profession, a complete skill compendium, and a professional gear set, it's like an all-inclusive package. And it's a level 6 hidden profession. In his previous life, he had struggled tremendously to finally evolve into a level 6 hidden class, and now someone was offering it for free at the beginning? Questions flooded his mind. What was this flawless holy stance? Could it be referring to perfect base attributes awarded by the system? Why had he never heard of such a thing in his previous life? Fong Shin was filled with confusion and the urge to vent. Just then, a loud bang interrupted his thoughts. Boom! The village chief kicked the chattering runemaster, sending him flying. The poor runemaster left a human-shaped hole in the park wall, creating a scene both comical and astonishing. The village chief dusted off his hands, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Humph! Planning a rebellion? Then, his expression changed instantly, his face breaking into a smile as he turned to Fong Shin. He pulled out an ancient-looking parchment scroll from his robe, speaking with respect and a touch of mystery. Honorable warrior, words can only say so much. Take a look at this. Fong Shin's gaze fell on the mysterious parchment scroll. Instantly, item information appeared in his view. Hidden profession change scroll. Level 7 orange. Fortress animated weapon. Allows the construction of a war fortress, animating it to have its own consciousness, turning it into your animated weapon. Fong Shin's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. My pet is an entire fortress? He murmured, eyes fixed on the parchment scroll so close to him, his pupils involuntarily contracting. The turmoil within him was hard to calm. In his previous life, not a single peak expert had reached a level 7 profession. The highest was a level 6 purple. And now, right in front of him, lay a level 7 orange profession change scroll. Fong Shin felt the sea of his heart surging with waves, unable to settle. The village elder, with his long white beard, stroked it thoughtfully as a mysterious smile played on his lips. Leaning closer to Fong Shin, he lowered his voice and asked, "So, are you tempted? Interested?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. "If you want it, I'll give it to you for free. Plus, I'll throw in a complete set of blueprints for building a living fortress. This is the culmination of my life's work. Its value, well, it's priceless in terms of gold." The elder grew more animated, his enthusiasm sending droplets of spit into the air as he gestured wildly. "If you try to figure it out on your own, it could take you 100 years. Come on, take it, and switch careers immediately. You'll become a 7th level hidden class." With that, the elder handed a scroll, glowing with an orange light, to Fong Shin. The brilliant glow reflected off Fong Shin's calm face, failing to stir any emotion. At this critical moment, a clear and melodious voice suddenly called out, "Wait." The urgency in the tone was unmistakable. Following the voice, a deep blue doorframe appeared out of thin air, expanding the surrounding space into a dimensional portal. Several striking figures emerged from the portal, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A chorus of gasps arose, and all eyes were fixed on these tall figures, filled with fascination and disbelief. The newcomers wore close-fitting leather armor that accentuated their graceful curves, their fair skin highlighting their enchanting features. They wore delicate golden headpieces, their silky hair gently cascading down. Most striking of all were the transparent wings on their backs, softly fluttering. "My goodness, they're stunning," someone whispered in awe. "It's like they stepped out of a meticulously crafted virtual game." "They have wings," another voice exclaimed. "Are they the legendary elves?" The leader of these beautiful beings frowned slightly at this, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. "Ignorant creatures. We are forest fairies, not those pretentious elf bitches." No sooner had she spoken than tiny golden lightning bolts appeared in the void. The leading fairy then produced a golden statue enveloped in a green glow, its shape indistinct. Soon after, green text appeared above her head, "Archer Mentor, Plant Trainer." The Archer Mentor gracefully fluttered her 2 pairs of wings and approached Fong Shin. She bowed slightly, her tone respectful. "Honorable warrior of the realms, due to special circumstances, I cannot reveal my name for now. My apologies." Fong Shin waved a hand, signaling it was of no concern, though a question nagged at him. Why would an unformed sanctuary attract 2 different races? As if reading his thoughts, the Archer Mentor explained, "We are here for you." At that moment, the elder suddenly began to cough violently, interrupting the conversation with his cough, cough, cough. He urged, "Young man, don't waste time. Take it and change careers quickly. Time is precious. Every second counts in becoming stronger." The Archer Mentor scoffed disdainfully. "Stay away from me. Your filthy beard is disgusting." Her sharp gaze flicked to the scroll in the elder's hand, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "If I'm not mistaken, that's a scroll for the living fortress weapon transformation, isn't it?" Huh. The argument between the village chief and the archery instructor was escalating, their voices echoing through the sanctuary. "We fairies are always honest. And yes, this profession is indeed powerful," the archery instructor said with a hint of sarcasm. "But, did you mention to the warrior how much material and time it takes to build this animated fortress?" She looked down at the village chief, disdain flickering in her eyes. "This is deceit." The village chief was left speechless, stammering, "Well, you see, something powerful naturally requires some sacrifices. Growth takes time, after all." The archery instructor cast him a contemptuous glance, then turned to Fong Shin, her face breaking into a charming smile. "Honorable warrior," her voice softened melodiously. We possess a top-tier hidden profession, the Phantom Archer. Although it's also of the 7th-tier orange rank, its overall strength surpasses the animated fortress, being the pinnacle of the 7th tier and just a step away from the 8th. In your hands. I'm sure the Phantom Archer will. No, no. The village chief suddenly interrupted, his face flushed with anger. We came to this sanctuary first. According to common agreement, you must choose another place. The archery instructor sneered. Huh? You're bringing up common agreements? You're really old and childish. Are you worried the animated fortress is hopeless and too weak, so you're trying to stop the warrior from becoming a Phantom Archer this way? TSK, TSK, TSK. Nonsense, the village chief fumed. You can insult my beard, but not our tribe's animated fortress weapon. What? Am I wrong? The archery instructor retorted. An animated fortress consumes materials from an entire planet. Am I wrong? Oh well. The village chief was at a loss for words, then countered. No. But doesn't your Phantom Archer have flaws? As far as I know, your forest fairy tribe is all female, right? In the future, the warrior won't want to join you. Ha ha. The archery instructor laughed coquettishly. You old man, you're adorably childish. Fong Shin stood by, watching the bickering pair, and couldn't help but rub his temples. He had always preferred quiet, and faced with this noisy scene, his head began to throb slightly. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The village chief and the archery instructor simultaneously stopped arguing, their eyes widening as they turned to Fong Shin. Their faces were filled with shock, confusion, and deep fear. The crimson light surged like a tide, engulfing Fong Shin in an instant. Countless blood-red runes, like living creatures, burrowed into the ground, weaving a mysterious and complex 17-sided magic circle beneath his feet. In the void, golden lightning flickered like a serpent's tongue, striking the crimson mass of light, but only managing to dissipate a small portion. The magic circle spun faster, the crimson glow becoming more blinding, until with a thunderous roar, Fong Shin's figure vanished without a trace. The village chief gently stroked his beard, his weathered face etched with deep concern. I never expected those races to be so resolute, he murmured to himself. They've always feared the Blue Star civilization. The forest fairy rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Was it the exposure of information in the manual of all world civilizations that made them decide? Or is it that the potential of the Blue Star civilization in this era has far exceeded our expectations? That those alien species would rather pay such a huge price to destroy the true name warrior? The archer mentor exchanged a worried glance with the village chief. Next, it all depends on whether the true name warrior can survive this calamity. At that moment, a portal illuminated the sanctuary once again. 5 metal dwarves, their entire bodies ablaze with flames, emerged in single file. The lead dwarf's voice was like thunder, shaking the eardrums of those present. Where's the warrior of all worlds? We are here for him. The village chief raised his eyebrows in surprise. Fire dwarves. I didn't expect this powerful, yet sparsely populated race to come as well. He mused to himself. It seems that Blue Star has always been under close scrutiny, and there must be something extraordinary about the human race in this new era. Meanwhile, Fong Shin felt the world spinning, the wind howling past his ears. He realized he was plummeting rapidly from high above, his body spinning uncontrollably. Even though he had just ascended a level, his physical strength could not completely defy the laws of physics. Without external force, it was difficult for him to immediately change the state of his spinning descent. His clothes flapped wildly in the fierce wind, and the speed of his fall increased. Fong Shin knew well that even if he landed in the sea, the impact at such speed would be catastrophic. Yet he remained calm. In his 300 years of life, he had faced countless life-and-death moments and survival challenges. Forcing himself to stay composed, Fong Shin began to rhythmically move his limbs. Soon, with slight differences in kinetic energy, he stopped spinning and assumed a standard skydiving posture despite not having a parachute. Looking around with open eyes, as he expected, there was still a considerable distance to the ground, giving him several tens of seconds. Hopefully, there's a stable platform, or I'll have to take a risk. Fong Shin thought to himself. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared. Fong Shin noticed another person below him, also plummeting at high speed, their bodies spinning uncontrollably. Feeling a surge of relief, he quickly adjusted his position, diving down like a professional diver. He swiftly approached the person, helping them stabilize, and positioned himself on their abdomen. This move was not out of altruism, but for self-preservation. However, in this critical moment, Fong Shin suddenly froze. His mind went blank, and his breathing became rapid and labored. When he looked down at the person beneath him, an indescribable shock washed over him. It was a face that transcended the ordinary, like a goddess standing alone atop the peaks of Kunlun Mountain, or as noble and ethereal as the deity of the Luo River. Her long black hair danced in the wind, resembling the dark night enveloping the surroundings. Her eyes, reminiscent of cold stars reflected in autumn waters, were fixed on him, seeming to pierce through his very soul. This woman's beauty had reached a level that could be considered a mental assault. Most people would have her image etched into their minds before they could even clearly see her face. The tales of ancient times, like the beacon fire to amuse the nobles and Daji overthrows the dynasty, suddenly made sense to Fong Shin. Even though humanity had undergone several genetic enhancements in past lives, bringing women's appearances closer to the perfection depicted in anime, Fong Shin had seen many alluring beauties. Yet, none compared to the woman before him. What a pity. For a brief moment, Fong Shin's heart was stirred, but he quickly regained his composure. Once he stabilized his descent, he swiftly retrieved a pair of transparent insect wings from his system space. These were Cazel's elytra, a fifth-tier yellow material, one of Fong Shin's spoils of war. Unlike icons in a virtual game, these materials could be physically used. A few hours ago, Fong Shin had successfully used an acid plant pod to eliminate a sniper who ambushed him. Now, Cazel's elytra were proving useful once more. He skillfully attached the transparent wings to his arms. Without the goddess beneath him as a platform, this process would have been extremely perilous. With the mantis wings in place, Fong Shin began to vigorously flap his arms. Thanks to the rising air currents, his descent finally started to slow. The woman below reached out to grab him, but Fong Shin deftly evaded her grasp. Kazer's wings were not fully developed, capable of carrying only one person's weight. Fong Shin faced a difficult decision. Saving the woman would mean both of them would perish, while choosing to save himself would ensure his survival. After 300 years of enduring an apocalyptic world, the instinct for self-preservation was deeply ingrained. As the ground drew nearer, Fong Shin's heart raced. The woman hung in midair, her expression surprisingly calm and profound, bearing a resemblance to Fong Shin. She glanced at him with a serene gaze, then gracefully flipped in the air. In an instant, a white parachute blossomed like a giant mushroom. Although the descent slowed, the danger was not yet averted. Fong Shin was about to land on a golden beach, where a fierce battle was unfolding. For humans were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a group of barnacle-covered sea turtles. As the distance closed, the system automatically displayed information about these creatures. Frenzied ancient sea turtles, Tier 2, elite level, 1522. These creatures, once gentle and long-lived, had inexplicably become frenzied. Fong Shin was shaken, but it wasn't the Tier 2 elite turtles that surprised him. It was the 4 humans fighting them. His past experience told him that defeating even one Tier 2 elite creature required a well-equipped squad of the same level. Yet, these 4 individuals, despite facing a tough fight, were managing to survive an onslaught of dozens of Tier 2 elite creatures. How much time had passed? Less than a day since the Ascension War began, and the survive 12 hours novice mission reminder still lingered on the system panel. That these 4 had already developed the ability to contend with Tier 2 elites was truly astonishing to Fong Shin. A sudden realization flashed through Fong Shin's mind. Could it be that? Thoughts raced through Fong Shin's mind like lightning, vivid images flashing before him. The first person to ascend could achieve perfect foundational attributes, becoming an unparalleled saint of talent. Why was this information so obscure in his previous life? With countless geniuses among humans, only fewer than 100 reached the pinnacle of power. There had to be something amiss. From being suddenly transported from the protective crystal to this unfamiliar land, everything seemed to point to a terrifying truth. Fong Shin furrowed his brow, deducing. The alien species were targeting the humans of Blue Star, intending to extinguish the most promising new forces. This unfamiliar land was likely a trap meticulously laid by the aliens, destined to become the grave of human elites. In his past life, the 6 most promising humans must have perished quietly here at the start of the Ascension War. On the Golden Beach, a fierce battle was unfolding. Tier 2 elite monsters rampaging ancient sea turtles were launching relentless attacks. They opened their massive mouths, shooting magical water arrows with the force of small grenades. The beach was quickly pitted with craters, and 4 humans struggled to hold their ground under such an assault, barely managing to dodge and defend. Rage burned within Fong Shin's chest. Damn it, they must die? He silently vowed that no matter what traps lay ahead, he would crush them with absolute power, making those who set the traps pay in blood. This confidence stemmed from his unrivaled financial prowess. Fong Shin's expression was as deep as the ocean, yet it couldn't conceal the turmoil within. The woman behind him, using her unique abilities, sensed the sudden surge of killing intent around Fong Shin. This intent was peculiar, devoid of brutality or bloodlust, only a piercing coldness. She wondered, why would this seemingly ordinary college graduate possess such a unique aura of menace? The woman's eyes, calm as water, reflected Fong Shin's figure, with a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Fong Shin quickly assessed the situation. These rampaging ancient sea turtles had a cause for their frenzy. If identified, they could be calmed and become green-named creatures friendly to humans. However, even green-named creatures shouldn't be underestimated, as they could turn hostile at any moment. Trust in them depended entirely on personal judgment. With sharp insight, Fong Shin soon identified the root of the turtle's madness. Their shells were covered with parasitic barnacles. These vile parasites occasionally released bubbles, creating a repulsive sight. Drawing on his extensive experience from past missions, Fong Shin had a keen intuition for such scenarios. Taking a deep breath, Fong Shin acted decisively. He brandished the gazelle sheathed wings, diving into the midst of the turtle horde like an arrow released from a bow. Flashes of cold light appeared in the air as his frostbite and bloodthirsty blade meticulously removed the barnacles from the turtle's shells. Wherever Fong Shin passed, the barnacles shattered with a crisp sound, like breaking ice crystals. Fong Shin's attack was as swift as lightning, effortlessly shattering the barnacles that were as hard as iron. This scene left the onlookers in awe, unable to comprehend how Fong Shin's seemingly ordinary strike could easily destroy these stubborn creatures. At that moment, a young man dressed in vintage swordsman attire appeared. He held a long-handled broadsword in one hand while wiping away tears and snot with the other. Excitedly and almost incoherently, he exclaimed, "Fellow countrymen. Finally, a fellow countryman. I'm so tired of those blondes and redheads. They're too ugly. Black hair is much more pleasing to the eye." The young man's gaze was then drawn to the woman above Fong Shin, and he began to drool, exclaiming repeatedly, "Wow, wow, wow. Lauhi. Look, I see a fairy. She's so beautiful." The red-crowned crane beside him seemed embarrassed, covering its head with its wing, as if to say, "I don't know this idiot." Meanwhile, system notifications flashed continuously. You have killed the frenzied barnacle Tier 2, Elite, gaining 7,210 experience points, 200 gold coins. You have killed the frenzied barnacle Tier 2, Elite, gaining 5,810 experience points, 185 gold coins. You have killed the frenzied barnacle Tier 2, Elite, gaining 5,990 experience points, 177 gold coins. Fong Shin moved with lightning speed, and in just a few quick motions, all the barnacles on dozens of sea turtles were eliminated. The process was efficient and rapid, completed in less than a minute. The ancient sea turtles' eyes transitioned from a fierce red to a clear and gentle state, with the words, "Ancient Sea Turtle," appearing in green above their heads. Suddenly, an especially large ancient sea turtle bit Fong Shin's pant leg. Its front limb pointed in a direction, and its clear eyes revealed an almost human-like urgency. With its uho-uho calls, the turtle seemed to be conveying some urgent message, piquing curiosity about what it was trying to communicate. Leading the way, Fong Shin was already accustomed to such situations. A massive ancient sea turtle nodded slowly and moved to the front of the group to guide them. The other turtles spread out in a coordinated manner, forming a protective circle with Fong Shin securely in the center. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared in Fong Shin's field of vision. Zone task triggered. Task objective: return to the Blue Star continent. Task reward: 50 free attribute points. Special reward: unknown dependent on task progress. Fong Shin paused slightly, raising an eyebrow. Return to the Blue Star continent, he pondered internally. So, I'm not currently on the Blue Star continent. A cold smile curled at his lips as he continued to follow the turtles. Hey, 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 wait for me, fellow countrymen, came an urgent voice from behind. A young man wielding a large sword hurriedly caught up, panting. How can you just leave me behind? They say a fellow countryman abroad is like a brother, so you're my big brother. How can you abandon your little brother? The young man with the sword rambled on as he jogged. Big brother, how old are you? Are you married? I have a sister, almost as beautiful as a fairy, just a bit less. How about you become my brother-in-law? We'll be family for real. Fong Shin ignored him, continuing forward with unwavering focus. Just then, a woman dressed in a blue and white officer's uniform gracefully unfastened her parachute and landed lightly. She meticulously adjusted her officer's cap and quickly caught up with Fong Shin. In the center of her hat, a vivid ice blue phoenix seemed poised to take flight at any moment. Fong Shin glanced at her and thought, the martial arts fanatic from the Qin family. Ha ha, I must admit, the Dragon Nation is truly a powerful and mysterious country, laughed a tall man with golden hair and eyes, scanning his companions. Prince Vlamer, Queen Hippolyta, what do you think? Commander Laser of the Holy Army, you're as insincere as ever, sneered a handsome young man with a hint of mischief in his features, dressed in a tailcoat. Your prideful and ridiculous battle spirit is already burning within you. With that, he joined the procession of ancient turtles. Laser shrugged and, along with the ever-silent Hippolyta, became part of this peculiar group, following the ancient sea turtles into the unknown. The waves crashed against the shore, with the sound of the tide rising and falling. Fong Shin and his group followed an ancient turtle, leaving winding footprints on the golden sand. However, this tranquil scene was fleeting. Suddenly, several lightning arrows shot out from the palm grove, targeting Fong Shin. He easily sidestepped them, but the ancient turtle behind him was not so fortunate. The powerful attack shattered its shell, killing it instantly. Immediately after, accompanied by hissing sounds, a dozen creatures slithered out from the bushes. These beings had human-like upper bodies and snake tails. The ones in the front were muscular, with lizard-like faces covered in scales, wielding massive tridents. Behind them were three more slender figures, with sparser facial scales that faintly revealed human features, holding staffs. The system quickly displayed their information. Low-level Naga warriors Tier 2, elite level, 2026 male Naga, capable of easily smashing rocks. Low-level Naga sirens Tier 3, elite level, 25-30 female Naga, possessing magical talent, holding a higher status than the males. Fong Shin squinted, secretly surprised. The Naga species was entirely new to him. In his past life, among the dozens of different species he encountered, he had never seen them. Even more shocking was that these low-level creatures were all elite level. In the world of ordinary mutated beasts, finding one elite creature was a rarity. The battle erupted instantly. The ancient turtle, not willing to be outdone, spat water arrows from its mouth. The sword of light unleashed a blade of light, while Lassayer swung his sword to meet the enemy. Hippolyta drew her bow, and three lightning-wreathed arrows shot through the air. "Brother-in-law, you cover me. I'm going in." The young man with the broadsword laughed excitedly, charging into the fray with his weapon glowing a sharp green. The handsome, devilish red-haired youth formed black energy in his hand, targeting the seemingly fragile Naga sirens like a specter. The woman in the commander's uniform elegantly formed hand seals, instantly transforming the turtle's water arrows into sharp ice spikes, significantly increasing their power. Fong Shin was astounded, not by the seemingly minor skirmish, but by the performance of the five humans around him. They all mastered elemental power. This was beyond Fong Shin's comprehension. In his past life, those who could master elemental power at the Tier 3 Ascension stage were one in a million, each a formidable figure in their own right. Yet now, these individuals who had just completed their Tier 1 Ascension could wield elemental power so skillfully. It was as unbelievable as a 3-year-old child speaking 8 languages and adeptly using calculus, both definite and indefinite integrals. Fong Shin could only describe them with 2 words: prodigies. This is a true prodigy of humanity, a rare talent among billions. Fong Shin's heart trembled as the scene before him reminded him of the tragedies of his past life. They had fallen in such nameless places. A complex mix of emotions surged within him: regret, anger, and joy intertwined, but he quickly suppressed them deep within. A sudden skirmish erupted. The 5 reacted swiftly, each displaying their abilities, yet their attacks on the Naga only caused a few hundred insignificant points of damage. Even the skin of the low-level Naga warriors remained unbroken, which was no surprise. After all, the Naga's life tier and level far exceeded those of humans by several notches. Even the most talented humans were like undeveloped infants at this moment. But Fong Shin was an exception, like a precocious infant. In a flash, he executed a phantom charge, covering a 10-meter distance to appear before the Naga. His left hand swung an axe in a square trajectory, while his right hand wielded a long knife in a circle, his movements fluid and dazzling. This ambidextrous technique was basic for a peak-level expert. A metallic clang rang out as blades clashed, triggering a whirlwind of slashes that caused a flurry of damage numbers to appear on the Naga sea monster. Fong Shin's agility of 168 points translated into attack power, movement speed, and nerve reaction speed, combined with his exquisite combat skills, pushing his combat strength beyond the norm. Elite opponents of the 2nd and 3rd tiers were mere fodder before him. The battle ended as swiftly as lightning. In less than 30 seconds, Fong Shin had slaughtered the entire group of Naga, gaining nearly 200,000 experience points. System notifications sounded in quick succession. You have slain a low-level Naga warrior, Tier 2, Elite, earning 9,800 experience points and 350 gold coins. You have slain a low-level Naga warrior, Tier 2, Elite, earning 11,000 experience points and 355 gold coins. You have slain a low-level Naga sea monster, Tier 3, Elite, earning 20,500 experience points and 811 gold coins. Suddenly, a special system notification flashed, ding, blinding my 24K gold eyes. Slaying monsters has become second nature to you. How many creatures have you defeated? You need a greater challenge. Then, another notification sounded. Ding, mission complete. You have received 10 billion gold coins. Ding, a new mission has been issued. Eliminate 1,000 creatures, each weighing over 50 kilograms. Fong Shin quickly skimmed the mission details, and his eyes lit up. The reward was a staggering 10 billion gold coins. The heavier the creature, the greater the reward. At this moment, money seemed like just a string of numbers to Fong Shin. Suddenly, the atmosphere around him became unusually quiet. Fong Shin looked up to find himself surrounded by a group of ancient sea turtles, their large, gentle eyes fixed intently on him. Not only that, but 5 humans present were also staring at him, wide-eyed and speechless. Are you, Fong Shin? The silence was broken by a woman in a commander's uniform. Her voice was like a melody, as pleasing as a clear spring flowing from a snowy mountain peak, indescribably beautiful. Wow, fairy sister, you're not mute after all. Heaven is too unfair, I protest, exclaimed a young man with a large knife, unable to contain himself. To be honest, Fong Shin somewhat agreed with him. This woman was indeed favored by the heavens. In response to the woman's inquiry, Fong Shin simply nodded. Lasso's expression shifted slightly as he spoke. Sir, are you really Fong Shin? The one who killed 2 third-level named mutant beasts, a 4th-level named mutant beast, and a 5th-level true name mutant beast. Fong Shin didn't say much, instead showing his system name as a response. Sir, your strength is admirable and worthy of respect, Flammer said with a slight bow, followed by a confident smile. However, I will eventually slay a 6th-level mutant beast, and I hope by then you won't fall behind. Hippolyte remained silent, but her beautiful eyes stayed fixed on Fong Shin, revealing a hunter-like focus. Humph, a bunch of slowpokes, the young man with the knife said smugly, one hand on his hip. When brother-in-law here instantly killed that evil barnacle, I knew he was Fong Shin. Who else could surpass me this much? You all are too slow. At that moment, a massive ancient sea turtle slowly crawled up to Fong Shin. It shook its large head, seemingly inviting Fong Shin to sit on its shell, intending to carry him to his destination. Uho uho. The turtle made a strange sound, as if urging Fong Shin to hurry up. Fong Shin agilely leaped onto the broad shell of an ancient sea turtle, instantly gaining a broader view and sparing himself the fatigue of walking. He scanned the surroundings cautiously, realizing they had been transported to the territory of the naga. Before long, the first wave of attack from a low-level naga squad arrived as expected. Fong Shin and his companions swiftly responded, fending off a patrol composed of over 10 naga warriors and 3 naga sirens. Soon after, the second and third waves of naga squads followed, each with a strikingly similar formation. During the third wave, Fong Shin quickly stopped a naga siren from sounding an alarm horn. Although the alarm was temporarily averted, he knew that the disappearance of the patrol would eventually draw the attention of the naga. Once discovered, they would face a massive naga army, including powerful naga leaders. In the face of this seemingly insurmountable predicament, Fong Shin pinned his hopes on the ancient sea turtles they had just rescued. Despite their seemingly slow nature, these creatures moved with surprising speed. They soon led the group through a labyrinthine forest to the edge of a towering cliff. Below the cliff, turbulent waves crashed against jagged rocks, sending up plumes of spray. With a low growl, one of the ancient sea turtles crawled unhesitatingly toward the cliff's edge. Just when everyone thought it would leap off, the turtle's form suddenly vanished into thin air. Fong Shin immediately realized this was an interdimensional space created by a magic array. The turtle soon reappeared, signaling for them to follow. Without hesitation, Fong Shin stepped through the shimmering barrier, with the rest of the group close behind. In an instant, the scene changed dramatically. The cliff and ocean vanished, replaced by a grand and majestic structure, like a palace fit for giants. However, this once glorious building had fallen into ruin, its walls crumbling, with only a few stone pillars stubbornly standing, overgrown with vines, resembling a forgotten ancient temple. Looking back, a transparent barrier enveloped the entire temple, marking the boundary between the dimensional space and the real world. The group stepped onto a massive stone-paved avenue, their footsteps echoing clearly in the silent, vast temple. Led by the ancient sea turtle, Fong Shin and his companions reached the central hall of the temple. Suddenly, an old and profound voice resonated through the hall. My children, you have finally returned. How long you have been gone, I can no longer remember. Fong Shin looked up to see a colossal stone chair nearly 30 meters high, perched atop a several meter high base. Seated upon it was an enormous turtle, its size akin to a small mountain. Its white eyebrows reached the ground, and its murky eyes spoke of the passage of countless years. His body had merged with the stone chair, resembling an eternal sculpture. Above his head floated white text, like a footnote of fate. Level 160, health, 1 billion 18 billion. Even the descendants of the primordial turtle cannot escape the relentless erosion of time. This pure-blood creature, though powerful, was nearing the end of its life. Fong Shin and his group cautiously approached, scrutinizing this mysterious being. Suddenly, a deep, oh sound emerged, as if the ancient sea turtle recognized them, a glimmer of light flashing in its cloudy eyes. It's you. The aged voice was filled with nostalgia. Children of the Blue Star. As he spoke, the name above his head turned from white to green, marking him as a friendly NPC. A new era. Mocha spoke with difficulty. So much time has passed, I've almost forgotten the reason for waiting. But instinct tells me, you are the answer. His voice grew weaker, as if dissipating into the river of time. It must be something very important. 2 lines of murky tears slid from his eyes. I'm sorry, children, I'm too old. Mocha's final gaze fell on Fong Shin. I believe in you. Then he slowly closed his eyes. His massive body gradually turned to stone, and the system notification changed. Health, 0, deceased. Laysol stood solemnly, paying final respects to this great creature. Flamier sighed deeply, reflecting on the fragility of life. Fong Shin was left in shock and confusion. Having only ever seen 7th-tier true-name mutant beasts, the power of an 8th-tier true-name creature was beyond his imagination. What puzzled him even more were Mocha's mentions of the Blue Star, homeland, and waiting, which seemed to hide a vast secret. As everyone was lost in thought, the young man with the large sword suddenly shook his head excitedly, breaking the silence. No, 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 he exclaimed like a triumphant detective. Brother-in-law, something was very wrong just now. Fong Shin was drawn in by his sudden excitement and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? The young man with the large sword wore a mysterious expression, as if he held a world-shattering secret. This unexpected interlude added a strange atmosphere to the solemn farewell, and all eyes turned to this seemingly reckless young man. The young man raised his head and looked at the sky, speaking with a deep tone. Brother-in-law, oh brother-in-law, your experiences are really lacking. You didn't even notice such obvious abnormalities. The young man with the large sword held his hands as if trying to put on a show. Seeing no one responding, he continued. Have you ever played virtual games? Usually, in situations like this, an NPC named Mocha would issue various tasks. For example, collecting certain materials, activating a magic formation, or stopping the Naga clan's conspiracy. Then we would complete these tasks one by one, achieve a great victory, leave here, and return to Blue Star. He raised his voice a few notches, frowning. But now, this NPC named Mocha is dead. This doesn't make any sense. It's too strange. The NPC is dead. How are we supposed to do the tasks? If this were a virtual game, the players would be furious. What a lousy plan. The young man with the large sword was indignant, waving his hands. Fong Shin remained silent for a moment, sighing inwardly. He felt foolish for believing that this eccentric young man might notice some detail and make an astonishing discovery. The anomaly the young man mentioned was simply because reality didn't follow the process of a virtual game. Fong Shin was at a loss for words, feeling a slight shame for having any expectations of the young man with the large sword. There might be clues in the temple, but the key now is to quickly enhance his strength and take a good rest. Since his rebirth, Fong Shin had been constantly fighting, even killing a 5th-tier true-name mutant beast, and now he felt exhausted. After all, it was just a 1st-tier upgraded body, needing rest to recover physical strength and energy. Ancient turtles surrounded Mocha's statue, crying mournfully, their sorrowful cries echoing in the temple, moving people deeply. However, Fong Shin felt no emotional ripple, having seen too many similar events. He quietly left, heading to a distant, half-collapsed house, avoiding the crowd's sight. Leaning against the broken wall, his thoughts drifted. There are many tragedies in the world, and their root is nothing but a lack of strength. No matter what happens, only the strongest power is the sole guarantee. Having experienced the final battle, Fong Shin had become extremely obsessive, his only thought being to enhance his strength, kill all the aliens, and avenge humanity's extinction. He subconsciously ignored that many tragedies occur simply because of desire. Fong Shin took a deep breath and retrieved a dreamy orb of light from the system space. The ethereal pink light flowed in his palm, clearly light, yet almost tangible, as pure as crystal, dreamlike and illusory. The orb of light in Fong Shin's hand was a supreme item he never dared to imagine in his previous Lifia 10th-tier pink treasure chest. The most important moment has arrived. This is a gamble that will decide the future. Fong Shin muttered, his eyes bright. I hope these coins are enough for me to take a chance. He opened the system panel and looked at the amount of coins he possessed, a dizzying string of numbers. Millions, tens of millions, billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions. A total of 20.5 billion. Less than 24 hours since the Ascension War began, Fong Shin had amassed 20.5 billion coins. If someone said this out loud, they'd probably be sent for psychiatric evaluation immediately. Even in a daydream, no one would dare to imagine such a thing. What does 20.5 billion coins represent? Even a century later, it would be enough to forcibly create 205 top-tier warriors. And 205 top-tier warriors could destroy a large faction. This is the terrifying aspect of 20.5 billion coins. This is the power of money. Yet Fong Shin's expression showed no joy, only a hint of indifference. Unfortunately, Fong Shin knew that top-tier warriors were of no use. Why did humanity lose in the previous life? Wasn't it because there were too few peak warriors and their quality was too low? In short, including Fong Shin, the peak warriors' combat power was too weak, so they couldn't stop the aliens. With the top combat power being weak, no amount of top-tier warriors would be useful, they would just be cannon fodder. Fong Shin's goal was clear, and his development path was well-defined. He would use all these coins to enhance his combat power. This plan's effectiveness was already verified on this mysterious island. If it weren't for Fong Shin, how could those 5 people possibly withstand wave after wave of Naga patrols? They would have all perished within a few hours. With his thoughts organized, Fong Shin's gaze locked onto the 10th tier pink treasure chest. The system prompt appeared obediently. Open the 10th tier pink treasure chest, consuming 1 billion coins. Do you want to open it? Consume 10 billion coins to replace the treasure chest item, with a chance to upgrade the item's grade or receive additional item rewards. Fong Shin clicked confirm without hesitation. You have consumed 1 billion coins and opened the 10th tier pink treasure chest. In an instant, the pink orb of light exploded like a nebula, shooting out endless brilliant light, illuminating the entire dilapidated house. The star map of the heavens lit up, swirling around Fong Shin. A sword appeared at the center of the nebula, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. 4 laws azure cloud. 10th tier pink. Durability, never wears out. Level requirement, no level restriction. Attack power 10,000. Attack power 500. Attack speed 100. Ignore defense 100. Strength 100. Agility 100. Effect: Earth Seal. High chance to unleash earth-shattering blow when attacking. Effect: Fire Seal. High chance to unleash red lotus fire when attacking. Effect: Wind Seal. High chance to unleash swirling wind curse when attacking. Effect: Water Seal. High chance to unleash blue sea surge when attacking. Feature: Growth potential in ancient legendary sword, carved with earth, fire, wind, and water. Ancient seals can only be wielded by someone with supreme wisdom. Hiss at the sight of the attributes. Even Fong Shin couldn't help but gasp in awe. The series of exaggerated attribute boosts, the insanely powerful attack effects. This sword, without exaggeration, could turn even a pig into a peak warrior. Fong Shin's fingers hovered in the air, a struggle flashing in his eyes. But soon, his gaze firmed up. This is not what I want. He recalled his understanding of what it means to be a strong warrior. Money and power are external things. Only personal strength defines a true warrior. Weapons and equipment, too, are external. If one becomes strong because of a sword, then Fong Shin would be a slave to this sword, and once he loses it, he would fall back to the mundane. This was Fong Shin's understanding of the path of a warrior. He reached out his finger and steadily clicked the replace button. You have consumed 10 billion coins and replaced the treasure chest item. A long halberd appeared at the center of the nebula, but this time Fong Shin didn't check the attributes, choosing to replace it directly. You have consumed 10 billion coins and replaced the treasure chest item. You have consumed 10 billion coins and replaced the treasure chest item. You have consumed 10 billion coins and replaced the treasure chest item. Over and over, Fong Shin clicked the replace button with determination. In the blink of an eye, Fong Shin had spent 100 billion coins, leaving only half of the original 205 billion. Fong Shin's heart raced, sweat beading on his forehead. Even with the monster-killing tycoon system, even with his insensitivity to numbers, the amount of coins spent was simply too much. Just a mere 100 billion coins. Fong Shin steadied his mind, his finger once again pressing on the replace button. This time, at the center of the nebula appeared. A miniature map of the galaxies shimmered before Fong Shin, with eternal lights adorning the orderly arranged vast galaxies. As someone who once studied astronomy, he was intimately familiar with their names and shapes. However, since the Ascension War began, these familiar celestial bodies mysteriously vanished from the night sky. Even the most advanced mechanical telescopes failed to locate them. The blue star continent no longer belonged to the Milky Way. It drifted alone in an unknown, boundless dark universe. Now, the familiar Milky Way reappeared before Fong Shin, positioned at the very center of the galactic map. At the heart of the galaxy, an ancient blade and a weathered armor floated, exuding a rich aura of history. These were unexpected additional items from a 10th tier pink treasure chest he had opened with 100 billion gold coins, 2 precious 10th tier, supreme quality pieces of equipment. Fong Shin's fingers unconsciously moved towards the confirmation button, his mind wrestling with whether to accept this tempting gift. However, a series of images suddenly flashed through his mind. In a majestic fortress city, a barrage of 100,000 magic crystal cannons failed to stop the flesh and blood of an alien king. In the Ascension Tower, where only solo challenges were allowed, humanity still faced defeat despite all peak warriors lending their best gear to the most promising candidate, becoming a fallen race. These memories continuously reminded Fong Shin of the path he should take. Even if he could obtain a 10th tier piece of equipment in the worst-case scenario, as someone reborn, he could not abandon this one perfect start. Confronted with the immense temptation of 2 10th tier pink pieces of equipment, Fong Shin solidified his resolve. He swiftly clicked 5 times in succession, each time spending 10 billion gold coins to change the treasure chest items, and in the blink of an eye, 50 billion gold coins quietly vanished. Fong Shin murmured under his breath, "If the entity that allowed my rebirth truly exists, please help me once more." With that, he decisively pressed the confirmation button. Suddenly, 2 items appeared in the center of the galaxy. an insubstantial black light ring, and the ancient parchment scroll Fong Shin had longed for. The scroll clearly displayed. Unique hidden class transfer scroll 10th tier pink. Used to transfer to the unique hidden class slaughter. Sovereign slaughter is authority. Death is the crown. 1 kill per century. Eternal decay. The mysterious black light ring was revealed as Sovereign's Ring 10th tier pink. Exclusive equipment. Wearable only by the hidden class slaughter sovereign. Attributes will display upon wearing. Fong Shin's hands trembled slightly, his heart filled with excitement. He had finally secured the ultimate assurance of his power, a 10th tier hidden class, and unexpectedly, the class-specific equipment. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself, in that moment, my fortune must have peaked. The perfect start has finally been achieved. As Fong Shin retrieved these two precious items, the 10th tier pink treasure chest completed its mission, and the surrounding endless galaxies faded away, leaving him holding the turning point of his destiny, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. Fong Shin carefully unrolled the ancient parchment scroll. In an instant, countless runes shimmering with mystical light flew out from the scroll, swirling around him like a galaxy. This was no ordinary job change scroll, but a legendary tier 10 pink hidden class scroll. He held his breath, his heart racing. This was the pivotal moment he had meticulously planned for. The scroll began to assess the job change conditions, the flawless holy stance. This condition required all basic attributes to be perfectly balanced, with each reaching 10-point strength, agility, endurance, stamina, and intelligence, all essential. Fong Shin's mind flashed with an understanding of the attribute system. Basic attributes, also known as innate attributes, are formed after the first tier upgrade and are nearly immutable. Attributes gained later do not count toward this. He had made unimaginable sacrifices for this moment. The rune's glow suddenly intensified, and Fong Shin felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. He had succeeded. The power of the tier 10 hidden class, Lu Quan Sha Mian, flowed into him, resetting his free attribute points. At this moment, Fong Shin's consciousness seemed to traverse time and space, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Planets were born and destroyed, new galaxies formed in the void. This breathtaking vision was fleeting yet planted a newfound understanding of slaughter, destruction, and death in his heart. Coming back to his senses, Fong Shin eagerly summoned the character panel to explore the unique traits of this legendary class. Although he had been a formidable force for 300 years, he couldn't hide his excitement. After all, in his past life, he had never even laid eyes on a tier 7 item, let alone such a rare tier 10 pink artifact. Fong Shin stared at the clear text on the system panel, momentarily struck speechless by shock. If not for his true judgment talent, he might have thought he was trapped in some bizarre illusion. The information on the panel was overwhelming. A level 30 rank, 2 powerful talents, and a 10th tier pink class called Slaughter Power Crown. The features of this class were astonishing. His body had become the ultimate weapon, with each attack generating slaughter energy, even summoning a tangible killing intent. What was even more amazing was that Fong Shin seemed to have gained a near-divine ability. He could be immune to all damage less than 10 of his attack power and was unaffected by any mind-altering skills. Each attack also carried an extreme freezing effect, as if frost arose with his murderous intent. With all this information before him, Fong Shin felt a wave of dizziness. His power had surpassed ordinary imagination, with each trait showcasing unparalleled strength. However, it also brought a deep sense of doubt and unease. Where did such power come from? And where would it lead him? At that moment, Fong Shin realized he had embarked on a path destined to be extraordinary. This path was filled with the unknown and danger, but it also held infinite possibilities. He took a deep breath and began contemplating how to harness this sudden surge of formidable power. This is the terrifying nature of a 10th tier profession. Fong Shin stared at the system interface, awestruck by the immense power of each professional trait. The strength boost directly multiplies by 5, with 1 point of strength equating to 100 points of attack power and an additional 100 attack power bonus. Such an increase in stats is enough to strike fear into any opponent. The new energy mechanism Slaughter Kai's linked to the number of attacks, completely solving the issue of insufficient mana. Fong Shin couldn't help but imagine himself wielding a weapon, each strike brimming with boundless power. However, the truly daunting aspect is the third trait, manifested killing intent. Fong Shin closed his eyes and envisioned himself surrounded by 100 clones. Each clone can launch attacks, while the damage taken by the main body is diluted to 1%. Combined with the true judgment talent, each clone can inflict true damage. This combination truly lives up to the name, terrifying as it is. Although the system didn't explicitly state it, Fong Shin knew that such powerful abilities must have a time limit. He calculated silently that even with restrictions, this ability would allow him to sweep through mutant beast hordes in a short time, and even dare to challenge high-tier mutant beasts in forbidden zones. The fourth trait Slaughter Crown Authority grants a direct immunity to 10 of attack damage. This means that low-level mutant beasts, which rely on numbers to win, can no longer threaten him. Fong Shin imagined himself standing proudly amidst the beast horde, unaffected by the onslaught of venom and acid mist. The fifth trait is even more astonishing: immunity to an entire category of skills. Fong Shin couldn't help but smile, picturing the horrified expressions of succubi and illusionary butterfly women who excel at mental control when they encounter him. The final attack effect, extreme cold freeze, though untested, Fong Shin believed it would be just as powerful as the previous traits. As time ticked away, Fong Shin's gaze never left the character attribute panel. The shock in his heart lingered. Suddenly, the 8 islands that ascended with the 10th tier pink treasure chest appeared in his mind. There were 8 more identical chests waiting to be opened. This thought flashed like lightning, but Fong Shin quickly dismissed it. That was a matter for the distant future, not something to consider now. After calming down, Fong Shin turned his attention to the black light ring. This ring resembled a swirling black hole, its dark glow seemingly capable of devouring everything. Yet, in front of Fong Shin, it appeared exceptionally docile, the black light enveloping him in a mystical connection akin to a blood bond. Fong Shin extended his hand, gently touching the mysterious ring, feeling the immense power it contained. He knew this was merely the beginning of his journey to a stronger realm. This familiar sensation triggered Fong Shin's memories of his past life. As a wielder of the Flame Dominator blade, he had formed a similar bond with it. Now, a 10th tier pink ring called the Crown of Slaughter ring appeared before him, accompanied by a system prompt. Exclusive equipment, only for the hidden class Sovereign Slayer. Once equipped, it cannot be removed. Do you wish to equip it? Without hesitation, Fong Shin confirmed the equipment. Instantly, a pale silver screen unfolded, revealing detailed attributes. Agility 10, all attack effect trigger rate 10. Special effect 1, Gift of Liberation critical hit chance 10, critical damage 50. Special effect 2, Merciless Intent deals 50 more damage to targets with less than 30 health. Special effects 35, sealed. Attached skill 1, Blink Assault teleport to any location within 10 meters, attack speed increased by 100 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes, reduced by 1 second for each physical critical hit. Skills 24, sealed. Growth potential 0-10, first stage requires 3,000 equipment points, can consume equipment of tier 5 or above to gain. Fong Shin was once again astonished. Despite 300 years of combat experience, which had steeled him against any surprise, he had underestimated the impact of this ring. Its attributes far surpassed the norm, and if others learned of it, they would be left speechless. The most crucial aspect was that this ring could grow, with a potential of 10 stages of enhancement. Fong Shin immediately began the enhancement process. The Crown of Slaughter ring has consumed Frozen Bite's 6th tier purple single-handed axe, gaining 600 growth points. The Crown of Slaughter ring has consumed Bloodthirsty Edge 6th tier purple single-handed axe, gaining 600 growth points. Fong Shin chuckled. In his past life, 6th tier purple gear was a rare sight, and now it only added 600 growth points. To complete the first stage of growth, he needed 3 more pieces of equipment of the same level. However, he was not worried. True warriors never lacked equipment. With a perfect start already achieved, only minor details remained. 2 materials: Kazirs, sheath wings, and scythe limb, and an unusual 5th tier yellow chest awaited his attention. Compared to the legendary names of warriors known across the realms, this treasure chest seemed insignificant. It was Fong Shin's first time encountering a true name chest. He gazed at the tier 5 yellow chest, its exquisite carvings of the gazelle pattern highlighting its uniqueness. After some thought, Fong Shin decided to select a skill scroll as the additional item. Upon confirming the command to open it, the gazelle sculpture on the chest turned to dust and vanished. The lid slowly opened, revealing the treasures inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a tier 6 purple ring, invisible threat. This uniquely designed ring was made of transparent material adorned with a pair of crystal-crafted membrane wings. Although it lacked attribute bonuses, its powerful special effects more than compensated for this shortcoming. Effect 1, Hunting Mark. Automatically marks the nearest enemy, increasing damage dealt to them by 10. Effect 2, Predator. Each time a creature is killed, restores 10 of its health. If the recovery exceeds the health limit, it forms a shield up to 100 of the health value. Fong Shin silently contemplated. The enemy closest to me will experience the deepest fear. Without hesitation, he equipped this precious ring. In this world, rings are the rarest equipment. A tier 3 green ring is comparable to tier 4 blue equipment. Each person can wear 2 rings, often serving as an important indicator of one's strength. Next, Fong Shin turned his attention to the skill scroll he had selected. Despite its unremarkable name, its effect was astonishing. Consecutive Normal Punch, a tier 6 purple active skill. Each activation consumes 10 points of rage, launching continuous attacks on the same target for 3 seconds, with each hit increasing damage by 10, stacking linearly. Fong Shin felt a sense of relief. Although this class-exclusive skill was not widely known, its power was extraordinary. By landing 50 consecutive punches, the damage could increase by an impressive 500, making it tailor-made for soloing bosses. Suddenly, Fong Shin unconsciously touched his thick hair, then felt a touch of confusion. Why did I do that? Shaking off this strange thought, Fong Shin began focusing on reallocating his free attribute points. After changing classes, all points were reset, giving him the opportunity to plan again. After careful calculation, he now had 220 free attribute points to allocate. 100 points from leveling up, 20 points from being the first to kill a tier 4 named mutant beast, and 100 points from being the first to kill a tier 5 true named mutant beast. Fong Shin fell into deep thought, his gaze shifting between talents and class traits, while contemplating his future development path. It didn't take long for him to make a decision. Ultimately, Fong Shin chose the path of returning to the peak of extremes. In his view, extremes did not mean taking a risky route, but rather achieving balance through the combined effects of equipment, skills, and talents, using extreme power to reach a state of equilibrium. Realizing this, Fong Shin didn't hesitate to allocate all 220 attribute points to strength. With a mere thought, a refreshed character attribute chart appeared before him, and the data was astounding. Level 30, 100 experience, with excess experience stored. First rank, profession, Slayer of the 10th tier. Strength skyrocketed to 230, agility 15, endurance 29.7, stamina 22, intelligence 10. Health points 4,400, maximum slaughter aura points 500. The most striking feature was the incredible attack power 46,000. This number instantly transformed Fong Shin from an ordinary person with an attack power of only 3,252 into a true combat monster. Time to reveal my hand. I'm officially overpowered now. Fong Shin thought with delight, feeling the surge of power within him. To test his new strength, Fong Shin casually threw a punch. Instantly, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The air seemed to turn into flowing liquid, swirling around his fist and forming a visible vortex. A dazzling white light enveloped his fist as he unhesitatingly aimed at the stone wall of the temple room. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the thick stone wall shattered into pieces. Fong Shin looked at his fist in disbelief, amazed that his flesh and blood could effortlessly smash through several meters of solid stone wall. This was merely the power of a casual strike, revealing the terrifying extent of his 46,000 attack power. However, as Fong Shin was immersed in the astonishing enhancement of his own strength, an unexpected scene unfolded before his eyes. A large round table appeared out of thin air in front of him. Embedded in the center of the table was a steaming pot, with its broth bubbling and exuding an enticing aroma. This sudden scene left Fong Shin momentarily stunned, the enticing scent stimulating his taste buds, starkly contrasting with the battle atmosphere moments ago. A lavish hot pot feast was unfolding on the round table. An array of ingredients was spread out. Fresh vegetables like cabbage, spinach, pea shoots, asparagus lettuce, cabbage, potatoes, lotus root, water bamboo, winter bamboo shoots, and spring bamboo shoots were neatly arranged. The aroma of dried goods such as yulon slices, dried bamboo shoots, vermicelli, red dates, konjac, wood ear mushrooms, silver ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, button mushrooms, and bamboo fungus was enticing. There was a rich variety of meats, including lamb, beef, pork, ham, luncheon meat, cured meat, and sausages. Poultry options featured chicken, duck, goose, chicken wings, chicken blood, and duck blood. The seafood selection of fish balls, shrimp paste, cuttlefish, and stuffed meatballs was mouth-watering. An assortment of condiments was also available: minced garlic, fermented tofu, sesame oil, chili oil, chive flowers, soy sauce, seafood soy sauce, small chili peppers, spicy sauce, Sichuan peppercorns, and sesame seeds. It was indeed a gigantic hot pot. Seated around the steaming hot pot were 5 people: a woman in a commander's uniform, a young man with a large knife, laceol, flameal, and hippolyte. They were ready to start this delicious feast. Just then, Fong Shin appeared. His arrival caused a stir, and everyone's attention was inevitably drawn to him. After his transformation, Fong Shin's appearance had subtly changed. His physique was more harmoniously perfect, and his pitch-black pupils now had a clear, ruby-like red ring. This change complemented his weathered, aloof demeanor, highlighting his innate noble and solitary aura. He was like a distant polar star in the sky, radiating a mysterious and eternal light that compelled admiration. The young man with the large knife was the first to break the silence, exaggeratingly exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, brother-in-law, how did you get even more handsome? You used to be just a bit more handsome than me, and now you're twice as handsome. I, the most beautiful flower of the Central Plains, am not convinced. Damn heavens, it's so unfair." He pretended to be indignant, then laughed and said, well, just twice as handsome, not 3 times. I can accept that. After all, you're my brother-in-law and my big brother. Come on over and eat hot pot with us. We just sat down and haven't started yet. I was about to call you. The young man with the large knife waved warmly, appearing very courteous. Meanwhile, Laisol and Flamiel just smiled friendly at Fong Shin without verbally inviting him to join. Watching this scene, Fong Shin felt a surge of complex emotions. He thought to himself, damn, having a hot pot without inviting me. What's the meaning of this? Is this how you treat your benefactor? If it weren't for me, you'd have been naga food by now. He silently condemned the scene before him, but outwardly, he remained calm. The dewdrops on the organic vegetables glistened under the light, exuding a fresh and enticing aroma. Thin slices of meat, as delicate as cicada wings, were neatly arranged, with firm texture and fine marbling, adorned with frost-like fat. A variety of balls, crystal clear and adorably round, seemed to tempt the diners. These top-tier hot pot ingredients all showcased exceptional quality. Fong Shin glanced around, a hint of admiration in his eyes, and turned to the young man with a big knife, saying, I didn't expect you to have such a passion for gourmet food. With that, he walked over to the round table and stopped in front of the empty chair between the girl in the military uniform and the young man. The young man with the big knife scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Huh? Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm just a rough guy, only into coarse stuff. These refined ingredients must have been prepared by the women. Fong Shin's steps halted abruptly, and his expression froze. He cursed inwardly, wishing he could strangle the big knife youth for his loose tongue. If it wasn't you who prepared them, why are you acting like the host? At that moment, he finally understood why the others hadn't invited him earlier. However, Fong Shin quickly adjusted his mindset. Whoever prepared it didn't matter. Since he was here, he might as well enjoy a hot pot meal. Take a seat. The girl in the military uniform spoke up at the right moment, her tone carrying an undeniable command. Fong Shin sat down silently. Everyone's here. Feel free to start, the girl in the military uniform said politely, though her tone remained cold. Fong Shin thought to himself, one of the standards of a strong person is not being swayed by emotions. Discard unnecessary emotions and make every step serve your best interest. As he pondered, he picked up a slice of mutton roll and dipped it into the pot. The mutton roll melted in his mouth, releasing a rich aroma that made Fong Shin squint with pleasure. It was indeed exceptionally delicious. After a long battle, his stomach was growling, and it was the perfect time to feast. Fong Shin began to focus on enjoying the food. Suddenly, the voice of the big knife youth broke the silence. Hey, you redheads and blondes, how come you're so good with chopsticks? You're eating so fast. What happened to the gentlemanly demeanor? Delicious, exclaimed a blonde man, swallowing his food with gusto. Who needs gentlemanly demeanor? We don't need such pretentious things. I must admit, Dragon Kingdom cuisine is truly the best. Those fish and chips and burgers are just garbage. Prince Flamiel, I agree with you this time, chimed in another red-haired man, grabbing another piece of meat. Slurp, it's so tasty. Fong Shin thought he was eating quickly, but was surprised to find these seemingly distinguished blonde and red-haired diners eating even more voraciously than him. The most striking among them was the girl in the military uniform, her movements fluid and seamless, adding ingredients, retrieving them, dipping them in sauce, and eating, all in one smooth motion. In just 5 minutes, she had devoured 10 meatballs, half a plate of beef, half a plate of mutton, and various vegetables with astonishing speed. Fong Shin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, the more beautiful a woman, the harder she is to feed, as evidenced by the appetite of this girl in the military uniform. In no time, the entire table of hot pot ingredients was cleared. Full, the big knife youth said, patting his bulging stomach. I feel like my combat power has been fully restored. The giant red-crowned crane beside him also let out a satisfied burp, then somehow produced a toothpick and began leisurely picking its shark-like sharp teeth. At this point, the girl in the military uniform sat upright in her chair, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, and said, Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons, Prince Flamiel II of the Iris, Grand Commander Razol of the Holy Army, Qin family martial enthusiast Qin Tian. Apart from Fong Shin, all of you are the most powerful people on Blue Star. What do you think of our current situation? Flamiel's lips curled into a slight smile, and he casually asked in return, Oh? Before asking us, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The girl in the commander's uniform gently adjusted the brim of her hat and calmly said, You can call me Fang Xuan. Her words were like a thunderclap, causing Qin Tian to jump up in disbelief. What? Fairy lady, you're Fang Xuan? That's impossible. Are you some centuries-old witch? Please, don't shatter my dreams. Hippolyta, who had been silent, slowly stood up, her voice carrying a slightly raspy magnetism. As far as I know, Fang Xuan is a woman with a full head of white hair, no taller than 1.7 meters, and over 100 years old. How can you prove you are Fang Xuan? Flammer and Razor also stood up, staring seriously at the woman in the commander's uniform. Fang Xuan calmly explained, The person you're referring to is my master, the previous Fang Xuan. I just completed the ritual yesterday and officially took over the position of Fang Xuan. As for proof, she reached out into the air and an ice-blue crystal sword appeared out of nowhere. A chill emanated from the sword, like the cold moonlight over autumn waters. The divine sword. Bloodstained ice butterfly. The young man stared at the slowly rotating sword, drooling. So, fairy sister, you are the eldest daughter of the imperial family. Qin Tian suddenly remembered something and smiled sheepishly. My sister mentioned your name. All right. All right. Don't look at me. I won't say anything, haha. Flammer and Razor solemnly approached Feng Xuan and performed a series of intricate rituals in front of Fong Shin. The scene seemed utterly absurd to Fong Shin, like watching a bizarre TV drama. Feng Xuan, Queen, Duke, Holy Army Commander. These titles were nothing more than childish, pretentious words to Fong Shin, despite once representing the pinnacle of world power. Hey, brother-in-law, a voice suddenly chimed in. Who would have thought the new Feng Xuan is a celestial beauty under 20? To take on the role of Feng Xuan before 20, even I have to admit, her innate talent is extraordinary. The speaker paused, his tone becoming playful. Even though you're my brother-in-law, I must say, if you can win over that woman, you could walk sideways in the world. Operating an aircraft carrier single-handedly wouldn't be a problem. Exciting, isn't it? Aren't you interested? The young man with the large sword grinned mischievously, chuckling to himself. He continued, but I have to tell you, the Phoenix throne must remain pure and chaste for life. Absolutely unable to marry, huh? So you'd better just be my brother-in-law. Fong Shin paid no attention to the nonsensical young man and walked away from the round table. He began to carefully inspect the temple, his eyes sweeping over every corner, searching for any possible clues. Fong Shin's actions immediately caught the attention of the others. Although on the surface everyone seemed focused on the Phoenix throne, in reality, each person's gaze was fixed on Fong Shin's every move. To them, Fong Shin represented the unknown, the mysterious, the powerful, the aloof, and the indifferent. His aura was extraordinary, as if he naturally carried an air of nobility. This group understood the terror of the named mutated beasts more than anyone. They had faced a third tier named mutated beast, a creature they could not match. And Fong Shin had successfully slain a fifth tier, true name mutated beast. This fact was beyond their wildest imagination. Just looking at Cazelle's illustration filled them with fear and despair, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. They couldn't imagine what a terrifying monster it was, nor could they fathom the extent of Fong Shin's strength to have defeated Cazelle. Fong Shin was indifferent to their thoughts. To him, it was enough if these people could recognize their potential as human beings, develop their abilities well, and refrain from doing anything foolish. The temple was vast, and it took Fong Shin a full half-hour to explore it thoroughly. At the end of the temple, he discovered a flat vertical surface. Based on the architectural analysis, this temple was likely just a part of a larger complex. Aside from that, Fong Shin found no other useful information. The entire temple was made up of massive stones and vines, with no reliefs, inscriptions, or any treasures left behind. In short, he found nothing. Standing in the empty temple, Fong Shin fell into deep thought. The current predicament seemed to have no obvious breakthrough, and his exploration was at a standstill. If it were not Fong Shin standing here, but the 5 individuals with inexplicable titles, this would undoubtedly be a hopeless situation for them. Outside the extra-dimensional space, they faced the Naga, an opponent they couldn't possibly defeat. Inside the temple, there were no clues for a turnaround. However, for Fong Shin, this was not a problem at all. Calmly, he took out a high-end folding bed, covered himself with a wool blanket, and quickly fell asleep. The temple, arranged by the 8th tier true name Mo Ka, provided him with enough security. On the morning of the first day of the new era, Fong Shin woke up feeling refreshed at 6 o'clock. The system prompt immediately chimed in, announcing the completion of the novice task. After the blood moon, humanity suffered an unprecedented mass extinction, with mutant beasts delivering a fatal blow at this most vulnerable moment. Expressionless, Fong Shin walked towards the temple exit. Feng Xuan asked where he was going, and he calmly replied, out of the temple, to slaughter the aberrations. As soon as he stepped out of the extra-dimensional space, hundreds of lightning arrows came rushing towards him. The Naga had heavily fortified the exit. Fong Shin murmured, good, saves me the trouble of finding you. He swiftly used Phantom Charge and Blink Assault, instantly appearing in the midst of the Naga sirens. His fists whirled like a vortex, white light enveloped his fists, and Fong Shin was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, with each punch exploding a Naga. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Nagas burst apart, turning into a rain of blood. The system prompts began to flood the screen, showing that Fong Shin had killed numerous third-tier elite and leader-level Naga sirens. The blade whirlwind triggered, and the surrounding Nagas instantly turned into ice sculptures, which Fong Shin then shattered with his punches. In the transparent light screen, the potential group of 5 witnessed all of this, their emotions a mix of shock, battle spirit, and curiosity. Wisely, they chose to stay within the light screen, avoiding a reckless rush to their deaths. After slaying nearly 100 Naga sirens, The remaining ones retreated behind the Naga warriors. These seemingly formidable Naga warriors were actually like oversized balloons, bursting upon being struck by Fong Shin. In just 5 minutes, Fong Shin caused over 500 Nagas to explode, with a rain of blood mixed with ice shards flying everywhere. And this was merely the beginning of his terrifying power. In the azure sky, cotton-like clouds drifted by, occasionally crossed by large birds that left white trails. Fong Shin moved gracefully among the Nagas, each punch carrying lethal force, his movements as elegant as a dance. Death and destruction accompanied him, and his clear blood-ringed eyes held only indifference. The blade whirlwind activated frequently, and Fong Shin precisely took down 500 Nagas, delivering 100 punches and generating 100 points of Slayer energy. As his killing intent surged, the surrounding temperature plummeted. A glaze of blood-red aura emanated from Fong Shin, quickly forming into a massive spear. With a swoosh, the spear swept across, its attack range vast, triggering a burst of damage numbers. The combined effects of extreme cold and true judgment activated, and swathes of Nagas fell. This spear, condensed from manifested killing intent, far surpassed Fong Shin in monster-killing efficiency. These Nagas are perfect for testing my newly acquired Tier 10 profession, Fong Shin thought. Actual combat is the best way to assess strength and data. He unleashed a flurry of punches while carefully observing the attack mechanism of the manifested killing intent. Astonishingly, this manifested intent could also provide him with Slayer energy. Fong Shin felt a tremor in his heart, this power instilling a sense of awe, as if he held the world's nuclear launch codes. In just 30 seconds, Fong Shin's Slayer energy reached its full 500-point capacity. 5 manifestations of killing intent appeared in succession: a spear, a long sword, a machine gun, a leopard, and a high nut. Though some seemed oddly out of place, it was not the point. Fong Shin realized that once the Slayer energy was maxed out and not used, no more manifestations would appear. The consumption rate of Slayer energy limits my power, Fong Shin mused. I've heard of being limited by insufficient mana, but never by a slow consumption rate. He realized that the Tier 10 profession was beyond normal boundaries. On the battlefield, the slaughter was one-sided. Each sweep of the spear reaped a swath of Nagas, and the machine gun's fire felled them like wheat. Meanwhile, the killing intent leopard and high nut targeted a massive, heavily armored Naga warrior wielding a gleaming flail. However, before this Lord-level Naga could display its strength, it was torn apart by the leopard and crushed into pulp by the high nut. System notifications flashed continuously, showing Fong Shin had slain various levels of Nagas, gaining substantial experience and gold. Despite the significant power gap between elites, leaders, and lords, to Fong Shin, these Tier 3 monsters were mere fodder. To consume the excess Slayer energy, Fong Shin had to use skills. His fist, wrapped in white light, combined with manifested killing intent, continued to reap Naga lives. Although the manifested intent had only a tenth of Fong Shin's health, with an astounding attack power of 46,000, the Nagas stood no chance. Finally, after over 1,000 Nagas and 2 lords lay dead, the Naga army began to rout. The system promptly issued a new quest, requiring the slaying of 10,000 creatures weighing over 50 kilograms, with higher rewards for greater weight. Meanwhile, the Monster Slayer system quickly replenished the over 15 billion gold Fong Shin had spent, granting a 20 billion reward. The Nagas thrashed their tails frantically, quickly vanishing into the palm forest. Fong Shin did not pursue, but began collecting the treasure chests and materials scattered on the ground. Though the equipment and skills from low-tier chests no longer interested him, a certain special item was something he urgently needed. Beside him, Qin Tian watched in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, is this the strength of my brother-in-law? Defeating tens of thousands of Nagas alone, truly a hero of legends." He proudly added, "My judgment is sharp indeed. Only someone like him deserves my sister." Then, Qin Tian slyly said to Feng Xuan, "Honestly, only my brother-in-law is worthy of you, and you would only look at someone like him, a true dragon among men. Too bad you took over the position of Feng Xuan. Haha, now my sister has no competition, it's fate." Feng Xuan calmly replied, "Ji told me a few things about you. Like when you were 5, you could still." Hearing this, Qin Tian was shocked, waving his hands frantically. No, Feng Xuan, don't say it. I'll keep quiet, okay?" He muttered, "I never thought my sister would gossip like that with others. Only with Feng Xuan, I guess." The manifestations of killing intent gradually dissipated. Weapons like halberds, long knives, machine guns, leopards, and high walnuts flickered in the air for 46 seconds before quietly vanishing. Fong Shin knew that this duration was precisely 1,000th of his attack power. His gaze swept over the treasure chest in front of him, and without hesitation, Fong Shin reached out to open the second-tier white chest, instantly deducting 150 gold coins. Immediately after, he spent 500 gold coins to open the third-tier green chest. System prompts flashed through his mind, reminding him that he could spend more gold to enhance item quality or gain additional rewards. But Fong Shin had no time to pay attention to that now. Items poured out of the chest, and what Fong Shin urgently needed soon appeared before him. The most striking among them was a scroll emitting a faint glow, the second-tier Ascension certificate. Fong Shin carefully examined the instructions on the certificate. Once used, it would completely eliminate useless genes, allowing the body's gene energy conversion rate to approach perfection, while triggering a second-tier Ascension task. Requirements for use: obtain a profession, reach level 30. Below the certificate was a piece of text. After the first-tier Ascension, you found your path to becoming strong, but the useless and cumbersome genes filled your path with thorns and obstacles. Finally, you have reached the boundary of further life sublimation. However, this ascension will not be as simple as before. Complete the ascension task, pass the test, and obtain the true power of life ascension. Fong Shin thought to himself that the second-tier ascension certificate was not a rare item. As long as one reached level 30, there was a high probability of obtaining it from low-tier chests. Additionally, tasks issued by NPCs in the shelter could also yield it. The real challenge lay in the task triggered by the certificate. He had been stuck at this checkpoint for a full 3 months in his past life. Ignoring the complex looks from the potential 5-member group behind him, Fong Shin walked straight into the light screen and used the second-tier Ascension certificate without hesitation. Blinding golden light instantly enveloped him, and warm energy, like strands of silk, penetrated every cell of his body, flowing along every gene chain, repairing and perfecting each pair of bases. This deep, bone marrow comfort felt as if shedding a heavy, useless shell, leaving his whole body feeling unprecedentedly light. The system prompt immediately appeared. Second-tier Ascension task identification in progress. Detected profession, slaughter power kill crown 10th tier pink. Second-tier Ascension task released. Task objective, kill 5 4th-tier, Lord-level creatures, with a kill contribution rate greater than 99, progress 0.5. Task reward, complete the second-tier Ascension, level cap breakthrough to 30. Looking at this daunting task, Fong Shin remained unfazed. Ever since seeing the abnormal attributes of the 10th tier profession, he had anticipated the difficulty of the Ascension. Life Ascension, each tier a step to heaven. The 3rd tier is merely the level of the mundane. The 4th tier can be considered extraordinary. This single-word difference is a chasm-like gap in life levels, an insurmountable disparity in combat power. Fong Shin fell into contemplation. Although his attack power was sufficient, he still lacked in agility, endurance, and defense. When the Blood Moon first descended upon Blue Star, he indeed slaughtered 4th tier, named mutant beasts, and 5th tier, true, named mutant beasts. However, that was because those creatures had not yet fully evolved, having potential in rank, but lacking in actual strength. At this moment, even when facing a fully evolved 4th tier named Darkwall Demon, Fong Shin knew his odds were slim. In the Ascension War, the most crucial survival skill is accurately assessing combat power. Fong Shin was adept at this and knew that his ability to kill the Darkwall Demon and Gazelle was merely due to a timing advantage. Facing a truly extraordinary 4th tier leader-level monster, Fong Shin did not have a 100 chance of winning, at most a 99 confidence level. If only there were a blessing altar here, I could convert gold into combat power. Fong Shin mused. The blessing altar is a special structure that only powerful civilizations can build, allowing humans to exchange gold for attributes. In his past life, the entire Human Destiny Alliance had only constructed 3 low-level blessing altars. Discarding useless thoughts, Fong Shin analyzed the current situation. There was still room for improvement in his equipment, and the island needed further exploration. Although there were no clear clues in the temple, the presence of Mocha itself was an important clue, indicating that the island must be hiding some secret. In the end, I still need to kill all the Nagas first. Fong Shin resolved, preparing to leave the temple when a familiar sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Aho aho aho. An ancient sea turtle crawled up to Fong Shin, gently biting the hem of his clothing. Its familiar eyes revealed an urgent desire to lead the way. This detail sparked a realization in Fong Shin. He recalled how, upon first being transported here, a group of ancient sea turtles, parasitically controlled by evil barnacles, had attacked them. Yet, in reality, these creatures were extremely friendly to humans. Their ancestor, Mocha, referred to Blue Star as their homeland, seemingly waiting specifically for the arrival of humans. More importantly, the 6 of them were not randomly transported, but sent to the same place among the ancient sea turtle group. Connecting the clues, Fong Shin came to a reasonable conclusion. Those evil barnacles were likely tools used by the Nagas to control the ancient sea turtles. Why would the mutant Nagas control the ancient sea turtles instead of directly killing them? Fong Shin continued to reason. The answer was obvious, because the human teleportation location was fixed, and the Nagas did not know the exact position. To discover humans at the earliest opportunity, they controlled the ancient sea turtles. This explained why the Naga patrols appeared so quickly. As his thoughts raced, the fog gradually cleared. Through this series of logical deductions, Fong Shin ultimately reached a conclusion, which was clues connected in Fong Shin's mind, forming a network that eventually painted a clear picture. This sea area was originally the domain of ancient sea turtles, but it was forcibly taken over by the Naga. Their purpose was obvious: to kill potential human talents and destroy the future of the Blue Star civilization. Fong Shin's thoughts surged like the tide. This island was linked to the fate of Blue Star, likely the relic of Blue Star civilizations from previous eras. Whenever a new era dawned, the most promising individuals would be transported here to undergo trials or receive guidance, accelerating their growth. However, this time human civilization emerged too late, so late that even the ancestral turtle Mocha had exhausted its life. The Naga took advantage of the situation, stationing heavy forces on the island to ambush human potentials. Fong Shin suddenly realized why there were so few peak powerhouses in his previous life fight was because they were targeted from the start. Under the Naga's conspiracy, this island became a death cradle for human potentials. Throughout 300 years of his previous life, Fong Shin was always proud to be human. Humanity's resilience, sacrifice, unity, and counterattacks against desperate odds continually bolstered his pride. From near extinction to gradual development, battling mutated beasts internally and alien species externally, humans slowly reclaimed their lost ground. Yet, faced with ever stronger alien species and mutated beasts, humanity struggled to match peak combat power and gradually fell into despair. Now, Fong Shin finally understood the truth. It wasn't that humans lacked potential, but that this new Blue Star civilization was targeted from the beginning. The most potential individuals were stifled before they could even start developing. The scene of the final battle flashed in Fong Shin's consciousness. That anger, despair, unwillingness, and hatred transformed into lava rolling in the depths of his heart. He unconsciously clenched his fists, expressionless, yet exuding a chilling dark aura. Feng Shui keenly noticed Fong Shin's change. Her starry eyes reflected his figure, and she was secretly amazed. Fong Shin, what have you experienced, and what are you thinking? It's a miracle you haven't gone mad. At this moment, the ancient sea turtle nudged Fong Shin, its honest eyes looking at him suspiciously. It felt that Fong Shin was now filled with the aura of water, as unfathomable as the ocean. Sensing the ancient sea turtle's urging, Fong Shin lightly leaped onto its shell. In the sky, 3 stars of different sizes rose, casting bright and fervent light on this unknown yet beautiful island. The sound of waves and birds reached his ears, and the warm breeze brushed his face. Fong Shin thought, if not for the Naga, this place could be a top-rated tourist destination. With that in mind, he decided to contribute to this land by exterminating the polluting Naga. With the day's plan starting in the morning, Fong Shin was full of energy, ready to kill thousands more Naga. Unfortunately, he saw no trace of them along the way. He had accumulated nearly 15 million experience points and could upgrade his skills. Standing on the ancient sea turtle's back, facing the sea breeze, Fong Shin opened the skill panel. He spent 1.5 million gold coins and 15 million experience points to upgrade the Blade Whirlwind, a 5-tier yellow skill, from level 1 to level 3. This passive skill had a higher chance of creating a whirlwind during attacks, dealing damage to surrounding enemies, making it an excellent group attack skill. Despite the significant cost of upgrading skills, for Fong Shin, who had surplus experience and was temporarily stuck at level 30, it was a good way to enhance his abilities. Meanwhile, after Fong Shin left, Qin Tian leaned against a rock, feeling bored and talking to himself. Oh dear, with brother-in-law gone, I feel so bored. I can't beat the monsters outside, and there's nothing here, so I can only stay put, waiting for brother-in-law to return. In ancient times there was the stone waiting for a husband, and now there's me, Qin Tian, turning into a stone waiting for a brother-in-law. It could be a great story. Huh. Just as he spoke, he saw Feng Shui approaching and panicked. He thought, oh no. Zhang Wuji's mother said the more beautiful a woman is, the more trouble she brings. Now, the biggest trouble in the world is coming my way. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Qin Tian glanced around, his eyes wandering, not daring to look directly at Feng Shui. However, Feng Shui ignored him completely and stared thoughtfully at the rock behind him. Sister Feng Shui, what's so special about a broken rock? Could it be you're thinking of brother-in-law and want to become a real stone waiting for a husband? No way, you're Feng Shui, even if times have changed. Qin Tian's words were cut short by Feng Shui. Feng Shui asked, Qin Tian, your family has a long heritage and deep traditions. Don't you feel there's something unusual about this stone? Qin Tian scratched his head and replied, now that you mention it, this stone does give me a familiar feeling. No wonder I leaned against it. Stone bro, we have a connection. Feng Shui muttered to herself. This is a formation stone. Qin Tian laughed. The largest formation stone in the Qin family array is only the size of a fist. Such a big one. Could it be the ancestor of formation stones? Besides, formation stones can't be detected or tested by any means. They only activate their effects when placed in a formation. The formation stones on Blue Star are all passed down through generations. So, Feng Shui Fairy, how can you be sure this is a formation stone? Feng Shui calmly said, the overall layout of the buildings here, I've seen in a jade slip. It resembles a corner of a certain formation. Oh, what formation? Qin Tian asked curiously. It's called the Xuanwu Totem Yin-Yang Formation, Feng Shui replied. Qin Tian was unconvinced. Even if we know the formation's shape, without a power source, we can't activate it. Feng Shui remained unmoved and directly ordered. So, go fetch those 2 pearls formed from the ancestral turtle's tears. Qin Tian inwardly lamented. Turns out Sister Feng Shui only came to make me a laborer. I'm crying. The beach was a golden hue, and the waves crashed rhythmically. A massive ancient sea turtle carried Fong Shin to the shore, then turned to look at him, mimicking swimming motions with its forelimbs on the sand. Fong Shin understood. You want me to go into the sea? The turtle nodded in confirmation. All right, let's go. Fong Shin stepped into the water, retrieving a clump of olive green seaweed from his system space. The system prompt displayed, breathing seaweed, tier 3 green material, allows for 3 hours of free breathing underwater after consumption, with a crisp and delicious taste. Fong Shin took a bite of the seaweed, gaining the breathing seaweed buff. He leapt high, spinning 1,080 degrees in the air, and entered the water with a perfect vertical dive. The ancient sea turtle applauded in admiration before following suit. The underwater world was a kaleidoscope of colors, with schools of fish weaving through swaying corals. Fong Shin followed the turtle as they swiftly dived deeper. Suddenly, the surrounding creatures scattered in fear as a group of naga, with their finned snake tails, rapidly approached. The turtle quickly hid among the corals, retracting its head for safety. The naga were exceptionally agile in the water, yet they stood no chance against the overwhelming difference in strength. Fong Shin's attack power of 46,000 easily cut through the water's resistance, and with a single punch, he created a whirlpool that instantly overwhelmed several naga. Sensing the blood, a swarm of sharks approached, but dared not come closer due to instinctive fear. The turtle signaled to continue forward and soon hid among the rocks again. This time, over 30 naga appeared, accompanied by a new type of creature, the fearscale lizard. The system displayed, fearscale lizard, tier 2 elite, sea hounds tamed by the naga, with keen senses. Fong Shin felt a thrill, seeing these lizards as perfect bait for drawing out enemies. He swiftly dispatched the fearscale lizards, gaining substantial experience and gold. Then he concentrated 100 points of slaughter chi, manifesting a killing intent octopus. The killing intent octopus attacked with all 8 tentacles simultaneously, as if 8 Fong Shins were fighting side by side. Damage numbers continuously popped up, with occasional critical hits flashing in red. In the blink of an eye, the 30 naga were annihilated, earning Fong Shin 700,000 experience points. The underwater scenery was beautiful, yet concealed a brutal survival competition. Fong Shin, like a predator at the top of the food chain, efficiently slaughtered the naga. Various manifestations of his killing intent, resembling sharks, seahorses, and other forms, circled him, harvesting experience points at a staggering pace. In a short time, Fong Shin amassed 10 million experience points. The ancient sea turtle watched in awe, clapping fervently. If it could speak, it might have gasped in astonishment. Despite the one-sided massacre of the naga, Fong Shin remained vigilant. Throughout this underwater carnage, a nagging question lingered in his mind. The naga creatures are naturally elite monsters, suggesting they should be an incredibly powerful race. However, Fong Shin had already slain thousands of nagas, yet had never encountered any above the 4th tier. This anomaly sparked his curiosity. Remaining on high alert, Fong Shin followed the ancient sea turtle through the deep sea. His every strike was precise and lethal, with naga bodies continuously falling. The seawater was filled with a red-black mist of blood, attracting countless scavengers that rushed in to devour the naga remains. In less than an hour, Fong Shin amassed 30 million experience points. This staggering number confirmed a fact. As long as one is strong enough, experience is not an issue. A shocking figure flashed through his mind. He knew of over 1 trillion different species, meaning his source of experience was virtually limitless. The surrounding marine ecosystem was strikingly similar to that of Blue Star, further supporting Fong Shin's previous assumptions. Yet, after he eliminated all the nagas in the area, an eerie calm settled over the sea. More than 10 minutes passed without any new nagas appearing, and this sudden tranquility made Fong Shin uneasy. At that moment, the ancient sea turtle suddenly released a stream of bubbles, as if to alert Fong Shin to something. They had descended 100 meters when a deep trench appeared before them, seemingly bottomless. The darkness seemed alive, swallowing all light, and an unimaginable terror seemed to lurk in the trench's depths. The ancient sea turtle patted Fong Shin, giving a nearly human-like expression of "It's okay, trust me." before diving into the trench. Fong Shin, not daring to be careless, immediately summoned his guardians, the killer scallop, killer crab, and killer lobster, and followed closely. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Fong Shin's eyes. In the darkness, countless points of light twinkled like stars: blue, white, purple, red. These lights floated in the water, their soft glow enchanting and beautiful beyond measure. The spectacle was as grand as the most advanced digital displays of a virtual world, each frame priceless. These lights were actually jellyfish of various shapes, suspended in the water and emitting a gentle glow, seemingly guiding Fong Shin. As they delved deeper, the number of luminous jellyfish increased dramatically, soon illuminating the entire trench, revealing the secrets of the seabed. Under the illumination of countless jellyfish, an incredibly magnificent structure appeared before Fong Shin. Coral of emerald gold, crystal waves, pearls of the deep sea. These rare materials were used here as ordinary building materials. Fong Shin had seen these materials before, but only as palm-sized treasures. Yet, this nearly 30-meter-tall building was entirely constructed of these rare materials, its value immeasurable. Is this the blessing altar? Fong Shin murmured in disbelief as he swam toward the altar. As he approached, the previously dim altar suddenly burst into radiant light. Rings of runic circles appeared out of nowhere, rotating around the altar in both directions, forming a mysterious defensive array. The ancient sea turtle entered the circles without hesitation. Fong Shin, cautious, first sent his killer manifestations to scout ahead. Once safety was confirmed, he took a deep breath and, following the ancient sea turtle, stepped into the enigmatic blessing altar. Fong Shin's fingers lightly touched the ocean's heart on the blessing altar, and a strange energy surged through his body. A system notification sounded in his mind. You have passed the ocean's heart blessing altar's assessment. You may now connect with the ocean's heart blessing altar. The sight before Fong Shin was awe-inspiring. This blessing altar was majestic and grand, far beyond anything he had seen in his previous life. Recalling the two blessing altars built with all of humanity's effort, which were only the size of 3-story buildings, they seemed like children's toys compared to this one. Fong Shin took a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil and mentally commanded the system. Connect to the ocean's heart blessing altar. Instantly, a translucent screen unfolded before him, shimmering with mysterious runes. The screen displayed information about the ocean's heart blessing altar. Sanctuary blessing. 1. Stamina enhancement. Permanently increase stamina by 1 point, consuming 1 billion gold coins each time, with a limit of life rank x 100. 2. Life enhancement. Permanently increase life value by 1, consuming 1 billion gold coins each time, with a limit of life rank x 100. You have gained the ocean's acknowledgement. Gold coins consumed, 100 billion. Fong Shin fell silent again, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Since his rebirth, everything he encountered seemed increasingly beyond reason, as if the entire picture of his life was distorting. As a once top-tier powerhouse, Fong Shin struggled to maintain outward composure, but the surprise within was hard to suppress. He recalled the human blessing altars of his previous life, which consumed 1 billion gold coins each time and could enhance attributes only up to 20 times, gaining a total of 20 attribute points. Yet, this ocean's heart blessing altar could enhance by life rank x 100 attribute points. This enormous disparity made Fong Shin feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. He smiled wryly to himself, realizing that even after his rebirth, there was still so much he needed to learn and adapt to in this world. Fong Shin's life level had just broken through to the first tier, causing his stamina attribute to surge by a staggering 100 points. This astonishing increase made him gasp, his heart pounding. However, even more astounding were the two powerful blessings that followed. One directly boosted his health by a percentage, and the other was akin to a permanent passive skill that did not occupy a skill slot. Forcing himself to calm down, the salty taste of seawater reminded him he was underwater. He thought to himself, I have 300 years of experience. How can I lose my composure like this? Besides, I'm already a 10th-tier professional and should fully recognize the extraordinary power I possess. After adjusting his mindset, Fong Shin focused on the system screen floating before him. The only downside to these blessings was their exorbitant cost. To increase just 1 point of stamina required an astronomical sum of 1 billion gold coins, a price equivalent to opening a 10th-tier pink treasure chest. At first glance, it seemed to be a low cost-effectiveness. But after a little thought, Fong Shin understood that the two couldn't even be compared. For him, money had never been an issue. Unfortunately, reality hit him hard. At that moment, Fong Shin had only 24.5 billion gold coins, while the Heart of the Ocean skill alone required 100 billion gold coins. It was his first taste of not having enough money. After weighing his options, Fong Shin decided to first enhance his stamina and health, which required a total of 20 billion gold coins, just within his budget. Without hesitation, he clicked on the blessing skills, and immediately, A series of system prompts cascaded down like a waterfall. You spent 1 billion gold coins and received the blessing. Stamina enhancement. Your stamina attribute increased by 1 point. You spent 1 billion gold coins and received the blessing. Stamina enhancement. Your stamina attribute increased by 1 point. You spent 1 billion gold coins and received the blessing. Stamina enhancement. Your stamina attribute increased by 1 point. Within the magnificent, crystal palace-like heart of the ocean blessing altar, countless mysterious azure runes floated out like streams of light, merging into Fong Shin's body. Gentle energy coursed through him, each circulation bringing a wave of comforting warmth, as if he was enveloped by the power of the ocean. With each click, Fong Shin's stamina attribute skyrocketed by 100 points, as a series of system notifications flashed incessantly. Accompanied by the mysterious runes dancing in the air, Fong Shin felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. For every billion coins spent, he received a blessing that increased his health by 1. By the time the final system notification sounded, he was astonished to find his health had doubled by a full 100. This incredible health boost was permanent, and Fong Shin couldn't help but dream about the future. As his strength continued to grow, the effects of this blessing would become even more pronounced. Even now, his health attributes far surpassed those of the top-tier defensive warriors at his level. Fong Shin focused intently on the newly updated attribute panel before him, each figure making his heart race with excitement. Character: Fong Shin. Level: 30. Experience 100. Overflow experience stored. Tier: 2nd tier. Class: 10 tier Slaughter Sovereign. Attributes: Pink. Strength: 230. Agility: 15. Endurance: 29.7. Stamina: 132. Intelligence: 10. Health: 52,800. Slaughter value cap: 500. Attack power: 46,000. Additional attack speed: 0. Defense: 1,002. Additional movement speed: 10. Skill cooldown reduction: 0. Physical critical chance: 10. Physical critical damage: 200. Base physical critical damage is 150. Fire element resistance: 10. Fire element damage reduction: 20. Fong Shin was thrilled to see that his stamina alone had soared from a mere 22 points to an impressive 132 points. Even more astonishing was his health, which had leapt from a meager 4,400 points to a staggering 52,800 points, making him a veritable tank. All of this was thanks to the magical power of the ocean's heart at the blessing altar and the power of money. However, Fong Shin knew that the enhancement of these stats was more than just numbers on a screen. In this real world, much lay hidden beneath the cold digits. Just as his attack power exceeding 46,000 allowed him to shatter stone walls several meters thick with a punch, ignoring air resistance, the increase in stamina and health brought many unexpected benefits. Closing his eyes, Fong Shin concentrated on the new, surging power within him. He was delighted to discover that his injury recovery speed had significantly increased, even to the point of regenerating severed limbs. Moreover, his lifespan had extended, explaining why he had lived to over 320 years in his previous life. Opening his eyes, a determined light shone in Fong Shin's gaze. Next, he needed to continue earning coins. With sufficient funds, he could not only learn from the ocean's heart, but also secure the 5 individuals with top-tier potential under his control. At that moment, the ancient sea turtle seemed to sense that Fong Shin had completed his enhancement. It released a string of glistening bubbles and slowly swam toward a hidden cave beside the altar. Before entering the cave, the turtle glanced back at Fong Shin, as if urging him to follow quickly. Fong Shin, now a changed man, no longer overly cautious, followed the turtle into the cave without hesitation. Upon entering, he felt a powerful current pushing against him. This seemingly calm cave was, in fact, the entrance to an undercurrent passage. The ancient sea turtle swam swiftly towards Fong Shin, who grabbed onto the protruding shell with ease, using the power of the undercurrent to propel himself forward. After about half an hour, the undercurrent finally subsided, and Fong Shin, along with the ancient sea turtle, arrived at a lake. For those with trypophobia, this lake would be a nightmare. The lake bed was densely covered with clusters of barnacles, their surfaces uneven and riddled with tiny holes, from which tentacles constantly emerged and swayed. A system notification appeared: Evil Parasitic Barnacles, Tier 2 Elite, Level 1823. These repulsive creatures were bred by the naga, capable of parasitizing crustaceans, driving them into a bloodthirsty frenzy, and ensuring absolute obedience to the naga's commands. The scene at the lake bed was even more horrifying. Among the rocks, ancient sea turtles were bound by thick chains, their bodies covered in parasitic barnacles. The system kept flashing notifications: Parasitized Ancient Giant Sea Turtle, Tier 2 Leader, Parasitized Ancient Giant Sea Turtle, Tier 3 Elite, Parasitized Ancient Giant Sea Turtle, Tier 3 Leader. These turtles were massive, far more powerful than the companions by Fong Shin's side. Fong Shin's turtle companion, Witnessing the plight of its kin, sorrowfully released a stream of bubbles, attracting the attention of the naga. Dozens of naga quickly surrounded them, yet Fong Shin approached them with unusual warmth, greeting them enthusiastically. What followed was a one-sided massacre. System notifications popped up incessantly. You have slain a low naga siren tier 3, elite, gaining 19,885 experience points, 800 gold. You have slain a low naga siren tier 3, leader, gaining 59,100 experience points, 3,280 gold. You have slain a low naga warrior tier 2, leader, gaining 31,530 experience points, 2,142 gold. You have slain a low naga siren chief tier 3, lord, gaining 700,000 experience points, 45,000 gold. The naga here were evidently stronger than those on the island and in the sea, with leaders frequently appearing, and even some of lord rank. Clearly, this was a crucial area for the naga. Fong Shin moved as though he was in an uninhabited land, taking down each naga with a single punch. In the heat of battle, a manifestation of killing intent suddenly appeared, the killing intent torpedo launcher. It continuously fired energy torpedoes, and amidst the resounding booms, damage numbers rained down like droplets. The torpedoes carried all of Fong Shin's attack effects, often striking the naga with icy blue energy, instantly turning them into shattered ice sculptures. During the fight, Fong Shin noticed that the extreme cold killing intent attack effect varied greatly. At its weakest, a punch sent only a single snowflake drifting down. At its strongest, it froze a naga into an ice sculpture. Once the manifestation of killing intent appeared, Fong Shin's combat power would increase exponentially, rapidly growing like a snowball rolling downhill. The manifestation of killing intent not only generated a certain energy value, but also accelerated the formation of a second manifestation. In an instant, a dazed-looking penguin appeared beside Fong Shin, its neck wrapped in a bright red scarf, with eyes full of disdain and arrogance, making one want to punch it. The penguin lazily lounged next to Fong Shin, glancing around without attacking the naga, appearing utterly useless. Fong Shin decided to test the defensive capabilities of the manifested killing intent. He grabbed the penguin and stuffed it into a torpedo launcher, then commanded, "Fire." The penguin shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for the naga. The naga was enraged at the sight. "A mere penguin. How dare you act so recklessly before me?" Before the words were fully spoken, damage numbers floated above the penguin's head. Fong Shin analyzed in his mind. The defensive power of the manifested intent was comparable to his own, but did not inherit the damage immunity trait of his profession. His professional trait, Crown of Authority, allowed him to be immune to damage below 4,600 points, but tests showed this only applied to him personally. With a significant increase in health, the manifested killing intent had 5,280 health points. After withstanding a dozen attacks, the penguin's health was finally depleted. At the critical moment, the penguin suddenly swelled like an inflated balloon and exploded with a loud bang before the naga could react. At the moment of explosion, Fong Shin's vision was filled with a sea of bright red damage numbers. Dozens of nagas were torn apart in the blast, with the intense shockwave sending water columns several meters high, scattering the naga's remains into the air before they fell back to the ground. Some of the flying debris landed on the head of a beautiful white-scaled naga siren, messing up her neatly combed blue hair, with black-red blood and foul-smelling pus dripping down her cheeks. What's going on? Can anyone tell me what happened?" The angry, piercing voice was almost ear-splitting. Clearly, as an alien species, the naga had their own language. Reporting to the commander. "It seems a human has infiltrated the ancient turtle hatchery base," a subordinate reported nervously. "What? A human? From that new civilization on Blue Star?" The white-scaled naga was incredulous. "Subordinate, do you know what you're saying? Humans are weak and insignificant now. Any naga warrior could easily kill them. How could they possibly be here? Weren't they trapped in the other dimensional space? Tell me, how did they break through the encirclement?" She said, grabbing a piece of naga debris from her head and hurling it at a naga warrior's face. Just then, another naga siren swam over in a panic. "Commander, something terrible has happened. A human has escaped from the other dimensional space and has already killed nearly 1,000 nagas. The entire encirclement force is in full retreat." The white-scaled naga was too shocked to speak. "What? Say that again." "A human has crushed our encirclement force. A bunch of useless fools." The white-scaled naga was furious. "Subordinate, come with me to the hatchery base. Also, increase the speed of the erosion equipment's operation. That other dimensional space has inexplicably weakened by 1,000,000 times, and soon we'll be able to erode that space and capture the humans inside. For the revival of the naga, we must obtain these humans." Clap, clap. The ancient sea turtle watched Fong Shin's performance, lamenting that its flippers weren't strong enough to applaud more loudly. Originally, it had planned to sneak in with Fong Shin to free its fellow creatures and join forces against the naga. Little did it know, this human was terrifyingly powerful, slaughtering the naga as effortlessly as crushing shrimp. The sea turtles secretly admired him. This is a powerful ally worth holding on to. The number of nagas in the lake was not large, and Fong Shin quickly wiped them out. He then turned his attention to the dense clusters of parasitic barnacles. These evil barnacles weren't individual entities, but colonies formed by dozens of barnacles. Though they lacked offensive capabilities, their defense was exceptionally strong. As second-tier elites, they could even withstand attacks from third-tier creatures. However, to Fong Shin, they were insignificant. Bright damage numbers continuously appeared, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering, as the evil parasitic barnacles were smashed like fragile glass. System notifications flashed continuously. You killed a second-tier elite evil parasitic barnacle, gaining 8,850 experience points and 230 gold. You killed a second-tier elite evil parasitic barnacle, gaining 9,910 experience points and 247 gold. You killed. The entire lakebed had become Fong Shin's treasure trove of experience. His manifested killing intent formed 10 clones, transforming into a highly efficient nuclear-powered barnacle remover. The small lake was quickly cleared out, and in less than 2 minutes, Fong Shin had eradicated all the evil barnacles, earning an incredible 50 million experience points. In less than half a day, Fong Shin had accumulated 80 million experience points, all thanks to the Naga's generosity. Where on Blue Star could one find such a dense and numerous collection of elites and leaders? This island, originally a trap set by the Naga for human potential seekers, had become Fong Shin's launchpad for gaining experience. The Naga, in striking at themselves with their own stone, sacrificed their entire tribe to empower Fang Xuan, a truly admirable spirit of internationalism. Fong Shin contemplated, this is the Naga base on the island. There should be more powerful Nagas to come. All these experience points will be used to enhance my skills and maximize my combat power. The system prompt then sounded. You have spent 500,000 gold and 5 million experience to upgrade the skill level of Phantom Charge to level 2 in the 5th tier yellow category. You have spent 1 million gold and 10 million experience to upgrade the skill level of Phantom Charge to level 3 in the 5th tier yellow category. The upgraded skill details appeared. Phantom Charge, 5th tier yellow, level 3, active skill, cooldown time 10 seconds. Effect, your body merges into a phantom, ignoring all physical obstacles to dash forward 10 meters at high speed, leaving behind a movable illusion at the original location. The illusion has no attack power, with defense and health identical to the original, existing for a maximum of 10 seconds. The system included a warning. Be sure to gauge the distance accurately, or you may end up stuck in a wall or falling into lava. To avoid such situations, ensure the destination is within your line of sight when using this skill. This warning came from the final advice of an experienced warrior who had unfortunately dashed into a women's bath, a caution both amusing and sobering. After Phantom Charge was upgraded to level 3, the charge distance remained at 10 meters, but the cooldown time was reduced from 15 seconds to 10 seconds. More excitingly, the illusions created no longer stayed still but could move, and their duration increased from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. These improvements significantly enhanced the skill's practicality and deceptive capabilities. Fong Shin nodded in satisfaction, but soon realized the bottleneck in skill upgrading beyond level 3. Further enhancement would require rare skill crystals. He decided to focus his attention on more promising class-exclusive skills. Without hesitation, Fong Shin invested a significant amount of resources. The expenditure of 1.2 million gold coins and 12 million experience points upgraded the 6th-tier purple skill, Consecutive Normal Punch, to level 2. He then spent another 2.4 million gold coins and 24 million experience points to raise it to level 3. A system notification popped up. Consecutive Normal Punch 6th tier purple, level 3. Active skill. Each punch consumes 9 points of fury. It allows continuous attacks on the same target within a specific time frame, with each hit increasing your damage by 12, lasting 3 seconds, stacking linearly. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary punch. Even while in the lake, Fong Shin didn't indulge too much in imagining the skill effects. His attention was quickly drawn to the surrounding situation. Bubbles gurgled up as a large group of green-named ancient sea turtles gathered around Fong Shin. They were survivors rescued by a clever ancient sea turtle. Scanning his surroundings, Fong Shin's eyes glinted with battle intent. Very well, let me lead you to slaughter the Naga. Naga, here I come. Fong Shin. Phantom Charge. Fong Shin murmured. Boom. A column of water shot up into the sky as Fong Shin's figure transformed into a blurred phantom, instantly appearing above the lake's surface. This scene fully demonstrated his adept use of the skill. Although the system described Phantom Charge as charging forward 10 meters, Fong Shin had long surpassed this limitation. As a peak expert, he could, at the moment of skill activation, execute a charge in any direction through subtle bodily adjustments. even breaking vertically through the water surface. Water splashed everywhere, transforming into several rainbows under the blazing sun. Emerging from the water like a dragon, Fong Shin quickly surveyed his surroundings, locking eyes on an unusual naga. This naga was covered in white scales, with delicate features and 4 arms, exuding a strong magical aura. Its presence and appearance were far superior to ordinary minions, clearly a boss-level entity. The system promptly confirmed Fong Shin's assessment. Naga Siren Commander 4th tier, Lord level, health 5 million. A rare presence among white-scale nagas, possessing formidable magical talents and considerable physical attack capabilities. 4th tier Lord. Fong Shin's eyes flickered with excitement. I didn't expect to encounter one so soon. Perfect, I'm eager for a real fight. Though Fong Shin could easily defeat 3rd tier lords, he dared not be careless against a 4th tier opponent. The gap between 4th tier and 3rd tier was like that between the extraordinary and the mundane, akin to a chasm. Without hesitation, Fong Shin activated Flicker Assault. In that instant, time seemed to stand still as his figure appeared directly behind the white-scale naga. His entire body's cells erupted with powerful biological energy, pumping through his blood to every muscle. The air was filled with sharp, crackling sounds, like countless kettles boiling simultaneously. Under the 5-second 100 attack speed boost from Flicker Assault, Fong Shin's fists blurred into afterimages, targeting the slender neck of the white-scale naga. However, 2 crossed blades precisely blocked Fong Shin's fists. This was no surprise to Fong Shin. No one understood the life level difference between tiers 1 and 4 better than him. It was like the gap between a paramecium and an amphibian. The white-scale naga had long sensed Fong Shin's presence, and this attack's failure was within his expectations. Suddenly, 2 slender blades shimmering with electricity extended from the naga's other 2 arms, thrusting straight at Fong Shin. The naga's arms bent in a bizarre way, easily attacking targets behind it. Fong Shin neither dodged nor avoided, attempting to seize the fleeting opportunity. The extreme cold freezing effect reached its peak, instantly encasing the naga's blades and a pair of arms in ice. Fong Shin punched again, this time aiming for the back of the white-scale naga's head. However, the naga's attack speed completely outclassed Fong Shin. As Fong Shin launched his attack, the naga's lightning sword instantly changed trajectory, shifting from a thrust to a defensive maneuver, blocking Fong Shin's attack once more. Sizzle. Sparks flew, and the first-tier deerskin gloves on Fong Shin's hands disintegrated into ashes. A series of damage numbers flashed across his body. Fong Shin's class trait only allowed him to be immune to 4,600 points of damage, not reduce it. Once the damage exceeded this threshold, he had to endure the full damage. The damage calculation against a 4th-tier life form was overwhelmingly against a 1st-tier existence, while Fong Shin's damage to the white-scale naga would be significantly reduced. Just the electrical current on the sword blades caused Fong Shin to lose 50,000 health points. Fortunately, the damage was distributed among 10 manifested intent killers, though they were left with only a sliver of health. Fong Shin's damage was absorbed by the shield created by the 6th-tier ring's intangible threat, keeping his health at maximum. Pathetic human. The white-scale naga easily shattered the ice on its hands, sweeping aside the attacking intent killers and forcing Fong Shin back. Turning around, its features were filled with disdain and scorn. A lowly 1st-tier being is like plankton, pitifully weak. Your only value is becoming food. This taunt was perfectly translated into Fong Shin's native language by the system, with its tone and inflection intact. Beside the white-scale naga, another 4th-tier leader-level naga watched intently, a massive trident in its hands glowing with deep blue light. Fong Shin, challenging a 4th-tier lord with his 1st-tier status, had indeed found himself in the first crisis since his rebirth. However, for Fong Shin, this level of crisis was nothing. He had faced countless more desperate situations and always managed to fight back from the brink. A 4th-tier lord? Just a minor obstacle. The idea of challenging a 4th-tier lord with a 1st-tier body didn't deter him. Instead, it ignited a fire within him. His blood surged with excitement, and his fighting spirit coursed through his spine, rushing to his brain. Fong Shin felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, his whole body trembling with exhilaration. Images of overcoming impossible odds flashed through his mind, each one a testament to his growth. As a true warrior, Fong Shin craved such battles and longed to push his limits. He quickly assessed the situation. As long as I can manifest enough killing intent, I can withstand the Phosphorus Naga's attacks 1 or 2 times. That's enough. My greatest asset is that insane true damage talent, which ignores life tiers and any defense. Given enough time, I can take down the Phosphorus Naga. This will be a long battle. Fong Shin knew that reckless bravery alone could not make one a peak warrior. His thoughts raced, considering every detail on the battlefield. The Phantom Charge, upgraded to a 3rd-level 5th-tier skill, proved immediately effective. The 5-second cooldown reduction was crucial in this life-or-death battle. In his original position, Fong Shin left an identical Phantom. The phantom made a taunting gesture at the phosphorus naga, flipping it off. Then, under Fong Shin's mental control, the illusion sprinted in the opposite direction of the charge. Sure enough, the phosphorus naga took the bait. Enraged by the provocation, the fine scales on its cheeks flared outward, menacing and fearsome. Elemental lightning powers swiftly gathered in its hands, and in the next moment, a crackling lightning ball shot out, crossing 100 meters to strike the phantom precisely. Boom! A massive damage number floated above the phantom's head. It was instantly obliterated. Fong Shin's heart skipped a beat. The phosphorus naga's magical attack was far more terrifying than its physical abilities, at least a tier higher. With a puff, the phantom dissipated into smoke. Meanwhile, Fong Shin's real body became a blurred shadow, effortlessly slipping through the giant metal pipes, vanishing from the phosphorus naga's sight. Fong Shin calculated in his mind. The different species had their own language and were recognized as a civilized race, unlike the unrefined mutated beasts on Blue Star. They viewed humans as prey, hence being referred to as variants by humans. He recalled the shocking conclusions drawn by researchers in his past life. Human flesh was like Tang monk's meat for mutated beasts and variants, greatly enhancing their evolutionary potential. Countless humans were captured by these variants, reduced to livestock for their flesh, stripped of human dignity, living lives worse than death. More frightening was the fact that the greater the potential and strength of a human, the more it fueled the evolution of variants, significantly boosting their chance of perfect evolution. This led to many peak warriors being assassinated and hunted by variants. In later stages, many strong individuals chose to self-destruct rather than fall into the hands of variants. This explained why the phosphorus naga mentioned that Fong Shin and his companions were crucial to the naga's revival. The Naga clan had set this deadly trap not only to eliminate the 6 most promising humans, but also to obtain the highest quality evolutionary flesh, a cunning plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, despite all their calculations and schemes, the Naga clan had not accounted for Fong Shin's existence. This unexpected factor would completely disrupt their plans. Inside the Naga base, a bustling scene of construction unfolded. Massive metal pipelines snaked around like serpents, either partially buried underground or suspended in midair, forming a complex labyrinth. Fong Shin soared into the sky, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings until he quickly identified the destination of these pipelines, a towering, fortress-like structure. Without hesitation, he sped towards it. The base was teeming with numerous Naga, providing Fong Shin with a perfect opportunity to replenish his manifested killing intent. He moved through them as if in an uninhabited land, leaving a trail of fallen Naga in his wake. You have slain a 3rd-tier low-level Naga Siren, Elite, earning 20,885 experience points and 800 gold coins. You have slain a 3rd-tier low-level Naga Warrior, Elite, earning 18,530 experience points and 750 gold coins. You have slain. These 3rd-tier Naga were no match for Fong Shin, and his killing aura value soared rapidly, manifesting his killing intent once more. However, this time, the manifestation left Fong Shin feeling dizzy. It was as if sensing Fong Shin's peril, the manifested form emerged as a killing robot straight out of a science fiction novel. Fong Shin couldn't help but marvel at the imagination of the manifested killing intent. Suddenly, gun turrets extended from the sides of the sci-fi killing robot, instantly activating in a barrage mode. A dense rain of bullets poured down, each one inheriting Fong Shin's attack power. Even more terrifying was the fact that they carried the most dreadful attack effect: True Judgment. Pure white damage numbers connected in the air like falling snowflakes, beautiful yet deadly. In an instant, countless Naga were shredded into pieces by this storm of bullets, leaving a ground covered in blood and flesh. Fong Shin stared in shock at the scene, suddenly realizing that his understanding of combat might have been flawed. It turned out that defeating a boss wasn't about sheer strength, but imagination. With this sci-fi killing robot, there was no need to consider guerrilla warfare or prolonged battles at all. Fong Shin chuckled to himself, thinking, as long as I protect this killer robot, the phosphorus Naga won't last 30 seconds. Suddenly, the killer sci-fi robot's deck opened with a mechanical whirring sound. Countless oval-shaped drones swarmed out like bees, filling the air with a buzzing noise. Laser beams shot out from these mini-weapons, striking the Nagas with precision. Those touched by the lasers melted instantly, letting out a piercing screech. Meanwhile, a hollow appeared at the robot's tail. Self-guided mines crawled out as if alive, quickly finding suitable spots. They easily burrowed into the hard soil, setting deadly traps for the approaching enemies. Witnessing this, Fong Shin couldn't help but marvel at how the thrilling boss chase had suddenly taken a different turn. An old sci-fi movie, Pacific Rim, inexplicably came to mind. Yet, reality was even more fantastical than the film. Realizing the killer robot had only 46 seconds of operational time, Fong Shin resolved to maximize its output in that brief window. He launched a series of rapid punches, so fast they were almost invisible, striving to deplete his rage energy in hopes of manifesting more killer intent. Then, a miracle occurred. A second manifestation of killer intent appeared: a rectangular battery. Fong Shin was overjoyed, far exceeding his expectations. The robot's chest cavity opened automatically, and the battery was precisely inserted. Instantly, the robot's operational time increased by another 46 seconds. Seeing this, Fong Shin fell into deep self-reflection. Fong Shin, you've always known about the ambiguity of skill descriptions and their real-world connections, yet you made this absolute data error. You really shouldn't have. At that moment, a roar from the distance echoed. Hiss! Treacherous water rat, foul plankton. You deceived the noble naga, and will pay the price. I will relish consuming you. The phosphorus naga's terrifying form appeared in Fong Shin's sight. However, faced with this deadly threat, Fong Shin remained unusually calm. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair as he flashed a friendly smile at the naga, as if victory was assured. The chaos of the battlefield transcended the simple onomatopoeic words that could describe it. The scene before them unfolded like an apocalyptic painting. Dense barges rained down like a storm, blinding lasers wove a net in the sky, missiles streaked by with fiery tails, and spider-like mines swarmed towards the white phosphorus naga. This fourth-tier, Lord-level creature demonstrated power befitting its status. Its nerve reaction speed far exceeded that of ordinary beings, casting spells with all four arms simultaneously to instantly form a thick water barrier in front of it. The onslaught hit as expected, but the formidable water wall fended off most of the physical and elemental damage. However, the power of true damage was revealed at this moment. Strings of damage numbers cascaded from the white phosphorus naga's head, ignoring its shield and all damage reduction effects. In mere seconds, it had suffered 1,000,000 points of damage, its health plummeting significantly. Yet, this was merely the prelude to the metallic storm of slaughter. The white phosphorus naga let out a sharp shriek, quickly seizing a naga officer beside it, using the officer's robust body as a meat shield. The killing intent robot's output was as fierce as a volcanic eruption, and the naga officer's 1,000,000 health points vanished in an instant, leaving only a battered corpse. A system notification quietly appeared. You have slain a naga warrior officer tier 4, elite, gaining 810,000 experience points and 40,000 gold. This brief message indicated that the naga serving as a meat shield was not a nameless figure. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the white phosphorus naga's four arms moved like the wind, finally releasing a high-tier spell. Water elements gathered around it, forming 3 mirror images that closely encircled it, providing additional protection. The white phosphorus naga's combat intelligence was not to be underestimated. It keenly perceived the weakness of true damage. Although powerful, the damage value was fixed at Fong Shin's attack value of 46,000 points, regardless of whether the attack hit the main body or an illusion. Therefore, there were 2 ways to counter true damage. One was to have an enormous health pool, like the ancestral turtle Mokana's 18 billion health points. The other was to create a multitude of meat shields or illusions to disperse the damage. The white phosphorus naga clearly chose the latter. At this moment, the killing intent robot's storm of attacks was temporarily halted, and the white phosphorus naga seized the opportunity to counterattack. With one pair of hands, it gathered lightning elements, while the other pair drew a longbow, knocking armor-piercing arrows, simultaneously executing magical and physical attacks, determined to deliver a fatal blow. In this critical moment, Fong Shin executed a phantom charge, breaking through the water barrier in a flash, and appeared beside the white phosphorus naga. His timing was impeccable, striking just as the white phosphorus naga's attack was poised, yet unavoidable. The white phosphorus naga mocked disdainfully. Laughable little creature, your attacks are as feeble as a tickle. I stand here, inviting your assault. Yet what can you do to me? Once I've dealt with that absurd thing, I'll take my time with you, haha. As the white phosphorus naga said, aside from true damage, Fong Shin could only inflict double-digit physical damage. For the white phosphorus naga's remaining 4,000,000 health points, this damage was negligible. Whoosh! The mirror image of the phosphorus naga vanished instantly, while the original form ignored Fong Shin's presence without hesitation. Her slender fingers drew the bowstring, and the armor-piercing arrow, enhanced by a lightning orb, transformed into a dazzling streak of electricity, seemingly tearing through space as it sped towards the slaughter robot. Ding ding ding. Alarms blared suddenly as the slaughter robot's electronic eye flickered erratically. In an instant, over 20 layers of killing intent shields stacked like transparent glass domes in front of the robot. These shields were infused with the killing intent Fong Shin had accumulated over time, each layer containing 5,280 points of life value and unique damage reduction effects. However, the power of the lightning armor-piercing arrow was beyond imagination. Crack! The sound of shields shattering echoed continuously, and although the arrow's speed slowed, it still pierced through with unstoppable force. As the final shield was on the verge of collapse, the slaughter robot's fate hung by a thread. At the critical moment, a new killing intent shield appeared out of thin air, just in time to block the impending lightning arrow. The two forces canceled each other out and dissipated into nothingness. Hiss, human, you've fallen into my trap, the phosphorus naga taunted, flicking her snake tongue with a smug expression. Her humanoid features appeared unusually alluring against her white scales. Lured by my words, drawn to my side, and greedy for attack, that was your biggest mistake. Fong Shin finally realized that the surrounding space had been enveloped by a powerful water barrier, forming an invisible cage. Through the transparent water curtain, he saw a distant tower-like structure emit a red light that merged into the water barrier. A system prompt immediately sounded. Your surrounding space is locked, and your displacement skills cannot penetrate the water barrier. Ignoring both the system prompt and the phosphorus naga's provocation, Fong Shin continued his rapid assault on the phosphorus naga, his fists propelled by the powerful torque of his muscles, with each strike carrying immense force. Yet, the phosphorus naga easily deflected all attacks with her warblade, her face full of mockery. I must admit, you are a very special human. Perfectly fitting the naga tribe's aesthetic, the phosphorus naga hissed, her eyes gleaming with danger. Perhaps I can toy with you a little longer. Consider it an honor to hear the most enchanting voice across worlds. Succumb to the siren's song. Ah! The phosphorus naga began to sing, her enchanting and beguiling voice resonating within the water barrier, laden with infinite allure. This continuous mental assault was sufficient to ensnare creatures of the same tier, plunging them into an eternal dream. However, on Fong Shin's system panel, lines of information began to flood in. You have been subjected to the siren's song mental attack, but you are immune due to your unwavering will. You have been subjected to the siren's song mental attack, but you are immune due to your unwavering will. You have been subjected to the siren's song mental attack, but you are immune due to your unwavering will. Facing the song that could drive anyone mad, Fong Shin remained unfazed. He even had the leisure to clap, his tone tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Not bad singing. But with this, you claim to have the most enchanting voice across worlds. The slender eyes of the phosphorescent naga widened in shock, unable to believe what it was witnessing. As a fourth-tier Lord-level naga siren, it could only perform the siren's song 3 times in its lifetime. This powerful mental attack targeted the soul directly, rendering even deaf creatures of the same tier defenseless. Yet, the human of the first tier before it remained unfazed, laughing and chatting as if unaffected, completely shattering the naga's understanding. Fong Shin quickly realized that the phosphorescent naga was in a momentary state of paralysis while singing the siren's song. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he dashed forward like lightning, launching a barrage of punches onto the naga's body. At the same time, a hail of bullets tore through the water elemental mirror images, striking the naga's true form. In an instant, a flurry of damage numbers erupted in the air, too numerous for Fong Shin to discern. The naga's health bar plummeted visibly, soon reduced to a sliver. However, the siren's song continued unabated. The naga's enchanting voice now turned hauntingly beautiful, its humanoid face filled with a poignant sorrow. Spare me, please spare me. I am willing to serve as your servant, I beg you. It pleaded amidst its song. It must be said, the naga's long, slender eyes and exotic appearance, with its upper body remarkably alluring, catered to certain tastes. Yet, Fong Shin remained impassive, his attack unhesitant. His fist, wrapped in a white glow, delivered the naga's final, fatal blow without mercy. The naga's life points were instantly depleted. At that moment, a chilling effect was triggered, enveloping the surroundings in frost and dropping the temperature by dozens of degrees. The naga's body was encased in a massive ice crystal, freezing its final expression into a timeless ice sculpture. Fong Shin coldly remarked, "For a creature like you, there's only one outcome, death." With those words, he shattered the ice sculpture with a punch. Shards of ice burst into the air, glimmering in the light. A system notification appeared. You have slain the Naga Siren Commander Tier 4, Lord, earning 1.56 million experience points and 200,000 gold coins. You have slain a Tier 4 Lord-level creature, with a contribution rate exceeding 99. Your progression for the Tier 2 advancement task is now 15. Where the Naga's ice sculpture shattered, a blue chest, a tail-like material, and the large shield-shaped scale of the Naga's lieutenant appeared. Fong Shin approached and collected them one by one. In fact, it was only the second day since the Ascension War began, and even a second-tier white item was enough to turn brothers into enemies and friends into foes. Fong Shin stood in front of a fourth-tier blue chest, contemplating whether to spend 2,000 gold coins to open it. He took a deep breath and decisively chose to open the chest. With a flash of blue light, a pair of shoes emitting a faint glow appeared before him. Without hesitation, Fong Shin closed the option. Next, he embarked on round after round of item upgrades, each costing 20,000 gold coins, hoping to enhance the item's tier or gain additional rewards. Equipment after equipment flashed before his eyes, seemingly endless. During this process, Fong Shin's thoughts drifted back to his recent battle with the white phosphorus naga. As a first-tier life form, fighting across 3 tiers was indeed strenuous. He realized his shortcomings: insufficient agility, slow attack speed, sluggish reflexes, and low defense. Although the sci-fi robot with intense killing intent helped him achieve victory, the fundamental issue was the vast gap in life tier. The suppression from a 4th tier to a 1st tier was overwhelming. Yet without defeating a 4th tier lord, he couldn't ascend to the 2nd tier. Fong Shin decided to continue maximizing his power allocation, which best suited the way of the Killing Authority crown. He secretly planned to enhance his attributes through various additional means once he returned to Blue Star. Just then, a pair of gloves emitting a yellow glow suddenly appeared in the chest, with the 4th tier item upgrading to 5th tier yellow. Fong Shin's deerskin gloves had long turned to dust, and he was in need of a pair of gauntlets. Gauntlets of Courage, a 5th tier yellow item. Fong Shin carefully examined their attributes. Durability, never wears out. Required level, 30. Defense 50. Attack speed 20. Special effect 1, the last weapon. When no weapon is equipped, fists merge with the gloves, becoming as hard as alloy. The attributes of these gloves were exceptionally well suited to Fong Shin, making them a rare gem among 5th tier equipment. The never wear out feature and the last weapon effect seemed tailor-made for him. Fong Shin chuckled to himself. Ever since I was reborn, my luck seems to have improved. The unlucky trait from my previous life seems to have changed. Without hesitation, he equipped the gauntlets of courage. Made from some kind of liquid metal, they had extraordinary flexibility and coverage, not affecting finger dexterity at all. Even more delightfully, the gloves automatically adjusted to match the wearer's skin tone, making them appear as if nothing was worn. Fong Shin contentedly flexed his fingers, feeling the perfect fit of the equipment. He knew these gloves would play a crucial role in future battles, becoming one of his most reliable weapons. The roar was deafening, echoing across the sky. Countless intelligent ballistic missiles, trailing fiery tails, soared into the air like spears of divine retribution, launching a fierce bombardment on the naga. Fong Shin was surprised to find that, without realizing it, he had somehow assembled 2 components of a missile with his killing intent and directly equipped them onto the killing intent robot. This bizarre scene compelled him to join the battle, using continuous normal punches to deplete his killing energy. His fists moved like rain, his arms creating afterimages. Even with his physical abilities and combat skills, he began to feel his muscles on the verge of cramping. However, no matter how hard he tried, his killing energy remained at the full value of 500, showing no signs of decreasing. This frustration of not being able to expend his energy left Fong Shin in a dilemma. His skills were limited, and there were still many tasks ahead to complete. The island was vast, with a conservative estimate of over 100,000 naga. Under the barrage of the killing intent missiles, the naga suffered heavy casualties in an instant. System notifications popped up continuously. You have killed a level 2 elite low-grade naga warrior, gaining 8,810 experience points and 245 gold coins. You have killed a level 2 elite low-grade naga warrior, gaining 6,666 experience points and 157 gold coins. You have killed a level 3 elite low-grade naga siren, gaining 23,233 experience points and 873 gold coins. The experience notifications flooded in like a waterfall, bringing a strong sense of exhilaration. Each gain in experience meant an increase in strength and combat power. Fong Shin couldn't help but ponder. If those who indulge in the thrill of leveling up in virtual games could grow stronger by slaying monsters in reality, what would they become? This immediate positive feedback was enough to captivate and intoxicate, even at the risk of life and death. Under the coverage of the killing intent robot strikes, Fong Shin's rate of gaining experience was lightning fast. In just 10 minutes, he had killed over 10,000 naga, accumulating over 1 billion experience points. At this moment, the monster-killing tycoon system suddenly announced, "Ding ha! Your performance always surprises this system, but the real monster-killing journey has just begun. Everything you've done so far was just the beginner's tutorial. The real tasks of this system are only beginning. From now on, you'll experience the harshness rather than encouragement. Face reality. On the path of monster-killing artistry, you're just a rookie. Ding task completed. You have earned 2,000 billion gold coins. Ding new task released. Ding task objective. Kill 1,000 creatures weighing over 200 kilograms. The higher the mass of the creature you kill, the greater the reward." Fong Shin raised an eyebrow. The system's tone had shifted from shock and praise to sarcasm and provocation. This system, a tool for producing gold coins, was indeed amusing. Despite the change in tone, the rewards were honest. 2,000 billion gold coins. Now that's what you call a tycoon system. The previous rewards of tens of billions, or a couple of 100 billion paled in comparison to the trillions in novels, making Fong Shin doubt if his system was a dud. As if sensing Fong Shin's disdain and doubt, the monster-killing tycoon system exploded with a massive reward of 2,000 billion gold coins. Fong Shin's total gold count instantly added 2 zeros at the end, soaring to 2050 billion. Next, let me see what the Naga are up to, Fong Shin said to himself, then began his destructive actions, aiming to destroy the massive metal pipelines. Crash! The metal pipelines were broken, and what flowed out was seawater. Some pipelines released clear seawater, while others were more turbid. Fong Shin was puzzled. Were these Naga engaging in a seawater pollution operation here? Just then, the familiar uho uho sound reached his ears. Fong Shin turned around to find nearly 1,000 ancient sea turtles behind him. It turned out the turtle hatchery was not a single location. While Fong Shin was battling the white phosphorus Naga, the ancient sea turtles had rescued their companions. Now, the group of ancient sea turtles, eyes wide with suspicion, looked at the ground littered with Naga corpses. They seemed to be thinking, what's going on? We were told a special turtle force would come to assist at dawn, but we arrive, and the battle's over? This doesn't match the script. It makes us ancient sea turtles look useless. We strongly protest. Fong Shin couldn't be bothered with the naive turtles. He continued to destroy the metal pipelines while advancing toward the tower-like structure. Suddenly, a distant and painful uho echoed from ahead. Uho uho uho-ho. The ancient sea turtle group became instantly excited, charging toward the tower-like structure, shooting water arrows and destroying pipelines along the way. With the Naga cleared, Fong Shin couldn't continue to deplete his killing energy, nor could he manifest his killing intent. Soon, the duration of the killing intent sci-fi robot came to an end. The blue light on its chest turned into a blinking red light, and after waving goodbye to Fong Shin, it dissipated with the wind. Killing intent sci-fi robot, I'll remember this day with you, Fong Shin murmured, continuing his forward advance. Soon, he reached the tower-like structure. This building was not metallic but constructed from stone, with intricate black and red patterns reminiscent of dried blood. Atop the tower was a cannon-like device, its muzzle aimed in the direction of an interdimensional space. The cannon's body emitted an eerie red glow, and as Fong Shin gazed at it, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, filled with Naga bodies and blood. Oh-ho! A weak cry came from within the tower. The ancient sea turtle group became extremely agitated, spitting out gentle water streams in an attempt to heal the humanoid turtle's wounds. The humanoid turtle breathed with difficulty, slowly raising its head, and its gaze fell on Fong Shin. The humanoid turtle gave a look that seemed to pierce through millennia, then slowly spoke. Finally, the new era of Blue Star has connected with the myriad worlds. Humans, the new civilization of Blue Star, have developed so slowly that even I, a turtle, find it disappointing. The humanoid turtle looked Fong Shin up and down. Not bad in appearance. I'd give you a 9 out of 10, comparable to me in my younger days. But your strength is lacking, making me wait so long. This civilization is the worst I've seen. The humanoid turtle spoke rapidly, lacking the slow nature typical of turtles. If you had come any later, I'd have kicked the bucket. Those Naga, they even drained my essence, leaving me at the 4th tier and without a name. The humanoid turtle spat as he looked around Fong Shin. Are you the only human transported here? Being able to kill a 4th tier Lord-level Naga, you're quite impressive. Unexpected indeed. Fong Shin stood still, calmly observing the humanoid turtle. What are you looking at? Surprised by my modern vocabulary? Humph, despite my age, don't think of me as an ancient relic. I've watched your human civilization evolve over millennia. Initially, I doubted you'd gain recognition as a civilized race, but I must admit, your civilization is intriguing, especially those internet terms I find easy to use. With the help of an ancient sea turtle, the humanoid turtle removed tubes from his body and sat down weakly to recover. Hearing the humanoid turtle, Fong Shin realized many things. Why did an NPC appear as soon as the crystal emerged? Why were there deadly traps for human potentials at the start of the Ascension War? It turns out, friendly civilized races and different species have been observing Blue Star and humanity in secret. Fong Shin thought, Blue Star, born 4.54 billion years ago, must hold many secrets over such a long time. The humanoid turtle sighed. Unfortunately, due to the Ascension War rules, I can't tell you much. It's better this way. Your strength is still too weak to benefit from that knowledge. But with you, humanity has hope. After all, you were recognized for your potential, allowing you to come here. Fong Shin asked directly, what is this place? The humanoid turtle shook his head. A lost epic. I can't reveal its true name. If you survive, you'll learn eventually. By your account, this place is closely linked to Blue Star and humanity. So why are the Naga here? The humanoid turtle sneered, pointing at the red light above. The Naga used an ancient formation to breach dimensions and come here. But it requires a blood sacrifice from their kind. To send these 3rd and 4th tier low-level Naga here, they'd need to sacrifice 1 million of their kind. Fong Shin nodded, confirming his previous suspicions. The humanoid turtle looked at Fong Shin with satisfaction. Now, you've thwarted the Naga's plan, and their core forces suffered heavily. They won't have it easy now. The humanoid turtle chuckled. By the way, which type of Naga led them here? Was it the hammerhead Naga, the black crown Naga, or the death-tail Naga? None of those. None? Then what Naga was it? The three I mentioned are Naga supernobility. They wouldn't send anyone else. Fong Shin replied calmly. It was a white phosphorus Naga. The humanoid turtle's eyes widened like saucers. What? Are you sure? Fong Shin, uninterested in more words, pulled out the white phosphorus Naga's tail and waved it in front of the humanoid turtle. The humanoid turtle was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so earlier? This is bad. The white phosphorus Naga are Naga royalty. There are only a few of them. Killing one means the Naga won't let this go." Just as the humanoid turtle finished speaking, an unexpected change occurred. A deep hum resonated, and the eerie red light on the tower building intensified. The space rippled like water, and the red light condensed into an oval portal, forming a gateway. The sky, now overcast with dark clouds, framed the red portal like an eye of hell in the blackness. However, what unsettled Fong Shin was the red glow projecting a phantom on the sky. Filthy seawater surged into towering waves, with massive fish corpses thrown into the air, while giant red formation lines appeared on the sea, emitting an eerie, evil glow. On a 1,000-meter-high wave stood 3 Naga, flanked by mountainous Naga warriors. The central figure wore a coral crown, had 4 pairs of slender arms, and immaculate white scales, standing on the crest of the wave, gazing at the sea. There, too, was a red portal. As Fong Shin looked at the white phosphorus Naga, the phantom of the white phosphorus Naga locked eyes with him, as if piercing through space. "Huh, trying to scare me? That's the Naga queen, but don't worry, she can't come through." The humanoid turtle sounded calm. "I've lost too much essence, my mind's hazy, but really, there's no rush. Let me tell you." His words were cut short as Fong Shin swung the white phosphorus Naga's tail in the air, making it sway and jiggle. The Naga queen, with her stunningly beautiful face, showed no change in expression, only her eyes grew cold. She raised her scepter and thrust it into the water, causing countless Naga to rise and turn to skeletal remains instantly. The entire sea became a deathly expanse of bones. The strange red light intensified, becoming blindingly bright, and the red portal expanded several times in size. Madness, absolute madness. Sacrificing millions of Naga to achieve this. The humanoid turtle smiled broadly. But rest assured, the Naga queen herself can't come through. Only a 5th tier at most. It's a small matter. I'll hide you in my ancestor's space, ensuring your safety. The humanoid turtle remained composed. Is your ancestor the 8th tier, true name progenitor turtle, Mo-Ka? This question struck like a sledgehammer, instantly shattering the humanoid turtle's composure. A flicker of terror flashed in its eyes, but it quickly feigned calm and shouted sternly, "How dare you speak the ancestor's true name?" Yet, there was an almost imperceptible tremor in its voice. Taking a deep breath to steady itself, it continued, "But that's not the point. Have you seen the ancestor?" "I have," came the curt, cold reply. "He's dead." "What? Impossible!" the humanoid turtle exclaimed, instantly petrified, as if the news had drained all life from it. At that moment, the red portal suddenly expanded violently, as if it had swallowed a potent drug, growing several times larger and thicker. The shadow projected in the sky vanished abruptly, and the clouds rolled like ink, pressing down toward the ground, plunging the world into chaos. Suddenly, 2 massive, scaly hands emerged from the red glow, gripping the edges of the portal. Murky seawater flowed down the metallic scales, forming cascading veils of water. Following that, a nightmarishly enormous head slowly emerged from the portal. The air became oppressively heavy, as if an invisible force was crushing Fong Shin from all sides, threatening to flatten him. The oppressive presence of this high-tier creature once again brought on a suffocating sense of pressure. Yet, Fong Shin remained calm and composed. A violent hurricane materialized out of nowhere, uprooting nearby coconut and palm trees. Fong Shin squinted his eyes and moved like an arrow released from a bowstring. He leapt onto the airborne trees, propelling himself like a human cannonball toward the Naga in midair. Meanwhile, the humanoid turtle snapped out of its petrified state. It muttered to itself, "The ancestor is dead," making that dimensional space extremely fragile. "At this point, we have no choice but to fight to the death." Its voice grew resolute. "I can gather the power of the ancient turtles. The odds may be slim, but we might still have a fighting chance. Our blue star civilization has never feared battle." In the sky, the massive Naga had already emerged halfway from the portal. Against the backdrop of the swirling dark clouds, it resembled a demon crawling out of the gates of hell. If the previous 4th-tier Naga lieutenant was akin to a gorilla, then this male Naga was a colossal titan. A system prompt echoed in Fong Shin's mind. Naga Royal Guard Black Crown Crusher. 5th tier, titled level. Health, 65. Attack power, 46 million. This was the most elite warrior among the Naga, the queen's personal guard, the nightmare of countless civilizations. It said that their mere presence on the battlefield could shatter an army's resolve. Their terrifying pressure and weather-altering abilities define them as true fifth-tier creatures, fully evolved titled variants. The previous gazelle was a mere infant compared to this behemoth. It clashed head-on with the newly reborn Fong Shin, but couldn't compete against Fong Shin's formidable abilities. Had gazelle survived, what heights could it have reached? The terror of the Black Crown Crusher gives a glimpse of that potential. Facing the Black Crown Crusher, Fong Shin remained unafraid. His body, accelerating repeatedly, shot toward the Black Crown Crusher like an arrow. The humanoid turtle watched in shock, its head nearly protruding from its shell. It muttered, "What a ferocious human! Could he be the protagonist of some story?" It shook its head sharply. "No, that's just fiction. Countless civilizations have proven that worlds have no consciousness. Gaia consciousness, universal consciousness, all nonsense." It continued to watch Fong Shin for a moment, then remarked, "But I must admit, this kid is impressive. Maybe he's had too much seafood." Snapping back to reality, the humanoid turtle bellowed, "Children, though we turtles aren't seafood, we are ferociously strong. Let's not let humans look down on us. Gather your strength." The humanoid turtle raised its arms high, with the brilliance of water elements shimmering between its palms. In an instant, 1,000 turtles shouted in unison, releasing pure blue streams that converged upon the humanoid turtle. This spectacular scene seemed to embody the power of the ocean gathering in one place. Meanwhile, Fong Shin agilely leaped onto the head of the Black Crown Crusher. His fists fell like a torrential rain, each strike infused with the precision of extensive combat experience. Despite facing an enemy several levels stronger than the pearl phosphorescent Naga Siren, Fong Shin chose to confront it head-on. His confidence stemmed from 300 years of accumulated battle experience in his previous life. During those long years, Fong Shin had encountered monsters attempting to forcefully expand portals multiple times. These creatures, before fully materializing, were nearly immobilized, struggling against the force trying to restore the space to its original state. At this moment, the Black Crown Crusher, despite its formidable appearance, was effectively a massive, immobile target. For Fong Shin, this was a golden opportunity. It felt like he was back in the era of online gaming, relishing the thrill of exploiting a bug to defeat a boss. However, his euphoria was quickly interrupted. "Human," the Black Crown Crusher suddenly spoke, its voice like rolling thunder. "You have slain our pearl phosphorescent Naga. Our kind will flatten Blue Star and annihilate the human race." Fong Shin ignored the threat, continuing his fierce assault. Unfortunately, aside from true damage, all other attacks were like stones sinking into the sea, with damage numbers consistently showing 0. "A mere first-tier insect," the Black Crown Crusher mocked. "Your attacks can't even leave a mark on my scales. Jumping on my head, what does that achieve?" Indeed, although Fong Shin inflicted an astonishing 4W6 points of true damage, as the enemy said, he couldn't leave a scratch on those impenetrable scales. This true damage was less about physical or elemental harm and more about an unavoidable reduction of vitality. Yet, on the surface, the Black Crown Crusher remained unscathed, like an indestructible fortress. Fong Shin felt the passage of life, but showed no fear. The Black Crown Crusher was furious, its dignity challenged. "I'll show you the true power of the Royal Guard," it roared. "To deal with a first-level creature like you, I don't even need to move." Before the words were out, a fierce wind rose, accompanied by countless transparent blades of air. At the same time, a torrential downpour began, with raindrops striking the Naga's scales with a metallic clang. The wind was like a knife, and the rain like spears, instantly enveloping Fong Shin. The terrifying power of the fifth level named mutant beast was fully displayed. The humanoid turtle gasped, drawing in a breath mixed with rain, and shouted, "Hold on for a few more seconds." Faced with an almost inescapable attack, Fong Shin entered a state of extreme focus. Energy surged from his cells like a pump, flowing throughout his body. Every muscle was precisely controlled, moving forward, retreating, dodging, and bending with fluidity. His entire body seemed to lose inertia, each part moving differently yet in perfect harmony, like a dance beyond limits. Raindrops slid before his eyes, and wind blades brushed past his cheek. Fong Shin narrowly evaded the first wave of attacks. He knew it was all thanks to anticipation, as his attributes were far from sufficient. "I can't dodge the next wave completely. I'll have to use a secondary displacement to escape the attack range." Fong Shin understood that skill alone couldn't bridge the gap of absolute power. A first-level life form challenging a fifth-level named beast. Such a scenario was beyond even the wildest fiction. The upcoming battle would be long and harsh, and he could only hope the 1,000 ancient sea turtles would buy him time. Just as Fong Shin was about to retreat, the humanoid turtle suddenly shouted, "Kid, reinforcements are here." As it spoke, it hurled a deep blue water sphere towards the Black Crown Crusher. The intense power of water elements gathered around a deep blue water sphere, which twisted and transformed in midair into a massive water curtain umbrella, securely shielding Fong Shin's head. The violent rain spears and wind blades were completely blocked by this water curtain, granting Fong Shin a momentary respite. With a 20 attack speed boost from the Courage Gauntlet, his slaughter energy rapidly accumulated. Fong Shin's concentrated killing intent broke through the barrier between reality and illusion, manifesting as a bizarre woodpecker with a sharp beak and wedge-shaped tail feathers, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Tap, tap, tap. The woodpecker of killing intent launched a relentless assault on the nose of the Naga Royal Guard. In mere seconds, the Black Crown Smasher's health plummeted by millions. This is the terrifying nature of true damage, which ignores rank and defense. Without Fong Shin's 10th tier talent, True Judgment, he would have undoubtedly retreated against such an opponent. Lowly creature, how dare you harm the noble Naga? The Black Crown Smasher roared in fury, a strange ripple coursing beneath its alloy-like scales. Instantly, the surrounding rainwater underwent a violent transformation, with hydrogen and oxygen atoms splitting and colliding under the control of 5th tier power, unleashing a cataclysmic energy shockwave. At the critical moment, Fong Shin relied on his combat instincts to execute a phantom charge, narrowly evading the first wave of the explosion. He then used Blink Assault to reappear above the Black Crown Smasher. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds torn apart by the shockwave, creating a magnificent pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. As Fong Shin prepared to retreat, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. His eyes' crimson rings deepened in color, and countless battle scenes flashed through his mind. Warriors on the walls fighting to the last breath, millions of humans devoured, comrades sacrificing themselves for his escape. The most despairing was the vision of himself and 8 other peak warriors falling. The last bastion turned to ash in a flash of white light. Damn it! This Naga is too strong. The humanoid turtle noticed Fong Shin's abnormality and shouted, "Kid, run. You are the hope, the chosen one. After a century of stable growth, this kind of Naga will be nothing more than seafood to you. This sea isn't as simple as you think. We'll cover your retreat." This shout snapped Fong Shin back to reality. Shaking off his earlier loss of control, he quickly pulled out Gazelle's wing sheath to begin his retreat. By now, the Black Crown Smasher had fully emerged through the portal, its massive form a living nightmare. The humanoid turtle spat disdainfully at the Naga, mocking, "Stupid Naga, after billions of years of evolution, your brain is still smaller than my turtle eggs." Only repeating those few phrases. How embarrassing. These words infuriated the Black Crown Smasher, causing the portal to suddenly expand as it fully descended onto the island. Seeing this, the humanoid turtle exclaimed, "Holy shell, my taunt actually tore through space." Then he shouted to the departing Fong Shin, "Kid, remember today? Build a monument for me and burn some sunglasses. I love those things the most." However, Fong Shin responded calmly, "I won't do that." This statement hit the humanoid turtle like a heavy blow. It erupted in anger, yelling, "What? You ungrateful turtle brat. This old turtle will be driven to death by you." Unmoved, Fong Shin glided gracefully through the air, landing steadily beside the humanoid turtle. With a resolute gaze and a calm tone, he said, "Because I don't have the habit of erecting monuments for living turtles." Hearing this, the humanoid turtle's anger subsided slightly, but it still tried to persuade. "Kid, don't be foolish. There's no way we can defeat the Black Crown Naga. You should quickly." Before it could finish, Fong Shin had already lost interest in listening. He simply raised his hand and pointed behind them. The humanoid turtle followed his gesture and was overwhelmed with joy at the sight. In the distant sky, a colossal stone statue of a turtle stood majestically. In an instant, the clouds dispersed, the storm vanished, and warm sunlight bathed the earth while a gentle sea breeze blew by, making everything seem so peaceful and beautiful. As if time had stopped, the stone statue turtle quietly appeared behind the Black Crown Breaker. Although it was only twice the size of the Black Crown Breaker, it gave Fong Shin the illusion of comparing Mount Everest to a small hill. The system displayed the stone statue turtle's information in bold green text. The last ancestor turtle descended to Mocha. 8th tier, true name level, 160. Durability, 1 billion. Stone statue Mocha's stone statue remains, containing Mocha's final protective will. Under certain conditions, it can temporarily act, displaying the power of an 8th tier, true name creature. Suddenly, 5 orbs of light floated from Mocha's head and landed beside Fong Shin. Fengzua, Qin Tian, La Sua Air, Fu Lami Air, and Shibo Liu Tive potential group of 5. Qin Tian exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, brother-in-law, it's great to see you again. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. It truly makes me tearful." Realizing it wasn't the time for jokes, he fell silent and joined Fong Shin in watching Mocha's direction. Mocha slowly raised its arm and swung at the Black Crown Breaker. This seemingly slow motion was actually a visual illusion caused by the rapid attack of such a massive creature. A first-tier being's eyesight couldn't capture the true image of the attack. Moka's stone statue attack was silent, yet incredibly effective. Where its fist traveled, ring-like cracks spread through the air, as if the entire space turned into a shattered mirror. A piece of space glass fell, revealing a dark fissure, with indescribable power surging within, turning everything it touched into nothingness. A protective shield enveloped Fong Shin and the others just in time, shielding them from the force. Fong Shin watched the scene intently. The vision that illuminated half the sky reappeared, revealing a vast and murky sea. The statue of Mocha stood majestically above the water, with invisible waves of power emanating from it, as if slicing the entire sea into countless fragments, only to sew them back together in an instant. Atop a 1,000-meter-high wave, the Naga Queen gazed coldly at the statue of Mocha. She wielded her 6 arms, with one pair gripping a radiant scepter, another pair raising a deep blue gem, and the last pair weaving intricate chains of runes in the air. In a flash, the world turned upside down, and the sea hung suspended. Violent waterspouts swept in all directions. Lightning danced wildly in the sky, filling the space with its fury. Countless incomprehensible forces rained down upon Mocha, covering the statue's surface with cracks. Yet, the statue of Mocha seemed indifferent to the Naga Queen's assault. He lifted a foot and stomped down heavily, causing the sea to part, revealing a massive blood-red formation on the seabed. As Fong Shin focused his gaze, he saw at the center of the formation a white egg emitting a pure light. The egg, resembling a finely crafted jade, was covered in layers of delicate scales, pristine and flawless, like a peerless porcelain artifact. Carefully, the statue of Mocha cradled the egg in his palm before suddenly exerting force. The perfect egg shattered into 6 beads, which passed through a red portal and landed in the hands of Fong Shin and his companions. The image in the sky abruptly ceased, and the red portal swiftly closed. The group came to their senses, finding themselves still on the beautiful island, as if what they had witnessed was merely a dream. However, the beads in their hands silently testified to the reality of the breathtaking encounter. As everyone remained immersed in the brief yet awe-inspiring display of power, the humanoid turtle clapped excitedly, shaking its head as it exclaimed, "My ancestor! That was truly amazing. No wonder he's my idol. I've decided that every year on this day, I'll burn a pair of sunglasses for him. Of course, you all will cover the cost. After all, the ancestor saved you, and you can't be ungrateful." Fong Shin, recovering from his shock, calmly asked, "So, how much gold do you need?" The humanoid turtle chuckled. "Is 10 billion gold coins too much?" Without batting an eye, Fong Shin pulled out a coin marked with 10 billion and tossed it to the humanoid turtle. In this world, gold coins were a virtual currency. Transactions were completed by communicating with the system and entering any desired amount. The humanoid turtle caught the coin, and upon seeing its value, his hands trembled uncontrollably as he stammered, "Holy seaweed, it really is 10 billion. How are you so rich?" He briefly wondered if there had been a massive inflation, but quickly dismissed the thought. Regaining his composure, the humanoid turtle turned to the ancient turtle group with a triumphant grin and announced, "I've decided to give every turtle a pair of sunglasses." The ancient turtle group erupted in cheers. Woo! Meanwhile, Fong Shin quietly stepped aside, leaning against a rock as he slowly sat down. He opened his palm, gazing at the bead in his hand, his mind drifting back to the earth-shattering confrontation and pondering the power that this mysterious bead might hold. The bead in Fong Shin's hand emitted a gentle glow, smooth and flawless. As he examined it closely, he noticed that from any angle, the ratio of the circumference to the diameter was precisely equal to pi, making it a perfect sphere. When Fong Shin focused on the bead, a strange vision unfolded in his mind. He seemed to see a vast ocean with white waves crashing, each droplet shimmering with electric light, containing unimaginable power. In this vision, Mocha's wrinkled, old turtle face suddenly appeared, smiling kindly and contentedly. The hallucination faded quickly, and the system's attribute panel appeared before Fong Shin, displaying detailed information about the bead on a pale silver screen. Upon use, gain the following attribute. Intelligence 10, with 1 point of intelligence equaling 100 corresponding energy value. Upon use, choose 2 of the following additional attributes. 1. Lightning Crown. When hitting an enemy, there is a chance to gain the Lightning Crown, causing attacks to deal lightning damage equal to 100 of attack power and periodically release chain lightning. During the crown's duration, lightning damage received is reduced by 80. 2. Ocean Vitality. Increases health regeneration rate by 200 and all healing effects received by 200. 3. Infinite Wind. Reduces cooldown time of all movement skills by 50. All cooldown reductions are multiplicative. 4. Potential Substance. Directly gain 50 free attribute points. 5. Tidebringer. Periodically, attacks carry tidal power, causing wide area splinter damage in front. 6. Essence Drain. Increases experience gained by 10. All experience bonuses increase linearly. Warning, 1/6 of the Naga's hope for revival has been turned into a dead object by the ancestral turtle Mocha. Upon use, the Naga will become your relentless enemies. Fong Shin was astonished to find that this was a miracle item. While he had encountered miracle items a few times in his past life, they were always key artifacts for sustaining entire cities, never heard of one directly affecting an individual. The boost in intelligence particularly highlighted the bead's extraordinary nature to Fong Shin. He understood that intelligence was closely linked to IQ, and opportunities to enhance it were incredibly rare and difficult. Increasing intelligence not only enhanced memory, but, more importantly, allowed for perfect handling of various details in battle, enabling optimal decision-making under extreme conditions. Fong Shin pondered, recalling everyday details people often overlooked, like the number of buttons on a favorite shirt or the number of steps on the first flight of stairs at home. These seemingly simple questions are hard for most people to answer accurately, highlighting the limitations of the human brain in processing daily information. Enhancing intelligence is like upgrading the brain's processing power, enabling one to achieve acute perception in battle. Fong Shin even speculated that reaching a high level of intelligence might allow for 100 perfect attack prediction. As Fong Shin was absorbed in contemplating the bead's attributes, Qin Tian approached with a few other potentials. True to form, Qin Tian was exaggerated, claiming he had decision paralysis and threatening to forego the bead if he could only choose 2 attributes. Though the other potentials weren't as direct as Qin Tian, their eyes showed anticipation for Fong Shin's opinion. Scanning the group, Fong Shin realized everyone was waiting for his perspective. He took a deep breath and said, "Give me a moment to take a closer look at these attributes." With Fong Shin's words, everyone except the still whimpering Qin Tian fell into quiet contemplation, and the atmosphere grew solemn and intense. 15 minutes later, Fong Shin cleared his throat and glanced around the group. The experience bonus attribute is irreplaceable. You can choose the remaining 5 based on your needs. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fong Shin had already decided that the essence extraction was a must-have the moment he saw it. He quickly weighed his options for the remaining attributes, immediately lowering the priority of the first 3. The key decision now lay between the 4th option, Tidebringer, and the 5th, Potential Essence. Tidebringer could compensate for his lack of area damage and had great potential for growth. However, Fong Shin quickly realized that with manifested killing intent, his efficiency in clearing enemies was already considerable. In comparison, the 50 free attribute points from Potential Essence were truly a rare resource. My development should focus on single-target boss combat effectiveness. Fong Shin confirmed his final choice internally. As he made his decision, a tingling sensation washed over his brain, leaving him feeling exceptionally clear-headed. A system prompt appeared. 1. Lightning Crown. 2. Ocean Vitality. 3. Boundless Wind. 4. Potential Essence free attribute points 50. 5. Essence extraction experience points increased by 10. As the pearl transformed into white mist and was absorbed by Fong Shin, a line of bold red text flashed. Warning. Your reputation with the Naga race has reached eternal hatred. Ha! Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh. This Naga race is really something. Reminds me of that self-proclaimed beacon of double standards. Fong Shin's lips curled into a smile. The battle not only thwarted the alien plot, but also yielded substantial rewards, putting him in high spirits. The white egg, transformed into a dead object by the ancestral turtle Mocha, was the Naga race's painstakingly nurtured white phosphorus Naga, intended to harvest human evolutionary blood food by crossing dimensions. In the end, it boosted the potential of all 6 of them. You want to wipe out my human race? I'll cut off your Naga roots, Fong Shin said, taking a refreshing swig from a bottle of Nongfu spring water from his storage space. The humanoid turtle waddled over with a swagger, snatching the bottle. Let this old turtle try your human novelty, it said, downing the entire 2.25 L of mineral water in one go, smacking its lips. This chlorinated taste can't be found in the pure ocean, quite unique. The group watched this scene in disbelief. Well, besides you, kid, there are 5 more recognized humans, the turtle remarked, looking at Fang Xuan and the others. Though they're much weaker, I take back my previous words. This generation of Blue Star civilization might just be the most promising yet. Qin Tian scratched his head, looking puzzled at Fong Shin. Brother-in-law, these monster system details are too complicated. 2nd tier, 3rd tier, elite leader, level 10, level 20. My head is about to explode. Can you explain what all this means? Upon hearing this, Laser and the others immediately pricked up their ears. Although they were among the most promising humans, they were as eager for knowledge as rookies when faced with these unfamiliar concepts. Fong Shin was about to speak when a loud laugh interrupted him. A humanoid turtle stepped forward with a smug look, its eyes gleaming with superiority. You ignorant kids, You're asking the wrong person, the turtle said, scanning the crowd before fixing its gaze on Fong Shin. This kid may be ridiculously strong, miles ahead of you, but it deliberately elongated its tone. He's just as new to this upgraded war as you are. He doesn't know squat about this stuff. The turtle took a sip of water, cleared its throat, and suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Listen up, every word I'm about to say is important, it said, its gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Qin Tian. Especially you, kid. You're strong, but here you're just the best among beginners. Don't get too cocky. You've seen my ancestor Mocha's strength firsthand and should understand you're far from a true powerhouse. The turtle began to explain. Firstly, first tier and second tier refer to life tiers, also known as evolutionary potential. They represent a creature's growth potential. Note that higher tier creatures aren't necessarily powerful. Secondly, numbers like level 10 or level 20 indicate a creature's current overall power. High-level creatures are definitely strong. The relationship between life tier and level is this. Life tier determines the level cap. High-level creatures have high life tiers, but high life tier creatures don't necessarily have high levels. Understand? Except for Fong Shin and Qin Tian, the others nodded thoughtfully. Qin Tian leaned closer to Fong Shin and whispered, "Brother-in-law, so you didn't get it either. That's a relief. I thought I was the only one not smart enough." The humanoid turtle continued. Among creatures of the same level, there are clear differences in strength. Terms like elite and leader are used to distinguish the strength of creatures at the same level. From weakest to strongest, it goes. No prefix, elite, leader, lord, named, true name. Obviously, within the same level, the higher the life tier, the stronger the prefix. For example, a newly hatched dragon is a typical high life tier, low level, high prefix creature. According to the rules, there might be stronger prefixes after true name, but I haven't seen them. Finally, the turtle added, remember, life tier isn't fixed, it can continually improve. The humanoid turtle sighed deeply, an endless sorrow reflected in its eyes. It began to speak slowly. Back in the day, I was a dashing and charming true-named sea turtle. Who would have thought that cursed naga would drain my essence, causing my strength to plummet? As it spoke, its voice was filled with anger and resentment. It's truly infuriating. One day, I'll reclaim what I lost 100-fold. That naga queen seems like a good target, heh? Feng Xuan and the others listened intently, nodding in unison as they meticulously recorded every word the humanoid turtle spoke. They understood well that these seemingly simple words were actually of great significance, potentially affecting the lives of millions and having profound implications for their factions and humanity as a whole. Fong Shin watched the humanoid turtle quietly, feeling a tinge of doubt. How could the humanoid turtle know about rank levels, information supposedly only accessible to humans on Blue Star through the system? Could it be that rank levels are a universal standard for measuring strength across worlds? But these questions weren't the crux of the matter. What mattered was that everything the humanoid turtle said was true. If there were any errors, Fong Shin would not hesitate to point them out, even if it meant arousing suspicion among Feng Xuan and the others. At that moment, Qin Tian suddenly straightened up, a look of realization dawning on his face. He absent-mindedly scratched his head, exchanged a glance with the red-crowned crane, and then exclaimed excitedly, "I get it now. I figured it out." Feng Xuan, without a change in expression, handed Qin Tian a piece of A4 paper, saying calmly, "Give it to Jiu." Qin Tian took the paper, examined it closely, and then suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement, shouting, "What beautiful handwriting, so elegant and transcendent. We're going to make a fortune." Feng Shui gave him a puzzled look. Realizing his faux pas, Qin Tian grinned awkwardly and explained, "I was just speaking off the cuff. I'll definitely deliver it to my sister personally, definitely he." As he spoke, he awkwardly shifted his gaze to the humanoid turtle. A thought struck him, and he asked, "Great Elder Turtle, previously, I encountered a third tier named Mutant Beast, a giant stink bug, very formidable. I was no match for it, and had to flee. Of course, my escape isn't important. What I want to know is, although I understand that a leader is stronger than an elite and a named is stronger than a lord, I have no idea how much stronger they actually are. Can you explain it to us?" The humanoid turtle shook its head and honestly replied, "Well, I can only tell you that I don't know. I'm completely unfamiliar with the general strength of humans, so I can't give you a quantified answer. Why don't you ask this young man?" it said, pointing to Fong Shin. "He's even killed true-named mutant beasts, so he should have some insights." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian disdainfully muttered under his breath, "Humph. In the end, I still have to ask my brother-in-law." Then, with a look of admiration, he turned to Fong Shin and pleaded, "Brother-in-law, could you explain?" Hearing this, Fong Shin's expression grew unusually serious. He carefully organized his thoughts, knowing that every word he was about to say was distilled from the blood and tears of humanity's past battles. Once certain, he spoke with clarity and conviction. First, it's crucial to understand that for ordinary human warriors, Even a common mutant beast or variant, without any affixes, is a vicious creature that demands their full effort in battle. Underestimating them is not an option. Next, I'm going to outline some highly applicable combat principles, so listen closely. In every sentence I say, the term mutant beast can be replaced with variant. Fong Shin stood by the sea, introducing the levels of mutated beasts and corresponding combat guidelines to the crowd. His words were concise and powerful, each word seemingly etched into the minds of Lassois and the others. A regular mutated beast can be safely taken down by 5 human warriors of the same level. Elite mutated beasts require a team of 10 to 30 people, with possible casualties. Leader mutated beasts need at least 100 people, and the operation must be organized. Casualties are hard to predict. Fong Shin's voice was clear in the sea breeze. As for Lord mutated beasts, preparations must be made in advance, and an army of over 1,000 should be organized to combat them. If encountered in the wild, no matter the size of the team, immediate retreat is necessary. He paused and continued. Named mutated beasts can only be defeated by an army of elite fighters. True named mutated beasts leave your fate to destiny. Retreat to the city, reveal your trump cards, and fight desperately. Fong Shin surveyed the group, adding, these combat guidelines apply to typical situations at the same level, mainly to prevent ordinary warriors from dying needlessly. However, real-world battles are ever-changing and complex, so do not be bound by rigid rules. Lassois and the others, with solemn expressions, quickly took out paper and pen to record this valuable information. They cross-checked with each other to ensure no details were missed. Fong Shin looked at these promising young people with a sense of satisfaction. He knew they had substantial backing. As long as they returned to Blue Star with this complete power system and combat guidelines, the trajectory of human development would change forever. Feeling content, Fong Shin enjoyed delicious sashimi, the paper-thin fish melting in his mouth, bursting with freshness. At that moment, the humanoid turtle, while eating jellyfish, curiously asked, I almost forgot, how did my dead ancestor turn into a moving statue? The crowd was momentarily speechless, and finally, Qin Tian explained. The Feng Shui fairy recognized a part of the Xuanwu totem yin-yang formation in the temple. By using the pure tears of the ancestral turtle, the formation was activated, and your ancestor suddenly came back to life. The humanoid turtle realized, carefully examining Feng Shui, and commented, I see. The Xuanwu totem yin-yang formation has existed for several eras, and even I've only heard its name. I didn't expect a human to recognize it. You're quite extraordinary. He paused, then added, just not much to look at. This comment made Qin Tian burst into laughter, spraying a mouthful of cola onto a nearby red-crowned crane. As the sun set, 3 stars descended on the horizon, painting the sky with fiery hues. The sea shimmered with golden light, and flocks of seabirds soared in the sky, including a familiar red-crowned crane. After enjoying a lavish seafood feast, Fong Shin stood up with a mysterious smile. Everyone, follow me. I'll take you to a good place. He led the group to the seaside and took out second-tier breathing seaweed. The next place is underwater, and you'll need to dive in. Here, take these, Fong Shin said. Breathing seaweed, second-tier material, 2,000 gold coins each. Credit is available. Everyone took the seaweed, acknowledging a debt of 2,000 gold coins. Fong Shin chuckled to himself, noting that these people were already broke after just the second day of the Ascension War. All right, let's go down, Fong Shin said just as Flammer leaped high, twisting 900 degrees in the air before elegantly entering the water. Lassois followed closely, shouting for honor, then performed a forward somersault 5.5 times, diving perfectly. Hippolyta simply did a graceful fish leap, her agile body tracing a beautiful arc. Not to be outdone, Qin Tian launched himself off a palm tree like a slingshot, shooting straight into the sea, shouting, when it comes to creativity, I'm the best, jade-faced Qin Tian. Only Fong Shin and Feng Shui remained on the shore. As time passed, they stood side by side, gazing at the shimmering sea, unmoving. Fong Shin slowly formed a question mark with his expression, and Feng Shui slightly turned her head to look at him. They stared at each other for 15 minutes, the atmosphere strangely silent. Finally, Fong Shin broke the silence. Why aren't you going into the sea? Feng Shui calmly replied, I can't swim. This answer left everyone, including the humanoid turtle, speechless. Finally, the humanoid turtle said helplessly, All right, you. Turtle duh. Yes you. Carry this woman who's plain-looking and can't swim down there. The group dove underwater, led by Fong Shin to the depths of a trench. The breathtaking crystal palace-like blessing altar left everyone in awe. When they connected to the altar and saw the skill page displayed, they were utterly stunned. Even Feng Shui's shock was evident. Fong Shin watched their reactions with satisfaction, thinking they should take time to absorb and understand. He then connected to the blessing altar's ocean's heart. The system prompt sounded. You have spent 100 billion gold coins to learn the ocean's heart blessing skill. You have gained the ocean's recognition. In an instant, the blessing altar radiated a dazzling light. Countless rune chains flew out, merging into Fong Shin's body. At that moment, Fong Shin felt his soul meld with the ocean. He became one with the sea, able to wield the power of endless waves, becoming the ruler of the ocean. This skill, acquired at the cost of 100 billion gold coins, naturally produced extraordinary phenomena. Lasao and the others were deeply captivated, their eyes holding a profound eagerness. Fong Shin smiled slightly, gave a thumbs up, and signaled everyone to float back to the surface. On the surface of the sea, the heads of the 5 potential members emerged one by one, as Fong Shin's gaze swept over each expectant face. He took a deep breath, his voice steady and commanding. Congratulations to all of you for completing the first stage upgrade. Now, I must reiterate the effect of the blessing altar: 200 billion gold coins for 100 stamina points, and a 100 life enhancement. The power of such an upgrade, I trust, you can all imagine. Fong Shin deliberately repeated these words, like a commercial played over and over, aiming to leave a deep impression on Feng Xuan and the others. Indeed, his words struck like a hammer on each person's heart. Qin Tian's eyes lit up, and he almost drooled uncontrollably. The others, though more restrained, couldn't hide the desire gleaming in their eyes. Seeing this, Fong Shin didn't bother with pretense and directly proposed, I can lend each of you 200 billion, with a 10-year term. After that, you'll need to repay 350 billion gold coins. He spoke these words casually, as if discussing pocket change instead of astronomical figures. Fong Shin knew well that faced with such an enticing enhancement, these 5 would find it impossible to refuse, not even entertaining the thought. Sure enough, Massacre and the others accepted the proposal without batting an eye. They didn't even question why Fong Shin had such a massive amount of gold coins, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. This loan seemed hastino collateral, no credit checks, not even a written contract, just a simple verbal agreement. But Fong Shin wasn't worried because he trusted not in the credit of Feng Xuan and the others, but in his own power. In his view, as long as he was strong enough, his words were the most unbreakable contract. Fong Shin took out a gold card marked 200 billion from his space ring and handed it first to Massacre. Massacre accepted it with both hands, solemnly placing his hand on his chest and swearing, in the name of the Holy Church's Grand Commander, I, Sun Knight Massacre, vow to repay Mr. Fong Shin 350 billion gold coins in 10 years. Fong Shin shook his head lightly and said calmly, no need for such formality, no promises necessary. I trust your character. These words sounded like trust, but were actually Fong Shin's life lesson from 300 years of upgrade wars. He had long seen through the fact that even the closest brothers might betray each other for a piece of equipment. It was better to trust in his own strength than in others. Subsequently, Fong Shin distributed 200 billion gold coins each to Flammer, Hippolyte, Qin Tian, and Feng Xuan. After completing this round of generous lending, Fong Shin's financial situation took a nosedive, having spent 1,000 billion learning the heart of the ocean and then lending another 1,000 billion. He was left with a mere 40 billion, plunging into serious financial crisis. After receiving the gold coins, everyone except Feng Xuan eagerly dove back into the sea, clearly impatient to enhance themselves. Feng Xuan said nothing, merely giving Fong Shin a glance before swimming towards the blessing altar under the guidance of Guida. The sea returned to calm, with only gentle ripples telling of what had just transpired. Fong Shin gazed at the sky, painted in hues of crimson, his eyes revealing an indifferent detachment, devoid of joy or sorrow. He murmured softly to himself, 35 billion gold coins. Even if given 20 years, you couldn't gather it. In 10 years, that event will commence. The plan concerning the 5 of the Phoenix throne has taken its first step. His gaze deepened, as if traversing through time and space. Time is running out for humanity, we must not stray again. Those hellish 300 years have already worn down too much. A look of merciless authority appeared on Fong Shin's face. As night fell, stars adorned the sky. Fong Shin stood alone by the shore, searching the constellations for familiar stars. Not far behind, Laser and Flamier exchanged glances, preparing to approach him. Suddenly, Qin Tian appeared, breaking the silence. Brother-in-law, I have a favor to ask, he said with a cheeky grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For you, this would be a piece of cake. Without further ado, could you spar with me? Fong Shin turned around and calmly replied, sure, but sparring with me is pointless. Qin Tian was unfazed, scratching his head. You know me, brother-in-law. I have this quirk where I always want to challenge the strong. Even though I know I can't win, I have to challenge you. Someone like you would understand that feeling, right? Fong Shin nodded and simply said, go ahead. Qin Tian retreated 100 meters, raising his sword. In an instant, a fierce fighting spirit erupted from within him, his demeanor shifting dramatically, as if he had grown taller. Here I come. Old crane, let's go. Qin Tian shouted, leaping forward. A red-crowned crane dashed in from the side, catching Qin Tian perfectly. Man and crane became one, exuding an unstoppable aura, like a general charging into battle. The blade in Qin Tian's hand shimmered with a cold, blue light, flowing like water, sending chills down the spine. Laser and Flamier watched in awe. Martial fanatic Qin, I've heard of his reputation, and seeing him now, it truly lives up to it. He once challenged the Radiant Knight of my holy order, ending in a draw. Just 2 days ago, I thought he was the strongest of the younger generation in the Dragon Kingdom. Look at his attack. It's a perfect blend of blade and belief. What do you think Master Fong Shin will do to counter Qin's attack? Judging by the power Master Fong Shin displayed that day, he could easily dodge with a displacement skill. Qin must know this and likely has a follow-up plan. Indeed, let's watch and see. The two watched the duel intently, while Hippolyte also focused her attention. Qin Tian's blade swung down, aimed directly at Fong Shin's shoulder. Seeing Fong Shin make no move to evade, he instinctively tried to pull back his strength, but suddenly met Fong Shin's deep gaze. In that moment, Qin Tian had a flash of understanding and decided to give it his all. Gripping the sword with both hands, he slashed diagonally at Fong Shin, the air slicing with a flash of cold light. Clang! A crisp metallic sound echoed. Though everyone knew Fong Shin's strength, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. A number floated in the air, and a figure was sent flying. The number was a 0, and the figure was Qin Tian. Fong Shin stood completely still, not moving an inch, as Qin Tian's aggressive attack failed to dislodge even a speck of dust from him. This astonishing defense left the three onlookers full of mixed emotions, speculating about Fong Shin's true identity and the source of his strength. Qin Tian got up from the ground, muttering to himself in a defeated tone, I lost, I lost, I lost. His voice was filled with a sense of failure. Meanwhile, Fong Shin felt a long-lost fighting spirit igniting within him, filling him with excitement. Without waiting for Qin Tian to recover, Fong Shin turned and left the battle arena. In the days that followed, the ancient sea turtle worked diligently under the strict supervision of the humanoid turtle, striving to purify the water system to activate the formation for returning to Blue Star. Meanwhile, Fang Xuan and the others split up to explore the surrounding areas of the island. During his exploration, Fong Shin noticed that the islands were similar in size, had regular shapes, and were evenly spaced. He attributed this phenomenon to the unique geographical features and didn't delve too deeply into it. As the humanoid turtle mentioned, this pristine marine area was rich with numerous valuable items recognized by the system. Fong Shin's findings were substantial. A second-tier coconut the size of a wash basin, promising no preservatives or artificial flavors. A massive third-tier tiger-striped shark, and various first and second-tier wild materials, with the occasional third-tier find. The most precious was a fourth-tier materiala fathead fish, also known as Fong Gu, rumored to create an ultimate object when combined with the mysterious bronze-bearded giant shell dragon. With his storage space filled with various materials, Fong Shin had to spend time organizing them. It was then he discovered a fifth-tier yellow treasure chest. Recalling his previous experiences with 2 fifth-tier chests, Fong Shin quickly realized this was a reward from the system for defeating a third-tier mutant beast, the acid sprayer, which had been directly placed in his storage space. Having overlooked it at the time, the chest had been forgotten until now. Unexpected windfall. Fong Shin felt a surge of joy, akin to finding 2 red bills in the pocket of an old coat. He thought to himself that perhaps he should avoid tidying up too often to keep such surprises from diminishing. A system prompt flashed before him. Opening a level 5 yellow chest requires 5,000 gold coins. Do you wish to open it? Spending 50,000 gold coins to change the chest's contents could potentially upgrade the item's tier or yield additional rewards. Without hesitation, Fong Shin chose to open it. As 5,000 gold coins were spent, the chest slowly opened to reveal an unremarkable throwing knife. He immediately opted to change the item, watching as his coins vanished like flowing water. Again and again, Fong Shin continued to swap out the chest's contents. The odds of finding bonus items in a level 5 chest were minuscule, and the chance of upgrading the item was akin to winning the lottery. Yet, in the face of Fong Shin's financial prowess, these challenges were trivial. Finally, after expending 5 million gold coins, the chest revealed 2 pieces of equipment. The first was a pair of dark silver greaves made from some kind of animal hide. The system displayed Loyal Greaves level 5 yellow. Legs durability 160160. Required level 30. Defense 210, stamina 20, stamina 10. Special effect. Command increases damage dealt by all your summoned creatures by 10. Fong Shin mused to himself. How do you tell if a summoned creature is loyal? Just look at the damage it inflicts. The second piece of equipment was stylistically similar to the Loyal Greaves, also crafted from dark silver animal hide, simple yet grand. The system showed Loyal Shoulders level 5 yellow. Shoulders durability 150150. Required level 30. Defense 120. Special effect 1. Blunt resistance. Reduces damage taken by 20 when struck by blunt weapons. Special Effect 2. Devotion. Increases the duration of all your summoned creatures by 10. Fong Shin noticed the dark silver hide emitted a unique scent, seemingly making summoned creatures more attached to their master. He glanced down at his current gear. His legs were clad in level 1 gray leather greaves, and his shoulders bore level 2 white lightweight alloy pauldrons. In comparison, his current attire seemed quite shabby. An idea struck Fong Shin. The manifestation of killing intent counts as a summoned creature, and these equipment effects could significantly enhance its power. Perfect, just right for me, he muttered to himself. He quickly equipped the newly acquired gear. System prompts flashed in succession. You have equipped loyal shoulders level 5 yellow, shoulders. You have equipped loyal greaves level 5 yellow, legs. With the updated equipment, Fong Shin felt a notable boost in his physical capabilities. His stamina increased to 54 points, and his defense skyrocketed from 1,002 to 1,550 points, an increase of over 50, greatly enhancing his survivability. Excellent, Fong Shin nodded in satisfaction. He decided to continue exploring the sea, hoping to catch a few more bighead fish. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the tranquility. Hey kid, the teleportation array is successfully activated and operational. Hurry over here. At the call of the humanoid turtle, everyone gathered quickly at the island's center. There stood a platform with a pool of water as clear as a mirror, its surface unruffled by any ripple. The humanoid turtle proudly declared, finally purified the water element of the array. Those nagas are so unhygienic, utterly lacking in manners. Turning to Fong Shin and the others, it spoke with a hint of reluctance. All right, kid, you can finally return to Blue Star. The water flowing around the platform shimmered with a magical glow, and the runes engraved on the platform lit up, signaling the success of the spell. The humanoid turtle nodded in satisfaction, its voice carrying a hint of ancient wisdom. The time for parting has come. Having lived for so many years, I've long come to terms with farewells. As long as you proceed steadily without reckless actions, there will be a day of reunion. It wiped the corner of its eye with a claw, joking, looks like I should get myself a pair of sunglasses. Then, it continued seriously, enough talk. Step onto the mirror water in the center of the platform to be transported back to Blue Star. Although the landing point might be slightly off, it won't be too far. Who's first? Feng Xuan confidently stepped onto the stairs, turning to gaze at Fong Shin with determination in her voice. When we meet again, I will be in front of you, and you will stand behind me. With that, she moved towards the center of the platform, her long hair flowing like a dark night under the commander's hat. As Feng Xuan stood on the mirror water, the teleportation array activated instantly. A column of water surged up, propelling her thousands of meters into the air before descending, and her figure vanished without a trace. Haha, this teleportation array is quite amusing, just like an amusement park ride. Flammer approached with excitement. Lord Fong Shin, I look forward to our next meeting. Razor followed closely, bidding farewell to Fong Shin before teleporting away. Qin Tian, holding a red-crowned crane, laughed. Brother-in-law, the mountains and rivers will bring us together again. I can't wait to see the moment you reunite with my sister. With that, they both departed. Finally, only Hippolyta and Fong Shin remained. She slowly ascended the steps, looking up at him slightly. Feng Xuan is like Artemis, but my gaze is on you, and your gaze will eventually fall on me. This is the belief of the hunt. May the moon and the jungle protect you. Her voice was clear with a touch of wildness, and with those words, she decisively teleported away. Fong Shin felt calm inside, simply waving goodbye to the humanoid turtle. Goodbye, grandfather turtle. Kid, hurry back, the turtle urged. A water column suddenly launched Fong Shin 1,000 meters into the sky. In those few brief seconds, his view expanded dramatically, and the sight before him was so breathtaking that he almost forgot to breathe. He saw enormous islands arranged in neat rows, their shapes so regular they resembled giant scales. Between the islands, intricate patterns were clearly visible. It was unmistakably a colossal turtle shell, comparable to a continent. However, this astonishing scene lasted only a moment. Fong Shin was then swept into a teleportation tunnel filled with countless colors. A sense of time distortion flashed by, and he found himself beside a forest. Towering trees reached up to the sky, commonly over 10 meters tall, their layered leaves forming a vast green ocean, full of life. In just a month, Blue Star's ecosystem had undergone a dramatic transformation. Since the Ascension War began, all plants and animals have been mutating and evolving. Some turned into ferocious mutant beasts, while many others began to reproduce and grow at an incredible pace. Vegetation spread like a tidal wave over the land, turning Blue Star's environment into a primitive and natural ecosystem. When humans ruled the Blue Planet, they loudly proclaimed their commitment to protecting the ecosystem, animals, and the environment. Yet, in a single night, over 10 billion humans mysteriously perished, while the planet's ecology thrived unexpectedly. This ironic reality hit Fong Shin like a blow, prompting him to ponder. Perhaps only species at the top of the food chain have the right to discuss ecological protection. This thought briefly flashed through Fong Shin's mind before he turned his attention to the map in his hand. The shelter at the park was only 5 kilometers away, but the route was shrouded in an eerie black mist, with no detailed information on the map. Fong Shin realized that only areas he personally explored would display geographic features on the system map, highlighting a major limitation of the map. Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared before Fong Shin, announcing his return to the blue planet. Area mission complete, the prompt sounded. Mission objective: return to the blue planet continent achieved. Mission reward: 50 free attribute points. Special reward distribution in progress. The system quickly assessed the mission completion, yielding an exhilarating result. SSS grade, with a mission contribution rate of 90. Following this, rewards poured in like snowflakes. 500 million experience points credited, plus a chance to spin the skill wheel. The system emphasized that all skills on the wheel would be tailor-made for Fong Shin. As soon as the words were spoken, a silver, futuristic-style wheel appeared out of thin air before Fong Shin. The wheel was engraved with various skill icons, ranging from 4-tier blue to 6-tier purple. Fong Shin silently thought, start the draw. And after a few seconds of spinning, the pointer stopped on a blue icon. Greatly enhanced affinity, a 4-tier blue active skill. Consuming 100 points of killing aura value. It allows one to reveal a charming and friendly smile. The system explained that this was to balance the excessive killing intent brought by Slaughter Authority, helping to create a sunnier personal image and potentially increasing NPC task trigger rates. Fong Shin looked at this skill, 2 question marks slowly appearing above his head. At that moment, another system prompt appeared. 100,000 gold coins could be spent for another draw. Instantly, Fong Shin realized this was a blatant cash grab strategy. Recalling how a mobile game designer once said that human design systems are essentially all about monetization, Fong Shin couldn't help but smile. For him, problems solvable with money weren't problems at all. So, without hesitation, he chose to draw again. You spent 100,000 gold coins, and the skill wheel is spinning again. This prompt appeared repeatedly. Despite the minuscule chance of winning a 60-year skill due to its small area on the wheel, after spending 1.3 million gold coins, the pointer finally landed on a 60-year skill. 100 Fissures, a 60-year purple active skill. Consuming 300 killing aura value. Fong Shin's fist will contain terrifying energy, not only damaging the target, but also causing 50 additional damage to surrounding enemies. The skill's range and number of targets affected are related to Fong Shin's strength value, with a maximum of 100 targets simultaneously. Gazing at this powerful new skill, a scene unfolded in Fong Shin's mind, his fists slicing through the air, while the surrounding enemies had already fallen. As if to say, I didn't hit you, but you're already dead. Seeing the skill description, Fong Shin's eyes lit up. Previously, he hesitated for a long time in choosing the Tidebringer due to a lack of area damage capability, ultimately opting for potential substance for long-term growth. Unexpectedly, a skill with a split attack effect appeared before him. Perhaps this is the power of Peidoan. Without hesitation, Fong Shin learned the 6th-tier purple active skill, 100 Splits. With 550 million experience points in his pool, he had ample reserves to directly level up the skill. After spending 1.2 million gold coins and 12 million experience points, the skill was upgraded to level 2. Investing another 2.4 million gold coins and 24 million experience points, the skill reached level 3. The system notification sounded. 100 Splits, 6th-tier purple, level 3, active skill. Your fists contain terrifying energy. By consuming 300 slaughter chi, your attack on a target will deal an additional 65 damage to enemies around the target. Damage value, effect range, and the number of targets are independently calculated and related to your strength value, with a maximum of 100 targets. I didn't hit you, but you're already dead. The split damage increased from 50 to 65, which was a significant improvement. The area mission rewarded 50 attribute points, and with the 50 points from potential substance, Fong Shin now had a total of 100 free attribute points. He decisively allocated all these points to strength, boosting his attack power from 46,000 to 66,000. A mere 100-point increase in strength resulted in a 20,000-point rise in attack power, which was astonishing. The terrifying aspect of the 10th-tier profession, Slaughter Authority Sovereign, was fully revealed. 1 point of strength equaled 100 points of attack power, with an additional 100 attack power bonus. Even though Fong Shin currently lacked attack speed, movement speed, and neural reaction speed, he would never allocate points to agility. With the bonuses from Slaughter Authority Sovereign, the cost-effectiveness of adding strength far surpassed agility by tenfold. Adding agility would be equivalent to squandering future development potential, commonly known as adding waste points. As a peak powerhouse, Fong Shin would never make such a mistake. Just as Fong Shin finished processing the system information, The bushes beside him suddenly shook violently. A disheveled figure stumbled out, clothes tattered and covered in blood. Quick, chase him. Don't let him get away. He's injured. He won't get far. He might have already been eaten by the mutated beasts. Dead or alive. We need to account for him when we return. Xiang, stop running. For old time's sake, we'll leave you a whole corpse. Ha ha ha. The chaotic sounds of pursuit echoed from the forest. The disheveled figure looked up and made eye contact with Fong Shin, his body shivering. Even the blood streaming down his head couldn't hide the complex expression on his face: anger, despair, hope, excitement, shock, determination all intertwined. The middle-aged man in a torn suit hurriedly ran to Fong Shin and knelt on one knee with a slap. Inspector Xiang Tianzi? Fong Shin said indifferently, clearly recognizing the man kneeling before him. Xiang Tianzi panted heavily, his voice trembling. Yes, it's me, Xiang Tianzi. I didn't expect you to remember me. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his tone. I'm no longer an inspector, just a stray dog. Xiang Tianzi gritted his teeth, his voice filled with hatred. Then, he bowed his head to Fong Shin, earnestly saying, You must be in need of talented people for your organization. I'm willing to serve you for life. In just a month, so much had changed. A month ago, Xiang Tianzi was the inspector of ZZ City, a deputy provincial-level city, with a military background, holding a high position and wielding great power. His mere footstep could shake the entire ZZ City. Now, this once coveted inspector was being hunted down, forced to kneel before Fong Shin and pledge allegiance. This scene was both absurd and real. Kneeling on one knee, Xiang Tianzi's head was deeply bowed, his heart filled with anxiety and unease. At this moment, he finally understood the feelings of those who once sought his help. No, his situation was 100 times more terrifying than theirs. This was a matter of life and death, a choice between demise and glory. After a month of the Ascension War, no one understood better than him how terrifying this young man before him was. He was someone who could kill fifth-tier, true-name mutated beasts, a force unmatched in the entire sanctuary. If he wished, uniting the sanctuary would be a mere flick of the finger. When betrayed and hunted by former subordinates, Xiang Tianzi saw through the essence of this world, survival of the fittest, strength above all. So, upon seeing Fong Shin, he made his decision without hesitation. At this moment, his life and death were entirely at Fong Shin's discretion. This was the power of the strong. All right. Fong Shin uttered a single word. This simple syllable sounded like heavenly music to Xiang Tianzi, instantly illuminating his dark world. The sunlight suddenly seemed so bright, Xiang Tianzi couldn't help but think. Oh, our esteemed Inspector Xiang Tianzi, creator of the Mutual Aid Army, why are you kneeling? Oh right, it's not called the Mutual Aid Army anymore, it's called Bloodwolf now. The force you created is gone, and you should go with it, huh? A tattooed young man laughed arrogantly. Inspector Xiang Tianzi, why are you kneeling before a kid? You don't expect this kid to save you, do you? That's hilarious, haha. Hey, this kid's gear looks pretty good, at least one piece is second tier. Before he could finish, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing the chest of the tattooed youth. Gurgle. The tattooed youth spat a few mouthfuls of blood, incredulously looking down at the arrowhead protruding from his chest, then fell forward to the ground. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Zhang Yi, you actually attacked a companion, betraying the Bloodwolf King. There will be no place for you in the sanctuary, and your body will be destroyed. The burly man beside the tattooed youth turned around angrily, shouting. A boy in a baseball cap lightly jumped down from the treetop, shrugged at the burly man, spread his hands, and then made an okay gesture. Whoosh, a bright blade tip emerged from the burly man's chest. Gurgle. The familiar sound echoed again. The burly man turned around in a daze, seeing an ordinary, expressionless face. The blade was pulled out, blood splattering. The burly man fell heavily, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. The boy in the baseball cap cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Come on over, we don't need to take any risks now. Then, he exaggeratedly extended his arm, waving at Fong Shin. The cold-faced young man who had just killed the burly man glanced curiously at the boy in the cap, then quickly sheathed his sword. Taking advantage of the surrounding chaos, he nimbly slipped away from the group. Internally, he was filled with confusion. What the hell just happened? 2 leaders died inexplicably, 2 others betrayed us, and the entire pursuit team is in disarray. Amid the chaos, someone shouted loudly, Don't panic. Forget about those 2 traitors for now. Our main task is to deal with Xiang Tianzi. If we bring back his head, not only will we be free of blame, but we'll also be richly rewarded. Sensing an opportunity for advancement with the leader dead, a blonde thug stepped forward, his voice sharp and persuasive. Brothers, look at that guy's gear, it's at least a second-tier white. If we get our hands on it, we'll be rich. We can have any girl we want. There are 13 of us and only 4 of them. There's no way they can win. The sheer number of pursuers gave them a false sense of advantage, and with the thug's persuasive words, greed clouded their judgment. They charged at Fong Shin, brandishing weapons that were barely worth a first-tier gray, their minds already filled with visions of wealth. Seeing this, the cold-faced young man wanted to rush forward, but the boy in the cap held him back by the shoulder. I'll bet you 1 gold coin that once that guy makes a move, these Bloodwolf guys won't last 10 seconds. Wanna bet? The boy raised an eyebrow. All right. The cold-faced young man agreed immediately. He thought to himself, the Ascension War has only been going on for a month. The level difference can't be more than 3 or 4 levels. Taking down 13 people in 10 seconds? Even the Bloodwolf King couldn't do that. He planned to use careful analysis to show his companion not to be so reckless in the future. However, what unfolded before his eyes completely shattered his understanding. Fong Shin activated the skill Dark Scale Guard from his 5th-tier armor, instantly summoning 3 mermen. Armed with short daggers, they let out piercing cries and darted towards the pursuers like lightning. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The mermen moved too fast to be tracked. In a flash of blades, the ground was littered with severed limbs and bodies. The entire process took only 5 seconds. The blonde thug's legs went weak, his face a canvas of terror. Out of the 13, only he remained intact, collapsed on the ground, teeth chattering. Fong Shin didn't spare him a glance, walking past him without a second thought. Xiang Tianzi, the boy in the cap, and the cold-faced young man followed closely, soon disappearing from view. It took a while for the blonde thug to regain his senses, muttering to himself, the smell of blood will attract mutant beasts. I need to get out of here. Only the Bloodwolf King can kill that guy. The Bloodwolf King is invincible. I must tell the Bloodwolf King. Fong Shin and his group moved in a straight line toward the sanctuary, knowing that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Based on his past life experience, Fong Shin understood that the sanctuary with the most NPCs in the early stages would have the best prospects. He was determined to claim the park's sanctuary with the bearded village chief and the forest elf archer instructor, both capable of offering 7th-tier hidden professions. Along the way, the cold-faced young man extended his palm to the boy in the cap, who ignored it, explaining, our bet was contingent on Fong making a move. Since he didn't, the bet doesn't count. Hey, Fong, remember me? The boy in the cap asked with a smile. I remember, Fong Shin replied. This was the same boy who had shot an arrow through the big-bellied man's gun arm earlier, and Fong Shin had complimented him on his adaptability. Fong actually remembers me. I'm flattered, the boy in the cap said excitedly, clearly a fan of MOBA games. Xiang Tianzi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Zhang Yi, Lida, thank you. I didn't expect anyone to come rescue me. I owe you one. No need, no need. The boy in the cap, Zhang Yi, waved his hand. We saved you because you're reliable and have a good reputation in ZZ City. We've seen what you've done for everyone this month. Even though you're not much of a fighter, your organizational skills are decent, better than that lousy Bloodwolf King. Xiang Tianzi was left speechless, silently resolving to focus on improving his strength. With years of military experience, he was not afraid of challenges or combat. The group moved quickly, Fong Shin seemingly walking but at a pace so fast that the others had to jog to keep up. Wait, the cold-faced young man, Li Da, suddenly said, causing the group to stop. Hey, Old Li, what are you doing? We've already entered the outskirts of the extremely dangerous area, Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Li Da looked serious. I suggest we take a detour immediately. Zhang Yi slapped his thigh. Oh right. Over 100 people died in that forest up ahead, and they say there's a 2nd-tier mutant beast deep inside. Scared the hell out of me. Listening to Zhang Yi's exaggerated tone, Li Da remained expressionless, though a few veins popped on his forehead. Zhang Yi noticed and patted Li Da's shoulder, saying casually, all right, just follow Fong Shin, watch and learn, and don't talk too much, or you'll be looked down upon. It's just a 2nd-tier mutant beast. Look how nervous you are. Li Da was speechless. Just a 2nd-tier mutant beast? He couldn't help but think to himself, wasn't it just yesterday that you were chased by a 1st-tier elite mutant bee, running for your life, and almost meeting the Grim Reaper after getting stung? And now, a 2nd-tier beast is nothing to you? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Li Da's mind. He sensed something more was going on, and a legendary figure's name came to his mind. His eyes lit up, and his normally dull eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. The Fong Shin you're talking about, could it be that person? Zhang Yi was startled by Li Da's suddenly bright eyes and exclaimed dramatically, I'm blinded. Are you some deep-sea creature? Then, he seriously answered, as for your question, I can only say yes. Xiang Tianzi looked at Li Da with a puzzled expression and said, I thought you already knew. Yes, he is the legend of the sanctuary Fong Shin, our master. Li Da couldn't help but mock the title. That master title is so cheesy and cliché, I'm at a loss for words. I'll think of a more fitting one for you someday. However, Li Da's attention was entirely captured by Fong Shin. His eyes were fixed on Fong Shin, filled with fervent admiration. After experiencing the ferocity and strength of mutant beasts, he had come to regard Fong Shin as his sole idol, becoming a devoted fan. Along the way, Fong Shin encountered many mutant beasts, mutant reed rabbits, mutant ladybugs, mutant caterpillars. However, these creatures, not even reaching the first tier, scattered in fear at the sight of Fong Shin, as if facing a natural predator. It wasn't until they entered the inner layer of the extremely dangerous zone that the situation changed. Suddenly, several 3-meter-long snakes appeared before Fong Shin, flicking their tongues. These were mutant cauliflower snakes, first tier, non-venomous, but aggressive and swift, a childhood nightmare for many, and a nightmare for adults after mutation. Fong Shin summoned 3 mermen who immediately charged forward, slicing the fat snakes into pieces. System notifications kept popping up. You killed a first-tier mutant cauliflower snake, gaining 1 point of experience. You killed a first-tier mutant cauliflower snake, gaining 1 point of experience. Fong Shin knew that if he reached the second tier, killing these mutant cauliflower snakes would yield no rewards. Suddenly, more mutant cauliflower snakes slithered from the trees and bushes, launching an attack. However, they were no match for the mermen. The 3 mermen seemed to be in their element, slaughtering with ease. Even a few 5-meter-long elite cauliflower snakes were easily dispatched by the mermen. You killed a first-tier mutant cauliflower snake, elite, gaining 5 points of experience. You killed a first-tier mutant cauliflower snake, elite, gaining 5 points of experience. Thousands of cauliflower snakes launched a suicidal charge, displaying a strong territorial instinct. However, they couldn't even get past the mermen. Pieces of snake flesh flew everywhere, and the leaves were stained with snake blood, creating a gruesome scene. Xiang Tianzi and Li Da, witnessing all this, gained a clearer understanding of Fong Shin's power and were even more determined to follow him. Zhang Yi, having seen it all before, was unfazed. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out, and the mutant cauliflower snakes retreated like a tide. Fong Shin paid no mind to the anomaly, continuing straight towards the park sanctuary. Once the mermen dissipated, Fong Shin personally led the way. With a single punch, he broke a large tree, sending its 15-meter trunk flying into the air. However, the sight revealed after the tree was uprooted left Xiang Tianzi and the others wide-eyed in disbelief. Before Fong Shin stood a skeleton. The system notification read, low-quality skeleton soldier, first tier, elite level, 1215. I am the omnipresent skeleton soldier. My presence spans all realms, a boon for beginners, offering experience and coins. Beneath my cold exterior lies a warm heart. Xiang Tianzi and his companions were deeply shocked. In their understanding, mutant beasts were simply larger, tougher, faster, and stronger versions of animals, like those seen in monster movies, which they could accept. But a skeleton soldier? That's something straight out of a fantasy film. They felt that the world they knew was gone, and the entire world's landscape had drastically changed. Fong Shin gazed at the skeleton soldier, his eyes calm and deep as the sea, murmuring to himself, so, it's appeared already? During the early stages of the Ascension War, Fong Shin knew little about the skeleton soldier incident. For years, he had been living cautiously, focusing on accumulating gold coins, and others' knowledge of this history was equally limited. Research into the new era's history has revealed a little-known fact. Skeleton soldiers appeared early in the Ascension, but they did not directly fight humans. Instead, they engaged in a fierce battle with mutated beasts. During that turbulent decade, the fights between skeleton soldiers and mutated beasts were intense, and the mutated beasts fought among themselves for territory. This three-way conflict unexpectedly gave humans a chance to catch their breath. Over time, humans gradually recovered, gathered strength, and finally had the courage to venture out from their shelters and begin exploring the world once more. However, when humans returned to the land, they found it had changed dramatically. The powerful skeleton soldiers that could challenge high-level mutated beasts had vanished, leaving only the weakest and lowest-tier types. Even more shocking was that a third of the planet had become barren wasteland, devoid of life, turning into a desolate dead zone. Among these areas, the central region of the Dragon Kingdom suffered the most severe deathly pollution. This once thriving land was now shrouded in black mist, becoming a forbidden zone that ordinary people could not approach, except for a few powerful individuals. As Fong Shin pondered this history, a skeleton soldier suddenly appeared before him, wielding a rusty sword and slashing at him. Fong Shin reacted swiftly, lightly swinging his fist, causing the skeleton soldier to shatter into pieces. A system notification chimed. You have killed a first-tier, elite low-quality skeleton soldier, gaining 230 experience points. This astonishing scene left Zhang Yi and Li Da dumbfounded. Zhang Yi rubbed his eyes, his mouth agape in disbelief. He stammered, did I see that right? Li Da, I think my eyes are failing me. Can you check if that was over 100,000 damage? Li Da paused for a few seconds before replying, 136,000 damage. Yes, you're not mistaken. Fong Shin looked at the large white numbers floating above the skeleton soldier's head and fell into deep thought. He suddenly realized, previously, my attacks never triggered a critical hit with true damage. Turns out, having good luck is an illusion, and it's all because of my monetary power. After collecting the dropped bone materials, Fong Shin continued forward in a straight line. Along the way, he encountered a few skeleton soldiers, but still saw no sign of the mutated cauliflower snake. After passing through some shrubs, the scene before him was shocking. A small lake appeared before them, the scene reminiscent of a magical disaster film. The hissing of snakes and the clattering of skeleton bones intertwined, as thousands of mutated cauliflower snakes fiercely battled countless skeleton soldiers. Among them, a 10-meter-long twin-tailed cauliflower snake king stood out, its two tails whipping around like powerful whips, scattering the skeleton soldiers. The system displayed, twin-tailed cauliflower snake king, second tier, leader level, level 18 non-venomous, fierce temperament, swift movement, the king among cauliflower snakes. Its two tails are powerful weapons, capable of whipping and joint strangling, extremely formidable. Fong Shin surveyed the surroundings, finding no other suspicious creatures besides the mutated cauliflower snakes and skeleton soldiers. After careful observation, he noticed that the skeleton soldiers seemed to come from the same direction, likely from a cemetery. Fong Shin had lived in a suburban rental for years, and with his intelligence greatly increased by 10 points, many vague memories became exceptionally clear. However, the most pressing issue was resolving the shelter's problem. Fong Shin refocused his attention on the battlefield before him, contemplating how to leverage this chaotic battle to maximize his benefits. The skeleton soldier incident had been ongoing for a decade, and Fong Shin was in no rush. These skeleton soldiers, who had battled mutant beasts for years and contaminated a third of the planet's land, were clearly not ordinary foes. Fong Shin knew this matter required long-term planning, but he pressed forward into the battlefield without hesitation. Fong Shin moved with lightning speed, crushing a hissing cauliflower snake with his grip, then smashing a skeleton soldier to pieces with a single punch. System notifications flashed. You have killed a Tier 1 inferior skeleton soldier, elite, gaining 230 experience points. You have killed a Tier 1 mutant cauliflower snake, elite, gaining 8 experience points. Suddenly, the air around Fong Shin surged, triggering the level 3 blade whirlwind skill. The razor-sharp air currents swept across the area, causing damage numbers to appear rapidly, clearing a space around him. Xiang Tianzi and his two companions stared in awe. These Tier 1 elite monsters, which required their full effort to confront, were as fragile as ants before Fong Shin. Shocked, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly my idol, truly a legend. Is this the power of a true strongman? It's terrifying." Witnessing Fong Shin's rapid monster-slaying speed, Xiang Tianzi and his companions' loyalty soared to the highest level. Xiang Tianzi was filled with emotion, recalling how, just a month ago, it took so much money, benefits, and favors to gain someone's complete allegiance. Now, Fong Shin had done nothing, yet they willingly submitted. This was the rule of the new world. This was true power. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Fong Shin summoned a scythe of killing intent, and with a sweep, all touched mutant creatures were instantly sliced in half. Following that, killing intent pea shooter, killing intent ghost blade, and killing intent doghead guillotine appeared in succession, clearing the entire lake in an instant. With the support of the loyalty pauldrons and loyalty leg guards, the duration of Fong Shin's materialized killing intent extended from 46 seconds to 72.6 seconds, and the damage increased by 10. His attack power reached 66,000 points, and any Tier 1 creature touched by his killing intent was doomed. With just 5 killing intent weapons, Fong Shin cleared the small lake. The twin-tailed cauliflower snake king was directly guillotined by the dog head guillotine. Fong Shin didn't even have time to see the system notification for its defeat. Just like that, an area marked as extremely dangerous by the sanctuary was obliterated. Suddenly, a claw of killing intent emerged from the lake, grabbing a Tier 2 white treasure chest and placing it in front of Fong Shin. Zhang Yi, Li Da, and Xiang Tianzi's breaths became rapid, especially Li Da, who appeared calm but was internally excited. Fong Shin said nonchalantly, "You can take these Tier 1 and Tier 2 chests and distribute them among yourselves. Strengthen your abilities." He no longer valued these low-level chests, not even bothering to stoop to pick them up. Xiang Tianzi asked incredulously, "Master, are you giving all of these to us? But these are Tier 2. His words were cut off by Zhang Yi. "Come on, don't be so wishy-washy. Just take it if Fong Shin is giving it to you," Zhang Yi said impatiently, then paused. "Uncle, uncle." Xiang Tianzi felt a jolt, as if struck by a heavy hammer. He was only 37, and yet this 19-year-old boy called him uncle. Sure, he looked a bit mature, but that was clearly a sign of manly charm. Zhang Yi paid no mind to Xiang Tianzi's internal struggle and continued to critique. "And by the way, calling him master sounds so awkward. Why not just call him Fong Shin like I do?" Xiang Tianzi let out a cold laugh, his eyes cutting towards Zhang Yi like a blade. "What do you know, kid?" His presence, honed by years in the military, suddenly became imposing. Master refers to the highest ruler or emperor, an honorific for a sovereign. I think it's quite fitting. Zhang Yi was unfazed, meeting Xiang Tianzi's gaze with a retort. Isn't that just sucking up? At that moment, Fong Shin's voice interrupted their spat. Zhang Yi's right. Xiang Tianzi, you need to focus on ensuring the accuracy and efficiency of information within the organization. Don't get caught up in formalities, understand? Yes, master. I understand. Xiang Tianzi immediately bowed in acknowledgement, while Zhang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fong Shin took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Xiang Tianzi. Keep this safe and make sure everyone in the sanctuary knows its contents. This is your first task. Xiang Tianzi accepted it with both hands, seeing that it was a detailed guide on dealing with various mutated beasts. Ordinary ones requiring 5 same-level human warriors, elite ones needing a team of 10-30 people, leader beasts at least 100, and lord-level beasts demanding full preparation. It was a comprehensive battle guideline. Xiang Tianzi's hands trembled slightly with excitement, his heart racing. He understood that this information was crucial for the survival of thousands, and more importantly, it signified Fong Shin's trust in him, acknowledging him as the organizer of this new force. In his previous life, Fong Shin was a general renowned for his battlefield prowess, but he was not particularly skilled in organization and command. Despite this, he understood that building a force and coordinating various departments was no easy task, and not something an outsider could handle. However, to fulfill his grand ambition of eradicating the alien species, Fong Shin had no choice but to start organizing his own forces. At this moment, Xiang Tianzi, who had previously served as an inspector, was undoubtedly the best candidate. According to Zhang Yi, Xiang Tianzi had performed exceptionally well over the past month and had gained significant prestige, prompting Zhang Yi to go to great lengths to save him. Fate played its hand when the pursued Xiang Tianzi coincidentally met Fong Shin, who had just returned to Blue Star, making Xiang Tianzi marvel at the mysterious workings of destiny. The so-called city gate of the sanctuary was merely a large wooden door clad in iron sheets. 6 gate guards stood ready, their eyes scanning the newcomers with vigilance. Suddenly, one guard's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiang Tianzi, his voice trembling. Stop. You. Inspector Xiang, are you a ghost or human? Another young guard snorted disdainfully, looking down his nose at Xiang Tianzi. Humph, Inspector Xiang? Now you're just a stray dog. The Mutual Aid Army is history. This place belongs to the Blood Wolves now. His eyes gleamed with contempt and hostility. Xiang Tianzi, I can't believe you managed to come back alive, the young guard continued to mock. Daring to return to die instead of hiding your tail and living in disgrace. And with just these few kids? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Before he finished speaking, the young guard swiftly drew a knife from his waist, its sharp tip aimed directly at Xiang Tianzi's throat. Killing you would be a great merit, he laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with greed. Seeing this, the other 2 guards felt a pang of regret. They silently lamented letting the young guard take the initiative in expressing loyalty to the Bloodwolf King. Surely, he would soon be promoted. Amidst the tense standoff, an unexpected change occurred. The air was thick with a sense of impending conflict, and everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Suddenly, a burly gate guard sprang up, delivering a swift kick that sent the young guard rolling on the ground. The burly guard, like a mad dog, pounced forward, kicking the fallen young guard repeatedly while shouting furiously, You beast! You worthless fool! Can't you see what's in front of you? You ungrateful wretch! Trying to show off. Trying to prove your loyalty. His eyes bloodshot and wild, the burly guard straddled the young guard, raining punches down like a storm. Each blow landed heavily on the young guard's face, quickly causing his nose to bleed and his head to ring. The surrounding gate guards were stunned, none daring to step forward and intervene. In a panic, the young guard barely managed to shield his face, his voice filled with fear and confusion. Uncle, it's me. What are you doing? Why, uncle, have you gone mad? As the beating continued, his voice grew weaker, fading to a whisper. The burly guard, breathing heavily, gradually slowed his assault. However, what happened next shocked all the onlookers even more. The burly guard suddenly turned and, with a loud thud, knelt before Fong Shin. His wrinkled face was full of pleading, his voice trembling as he said, Master, my nephew did not recognize your greatness. Please spare his life. As he spoke, he attempted to kowtow, but Fong Shin stopped him with a gesture. Fong Shin, expressionless, turned to the 3 men behind him and asked calmly, What do you think we should do? The 3 exchanged glances, and Xiang Tianzi spoke first. He doesn't deserve death, but he must be punished. Cut off his arms as a warning to others. Zhang Yi followed quickly, saying simply, I agree. Lita added coldly, I'll carry it out. Fong Shin nodded in acknowledgement, and then walked straight into the city gate. Seeing this, the burly guard shouted loudly, Merciful master, merciful master. Lita stepped forward, his blade flashing as the young guard's arms fell to the ground. Aya! The young guard cried out in agony, jerking upright in pain. The burly guard held the now armless young man tightly, tears streaming down his face. Thank goodness! Thank goodness! I've saved you. I've saved you. The two guards who witnessed everything felt a deep sense of relief, as if they had survived a disaster, a profound and indescribable sense of gratitude swelling within them. Shortly after Fong Shin entered the city gate, a scruffy hooligan stumbled and staggered up to the gate. A young man with yellow hair hurriedly dashed through the city gate, completely oblivious to the knowing glances exchanged between the guards. As his footsteps faded away, the gatekeepers began to whisper among themselves. The sanctuary is about to change, one guard said with a glint of excitement in his eyes. But I have a feeling it's going to be a good thing. Indeed, another guard agreed. Honestly, Xiang Tianzi isn't bad. If he were a bit stronger, I'd really respect him. You're too naive, a third guard interjected. Haven't you noticed? Xiang Tianzi defers to that young man. He's the real center of attention. The slightly dazed young guard at the gate suddenly realized. It does seem that way. By the way, who is that young man? Why don't you ask old Zhou? Suggested a companion. You saw how he reacted. If he'd go so far as to harm his own nephew, he must know something. You're right, I'll go ask him. The dazed young man nodded and walked over to the burly guard old Zhou, who was tending to his wounds nearby. Come on, don't be so down, the young man said, patting old Zhou on the shoulder. He's not dead, is he? Just get a health potion, and in less than 7 days, his arms will grow back. It's not like the old days when an injury meant permanent damage. Old Zhou turned and glared. You don't understand a thing. These are tears of joy. Then, with a grateful expression, he added, The Lord is merciful, truly merciful. The young man looked puzzled. That guy chopped off your nephew's arms, and you're grateful? It's incomprehensible. By the way, who is that young man you knelt to? It seems like you know him. The burly guard's gaze turned distant. That lord is a legend. His name is well known throughout the sanctuary, and I've had the fortune to see him up close. Now, do you understand who he is? We're lucky, truly lucky, that my nephew didn't directly offend him. As old Zhou spoke, he carefully bandaged his nephew's wounds and then hoisted him onto his shoulder. Hearing this, the young guard suddenly thought of a name, his eyes widening with a realization akin to discovering a longtime friend was actually an extraordinary figure. Meanwhile, Fong Shin was strolling through the chaotic streets of the sanctuary. Calling them streets was generous, they were merely winding paths formed by makeshift shelters. These shelters, constructed from wooden poles, plastic sheets, and nylon fabric, barely qualified as houses. They were simply structures to shield against the elements. Yet, Fong Shin felt a sense of satisfaction. The population of the sanctuary far exceeded his expectations. People are the primary driving force of any society, a truth as fundamental as the universal laws. The map accurately marked the location of the sanctuary on the night of bloodshed, Fong Shin mused. And since I've cleared most of the mutant beasts along the way, so many people have survived to make it here. Cause and effect. Fong Shin had inadvertently saved at least tens of thousands of lives, and now these people would form the foundation of his fledgling power. Perhaps among them were future leaders or extraordinary talents. As Fong Shin walked, he observed the expressions of these people. The people of Longwo were undoubtedly the most resilient. Though their faces still showed traces of confusion and numbness, they were beginning to regain their confidence in life. An elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles crouched on the ground, intently grinding herbs. A middle-aged woman sat on a crude wooden stool, rapidly mending a torn leather armor with needle and thread. A little girl with pigtails crouched in front of a pile of fruits, carefully selecting them. Meanwhile, some men were hoisting heavy logs, sweating profusely as they helped construct more shelters. These ordinary yet resilient figures embodied the hope of the sanctuary's rebirth. Those who fled to the sanctuary rarely had intact families. Many of their loved ones had perished in the disaster of the Blood Moon. However, an unusual atmosphere hung over the shelter, with many people frowning and looking worried, as if sensing impending doom. Suddenly, a woman looked up and spotted Xiang Tianzi. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and after a few seconds, she shouted, Inspector Xiang, is that you? It really is you, Inspector Xiang, you're alive. Everyone, come and see, Inspector Xiang is back. Her cry was like a trumpet call, drawing the attention of those nearby. People swarmed around Xiang Tianzi, exclaiming, Inspector Xiang, it's really you. This is wonderful. They all said you were dead. It's so good to have you back. Their faces showed a mix of surprise and anxiety. Fong Shin stood to the side, nodding with satisfaction. Xiang Tianzi instinctively glanced at Fong Shin, relieved to see no displeasure on his face. Years of political experience had taught Xiang Tianzi to always observe his superior's reaction in such moments. At that moment, a little girl squeezed through the crowd and tugged at Xiang Tianzi's coat. She was sobbing and stammered, Uncle Xiang, they. Her voice was filled with fear and sadness, and those around her fell silent, their eyes filled with sympathy and concern. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiang Tianzi knelt down, gently holding the girl's shoulders, and asked softly, I'm here, what's wrong? Tell Uncle what's going on. The girl struggled to calm her breathing and finally uttered the words that sent a chill through everyone present. They took my sister away, just now. Her words were barely out when a sudden commotion shattered the shelter's peace. A brazen voice boomed around them. Pay up. Hand over the residence fee. 1 gold coin per person per day. If you don't pay, you'll be thrown out to feed the mutated beasts. If you're broke, you can offer yourself to settle the debt. Haha. A group of menacing men stormed in, led by a bald-headed brute. He scanned the room with disdain and greed in his eyes. What are you looking at? He sneered, kicking over an elderly man. The old man fell to the ground in pain, provoking laughter from the group. Fear and anger spread through the crowd, but they remained silent. The bald man, feeling triumphant, looked around as if he owned the place. However, as he reveled in his glory, a fist suddenly appeared before him. With a loud smack, the bald man's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood and flesh splattered, and the crowd recoiled in terror. Fong Shin expressionlessly withdrew his fist, saying calmly, "To save time, I had to handle it myself." Before he finished speaking, his fist swung out again, unleashing a deadly chill. Another thug was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, then shattered into icy fragments. Amidst the popping sounds, fantastical damage numbers seemed to appear. In a blink, of the once arrogant group, only one remained. He trembled, his legs too weak to support him. Fong Shin looked at him coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Lead the way." The last thug dared not hesitate, trembling as he led Fong Shin and Xiang Tianzi deeper into the shelter. They stopped in front of a tent, from which faint sobbing could be heard. Inside, a muscular man with a tiger tattoo on his chest was slowly approaching the bed. On the bed, a young woman was tightly bound with ropes, her mouth sealed with tape, allowing only weak sobs to escape. She struggled fiercely, her eyes filled with anger that gradually gave way to fear. The muscular man smirked sinisterly, saying slowly, "Tisk tsk, Qian Jingjing, the eldest daughter of the Qian family, a top finance student from Hama University. Who would have thought? The woman of my dreams, right here on my bed, at my mercy. Ha ha ha, this world is simply wonderful." He reached to tear off the tape from Qian Jingjing's mouth, continuing to taunt. Who was so insensitive to seal the mouth of the Qian family's eldest daughter? What a waste. No worries, I'll remove it for you. You can scream all you want later. Ha. At this critical moment, the tent flap was suddenly thrown open. Fong Shin and Xiang Tianzi burst in, and the smug expression on the muscular man's face froze as fear washed over him like a tide. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from outside the tent. "Wolf King, it's bad news. Xiang Tianzi, he's back." A young man with yellow hair rushed to the tent, breathless and filled with panic. Upon hearing this, the Blood Wolf King immediately suppressed his inner desires and frowned as he stepped out of the tent. "Xiao Huang, what's going on? Where are the others?" he asked in a deep voice, a glint of menace in his eyes. The young man trembled as he replied, "They're all dead. Someone betrayed us, but worse, there's a young man. He's incredibly strong. He killed everyone." The Blood Wolf King spoke in a grave tone. "Take your time. Explain everything from the beginning." Just as the young man took a deep breath to explain in detail, he noticed the Blood Wolf King's gaze shift to the distance. Following his line of sight, he saw the nightmare-like figure Fong Shin was approaching slowly. The young man's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering repeatedly, "The Blood Wolf King is invincible. I'm saved." The Blood Wolf King, now clad in chainmail and holding a blue glinting saber, looked solemn. He stared at Fong Shin and spoke slowly. "You are also a first-tier ascended warrior. Why oppose me over a worthless cause? Why not become the Deputy Wolf King, and we can share this sanctuary?" The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Oh my, another first-tier ascended warrior. Is this Xiang Tianzi's backing? Two tigers fighting. The sanctuary is in chaos. The Blood Wolf King is invincible. Tear that kid apart." Listening to the clamor, Fong Shin felt a sense of absurdity. To swiftly resolve the sanctuary's affairs, he decided on a quick finish. As Fong Shin moved closer, each step seemed to echo in the Blood Wolf King's chest. He gritted his teeth and thought, "No, I must strike first." With that, a wolf's head formed on his saber. As he unleashed his ultimate move, the Blood Wolf strike. However, Fong Shin merely threw a seemingly ordinary punch, shattering the saber with the wolf's head and turning the Blood Wolf King into a spray of blood. Witnessing this, the Blood Wolf army was left in a daze. Xiang Tianzi stepped forward, glancing around, and coldly declared, "Submit to the master, or die." Instantly, people knelt down in submission. Fong Shin's gaze fell on a nearby tent, recognizing it as the one he had purchased a month ago for 500 gold coins. Entering the tent, he found a fair-skinned girl bound on the bed, looking at him with adoration. Without a word, Fong Shin waved his hand, storing the tent in his storage space before turning to leave, heading towards the exchange crystal. The exchange crystal was surrounded by wooden stakes, guarded by 30 people. The village chief stood nearby, watching everything with a smile. Two people at the gate were whispering about Xiang Tianzi's fate and the Blood Wolf King's tyranny. Suddenly, Xiang Tianzi appeared behind them, loudly announcing, The Blood Wolf King has been slain by the Master. Clear the way." Everyone was shocked, and at that moment, the previously hostile village chief suddenly ran out with a beaming smile, his face full of flattery. The village chief, his white beard trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "By the beard above, respected warrior, you've returned safely." His eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he had just regained a lost treasure. His enthusiasm was so intense that it left people wondering if this was the same village chief who had once been so harsh. Everyone was stunned, their gazes shifting to Fong Shin. Behind him, the members of the Blood Wolf army exchanged glances, relieved that they had chosen the right side. Even the Blood Wolf King had to humble himself before the village chief, indicating that this young man was not ordinary. What happened next left everyone even more astonished. The village chief eagerly pulled out a scroll glowing with an orange light from his cloak and said urgently, "Warrior, our tribe is willing to fully support you in gathering materials and even use our resources to help you build a fully operational fortress within a century. All you have to do is agree to change your profession, and this 7th-tier hidden class is yours." His words were like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of the onlookers. A 7th-tier hidden class, offered for free? The crowd was instantly petrified, their eyes fixed on the precious scroll, their minds in turmoil. Just then, a clear voice broke the silence. A fairy with transparent wings, wearing light leather armor, flew over. Her golden hair flowed gracefully, her figure was enchanting, and her presence was both ethereal and spirited. This unexpected guest was none other than the forest fairy, an archer mentor from the NPC system. She gave an elegant bow and flashed a charming smile. "Honored warrior, I have been praying for your safety every day, and the winds of the forest finally brought news of your safe return." She continued, "If you accept the legacy of the Phantom Archer, I and 2 other great fairies will provide you with daily guidance." This sudden turn of events heightened the tension in the air, as everyone held their breath, waiting for Fong Shin's decision. The archer mentor winked at Fong Shin, and in that instant, her charm spread like an electric current, leaving everyone weak in the knees. This unexpected scene left the crowd stunned, especially those who viewed the archer mentor as an aloof goddess. Their dreams shattered in that moment. A young man couldn't help but mutter to himself, "My aloof goddess. How could this happen? My dream is broken." His voice was filled with despair. I've lost hope in this world. Only the sheep outside can help me vent my feelings." The crowd began to murmur, and someone asked in confusion, "Who is this young man, anyway? Can anyone tell me?" The scene before them felt surreal, as if they were in a dream. Just then, the archer mentor and the village chief locked eyes, as if invisible sparks were flying between them. The village chief was about to speak, but the archer mentor cut him off. "Ahem, don't say a word. Today, let me deal with him properly." Her tone carried a hint of provocation. Fong Shin was about to interject, but both the archer mentor and the village chief raised their hands to stop him. The tension between them instantly became palpable. The village chief glared, his voice stern. Daily training? I see you all want a 3-day training. Having warriors take on your tribe's roles while lusting after their bodies? I've never seen such shamelessness." The archer mentor scoffed, retorting disdainfully, "Nonsense, with a mind as filthy as your beard. You're disgusting." "You." The village chief was left speechless with rage. Thus began a fierce war of words between the village chief and the archer mentor. The crowd quickly snapped out of their shock and entered spectator mode. Seizing the opportunity, someone started selling snacks. "Sunflower seeds. Get your sunflower seeds. 1 gold for 3 packs, 3 gold for 10 packs. Seedless watermelons, top quality, 3 gold each, 10 gold for 3. Stools, small stools, anyone need one?" "I'll take one," someone shouted. Coming right up, the vendor swiftly handed over a stool. The onlookers watched with great interest as the icy fairy and the venomous village chief exchanged barbs, finding it highly entertaining. Not long after, a metal dwarf engulfed in flames joined the debate, followed by a plump humanoid catfish. The original duel quickly escalated into a 4-way confrontation, making the scene even more lively. Fong Shin watched the spectacle, his mind racing with information. He recognized the fire dwarf and the Tam tribe, realizing that this newly established sanctuary had attracted 4 different races. He recalled his past encounters with these races. The forest fairies were knowledgeable in botany and skilled in training archers. The rare fire dwarves were treasures of the sanctuary, capable of forging fine equipment and imparting blacksmithing knowledge. The Tam tribe excelled in cooking, offering chef training and tank roles. Fong Shin was secretly delighted, convinced that once this sanctuary was on the right track, its growth would surpass everyone's expectations. His gaze returned to the 4 NPCs embroiled in a heated argument, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Everyone be quiet." Fong Shin's voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the noise like a sharp blade, clearly reaching everyone's ears. It was as if their minds automatically filtered out other sounds, leaving only his words. The noisy crowd fell silent instantly, and the tense 4-nation conflict came to an abrupt halt. The four NPCs stared intently at Fong Shin, waiting for what he would say next. I've already completed my job change, so there's no need for you to argue anymore, Fong Shin said calmly. What? The village chief exclaimed, looking pained. What a foolish decision. With your flawless saintly aura, choosing a hidden profession below the 7th tier is a complete waste of your potential. Your genes will optimize towards this profession, and if you switch careers midway, all your previous potential will be lost. Alas, the village chief sighed deeply. Then his eyes lit up like a 500W spotlight in the dark. Let me see what kind of profession you've switched to. As time ticked by, the village chief's eyes widened with disbelief, turning red like a sleepless goldfish. Tears streamed down his cheeks. This? How can it be? I can't see your specific profession information, the village chief exclaimed in shock. Could it be that you? No, that's absolutely impossible. The archer mentor impatiently interjected. So, has the esteemed warrior really completed the job change? The village chief nodded. Yes, he has successfully changed jobs, but I don't know what profession he's changed to. Huh. Senile. The archer mentor mocked. Your brain might as well be a piece of rotten wood. They're practically the same thing. Once the job change is done, can't he change professions again? The archer mentor turned to Fong Shin, smiling, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Fong Shin raising his hand. I'm not planning to change professions, Fong Shin said decisively. Now, the four of you step aside. I have a few things to take care of, and I'll come to you later. Understood, esteemed warrior. The four respectfully retreated to the side. At Xiang Tianzi's suggestion, the onlookers quickly dismantled the wooden stakes surrounding the exchange crystal. This was Xiang Tianzi's initiative, without consulting Fong Shin. Throughout, he had been trying to understand his master's personality and needs. Through careful observation, Xiang Tianzi concluded that Master Fong Shin was a lofty sovereign, a symbol, a spiritual icon, and an absolute authority not to be opposed. Mundane matters needn't trouble the master, as that would only reveal one's incompetence. When Xiang Tianzi noticed the approval in Fong Shin's eyes, he felt invigorated, more convinced of his judgment. Fong Shin stood on the platform before the protection crystal, revealing his name. Unlike the other white names, Fong Shin's name shone with a dazzling silver hue, exuding nobility. Xiang Tianzi skillfully knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, a bird chooses a good tree to nest, a minister chooses a wise lord to serve. From now on, Xiang's life is the master's command. Xiang's body is the master's to command. Xiang is willing to serve unto death. Zhang Yi and Li Da also knelt without hesitation, declaring in unison, same here. The members of the Blood Wolf followed suit, kneeling in unison and shouting, we are willing to serve unto death. Thousands of people knelt down in unison, loudly proclaiming their loyalty, creating a breathtaking and spectacular scene. A cry of astonishment erupted from the crowd. It's him. It really is him. All eyes were on the unexpectedly young figure. Someone whispered in awe, is it really him? What a great man. Another voice, trembling, replied, my heart is racing, my legs are going weak. The onlookers were once again taken aback, scattering their sunflower seeds and letting unfinished watermelon slices slip from their hands, while small stools were knocked over in the commotion. Someone muttered worriedly, these people are on an emotional roller coaster. Watch out for heart attacks. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Zhao Lengzi, where are you going? Zhao Lengzi excitedly replied, Fong Shin is my idol. I want to go up and show my loyalty too. Someone nearby grabbed him and warned in a low voice, are you crazy? Can't you see what the situation is? Now's not the time for us to step in. Fong Shin and the others are waiting for someone. Waiting? Waiting for who? Zhao Lengzi asked in confusion. Just watch, you'll find out soon enough, the person said mysteriously. Fong Shin calmly surveyed the kneeling crowd and spoke indifferently, stand up. Only then did everyone rise and step aside. Before long, 100-strong unit marched in formation, led by a man in a security uniform with a resolute face. They stopped in front of the high platform. The leader, a middle-aged man, was none other than Captain Zhang, who had witnessed Fong Shin effortlessly defeat a third-level named Crocodile and split directorly in half with an axe. Captain Zhang knelt on one knee and declared firmly, Captain Zhang Gongbao of the Iron Blood team, willing to lead the entire team to serve you. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100 men behind him knelt in unison to show their allegiance. Fong Shin nodded slightly and gestured for them to rise and step aside. The crowd gasped in shock, their astonishment evident. Everyone expected a fierce confrontation, but to their surprise, the Iron Blood team surrendered without a fight. Fong Shin's imposing presence was as overwhelming as a mountain, leaving everyone breathless. Some harbored resentment, yet none dared to challenge him. In such a situation, what could they do but kneel? Of course, if someone was reckless enough to risk their life, they might think otherwise. The sanctuary wasn't large, but news spread swiftly. In no time, a scattered group had gathered at the platform, led by a stunning young woman Qian Jingjing, who had previously been tied to the bed. Her skin glowed softly in the sunlight, reminiscent of a peeled lychee. Qian Jingjing stepped forward gracefully, slightly bowing, her voice clear but with a hint of tremor. I hope the alliance is willing to serve. Fong Shin remained silent, simply staring at Qian Jingjing. Receiving no response, she looked up, meeting Fong Shin's gaze. His eyes were as deep as an abyss and as cold as a frozen hell, sending a shiver through her, making her knees weak. Qian Jingjing realized that in front of this man, any cunning was futile. She gritted her teeth inwardly. Humph, no gentlemanly manners at all, destined to be single. In her mind, she had already imagined hitting Fong Shin hundreds of times. As a goddess in the hearts of many, Qian Jingjing was always admired. With her beautiful appearance, eyebrows like distant mountains, and the elegance of a noble lady, combined with flawless skin, a prestigious family background, and outstanding intellect, she had hardly ever faced any grievances. Yet at this moment, under Fong Shin's piercing gaze, Qian Jingjing had to bow her proud head. She gritted her teeth inwardly. Damn, damn, damn. One day, I'll make you beg me to hit you. Despite her unwillingness, Qian Jingjing understood the current situation. To have formed the Hope Alliance so quickly, she wasn't as weak as she appeared. Nevertheless, at this moment, she had no choice but to kneel. Under Fong Shin's gaze, Qian Jingjing's delicate body trembled slightly, like a willow branch swaying in the wind, exuding an aura of helplessness that stirred compassion. In modern society, such a scene often attracts arrogant second-generation elites who fancy themselves as protectors, eager to mock Fong Shin and showcase their prowess before Qian Jingjing. However, the scene was unexpectedly quiet, with no one daring to speak up for her. Qian Jingjing slowly bent her knee, kneeling down on one knee. This action made the surrounding people secretly sigh in relief, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from their hearts. As she knelt, a group of people behind her also fell to their knees, creating a spectacular scene. The reaction of these merchants demonstrated their keen understanding of the situation. Ordinary merchants focus only on immediate gains, while truly astute ones invest in the future. Historical figures like Lu Buwei and Hu Shuiyan exemplify this wisdom. To establish a business alliance in just over a month, these individuals clearly possess extraordinary foresight. Thus, the three major forces of the Sanctuary Bloodwolf, Iron Blood Team, and Hope Business Alliance pledged allegiance to Fong Shin in less than half an hour. The efficiency of this rapid integration of forces was astonishing. Among the crowd, whispers of discussion arose. The times have changed, completely changed, someone marveled. It's unbelievable. Fong Shin just stood on the high platform and revealed his identity, and everyone submitted. The entire sanctuary is unified, like a dream. That's a good thing, another voice agreed. Originally, the three major forces were in constant conflict, causing unnecessary waste. Now that they all belong to Lord Fong Shin, with concentrated power, our lives are bound to improve. Exactly, a third person chimed in. Look at how Tian Zhe and Zhang Gongbao stand with Lord Fong Shin, proving he's nothing like the lawless Blood Wolf King. The conversation soon turned to the fate of the Blood Wolf King. I saw it with my own eyes, an eyewitness described excitedly. The Blood Wolf King was smashed into a pulp by Lord Fong Shin with a single punch, truly reduced to nothing. Good riddance, another person sighed in relief. With the Blood Wolf King dead, the heavy stone in my heart is finally gone. Below the high platform, nearly 3,000 people stood silently. Those who came before Fong Shin were the leaders of these three forces. In fact, most of the sanctuary's population belonged to these three groups. Before the emergence of an absolute powerhouse, the three forces maintained a balance, as they were evenly matched, competing mainly in numbers. However, the upheaval 3 days ago completely changed this dynamic. The Blood Wolf King reached level 10, achieving a first-tier advancement, and swept away all opposition with invincible strength, overturning people's established perceptions. In this new era, the strength of a force is no longer determined by numbers, alliances, or schemes, but by the simplest measure: combat power. Fong Shin glanced over the crowd beneath the platform, feeling secretly satisfied. His plan had taken another step forward. Building his own faction was not just about governing people for Fong Shin. It was crucial for enhancing his own strength. Certain skills and attributes could only be acquired and strengthened within a sanctuary. Fong Shin nodded slightly, signaling the members of the Hope Alliance to stand. With a subtle lift of his arm, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on this legendary figure, anticipating his declaration. Though not skilled in public speaking, Fong Shin knew he had to speak at this moment. A flicker of memory passed through his mind as he composed his thoughts and spoke in a steady tone. I accept your allegiance. From this day forth, there will be no Blood Wolves, Iron Blood Squad, or Hope Alliance in this sanctuary. All of you will belong to one name: Qiming. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Tianze raised his arms and shouted at the top of his lungs. Qiming forever, long live Qiming. He repeated it 3 times, each with increasing fervor and intensity. This natural charisma of a politician inspired everyone present. The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, joined in the chant. The first time, the voices were somewhat discordant. The second time, under Xiang Tianzi's lead, the voices grew more synchronized. Even the onlookers joined in unconsciously. By the third time, the thunderous shouts soared into the sky. Fong Shin raised his hand again, and the clamor ceased instantly. His cold gaze, highlighted by his translucent blood-red eyes, accentuated his unique aura. He declared in an unwavering tone, "Defy Qiming, and you shall be slain. Desecrate humanity, and you shall perish. Annihilate the other species, for only Qiming shall prevail." This powerful proclamation struck the crowd like lightning, prompting them to shout in unison, "Annihilate the other species, for only Qiming shall prevail. Qiming forever, long live Qiming." The sense of unity for a common goal fueled their fervor, making them eager to rush out and fight. Gradually, as some people looked at Fong Shin with fervent admiration, he felt an unexpected sense of relief, as if the turbulent lava beneath his consciousness had calmed a bit. Next, Fong Shin realized it was time to demonstrate his strength. Although the illustrious chronicles and the history of myriad civilizations documented his achievements, many still doubted his power. They only knew Fong Shin had defeated the Blood Wolf King, but were uncertain of the extent of his prowess. Some even speculated that his victories over famous and true-name mutated beasts might have been due to sheer luck. Fong Shin gazed into the distance, his eyes gleaming with determination. He knew that the development speed of the sanctuary was directly linked to the growth of his own strength, which was what he truly cared about. However, he was not a solitary person. He understood that demonstrating power could unite the residents of the sanctuary, thereby accelerating development. With a long departure from the sanctuary imminent, Fong Shin decided to resolve some pending issues first. He turned to Xiang Tianzi and bluntly asked, "Where is the most threatening mutant beast around the sanctuary?" Xiang Tianzi immediately understood Fong Shin's intent. He pointed northwest and described, "There is a vast open pit mixed or vein visible to the naked eye. But at the same time, it is home to extremely terrifying mutant beasts. Thousands have ventured there to mine, yet none have returned. The area has become a forbidden zone, and people speak of it with fear. No one dares approach it anymore." Fong Shin nodded, quickly making a decision. "Very well. You, Zhang Yi, Li De, the three of you will accompany me. Zhang Gongbao, Qian Jingjing, each of you bring someone you trust and come along." "Yes, sir." They all responded in unison. The news swept through the sanctuary like a hurricane. The walls and gates were crowded with people seeing them off, watching Fong Shin and the 7 others until they disappeared from sight. The crowd buzzed with discussion. "How long do you think Lord Fong Shin will be gone?" "At least half a day. He will definitely be back before dark. Even for Lord Fong Shin, staying out overnight is too dangerous." "I think so too." Suddenly, a voice broke the discussion. "Place your bets. Place your bets. Lord Fong Shin returns within 5 hours and successfully clears the Urvain. Odds are 1 to 1.1. If he's not back after 5 hours, odds are 1 to 10. Bah, profiteer," someone spat. Meanwhile, Fong Shin and his party had ventured into the outskirts of the sanctuary. Surprisingly, the low-level mutant beasts that were usually everywhere scattered at the sight of Fong Shin. The lush green grass, the unnamed wildflowers blooming, and the air filled with fresh fragrance. Qian Jingjing and her attendant exchanged puzzled looks. "Why have all the mutant beasts suddenly disappeared? It feels like we're strolling in a nature park." The others seemed much calmer, having witnessed Fong Shin's power firsthand. Led by Fong Shin, the group moved unimpeded, quickly reaching the foot of the open pit or vein. Qian Jingjing gasped, speechless with shock. As the cherished daughter of the Qian family, she had a fair understanding of mineral mining. Yet the sight before her completely overturned her knowledge. The forest thinned out, revealing a vast, open view. In the distance, rolling metal mountains glistened under the sun. Layers of high-purity iron, copper, and silver were shimmered dazzlingly. "Oh my gosh!" Qian Jingjing exclaimed. "Is this what they call an open pit or vein? This is nothing like what I know." In her understanding, open pit mines usually referred to shallowly buried or veins, and the spectacular scene before her was beyond anything she had imagined. To mine an open pit site, the overburden and surrounding rock covering the ore body must be removed, and waste rock transported to a dumping ground before or it can be directly extracted from the exposed site. However, the scene before Qian Jingjing completely overturned her understanding of open pit mining. The ore jutted out of the ground like bamboo shoots, forming a small mountain range. The metallic raw ore was directly exposed, with no rock to strip away. Qian Jingjing's eyes widened as she muttered to herself. "So this is what a real open pit mine looks like." Her eyes sparkled with the gleam of gold coins, as if she saw endless wealth. Suddenly, a thought struck her. As the heiress of a mining dynasty, she was well-versed in the mineral distribution of CC province. When did such an anomalous mineral vein appear in ZZ City? A frown creased her brow in puzzlement. As the group continued onward, Qian Jingjing's complexion grew pale. Blood was spattered across the ore, and human clothing, shoes, and belts were scattered on the ground. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on her staff, bracing herself mentally. Sure enough, within a minute, a human skull came into view. Despite her increasingly pale face, Qian Jingjing remained composed. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard, like countless brushes scraping against metal. A dozen bugs, each the size of a car and clad in metallic armor, appeared before them. Gold-eating bugs, Tier 2, Elite Level, 1722. The system notification chimed in. These creatures, once playthings for human children, had mutated with hatred, determined to roll humans into balls, toy with them, and then devour them. The area known as the Forbidden Zone was ruled by these Tier 2 elite bugs. Zhang Yi and the others instinctively drew their weapons, their faces filled with fear. It wasn't a lack of trust in Fong Shin, but a reflexive response to a deadly threat. Fong Shin thought to himself, they have a long way to go, and I will give them time. At that moment, the air was filled with the classic cry of murlocs. Ooga la 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 wah 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 wah. 3 murlocs appeared out of nowhere, adding another layer of eeriness to the already tense situation. Boom. The pillbug sensed the threat from the merman and instantly curled itself into a ball, transforming into a steel war machine rolling toward its enemy. Despite its frail appearance, the merman faced this onslaught of what seemed like an iron sphere without a hint of fear. In this data-driven world, size and momentum pale in comparison to the significance of cold, hard numbers. Yua, yua. The merman warrior let out a strange cry, swinging his short sword with precision to strike the rapidly spinning pillbug's shell. Metal clashed with blade, sending sparks flying. System notifications flashed continuously. You have slain a Tier 2 gold-eating pillbug, Elite, gaining 4,810 experience points and 185 gold. You have slain a Tier 2 gold-eating pillbug, Elite, gaining 4,560 experience points and 170 gold. As the battle subsided, 3 larger pillbugs appeared. The system displayed, Tier 2 gold-eating pillbug, leader level, 2026. These leader-level pillbugs, rolled into even smoother spheres, exuded a dangerous aura. The merman warrior finally faced formidable opponents. The fierce battle raged for dozens of rounds, leaving the merman covered in wounds, yet he fought on relentlessly. Eventually, with an earth-shattering roar, the 3 massive pillbugs fell beneath the merman's blade. The system once again displayed notifications. You have slain a Tier 2 gold-eating pillbug, leader, gaining 11,347 experience points and 380 gold. You have slain a Tier 2 gold-eating pillbug, leader, gaining 10,555 experience points and 401 gold. You have slain a Tier 2 gold-eating pillbug, leader, gaining 12,345 experience points and 379 gold. Fong Shin barely glanced at the system notifications, instead focusing on the sprawling open-pit mine before him. Since the Ascension War began, the resources on Blue Star had become incredibly abundant, with once rare natural resources now readily available. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, this mine was the foundation of a certain powerful faction's rise. Despite his intelligence having increased by 10 points, many distant memories remained blurry. However, this information wasn't crucial for Fong Shin. To him, this mine was merely an added bonus beneficial if available, but not essential. However, with this mineral vein, the early development of the Qiming Sanctuary would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. As Fong Shin pondered, a massive shadow suddenly rose, casting its presence over the entire mine. On the hill of the metal or vein, a giant pill bug stood upright. Its body was lined with blade-like spikes, and eerie red patterns snaked across its gray-white metallic shell. Countless sharp legs moved frantically, like a nightmare for those with a fear of clusters. Qian Jingjing and her friend assistant stood trembling before this abstract monster, covering each other's mouths tightly. They remembered the lesson from their escape night. No matter what happened, they must not make loud noises. The system scan results showed, armored pill bug, 2nd tier lord level, level 29, health 95,000. This creature had evolved into a rampaging flesh-crushing machine due to consuming large amounts of metal ore. The system warned, do not face its charge heat-in unless you want to become very flat. Zhang Yi and Li Da, realizing their attack power was barely 100, turned pale and grave. Their survival instincts urged them to flee, a natural response to predators. Xiang Tianzi shakily took out a note given by Fong Shin. It clearly stated, a lord-level mutant beast requires a pre-prepared force of over 1,000 to defeat. If encountered in the wild, regardless of numbers, immediate retreat is necessary. Fong Shin was surprised by the appearance of a 2nd-tier, lord-level monster. Logically, there shouldn't be 2nd-tier creatures around the shelter, only 1st-tier at most. He realized the high quality of mutant beasts here, explaining why humans hadn't settled in this park in the previous timeline. To combat this armored pill bug, 1,000 humans of level 29 or above would be needed, and it would take at least 5 years for humans to generally reach level 29. With a second-tier mutant cauliflower snake ahead, and a Lord-level armored pill bug behind, without Fong Shin, this shelter would surely be abandoned. Fong Shin recalled the wild 5th-tier treasure chest he found in the park, realizing the area was resource-rich, but correspondingly more dangerous. As everyone was lost in thought, the armored pill bug on the hilltop grew furious. Displeased with the human's reaction, it felt its majestic presence was not getting the attention it deserved. Burning with anger, the armored pill bug curled its body into a death chariot and rolled down the hill at high speed. The metal chariot's momentum was astonishing, with the metal blades on its body spinning rapidly, leaving a trail of blinding sparks behind. The terrifying screeching sound accompanied its charge, as if determined to crush all obstacles in its path. The air was pierced by the anguished cries of the fishmen. Severely injured and powerless to resist, they were crushed into a bloody pulp by Fong Shin's phantom charge. He moved like lightning, heading straight for the armored pillbug. His fists smashed into its hard shell with such force that everyone's vision seemed to shake. 2 massive damage numbers floated in the air as the armored pillbug was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. It exploded midair, turning into a shower of chitin fragments that rained down. With a clang, the pillbug's menacing head landed heavily on the ground at Fong Shin's feet. The system notification chimed in. You have slain a Tier 2 Lord-level armored pillbug, gaining 62,045 experience points and 510 gold coins. Zhang Yi immediately launched into his flattery. Fong God, you're amazing. 666, you've blown my mind. No wonder you're the man I've knelt before. Lita's eyes were filled with fervent admiration as he stared intently at Fong Shin. Qian Jingjing gripped her staff tightly, gazing deeply at Fong Shin, thinking to herself, is this your strength? Truly formidable. But someday, I will catch up to you, and your current arrogance will tremble under my whip. Heh. Fong Shin paid no mind to their reactions and calmly said, Qian Jingjing, take this bug head and display it at the city gate for a few days. Qian Jingjing took a deep breath, carefully picked up the menacing bug head, and stored it in her inventory space. At that moment, it had only been half an hour since Fong Shin left the sanctuary, and he had already effortlessly conquered the so-called Forbidden Zone. The entire metal mine was about to fall into his hands. Xiang Tianzi stepped forward to ask, Master, should we head back now? No rush, Fong Shin replied. Let's wait a bit longer. Follow me. Fong Shin speculated that since leader-level monsters appeared around the sanctuary, there might be a wild treasure chest hidden in the metal mountain. He led Xiang Tianzi and the others to clear out over 100 Tier 1 mutated pillbugs, and after crossing the mountain peak, they indeed found a chest emitting a blue glow in the valley. The treasure chest was crafted from a single piece of smooth blue metal, gleaming with an ethereal blue light, like a masterpiece of precise engineering, exuding a unique beauty. It was undoubtedly a Tier 4 blue treasure chest. Fong Shin ordered a murderous farm dog to fetch the chest, deciding to open it on the spot. The system prompt appeared. Opening the Tier 4 blue treasure chest requires 2,000 gold coins. Would you like to open it? Spending 20,000 gold coins to change the treasure inside may increase its tier or provide additional rewards. Without hesitation, Fong Shin chose to open it. With the expenditure of 2,000 gold coins, the chest slowly opened, revealing a pair of diamond earrings. Earrings, being even rarer than rings in terms of equipment slots, automatically have their value increased by 1 tier. This means the value of these Tier 4 blue earrings is comparable to Tier 5 yellow equipment, and they are rare items with no market equivalent. The earrings were composed of 16 small segments intricately combined, displaying exquisite craftsmanship and shimmering with an enchanting brilliance. Qian Jingjing and her close friend and assistant watched with unblinking eyes, filled with amazement and desire. Compared to these earrings, their multi-million-dollar jewelry seemed like worthless trinkets. Master Fong, I'm willing to pay. Qian Jingjing's words were cut off as Fong Shin swiftly swapped the items in the treasure chest. The earrings, being equipment for women, were of no use to him. Qian Jingjing fell silent, her eyes filled with endless resentment as she looked at Fong Shin. Fong Shin clicked the exchange button without hesitation, each action accompanied by the system notification. You have spent 20,000 gold coins to replace the treasure chest item. In the 4th tier blue treasure chest, various top-tier equipment appeared in succession: armor, long swords, staffs, shields, and even a 5th tier yellow hand crossbow. The visual spectacle left everyone present in shock, their emotions mixed, as if they were witnessing countless treasures slipping through their fingers. Zhang Yi's reaction was particularly exaggerated. His arms hung limp, his body leaned forward, eyes bulging, drool dripping incessantly, resembling a hungry dog staring at a delicious bone. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed by, revealing 2 items in the chest, catching everyone off guard. A longbow shimmering with blue light and a meteor hammer glowing with yellow brilliance appeared simultaneously. Fong Shin thought to himself that this was likely the limit of the treasure chest yielding 2 items at once, both advanced equipment, a stroke of luck unlikely to be replicated even with more gold. Fong Shin examined the longbow's attributes carefully. Baojiao longbow 4th tier, blue. Durability, 150,150. Agility requirement, 50. Attack power, 100. Hit determination, 65. Vision, 10. Agility, 10. Agility 5. Socket, 1. No special effect. Shadow arrow, small chance to add shadow arrows in normal attacks, causing shadow damage. Skill, blood break arrow. Arrows inflict armor-breaking effect and bleeding damage. Equipment description, the bow is engraved with a lifelike eagle, wings poised for flight, made of ebony, strong, and resilient. This was undoubtedly a top-tier item among 4th-tier blue equipment. Fong Shin turned to Zhang Yi, noticing the despair and reluctance in his eyes, as if he was about to lose a precious treasure. 500,000 gold coins, payable over 3 years, and the bow is yours. Fong Shin offered a market rate, though this was based on prices from later stages of his previous life, making the bow's current value immeasurable. Deal, deal, deal. Zhang Yi nodded frantically, his head bobbing in a peculiar manner. As for the 5th-tier yellow meteor hammer, Fong Shin, to prevent deterioration, absorbed it without even checking its attributes. The system immediately prompted. Your Killing Crown Ring 10th tier. Pink has devoured the Blood Shadow Meteor Hammer 5th tier yellow, single-handed hammer, gaining 200 growth points. The growth value of the Killing Crown Ring increased from 1200 to 1500, leaving a gap of 1500 points to the next stage. Compared to the 600 growth points provided by 6th-tier purple equipment, the 200 points from the 5th-tier yellow equipment seemed insignificant. Fong Shin realized that the growth of the Killing Crown Ring would be an extremely long process. He nodded and then announced to everyone, "Return to the sanctuary in 3 hours." After receiving their orders, everyone got busy. Qian Jingjing set up a table and chair and opened a hefty book titled Partial Differential Equations of Turbulence and Stochastic Processes, immersing herself in its study. Despite being in her early 20s, she already held dual doctorates in finance and mathematics from Hama University and had published papers in several core SCI journals. Her astounding intellect had allowed her to transition successfully into the rare profession of a mage. Fong Shin's gaze inadvertently swept over Qian Jingjing's long, cascading black hair, and he marveled silently. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's startled exclamation interrupted his thoughts. "Oh no, it requires 50 points in agility, and I only have 10 points now. It'll take forever for me to wield this bow," Zhang Yi exclaimed, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing in circles. Hearing this, Fong Shin's eyes flashed with surprise. 10 points in agility? That's the maximum. It's important to know that Zhang Yi hadn't yet undergone the 1st-tier upgrade and had no free attribute points. This meant his base agility was already at 10 points, marking him as a potential peak-level talent in the human potential evaluation system of the previous era. After reaching level 10 and completing the 1st-tier upgrade, you'll receive 5 free attribute points with each level. There's no need to worry too much, Fong Shin reassured him with rare words of comfort. "I see. Thank you, Fong Shin, I understand now," Zhang Yi replied, feeling both honored and calmed. At this point, Qian Jingjing suddenly looked up and asked, "Fong Darren, since there are 5 free attribute points, can they be added to intelligence?" Fong Shin nodded and explained, "Yes, but intelligence is a special attribute. Other attributes convert at a 1-to-1 ratio, whereas intelligence requires 10 free attribute points to increase by 1 point." "I see, now I understand." Qian Jingjing nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Li Da and Xiang Tianze were wielding pickaxes, sweat pouring down as they chipped away at the exposed metal veins. Interestingly, after several strikes, neatly shaped metal ores appeared at their feet. The system identified these as high-purity iron or 1st-tier material. This process of converting objects into system-recognized materials illustrated the system's convenience. Without the need for large machinery or complex facilities, simple tools and skilled personnel could efficiently mine an entire mountain. This convenience significantly accelerated human development. As the light from the 9 stars gradually dimmed, Fong Shin realized it was time. "Time's up, let's head back to the city," he announced, turning to lead the way back to the shelter. Fong Shin and his group moved quickly, the outline of the sanctuary gradually becoming clearer. Xiang Tianze, with a serious expression, whispered, "We must maintain a tight formation, especially to protect Qian Jingjing and Qianing, our magic users." Qian Jingjing nodded thoughtfully. "Brother Xiang, I understand your intention." Zhang Yi looked puzzled. "What exactly do you understand?" "I'm still completely in the dark." Despite his confusion, he remained on high alert, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Apart from Fong Shin, everyone else was on edge, their eyes sharp and ears perked, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Fong Shin, however, stared impassively into the depths of the forest, pondering silently. Human nature, truly as expected. Suddenly, several blinding flashes of fire erupted from the forest. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions followed. The nearby trees snapped, and the grass was uprooted by the shockwave, while raging flames engulfed the area instantly. A system notification sounded, and damage numbers appeared above Fong Shin's head, as well as Xiang Tianzi and the others. Thanks to Xiang Tianzi's warning, Zhang Gongbao and his deputy raised their large shields in time, protecting the group. But Fong Shin had vanished without a trace. From the limited damage they sustained, it was clear that modern gunpowder had lost its former power in this new world. After the system's arrival, the fundamental rules of the world had quietly changed. Things not recognized by the system were as good as non-existent. Firearms became toys, gunpowder nothing more than fireworks. Yet only Fong Shin grasped all this. The others had not fully understood the profound implications of the upgraded warfare. They were unaware that the world had undergone a seismic shift and still clung to the might of firearms. Kill, 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 kill. Thunderous cries erupted from all sides as a dense mass of figures surged from the forest. Brothers, power is within our grasp. The entire sanctuary will bow to us. A rough voice laughed loudly. Fong Shin? A legend? A warrior of the myriad worlds? So what? You might handle dozens, even hundreds, but can you fight against thousands? Haha, today you are doomed. Fong Shin and his group were instantly surrounded, trapped like cornered beasts in a sea of people. Meanwhile, on the city walls, over 10,000 people were still gathered, anxiously awaiting Fong Shin's return. The sudden attack left everyone stunned. Who are these people? Why are they attacking Lord Fong Shin? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Who else could it be? It's definitely those hidden schemers. Another person sneered. I recognize the leader. He's the notorious gang boss from ZZ City, known as Scarface Spy. I didn't expect him to be in this sanctuary. What? It's him. He's a ruthless character, treacherous and vindictive. Anyone who crosses him meets a terrible fate. In the crowd, a white-haired elder sighed. Fong Shin was too reckless. Relying on his strength, he thought he could unite the sanctuary overnight. It was too naive. Taking the most important leaders out of the city so openly. It's like handing over a perfect ambush opportunity. Once Xiang Tianzi and other influential figures are killed, the entire sanctuary will fall into Scarface's hands. Our days are hard to get by, Sai. The city gates slowly creaked open, emitting an unsettling groan. Leading the way was a towering man, shirtless, displaying a vivid tattoo of a tiger descending a mountain. He carried a shotgun on his shoulder, a menacing scar running from his brow to his chin. Behind him, hundreds of people marched out, exuding an intimidating presence. The man smirked, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. He spat on the ground, sneering, just a kid, and he thinks he can. Before he finished, a flash of red light streaked by. It was a bizarrely glowing guillotine blade, cutting through the air. What? Aya! Brother Scar's scream was blood-curdling, his arms flailing wildly. He watched in horror as his upper body slid off smoothly, the cut as clean as a mirror. More guillotine blades emerged from the burning forest, like the scythes of death, slicing through Brother Scar's men, cleaving them into pieces. The entire massacre was over in a mere 30 seconds, from the moment Brother Scar stepped out of the gate to the annihilation of his 100-strong team. The gate became a hell's cape in an instant. Blood flowed like a tide, staining the ground a vivid red. On the city walls, many couldn't stomach the gruesome scene and began to retch violently. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sound of freezing echoed. An intense killing intent erupted, freezing the burning forest in an instant. Even the flames froze in mid-dance. Frost spread rapidly, and the bodies at the gate shattered into icy fragments. Under the sunlight, these shards refracted into a dazzling spectrum, creating a stunningly morbid spectacle. Fong Shin emerged slowly from the forest, several identical guillotine blades of malice swirling around him. The moment he was ambushed, he reacted swiftly, diving into the crowd and unleashing a ruthless slaughter. When the first guillotine blade of malice materialized, Fong Shin transformed into an efficient killing machine. The 6th-tier purple skill 100 fractures, with my current power, can only affect 19 additional targets, and the attack range is quite limited. Fong Shin calmly analyzed the skill's effects as he approached the city gate. His expression was unchanging, as if the recent massacre was merely a routine drill. The people on the city walls held their breath, their complex gazes fixed on Fong Shin. Fear, awe, reverence, a myriad of emotions intertwined. Yet Fong Shin was oblivious, walking straight through the gate as the crowd parted to make way for him. Qian Jingjing emerged from the forest, her face pale. Her gaze at Fong Shin was complicated, filled with curiosity, unease, and a faint hint of admiration. Qian Jingjing, a privileged daughter of destiny, has always been the center of attention since childhood. With her distinguished family background, stunning beauty, and exceptional talents, she was a standout in every aspect. Throughout her life, praise and admiration followed her like a shadow. and everyone gazed at this dazzling star with awe. Not long ago, the young Qian Jingjing officially inherited the Qian Corporation, catapulting her to the ranks of the top female tycoons in Longhua. Wherever she appeared, she naturally became the center of attention, radiating brilliance. However, fate had its twists. In a place of refuge, Qian Jingjing faced the greatest ordeal of her life when she was forcibly abducted by the ruthless Blood Wolf King, about to endure unimaginable cruelty. Just at the critical moment, Fong Shin appeared like a god descending from the heavens, rescuing her from the clutches of evil. In that moment, Fong Shin appeared to Qian Jingjing as a great hero arriving on a cloud of rainbow colors. What captivated her even more was that her savior was not some crude individual, but an extraordinarily handsome and powerful figure. Her heart raced, as if on a roller coaster, and in that thrilling moment, she unhesitatingly recognized Fong Shin as her destined one. Yet, reality often diverges from fantasy. After saving her, Fong Shin didn't even glance at her, packed up his tent, and left without a backward look. This sudden coldness was hard for Qian Jingjing to accept. She thought to herself, how could this be? Why doesn't he come to comfort me? This isn't how things were supposed to unfold. Under the immense emotional stimulus, a long-hidden rebellious streak surfaced in Qian Jingjing. She gritted her teeth and vowed, you may ignore me now, but one day I will make sure you can't even dream of reaching me. As a token of my gratitude for saving me, I will devote myself to managing the Qiming refuge, making you see me in a new light. When my strength grows and I earn billions of gold coins, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy, singing songs of conquest. Qian Jingjing's internal journey was filled with arrogance, narcissism, and a sense of superiority. Yet, this personality was undeniably shaped by her upbringing and her exceptional achievements. Taking a deep breath, Qian Jingjing pulled out the grotesque head of the armored watermelon bug from her storage space. She raised this trophy high with both hands and shouted at the top of her lungs, long live Qiming! Qiming forever! Atop the city walls, the crowd exchanged glances before erupting into thunderous cheers. Long live Qiming! Qiming forever! Long live Qiming! Qiming forever! Long live Qiming! Qiming forever! The waves of sound grew louder and more persistent. In this survival of defeatist world, everyone had come to a stark realization. With a ruler like Fong Shin, whose power was unfathomable, what more could they wish for? All they could do was pray, hoping Fong Shin would be merciless to enemies and kind to his people. The cheers echoed through the sky. Long live Qiming! Qiming forever! As night fell, the moon and stars were sparse. For moons of varying sizes hung high in the starlit sky, casting a bright glow. The blood moon had vanished, hinting at a new beginning. In a tent within the Qiming refuge, Fong Shin's appointed four leaders Xiang Tianzi, Qian Jingjing, Zhang Yi, and Li Di sat upright on the plastic stools Fong Shin had distributed. Due to scarce resources, they made do with these simple seats. Fortunately, Fong Shin had previously raided a small supermarket, providing them with these plastic stools. Behind them stood their trusted deputies and others like Zhang Gongbao, silently observing. Fong Shin, seated on a $300 ergonomic gaming chair, got straight to the point. Now, I want to discuss some ideas about the construction of the Qiming refuge. Honestly, I don't have a specific plan. When it comes to the economy, infrastructure, and education, I think it's best for you to come up with the proposals and solve these issues. Despite having 300 years of experience, Fong Shin knew he was not an expert in managing the sanctuary. He surveyed the crowd with a serious expression, his blood-red eyes glinting with authority. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Coordinating the development of the sanctuary is a systematic project, each step linked to the next. It seems simple but is actually complex. Fong Shin spoke calmly but firmly. My declaration is not an empty slogan. Those who oppose Qiming will be destroyed. Those who desecrate humanity will perish. To eliminate the alien species, only Qiming will prevail. The crowd lowered their heads, unable to meet Fong Shin's commanding gaze. He continued, every development of Qiming is for the annihilation of alien species. Those who hinder Qiming will be ruthlessly removed. This is something you must deeply understand. Fong Shin did not elaborate further, trusting that as significant events unfolded, those aligned with Qiming would profoundly grasp these words. The old system is no longer suitable. We need to establish a guild system. Fong Shin's tone softened slightly. Everyone in Qiming must be useful and contribute to Qiming. Contributions will be converted into points, redeemable for gold coins, equipment, skill scrolls, and other resources. For those who die in battle for Qiming, we will provide proper compensation to ensure their families are cared for. He paused, emphasizing, establishing a new era school is urgent. The children are the future. As for the curriculum, you know what needs to be done. Fong Shin looked around. If there are any questions, raise them now. I will be leaving the sanctuary for an extended period. The crowd exchanged glances, their minds racing, unsure of where to begin. After a moment, Qian Jingjing spoke up. The foundation of all construction is gold coins. Without them, we can't move forward, let alone establish a complete sanctuary. Fong Shin nodded in agreement, then took out a gold coin from his pocket and flicked it with his finger, landing precisely in Qian Jingjing's hastily outstretched hands. 35 billion, Qian Jingjing exclaimed, her slender fingers cradling the gleaming gold coin, creating an unexpectedly harmonious scene. Everyone present, including Xiang Tianze, Zhang Yi, and Li De, was stunned. Their minds were buzzing as if hundreds of bees were dancing the figure eight, leaving them dizzy. 35 billion gold coins, what an enormous figure. To put it in perspective, killing a single ordinary mutant beast currently yields only one gold coin. This fortune could purchase 3.5 million pieces of first-tier equipment, more than enough to fully arm the 300,000 people in the sanctuary. All eyes were drawn like magnets to the shimmering coin in Qian Jingjing's palm. The air seemed to freeze, and no one dared to make a move. The source of the 3.5 billion had become an unspoken secret that no one was foolish enough to question. At that moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. They were all going to become prosperous. Fong Shin's decision to entrust such a vast fortune to Qian Jingjing without hesitation left everyone in awe. Trust those you employ, or don't employ them at all. His confidence and decisiveness commanded respect. In his hands, 3.5 billion coins were as insignificant as 35 copper pieces, and this composure was the mark of true leadership. Fong Shin spoke calmly, his voice not loud but full of authority. From today, Xiang Tianze will serve as deputy president of Qiming. In my absence, he will handle all matters. After a pause, he added, remember, while managing the sanctuary is crucial, never forget to enhance your own strength. Strength is the foundation, territory the extension. Do not confuse the order of importance. Now, you may leave. Yes, we take our leave. They responded in unison and filed out. The tent returned to silence, and Fong Shin let out a long sigh, muttering to himself, managing a sanctuary is indeed not my forte. He stretched. A single day feels like a month's worth of exhaustion. At last, it's done, and I can finally focus on improving my strength. Fong Shin pulled out a folding spring bed and was about to lie down when he frowned. I feel like I've forgotten something. As night fell, the chilly wind swept up the fallen leaves, creating a rustling sound. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, the archery instructor, the village chief, the fire dwarf, and the representatives of the Tam tribe came looking for him. The village chief, looking aggrieved, lamented tearfully, "Oh brave one, this old body of mine stood in the cold wind all night, anxiously waiting for you to come find me, only to realize you had completely forgotten about me. My heart is shattered like glass." Fong Shin paid no heed and spoke directly. "Just as well, I was looking for you too. First, take a look at this." With that, he pulled an item from his bosom and presented it to them. Fong Shin pulled a skeleton warrior's thigh bone from his pocket and handed it to the village chief. The chief took the bone, examined it closely, and his brow gradually furrowed. He tapped the bone lightly with his fingertip, producing a soft sound. Ahem. The village chief cleared his throat and stroked his beard. This bone is clearly lacking calcium and shows signs of osteoporosis. However, noticing the disapproving looks from the other three NPCs, he quickly changed his tone. This must be from a subordinate civilization of the Forgotten Ones. You can tell by the poor quality of this skeleton warrior. The archer instructor nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with vigilance. Indeed, the Forgotten Ones are the common enemy of all civilizations. It's our duty as forest elves to eliminate these skeletons. She paused, a hint of helplessness on her face. But due to the rules, I can't directly help you. She turned to Fong Shin, her tone becoming solemn. So, warrior, are you willing to accept the task of clearing these skeleton warriors for the sake of all civilizations and for Blue Star? Yes, Fong Shin replied succinctly, secretly pleased. He knew that handing over the skeleton warrior's bone to an NPC would trigger the task of defeating the skeleton warriors. Even better, he knew a little trick. If he gave the bone to multiple NPCs, he could receive multiple tasks at once, equating to one task with multiple rewards. The archer instructor immediately issued a level task. Task name: The Threat of Skeleton Warriors. Task level: B. Task objective: Investigate the source of the skeleton warriors around the sanctuary. Task reward: Experience 100,000, gold 10,000, forest elf reputation 1,000. Fong Shin felt a surge of joy, as this was much better than the level tasks from his past life. It seemed his charm points were well spent. Seeing this, the village chief refused to be outdone. He protested indignantly. Giving the maximum 1,000 reputation right away? You're just using your position for private gain. The archer instructor merely glanced at him, letting out a contemptuous humph. The village chief, furious, turned to Fong Shin, saying, "Come, warrior, I'll give you a task too." With that, he issued an almost identical level task, replacing the forest elf reputation with Longbeard tribe reputation. The archer instructor sneered. Huh? Copying my task description directly? You're as filthy as your beard. The village chief retorted defiantly. Heh. At that moment, a peculiar figure approached Fong Shin. It was a fire dwarf, his entire body made of metal, with features seemingly carved into place. Ethereal flames flickered around him, appearing harmless, or else those near him might be roasted. Above his head floated the system title Forge Master. In a deep voice, he said to Fong Shin, Warrior, come, I'm issuing a task. Fong Shin accepted a level mission issued by the blacksmith, which was to investigate the appearance of skeleton soldiers around the sanctuary. These sinister skeleton soldiers were originally a subordinate race of the Forgotten. The blacksmith mentor was deeply troubled by the sudden emergence of these skeletons, which is why they entrusted Fong Shin with this task. Mission details appeared before Fong Shin. Mission name: The Threat of Skeleton Soldiers. Mission level: B. Mission objective: Uncover the origin of the skeleton soldiers around the sanctuary. Mission reward: Experience 100,000, gold 10,000, fire dwarf reputation 1,000. As Fong Shin pondered over the mission details, the archer mentor suddenly chimed in, with a hint of teasing in their voice. I never thought someone like you, with such honest looks, would copy my idea. Before Fong Shin could respond, his attention was drawn to a peculiar race. It was the Tam tribe, a uniquely shaped humanoid species. They had plump bodies resembling catfish, with two long whiskers hanging down the sides of their cheeks, and a pair of small, bright eyes. Most notably, they enjoyed using their large tongues to play music. The system indicated that the Tam tribe member in front of him was called Chef. The chef also issued a mission to Fong Shin, eerily similar to the blacksmith's. Mission name: The Threat of Skeleton Soldiers. Mission level: B. Mission objective: Uncover the origin of the skeleton soldiers around the sanctuary. Mission reward: Experience 100,000, gold 10,000, Tam tribe reputation 1,000. Fong Shin accepted this mission, musing to himself, this is the benefit of having strength. He recalled his past life experiences, where completing an A-level mission would earn him a meager 1 point of reputation, and now, he had taken on 4 level missions at once, including a reward of 1,000 reputation points from the Tam tribe. At that moment, the village chief looked at Fong Shin with a friendly smile and asked gently, Warrior, is there anything else you need? Fong Shin nodded and retrieved some materials from his storage space, laying them out in front of the 4 NPCs. I have some materials here, he said. Can you see if they can be used to create food or potions that enhance attributes? As Fong Shin finished speaking, the valuable materials appeared before the 4 NPCs, sparking their keen interest. Fong Shin's month-long efforts have finally yielded significant results. His storage space is filled with various rare materials, among which a few are particularly coveted. The sheath wings and scythe limbs of the gazelle, both 5th-tier, true name materials, bear the name Slayer, Blue Planet Human Race, Fong Shin. These materials exude a powerful aura, as if the heat of battle still lingers on them. The tongue of the Dark Wall Demon, a 4th-tier material, has a peculiar bouncy texture. Fong Shin can't help but imagine the special effects this rare ingredient might offer, standing out from common pig or duck tongues as a unique gecko tongue. Next to it lies the tail of the Dark Wall Demon, also 4th tier. This tail emits a faint glow, seemingly containing some mysterious power. Fong Shin ponders its potential use in pharmaceuticals or weapon forging. The naga materials are equally impressive. A massive shield-shaped scale shimmers with a metallic luster, its hardness astonishing. Beside it, the white phosphorus naga tail, with its rare white scales, appears exceptionally precious, almost like a piece of art. The storage space also holds numerous 3rd-tier materials. The tough hide of an irritable crocodile, perfect for crafting high-quality leather armor. An enormous tiger-striped shark, so lifelike it seems to be swimming. And even a 2nd-tier coconut humorously labeled as no preservatives, no artificial flavors. Besides these, a vast collection of 1st and 2nd-tier wild materials fills the remaining space, with occasional 3rd-tier items sprinkled among them. However, the most striking is the singular 4th-tier material, the fathead fish, also known as Fong Go. Legends about it are captivating. If combined with the mysterious copper-bearded shell dragon, it would create an ultimate item. Unfortunately, the true appearance of the copper-bearded shell dragon remains a mystery. When these rare treasures were presented before the 4 NPCs, their eyes widened instantly, as if they were beholding the most precious treasures in the world. The village chief's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice trembling. Is this the true name material? My life is worth it. He greedily stared at the rare materials before him, as if admiring the world's most precious treasure. The Tam tribe's cook was so excited his tentacles were flailing wildly, nearly drooling. The river flows through my heart, and it tells me this dark wall demon's tongue must be chewy. His eyes shone with the fervor only a true gourmet possesses. The fire dwarf blacksmith and the archer instructor's gazes were fixed on the rare materials on the ground, filled with longing and excitement. Their breaths quickened as if they had seen the ultimate treasures that could greatly enhance their skills. Fong Shin observed everyone's reactions, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he spoke with a hint of amusement. It seems you are quite satisfied with these materials, so perhaps we can engage in some trade. The fire dwarf blacksmith eagerly spoke first, his voice tinged with urgency. Let me have Kazel's scythe limb, and I will forge weapons for the warrior for free, and I guarantee to retain the strongest attributes of these invisible blades. He paused and added, also, the naga's giant shield-like scales are best suited for crafting excellent shields. Leave them to me. Fong Shin shook his head gently, his tone firm. I don't need weapons or equipment, just items that can enhance attributes. The fire dwarf blacksmith was immediately anxious. Although his metallic face showed no expression, his voice betrayed his urgency. Our clan excels only in forging and gem craftsmanship, and I don't have equivalent value gems with me. He took a deep breath, trying to persuade Fong Shin. Respected warrior, I am a master blacksmith among the fire dwarves. The weapons and shields I craft are the finest of the fine. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Fong Shin resolutely declined the fire dwarf blacksmith's offer and proposed his own trading terms. You can exchange materials for equipment of equal grade. Kazel scythe limb for 5 pieces of 5th tier yellow equipment. The naga's giant shield-like scale for 1 piece of 5th tier yellow equipment. That's impossible. The fire dwarf blacksmith was shocked, flames surging over a meter high from his body, reflecting his inner agitation and reluctance. At that moment, the long-bearded village chief suddenly interjected with a mysterious smile at Fong Shin. If you won't trade, I will. This unexpected interruption threw the honest fire dwarf blacksmith into a panic. He hurriedly shouted, Stop! I'll trade. Then, with a pained expression, he lamented, This has emptied my reserves. He then glared venomously at the village chief, gritting his teeth. May the flames scorch your beard. For the fire dwarf blacksmith, true name materials were rare treasures that could help him surpass his forging skills. Despite his deep reluctance, he retrieved 6 pieces of 5th tier yellow equipment from his storage space and handed them to Fong Shin. If his face were not made of metal, his features would likely have twisted in anguish. Fong Shin accepted the equipment traded by the fire dwarf, which consisted of weapons and shields. He did not immediately check their attributes, but first stored them in his own storage space before beginning the absorption process. Throughout, his expression remained calm, as if it were just an ordinary transaction. The Killing Crown ring, a 10th tier pink ring, was emitting a disconcerting black glow. Fong Shin gazed at it, recalling the series of devourings that had just occurred. The ring had successively consumed 5 pieces of 5th tier yellow equipment. The Wujin serrated spear, a 2-handed spear, the Wolf Fong dragon scale knife, a single-handed sword, the Ivory spike shield, a single-handed shield, the Moonstone bulwark, a 2-handed shield, the Burning hammer, a 2-handed war hammer, and the Flame guardian, a single-handed battle axe. Each time it devoured one, the system prompted a gain of 200 growth points. With these 6 devourings, the growth value of the Killing Crown ring skyrocketed from 1400 to 2600. The black glow around the ring intensified, resembling a miniature black hole, absorbing the surrounding light. Fong Shin pondered silently. The Ascension War had been ongoing for over a month, and wild treasure chests on Blue Star had become scarce. To obtain 5th tier equipment, at least a 4th tier mutant beast had to be slain. However, these formidable creatures often gathered in the core areas of mutant beasts, and recklessly hunting one could very well attract a swarm of high-tier mutant beasts. Despite this, Fong Shin was very pleased with the transaction. Trading materials with true names that wouldn't be useful for a long time for such significant growth in the Killing Crown ring was undoubtedly worthwhile. Just then, an archer mentor approached, cradling the tail of a white phosphorus naga in their arms, utterly enamored. The tail was like an exquisite piece of art, an irresistible allure for the forest elves. Warrior, take this, the archer mentor said, and suddenly a mysterious fruit entwined with wisps of wind appeared in their palm. The fruit of the 10,000-year wind tree is of the 4th tier, and consuming it can permanently increase agility by 5 points. However, this attribute boost is only effective the first time it is consumed. Fong Shin gazed at the rare fruit in his hand, calculating its value in his mind. This wind tree grows at the boundary between the forest and the wild winds, bearing fruit once every millennium, with only 3 fruits each time. While a 5-point agility boost might seem negligible, when converted to the cost at the blessing altar, it amounts to a staggering 500 million gold coins. Fong Shin understands that materials that directly enhance attributes are as rare as finding 3 seasoning packets in a single cup of instant noodles. The archery instructor's eyes sparkled with a sly glint as she laughed and said, There are plenty of 1st and 2nd tier plant seeds here, and I can help you cultivate them for free. But you'll need to find spirit soil, as regular soil can't provide the nutrients they need to grow. Fong Shin nodded in agreement and then unhesitatingly swallowed the wind tree fruit. A system notification followed. You have consumed the 4th-tier fruit of the 10,000-year wind tree. Your agility has permanently increased by 5 points. However, this felt like taking a sip of northwest wind, with no tangible change. As Fong Shin pondered this subtle change, the village chief approached with a broad smile. Brave one, he whispered. I want Cazelle's wing case and the tail of the dark-walled demon. What do you think of this? In the village chief's hand suddenly appeared 2 construction blueprints. Gale Crossbow Tower, 5th tier, blueprint learned to construct the Gale Arrow Tower, with its construction technique and final effect determined by the 5th tier, closely linked to the quality of materials used. Beast-slaying ballista, 5th tier, blueprint learned to construct the beast-slaying ballista, rumored to easily slay an armored mammoth. Fong Shin asked with a blank expression, these aren't part of the 2 blueprints included in the living fortress weapons, are they? The village chief immediately grew displeased and retorted, how could you sully my reputation for no reason? These 2 construction blueprints are of much lower tier than those in the living fortress weapons. Fong Shin was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Facing Fong Shin's gaze, the village chief felt inexplicably guilty and reluctantly took out a pill that looked like a Malteser. The black pill occasionally flashed with purple runes on its surface, giving it a high-end and sophisticated appearance. This is a 6th-tier black dragon blood pill, the village chief explained. It permanently increases endurance by 12 points after use. It's made with diluted adult black dragon blood and can only be used once. If you use it multiple times, you might find out what the most expensive Malteser tastes like. He paused. It's a bit of a loss for me, so you'll also have to give me the aggressive crocodile hide. Fong Shin nodded in agreement. Deal. With the transaction complete, Fong Shin unhesitatingly tossed the black dragon blood pill into his mouth. A rich chocolate flavor burst in his mouth, leaving a lingering taste. A system notification popped up. You have used the 6th-tier black dragon blood pill, permanently increasing endurance by 12 points. Not bad, Fong Shin remarked to himself. At this moment, the Tam clan's cook spoke up. Honorable warrior, the tongue of the dark-walled demon, the tiger-striped shark, and that peculiar coconut can all be handed over to me. These materials aren't high enough grade to enhance my culinary skills. While I won't give you additional items, I can prepare a super stew for you at no cost, which might come with added attributes. What do you say? All right, Fong Shin agreed, handing over the remaining materials to the cook. The super stew will take 42 days. Just come to me when it's ready, the cook added. Watching the 4 NPCs leave, Fong Shin let out a long breath. Since arriving at the sanctuary, he felt his energy depleting rapidly. One of the reasons for establishing his own faction was to have dedicated people handling these materials and to enhance his skills through trades. Come to think of it, I haven't checked my attribute panel in a while, Fong Shin murmured, opening the long-forgotten attribute panel. Character, Fong Shin. Level, 30 experience 100, overflow experience stored. Rank, 1st tier. Attributes, strength, 330 agility, 22 endurance, 61 stamina, 132 intelligence, 20. Health, 52800 max fury, 2000. Attack power, 66,000 extra attack speed, 20. Defense, 1620 extra movement speed, 10. Physical crit chance, 10 physical crit damage, 200. Extra attack effect trigger chance, 10. Extra damage attribute, 100 attack power as true damage talent 2, true judgment. 100 points fire damage fire flame feather headgear, 4th tier. Blue fire element resistance, 10 fire element damage reduction, 20. As Fong Shin reviewed his stats, he pondered, if I gather enough rare materials, there's still significant room for improvement in additional attributes. Handling materials is time-consuming, but fortunately, with a faction in place, I won't have to deal with these trivial tasks myself. He stepped out of the tent, greeted by bright sunshine. A day without slaying mutants makes me uneasy. It's time to stretch my muscles, Fong Shin thought resolutely. The weather's perfect, and it's time for me to leave the sanctuary and slaughter some mutant beasts. Advancing to the 2nd tier is within reach. In an instant, Fong Shin's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, shifting from stillness to extreme motion in mere milliseconds. He appeared to walk leisurely, yet his speed was astonishingly fast as he passed through the city gates, ignoring the saluting crowds on either side, and plunged straight into the depths of the forest. With the onset of the Ascension War, plants mutated rapidly, growing at an incredible pace. Towering trees blocked out the sunlight, casting the forest into darkness. Among the dense layers of shrubs, countless shadows flickered, and the eyes of ferocious beasts glared at this uninvited guest, ready to strike. Suddenly, a twisted tree launched an attack, with hundreds of sharp, green-glowing branches thrusting towards Fong Shin. His body instantly became a shadow, effortlessly dodging all the attacks. His fist, enveloped in a white aura, crashed down like a thunderbolt, shattering the massive trunk of the twisted tree in one blow. A system notification appeared. You have slain the twisted wraith tree, Tier 2, Elite. earning 8,701 experience points and 210 gold. Fong Shin's presence was like a drop of water in boiling oil, causing the entire forest to erupt. The mutated beasts, drawn by the enticing scent of fresh blood emanating from him, were incited into a frenzy and charged at him. Unfazed, Fong Shin felt secretly relieved that he didn't need to lure the beasts. None of these low-tier mutated creatures could withstand the power of his punch. System notifications flashed in succession. You have slain the mutated spine cat, Tier 2, leader, earning 17,150 experience points and 531 gold. You have slain the snake mouth vine, Tier 2, common, earning 1240 experience points and 185 gold. You have slain the sharp-haired beetle, Tier 2, elite, earning 8,551 experience points and 210 gold. As the number of kills increased, Fong Shin's manifested killing intent materialized around him. Chainsaws of intent, idyllic cats of intent, bone-crushing hammers of intent, and even wheelchairs of intent swirled around him, significantly boosting his slaughter efficiency. The forest quickly turned into a slaughterhouse for the mutated beasts, which once seemed fierce but now resembled pigs awaiting slaughter under Fong Shin's nuclear-powered blade. He continued moving forward, steadily advancing towards the location of the cemetery etched in his memory. Fong Shin moved through the forest like a whirlwind, each step delivering tenfold destruction. The bodies of mutant beasts quickly piled up, and the scent of blood lured more prey into his trap. His 100-crack fist struck a mutant Brazilian turtle, sending out an invisible shockwave that cleared the surrounding enemies instantly. This powerful 10th-tier skill could be used endlessly as long as his killing energy was sufficient. However, Fong Shin's physical attacks were not the main force. The real efficiency came from the bizarre manifestations of his killing intent. For every 100 points of killing energy, he could generate one, and the 100-crack fist consumed 300 points each time, ensuring a constant flow of killing intent. With the greatly extended duration, Fong Shin could now simultaneously manifest over 100 killing intents. This was far from his limit. If the enemies kept coming, the number of killing intents would grow exponentially. Even the vast numbers of mutant beasts couldn't withstand such a terrifying speed of slaughter. In no time, the forest was completely cleared. A few special mutant beasts appeared, but before Fong Shin could check their system information, they were mercilessly killed by the killing intent. Not all killing intents were meant for attack. At this moment, a killing intent eye, controlled by Fong Shin, flew through the dense canopy into the sky, sharing its view with him. Suddenly, the sky darkened as heavy clouds blocked out the weak sunlight, and rain poured down. This sudden downpour was not good news for Fong Shin. The rain would wash away the bloodstains, masking the scent and making the area less attractive to mutant beasts. Fong Shin swiftly leaped onto a wheelchair formed by killing intent. The wheels spun without wind, carrying him quickly towards the cemetery, enhancing his speed. The scenery around him began to change, with decayed and twisted trees, dark streams, and gray, sticky moss covering the rocks, all signaling the cemetery's proximity. Pushing aside some bushes, he saw the cemetery shrouded in a gray mist. Even in the rain, the smell of decay and mold was overwhelming. Broken, slanted tombstones were everywhere, with only a few intact ones. The cries of reed crows added to the eerie atmosphere. Fong Shin scanned his surroundings and noticed a spinning white transparent funnel filled with pale dust-like material in the center of the cemetery. Besides that, there was nothing unusual, not even a trace of skeleton soldiers. He realized he had overlooked a detail. This cemetery was small, mostly containing cremated ashes, so it couldn't produce thousands of skeleton soldiers. However, the ashes could still be a raw material for skeleton soldiers, which was a valuable discovery. As Fong Shin was about to investigate further, a figure in a black robe emerged from the opposite woods. Through the system's translation, Fong Shin clearly heard the person cursing. "Damn it! Why did all my 1,000 skeleton soldiers suddenly die? The assembly date is approaching, and if I don't complete the task, the master will punish me. I'll have to work overtime to create as many skeleton soldiers as possible." The system displayed, low-level acolyte of the Bone Tribe, Tier 2, elite rank, level 35. Acolytes are the main profession of the Bone Tribe, and low-level acolytes can create inferior skeleton soldiers. This information hit Fong Shin like a heavy blow. Could the Ascension War have already started? Has the Blue Star continent connected with the Bone Tribe's territory? Under immense power, the Blue Star continent was torn into a plain, floating like a continental ship in endless darkness. The condition of regions belonging to alien civilizations was similar, and once two continents connected, it signaled the official start of the Ascension War between races. Fong Shin recalled his past understanding. He and many researchers once believed that skeleton soldiers were naturally produced after the world changed and billions of humans died, eventually disappearing after 10 years of battling mutant beasts. Who would have thought that skeleton soldiers were actually man-made? The village chief had mentioned that skeleton soldiers were creations of a subordinate race to the Forgotten, but Fong Shin had ignored this due to preconceived notions. Some might wonder why the Bone Tribe didn't attack humans if it was a racial war. It was likely because, in the Bone Tribe's eyes, mutant beasts were the rulers of Blue Star, and humans were merely rare animals. The Bone Tribe could leave Blue Star with their civilization continent after 10 years, seemingly uninterested in the flesh of the living. So what was their purpose in coming to Blue Star? It couldn't be just to pollute the land. Fong Shin felt as if he was caught in a fog, but he was determined to peel away the layers. His eyes focused as he activated Phantom Charge, followed by Blink Assault, appearing instantly behind the black-robed figure. Concentrating his fist power at a single point, he ensured the low-level acolyte of the Bone Tribe didn't immediately explode. The system prompted, "You have killed a low-level acolyte of the Bone Tribe, Tier 2, Elite, gaining 13,650 experience points and 700 gold coins." The acolyte's life tier was 2, and at level 35, it was close to the upper limit of Tier 2, indicating it had fully realized its potential and was a mature individual. Therefore, killing it yielded about 50 more experience and gold than the twisted wraith tree of the same tier and rank. Through the killing intent eye in midair, Fong Shin captured a scene. After a brief contemplation, he moved the acolyte's body to rest against a large tree. Then, he swiftly hid in the dense bushes nearby. Before long, a massive skeletal vulture descended from the sky. Its bony wings flapped, producing an eerie clicking sound. Standing on the vulture's back was a figure clad in a black robe, the simple yet intricate patterns on the robe signifying his status. The system's convenience was once again evident, relaying information about this creature to Fong Shin, High Priest of the Deathbone Tribe, Tier 3 Elite, level 41. Fong Shin noted to himself, the High Priest is the main combat class of the Deathbone Tribe, capable of creating powerful skeletal creatures. The High Priest leapt down from the skeletal vulture, his raspy voice like sandpaper grating against eardrums. "Your task is unfinished, and yet you dare to slack off here. You're disrupting the Master's plans, and I will be punished. Do you want to die? Or perhaps you'd like to become my crafting material?" He advanced towards the low-ranking priest under the tree, then abruptly halted, his crimson eye sockets turning towards Fong Shin's hidden position. The scent of a living being. Despite the torrential rain masking some of the scent, the High Priest still sensed the anomaly. Beneath the hood, his skeletal face, adorned with scraps of flesh, emitted a chilling malevolence from the red glow in his eye sockets. Knowing the time was right, Fong Shin shot out from the bushes. The High Priest's arrival coincided with the disappearance of all manifested killing intent, and the cooldown of his blink strike had not yet reset. Left with no choice, Fong Shin opted for a secondary tactic. Phantom Rush. Fong Shin shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The High Priest reacted swiftly, raising a hand to summon a bone wall. However, this defense was ineffective, as Fong Shin's form passed straight through it, instantly appearing before the High Priest. The High Priest's eyes flashed red, and he exchanged positions with the skeletal vulture in an instant. Fong Shin remained calm. Though his fury points were decreasing over time, he still had over 300, enough to unleash 100 strikes. 100 strikes. Fong Shin growled softly. With a thunderous explosion, the skeletal vulture burst apart, and the invisible attack simultaneously struck the High Priest. 2 damage numbers erupted, causing the High Priest's form to stagger as his health dropped by half. The level 41 health allowed the High Priest to barely withstand Fong Shin's assault, avoiding instant death and granting him a chance to counterattack. Death Claw. The High Priest raised both hands, and gray death energy seeped into the ground, 2 skeletal claws suddenly latching onto Fong Shin's ankles. These claws were extraordinarily strong, and Fong Shin struggled futilely to break free. Hee. The High Priest let out a classic, grating laugh. In this critical moment, a phantom bull suddenly appeared behind Fong Shin. It charged fiercely, striking Fong Shin's lower back and sending him flying, freeing him from the skeletal claw's grip. This was the special ability of Fong Shin's Tier 3 green boots, the Black Bull War Boots, Hoof of Freedom. It could remove all movement speed restrictions, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. As a top-tier warrior, Fong Shin was intimately familiar with every attribute of his equipment. Even skills unused for a long time were etched in his memory, ready to be deployed at crucial moments. Attention to detail is the key to success, and only through the accumulation of countless perfect details can one achieve greatness. Fong Shin understood this well, executing every move with extreme precision. With a single strike, he shattered the chest bones of the senior monk, depleting his health to 0 instantly. Without hesitation, Fong Shin began searching the body. His fingers moved deftly, quickly uncovering a strange map. The lines, drawn in blood, seemed alive, slowly flowing across the paper, with the text and symbols constantly changing. Although he couldn't understand the writing, the vivid illustrations were unmistakable. He carefully compared the details and soon identified a prominent symbol, the center of County A. memories surfaced. County AA, with a population of 800,000, economically developed, situated on a plain, with a large river nearby. It lay directly in his path. Fong Shin swiftly adjusted his plans. The Qiming Sanctuary was located on the outskirts of City ZZ, with vast plains stretching eastward to the coast. Initially, he intended to expand eastward, but now investigating County A seemed more urgent. In the rain, Fong Shin set out on the rugged road. The vine-covered streetlights resembled mournful staves, and the sporadically parked vehicles looked like unearthed relics. He moved with precise steps, his 132 stamina points allowing him to travel long distances without fatigue. The eerie emptiness along the way quickly made Fong Shin realize that the attack by the Bone Clan had begun. It was a common invasion strategy for high-level mutant beasts to drive low-level minions. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. A gray smog rose from the center of County AA, shrouding the entire area like a deathly veil. Fong Shin squinted, knowing the real challenge was about to unfold. With money, you can travel and experience different lifestyles. Similarly, in the War of Ascension, only by becoming stronger can you encounter different landscapes, rather than living a precarious life in a shelter. Fong Shin recalled his past life, where he spent years hiding just to open a fifth-tier treasure chest under his bed. That time made him miss many important events, possibly affecting the fate of human civilization. However, this life is different. With strong economic power and immense willpower, Fong Shin now possesses enough strength to directly intervene in the war between the skeleton tribe and the mutant beasts. The town of AA County was once a bustling place. Tall buildings of 10 to 20 stories lined the streets, the dream of countless people who worked their whole lives. Now, these once priceless structures appeared desolate in the rain, like ancient stone pillars, no different from the pyramids of old. Fong Shin used these empty buildings as cover to quickly infiltrate the center of the county. He entered a gray curtain, and the system immediately prompted. This is a zone called the Death Canopy, which causes continuous life loss to living creatures. However, Fong Shin can now withstand damage below 6,600 points, rendering this threat negligible to him. Looking across the battlefield, corpses were strewn everywhere. Skeleton soldiers, skeletal beasts, skeletal hybrids, and various mutant creatures clashed fiercely, like two raging tides crashing into each other, sparking countless deaths. With his high intelligence, Fong Shin roughly estimated that the total number of creatures on the battlefield exceeded 1 million. This land, once belonging to humans, is now occupied by alien races. The number and rapid reproduction of mutant beasts and skeleton soldiers rival the once thriving human civilization. Fong Shin cautiously infiltrated from the edge of the battlefield, avoiding the gaze of high-ranking priests. Using the cover of concrete buildings, he quickly accumulated manifested killing intent. Each time he struck, he used the 100 cracks skill, causing the white glow on his fists to spin like a vortex, instantly reducing the surrounding skeleton soldiers and mutant beasts to pulp. As time passed, the amount of manifested killing intent Fong Shin gathered increased. These killing intents seemed to sense his current situation, mostly being agile entities. Keeping in mind guerrilla warfare tactics, Fong Shin would quickly change his position after each strike, never staying in one place for long. Soon, 200 instances of manifested killing intent gathered around Fong Shin. With a stern expression, he peered from the top floor of a tall building. To the left was the skeleton soldier's position, and to the right was the mutant beast's position. Behind the skeleton soldier's lines, dozens of high-ranking priests surrounded a humanoid creature in a silver-edged black robe, the Grand Priest of the skeleton tribe, a fourth-tier lord-level being, with 47 life points and 3 million attack power. Behind the right position, a lion with flames burning on its back stood proudly, surrounded by several powerful mutant beasts of different shapes. This creature, known as the flameback four-clawed lion, is also a fourth-tier lord-level being, with 39 life points and 6 million attack power. Despite both being fourth-tier lords, the Grand Priest of the skeleton tribe is 8 levels higher than the flameback four-clawed lion, highlighting the difference in potential development between the two. Even after devouring billions of humans, the mutant beasts on Blue Star have not fully realized their potential within a month. Fong Shin nodded to himself as 200 instances of manifested killing intent launched a large-scale sweeping attack. Unlike the predicament he faced against the fourth-tier lord-level Naga Siren on the unknown island, Fong Shin now finds himself in a million-level battlefield with an almost inexhaustible supply of killing energy. These millions of skeleton soldiers and mutant beasts would all serve as fuel for Fong Shin to create manifested killing intent. The 10th-tier hidden profession, Sovereign of Slaughter, is destined to reign supreme on grand battlefields. Fong Shin did not intend to reap the benefits of others' conflict, but aimed to forcefully intervene in the battle at the peak of the clash between mutant beasts and skeletons. He continuously unleashed punches covered in swirling white light, clearing the surrounding enemies in an instant with the help of manifested killing intent. With the profession trait, Sovereign's Authority, Fong Shin can negate any damage less than 10 of his attack power. Coupled with over 1,600 points of defense, ordinary third-tier mutant beasts cannot harm him at all. Only third-tier named creatures might break through his defense, while only fourth-tier Lord-level beings pose a threat to Fong Shin's life. This million-level war is a massive reservoir of experience for Fong Shin. System prompts cascaded like a waterfall. You have slain a common skeleton soldier, Tier 2, normal, gaining 1240 experience points, 13 gold coins. You have slain a quality skeleton soldier, Tier 2, elite, gaining 3,550 experience points, 50 gold coins. You have slain a mutant Fong Mouse, Tier 2, elite, gaining 4,100 experience points, 61 gold coins. Mutant beasts and skeleton soldiers fell like wheat. Fong Shin was like a giant eraser, wiping thousands of mutant creatures off the map wherever he went. At that moment, the Grand Priest's jawbone moved up and down, emitting a metallic voice. What is that creature? A powerful mutant beast that suddenly appeared. Great Monk, I recognize this creature. It's a rare animal from Blue Star, almost extinct. Their individual strength is quite weak, but this one seems special. Its bones hold great potential. On a distant hilltop on the battlefield, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Draped in grass, they hid among the dense foliage, cautiously observing the distant battle. One of them impatiently pressed binoculars to his eyes, nearly embedding the lens into his eye socket. My God, are they really humans? He exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. What did you see? Let me take a look. His companion beside him eagerly snatched the binoculars, scrutinizing for a while before speaking. Unbelievable. This is like a cow flying a plane, utterly incredible. The third person, unable to contain his curiosity, grabbed the binoculars. After a long silence, he finally said in a low voice, the mutated beasts suddenly disappeared, so we came to investigate, but we never expected to witness this. This is humanity, the pinnacle of the food chain, the leader of all creatures, the spirit of all things. Can humans really reach this level of power? The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes alight with a fierce hope. They all thought, could this person be Fong Shin? Who else could it be? On the battlefield, Fong Shin's figure stood out prominently. Alone, he faced millions of mutated creatures as if in an empty field. None of the mutated creatures were a match for him, with each one offering him 2,000 experience points. If he defeated them all, he would gain 4 billion experience points. However, Fong Shin's rampant slaughter soon drew the attention of the Great Monk and the fire-backed four-clawed lion. The lion roared furiously, leaping up and leaving a towering wall of flames in its wake, a truly intimidating sight. Fong Shin quickly reacted, mentally controlling 20 manifestations of killing intent to attack the fire-backed four-clawed lion. The first wave of attacks reduced the lion's life by 500,000, but it was no easy opponent. Flames burst from its back, instantly obliterating more than 10 manifestations of killing intent. It seemed that another 11 rounds of attacks would resolve the battle, but the potential activated 4th-tier lord would not easily fall. The fire-backed four-clawed lion howled to the sky, releasing a dazzling ring of fire that instantly wiped out the second wave of manifestations. Fong Shin was well aware that the manifestations of killing intent only had 5,280 life points and couldn't withstand high-level creatures' AoE attacks. Many high-level creatures possessed continuous AoE attacks, so he chose a wave-push attack strategy. The battle continued, and the challenges Fong Shin faced were far from over. Fong Shin stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by an endless supply of raw materials that continuously provided him with the power to manifest murderous intent. His fists flew like a storm, each punch a localized attack, steadily depleting the energy of his foes. In the blink of an eye, 20 manifestations of murderous intent took shape, poised like a miniature army ready to strike. However, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the battlefield. The fire-backed four-clawed lion unleashed a blazing ring of fire, instantly consuming all 20 manifestations. Although these manifestations failed to inflict any real damage, their sacrifice was not in vain. Fong Shin's expression was resolute, his eyes gleaming with determination. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, conjuring another 20 manifestations of murderous intent while commanding 100 more to encircle and await the opportune moment. This battle had transformed into a war of attrition, a contest of whose attack range was broader and whose manifestations gathered faster. Amidst this fierce confrontation, the Great Monk's gaze fell upon Fong Shin. Its crimson eyes glowed with a sinister light, as if appraising a rare treasure. This being called a human is excellent material for crafting, the Great Monk mused. If I capture him and use the corpse of that mutated beast, I might create a terrifying knight. Then I could ascend to the rank of Dark Great Monk. With the Great Monk's thoughts, 3 4th-tier leader-level skeletal beasts behind it slowly rose. Shadows spread like a tide, and the air filled with deathly aura. These 3 uniquely shaped skeletal beasts, their eyes burning with eerie green flames, charged toward Fong Shin. On a distant hilltop, 3 grass-covered scouts watched the gripping scene unfold, so tense they could barely breathe, their fingers digging into the soil. Their hearts were filled with both worry and anticipation. Both bosses are in action. Their target seems to be Fong Shin. Is he in danger? Fong Shin is invincible. Go Fong Shin. On the battlefield, the fireback four-clawed lion unleashed another fire ring, instantly obliterating another batch of manifestations. While these manifestations caused no real harm, they successfully stalled the advance of the 4th-tier, Lord-level mutated beast. Meanwhile, the flames on the lion's back gradually extinguished, leaving only a few flickering sparks. Even though Fong Shin lost a significant number of manifestations in an instant, the manifestations on the battlefield not only did not decrease, but seemed to multiply. Compared to the formidable skills of the fireback four-clawed lion, the attacks of the 3 skeletal beasts appeared trivial. A hint of disdain flickered in Fong Shin's eyes. He knew the real challenge was just beginning. Suddenly, dozens of gray skulls emerged from the skeleton soldiers, swirling like a swarm of ghosts to launch an attack. Fong Shin frowned, realizing that this strike couldn't instantly annihilate the manifested killing intent. He thought to himself, in that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Under the overwhelming assault of over 100 manifestations of killing intent, the 3 4th-tier skeleton soldiers shattered like fragile porcelain, disintegrating into dust in an instant. The great monk's skull emitted a teeth-gritting crack as a menacing fissure appeared, and its life force plummeted like a deflated balloon, dropping by half in the blink of an eye. The crimson glow in its eye sockets flickered violently, as if about to extinguish at any moment. Fong Shin keenly seized this rare opportunity, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he directed all the manifested killing intent to rain down like a barrage of arrows on the fire-backed four-clawed lion and the great monk. A dazzling array of pure white numbers erupted in the air, and the massive life force of the 2 4th-tier lords melted away like snow, emptied in an instant. They didn't even have time to let out a cry before collapsing dead simultaneously. The perfect synergy between manifested killing intent and true judgment allowed Fong Shin to unleash astounding combat power, instantly taking down 2 4th-tier, Lord-level creatures. This scene stunned everyone present. Fong Shin inwardly reflected that without either the manifested killing intent or true judgment, he could never have defeated 4th-tier lords across 3 tiers. Fong Shin understood well that this instant kill was a result of perfect timing and circumstances. Without the long battle line and enough low-tier creatures, he couldn't have calmly gathered the manifested killing intent. If the 4th-tier Lord-level creatures had closed in, he would have been in for a tough fight. Unless he could manifest a killing intent as formidable as a sci-fi killer robot. However, since the Naga battle, Fong Shin had never again manifested such killing intent. He speculated it might be related to life level, or perhaps some mysterious connection with probability. Amid the rolling system notifications, 2 prominent messages stood out brightly. You have killed the Deathbone tribe's great monk 4th tier, Lord, gaining 1.6 million experience points, 205,000 gold coins. You have killed the fire-backed four-clawed lion 4th tier, Lord, gaining 1.35 million experience points, 166,000 gold coins. Fong Shin glanced at these messages, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. He knew well that in this world, if something seems impossible, it might just be because there's not enough money involved. And if it's still impossible, then double the money. Turning the impossible into possible is the ultimate power of wealth. 2 system prompts appeared in quick succession, and Fong Shin's level 2 upgrade task progress increased consecutively. By killing a tier 4 lord-level creature with a contribution rate greater than 99, his task progress jumped from 25 to 35. He only needed to kill 2 more tier 4 lord-level mutant beasts to become the first person on Blue Star to complete a level 2 upgrade. However, Fong Shin had no time to focus on this. Around the corpse of the Deathbone tribe's high monk, dozens of advanced monks suddenly raised their hands and began chanting in a strange tone. An ominous feeling surged in Fong Shin's heart, alarm bells ringing loudly. Over the years, this intuition had saved him countless times. Without hesitation, Fong Shin abandoned the idea of continuing to gain experience and quickly retreated from the battlefield. At the same time, he mentally controlled a manifestation of a killing intent dragonfly to swiftly collect 2 tier 4 blue chests, a black heart material, and a map, handing them all over to him. With a thunderous crash, the manifested killing intent shone its final light before disappearing, directly eliminating the chanting advanced monks. Despite this, a certain ritual seemed to have been completed, as a gray ball of light flew towards the sky. Fong Shin ignored the light orb and focused on retreating at full speed. However, the gray mist that permeated the air suddenly became sticky, as if it had come alive, twisting and flowing continuously. Part of the activated gray mist clung to Fong Shin's body, refusing to let go. A shrill screech echoed for miles. From the direction of ZZ City Center, a massive skeletal demon bird soared into the sky, its wings spanning across the heavens as it crossed kilometers in a single flight, carving a deathly gray trail in the sky, creating a waterless space in the rain, like a mythical beast. The skeletal demon bird was rapidly flying towards Fong Shin's location. He suspected that the gray light orb might have transmitted some kind of message, but he didn't stop to check the bird's details, continuing to retreat with all his might. He knew well that accurately assessing his own strength and not challenging unbeatable monsters was one of the key reasons he had survived for 300 years. The gray mist on him was likely being used to track him, exposing his position. Fong Shin decided to leave the death shroud and see if the mist would dissipate. Distances in the sky always seemed deceptively close. In an instant, the skeletal demon bird sliced through the rain, arriving less than 50 miles away. Its 4 bony wings spread wide, blocking out the sun, making its size even more enormous. In at most 10 seconds, it would descend upon AA County, leaving Fong Shin with little time. Fong Shin keenly noticed the source of the gray mists flow nearby. Even during his retreat, he didn't overlook any details, as details often determine success or failure. Turning past a tall building, Fong Shin discovered a black cylindrical device. Its base was transparent, filled with several Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 chests. The top of the black device was spewing gray mist, guarded by a group of advanced monks and skeletal creatures. Bang! Fong Shin instantly flashed next to the device, shattering the entire black equipment with a punch. Immediately, the death shroud covering AA County dissipated after a twist. The air became pure again, and the gray mist on Fong Shin's body vanished. Fong Shin, over here. Quick, come over. 3 people on a nearby mountain peak were frantically waving their arms, urging him to come over. However, Fong Shin ignored them, pulled out a breathing water plant, and plunged into the river flowing through AA County. On the mountain peak, the 3 watched Fong Shin's actions and began discussing. Why isn't he coming over? Fong Shin must have his own plan. Let's go back quickly. That skeletal bird is terrifying. I'm almost fainting from fear. Who knows what I went through to stand up and shout. Me too. The 3 hurriedly crouched down, entering a deep tunnel behind them, sealing the entrance with grass and soil. Yeah, the screech of the demon bird was piercing, and it had already flown over AA County. The terrifying waves of energy made the rain stop falling, with countless mutant beasts on the ground cowering and trembling. The skeletal demon bird glanced at the corpse of a fire-backed 4-clawed lion, ignored the numerous mutant beasts, circled a few times, then flew back to the center of ZZ City. The rain poured heavily, and the river surged. Fong Shin watched the skeletal demon bird leave, but didn't rush to surface. He drifted downstream, quickly distancing himself from the AA County area. However, the river was not safe, even more dangerous than land. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the mud, attacking like lightning, its wide-open mouth filled with rows of spiral, rotating teeth. Fong Shin's neural reaction speed was nearly 0.05 seconds, instantly triggering a flash strike, easily dodging the attack before punching at the shadow's body. Unexpectedly, when Fong Shin's fist hit the shadow, it felt like striking rubber coated in lubricant, causing his fist to slip aside. Fortunately, true damage doesn't care, and a large pure white text appeared, emptying the shadow's health and splitting it in 2. You killed a slippery giant eel Tier 3, ordinary, gaining 14,310 experience points and 265 gold coins. Fong Shin took a closer look. The eel weighed at least 400 pounds, worth the price of a house in a 3rd-tier city just a month ago. Suddenly, a series of system prompts sounded. Ding ding dong ding dong ding dong. I must admit, as a new monster slayer, your performance is extremely outstanding. Yifan gives you a thumbs up, and Xiaoyan calls you impressive. However, the real challenge lies ahead. Your path of monster slaying artistry has just begun. The upcoming tasks are the main event. Let's see what you're capable of. Ding, task completed. You gained 3,000 billion gold coins. Ding, new task issued. Ding, task goal. Kill 100,000 creatures with a quality above Tier 3. The higher the quality of the creatures killed, the greater the rewards you receive. A familiar and friendly voice echoed in Fong Shin's consciousness. The Monster Slayer Tycoon system always appeared so timely, providing a boost whenever Fong Shin was low on coins. However, this time, the tasks issued by the Monster Slayer Tycoon system were significantly different from before. The difficulty of the tasks from the Monster Slayer system suddenly increased, catching Fong Shin by surprise. Previously, he only needed to kill monsters of a certain weight, but now the number had surged to a staggering 100,000, with a specific requirement for 3rd-tier life forms. He speculated that after generously awarding him billions of coins, the system had finally awakened to the reality of the world and started setting genuinely challenging tasks. After leaving AA County and traveling 100 miles, Fong Shin leaped out of the river, his wet clothes clinging to his body. Upon reaching the riverbank, he was met with a bizarre scene. A bloated, scraggly-furred mutated teddy bear was engaging in an uncomfortable act with a mutated lizard whose scales glimmered with an eerie light. Fong Shin's sudden appearance interrupted this cross-species interaction, causing the two mutated beasts to flee in panic as if caught in the act. This absurd scene was yet another testament to the strangeness of the mutated world, constantly challenging the boundaries of human understanding. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Fong Shin rubbed his temples, trying to dispel the chaos in his mind. Recalling the Blevel mission, the threat of the skeleton soldiers, Fong Shin knew that reporting his findings to the 4 NPCs would earn him a reward. However, his immediate priority was to examine the map he had obtained from the Grand Monk, which was crucial for his next plan of action. Unfolding the map, Fong Shin discovered that it was far more detailed than the one from the senior monk. The entire terrain of CC province and the deployment of skeleton soldiers were clearly visible. The Deathbone clan had launched attacks on the mutated beasts in the 10 bustling counties surrounding the sub-provincial city ZZ City and the provincial capital ZC City. However, they seemed to be holding back, merely gathering strength for a forthcoming large-scale conflict. After careful analysis, Fong Shin decided to stick to his original plan. He had already concluded that one of the Deathbone clan's objectives in invading Blue Star was to search for treasure chests. This theory was further solidified by witnessing the skeleton soldiers attacking a mutated cauliflower snake and the mysterious black device. The wild treasure chests, unique to Blue Star, seemed to hold secrets yet to be uncovered. Fong Shin felt he was on the brink of an important discovery, but deeper contemplation only led him into a fog of confusion. Without more information, further speculation was futile. He decided to investigate this mystery once his strength had increased. As Fong Shin was about to store the map in his inventory, a faint rustling sound caught his attention. The bloodstains on the map had dried and turned to fine sand, washed away by the rain. Upon closer inspection, the map had become completely blank. He quickly retrieved the senior monk's map, and sure enough, all the text and icons had vanished without a trace. Anyone involved in a War of Ascension is no fool. Fong Shin chuckled lightly, casually discarding the now useless maps. His next target was the shallow sea area near DD City, where, suddenly, a blue portal materialized out of thin air, interrupting Fong Shin's thoughts. This unexpected turn of events put him on high alert, his muscles tensing as he prepared to face any potential danger. The scent of gold filled the air, so rich it was almost intoxicating. A rat man leaped out from the portal, its prominent front tooth peeking through its gray whiskers, and sparse hair swaying gently in the breeze. It was hunched over, with a bulging sack on its back, clearly filled with goods. The system immediately displayed the name of this unexpected visitor, with a friendly green marker that made Fong Shin wary. As a high-level green-named creature, if the Ratman chose to conceal its information, Fong Shin would be unable to discern its rank. This reminded him of the mysterious levels of the ancestor Turtle Mo Ka, the village chief, and the archery instructor. The Ratman took a deep breath, its eyes gleaming with greed. Sniff, sniff, the smell of gold drives me mad. My friend, I surely have the items you need. These are my treasures, guaranteed to captivate you. Fong Shin was no stranger to the profit-driven, deceitful ways of the multiverse merchants. He knew the tricks of the Ratman clan well. First, they would present flashy but useless goods to tempt customers into spending. Once the customer was short on funds, they'd offer practical items, and finally, unveil rare treasures. When you couldn't resist signing an overpriced contract and found yourself unable to pay, you'd end up working for them indefinitely. Fong Shin chuckled and decided to take the initiative. Squeak. You'll pay for your words. Despite the menacing tone, the name above his head still glowed with gentle green light. The tactic worked. The Ratman instantly became alert, its beady eyes wide with suspicion, and it instinctively curled up. It cautiously eyed Fong Shin and said, "All tunnels lead to the Ratmouse City." This was a formal friendly greeting in Ratman culture. Fong Shin felt a sense of triumph, finally able to use the information gap brought by his rebirth. He placed his hands behind his back, feigning profundity, and said calmly, "You're just a minor merchant from the Scully family. Your goods don't interest me at all." The Ratman was even more surprised and tentatively asked, "You know of the great gray-skinned lord, the pride of our Scully family?" This series of interactions filled Fong Shin with an inexplicable excitement. As a reborn individual, he finally found a chance to showcase his advantage. This feeling was more thrilling than simply spending money to brute force his way through challenges. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming exchanges, ready to fully leverage his foreknowledge. "Bring out your best goods, or you'll lose the chance to trade with me," Fong Shin said coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife directed at the Ratman vendor. A flicker of panic crossed the Ratman's eyes before he plastered on a sly smile and launched into a tale about a so-called tragic love story. Fong Shin, however, was not fooled by this act. He raised his hand to interrupt the Ratman's performance, inwardly mocking the tactic. It was a common trick among rat traders. They would fabricate grandiose origins for ordinary items and embellish them with bizarre and touching stories, transforming mundane objects into precious treasures. Their storytelling prowess could put even the wandering bards to shame. As for the truthfulness of these stories, they were about as genuine as exaggerated health supplement commercials on TV. Unwilling to listen to any more meaningless chatter, Fong Shin stated directly, "I need information about this pendant." The rat man showed a hint of displeasure but forced a smile and said, "Of course, but remember, the value of an item is not always apparent." With a wave of his hand, the pendant's system information appeared before Fong Shin. Exquisite gemstone gold pendant. Tier 3 green. Necklace. Endurance 1. Special effect. Premium neck. Makes your neck appear valuable. Fong Shin chuckled inwardly. From its attributes, this item was nothing more than junk among the junkyard. Yet, he knew there were always people who would fall for the ratman's flowery words and end up buying such historically rich artifacts. Seeing Fong Shin's expressionless face, the ratman panicked slightly and quickly said, "Not satisfied with the pendant? No worries, take a look at this one, a rare piece I acquired with great effort." Fong Shin remained silent, pulling out a coin. It wasn't an ordinary coin, but a special one inscribed with 10 billion. He flicked it with his fingers, sending it spinning into the air and catching it with a crisp, bing sound. Repeating this a few times, the coin moved up and down, producing a pleasing sound. The ratman's eyes widened, muttering, "Tunnel, tunnel below, 10 billion coins." With a flip of his hand, the 10 billion coin vanished. Fong Shin said coldly, "This is your last chance. Show me your best, or I won't trade with you again. That would be something you'd regret for the rest of your life." The ratman's expression shifted, cursing inwardly. Damn Ascension war protection rules. Yet he forced a smile and said, "We ratmen honor every transaction and are reputable merchants, not thieves." He carefully took out a crystal. The crystal was naturally formed, presenting a perfect rhombus from any angle, emitting a mysterious and noble purple glow. The ratman squinted, scrutinizing Fong Shin suspiciously. "It's strange, a human from Blue Star, newly integrated into the Ascension War, yet you know much about us ratmen and the great Greyhide Lord. You even possess 10 billion coins, but that's beyond a small merchant like me to ponder. To live longer, I won't disclose this. I just want a fair deal." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I'll give you a 20 discount on this item, selling it to you for 10 billion coins, just to make friends." Fong Shin, expressionless, coldly replied, 1 billion coins. "That's impossible," the rat man exclaimed, but seeing Fong Shin turn to leave, he quickly shouted, "Wait, 1 billion coins deal? I'm losing everything here." Though ratmen might use tricks before a trade, they were absolutely honest during the transaction. The exchange was swift, with money and goods changing hands efficiently. Fong Shin accepted the crystal, and the system immediately displayed the name of the mysterious item. A slight smile played on his lips, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The 6th level purple skill crystal is an essential item for upgrading skill levels beyond level 3. This mysterious crystal contains the power of the universe's fundamental rules. Fong Shin glanced over the items the merchant displayed. A yellow tier 5 armor engraved with a snake pattern, reflecting a faint glow. 3 lumps of mithril or with tear-like patterns, shimmering with a metallic luster. And a bone statue exuding an aura of darkness that sent chills down his spine. Fong Shin shook his head decisively, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, the merchant immediately put on an enthusiastic expression. "All right, you're a valued customer, my friend. Although I'm just a small merchant, you know that my family, the Scully Familius, one of the 4 great rat families." He lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "Our family's treasury is filled with countless treasures beyond compare. Once I wrap up a few deals here on Blue Star, I'll report this to the family elders." The merchant's eyes darted as he tentatively asked, "I just wonder, my friend, do you have enough gold coins? You know, I need to assess." Before he could finish, a coin worth 100 billion gold sprang from Fong Shin's fingertips, spinning in the air with a crisp, melodious sound. The merchant's eyes lit up instantly, and he stammered excitedly, "By the tunnels of Gudu, I swear on my hair, the Scully family will be your most loyal partner, your best trading ally." Fong Shin chuckled lightly, "I hope so." Just then, the merchant's expression suddenly grew serious. "However, my friend, it seems you have some trouble." Fong Shin remained calm, turning to look over his shoulder. Not far away, a group of burly men with fierce expressions was approaching. The leader, who had completed a first-level upgrade, stood 2 meters tall and had a physique like a human tank, exuding a powerful aura. The fact that this group could move freely in the wilderness indicated their considerable strength. The tank-like leader approached with a broad smile. "Brother, don't misunderstand. Please don't misunderstand. We're just here to have a look, just a look." One of his lackeys suddenly spoke up. "Boss, he's alone, and aren't we supposed to?" He was cut off by a fierce glare from the tank leader, which made him shiver and immediately shut his mouth. The tank leader turned to Fong Shin, his smile growing more amiable. Brother, are you doing business with this big rat? We also want to make a deal with this big rat. Haha, that's all. Big rat. The merchant exploded with anger. That's an insult to the rat people. Utterly disrespectful. Fong Shin watched this familiar scene unfold, silently turned, and walked away, leaving behind a tense atmosphere ready to erupt. Fong Shin stood at a crossroads of skill enhancement, his gaze lingering between two sixth-tier purple skills. After a moment of contemplation, he made his choice. A skill crystal dissolved into light in his hand, and 4.8 million gold coins along with 48 million experience points vanished. In an instant, the skill level of consecutive normal punch leaped from level 3 to level 4. On the skill panel, the data updated accordingly. 6th tier purple, level 4, active skill. The energy consumed per punch decreased from 9 to 8 points. The single hit damage increase rose from 12 to 13, and the duration extended from 3 seconds to 5 seconds, with effects continuing to stack linearly. Fong Shin understood well that this seemingly ordinary technique held immense potential. Despite its impressive real damage, it wasn't a cure-all, which is why he focused on developing single-target skills. The most crucial improvement with this upgrade was the extended duration. An additional 2 seconds could be the key to turning the tide in life-or-death battles. However, looking at the 300 billion gold coins in his storage, Fong Shin couldn't help but feel a bit wistful. The improvement bought with 150 million gold coins seemed insignificant in the face of such vast resources. He sighed and retrieved 2 fourth-tier blue chests from his storage space. A system prompt appeared. Opening the chest requires 2,000 gold coins. Confirm? Additionally, spending 20,000 gold coins allows you to change the chest contents, with a chance to upgrade the tier or receive extra rewards. Fong Shin confirmed without hesitation and activated the change function. Gold coins flowed like water, and the items within the chests kept changing. A saying flashed through his mind. One change, wife is gone. One change, wealth abounds. One change, end it all. These words vividly depicted the harshness of the Padoan system. Fortunately, Fong Shin's ample gold reserves countered his bad luck. After spending tens of millions of gold coins, the 2 chests finally yielded 2 fifth-tier yellow items, a long-handled scythe, and a rare ring. The system prompt sounded again. Your sovereign's ring 10th tier pink has devoured the black gold ghost scythe 5th tier yellow, 2-handed scythe, gaining 200 growth points. Your sovereign's ring 10th tier pink has devoured the hibiscus ring 5th tier yellow, ring, gaining 200 growth points. Your sovereign's ring 10th tier pink has gained 3,000 growth points and advanced to the next stage. As the system notification ended, the sovereign's ring on Fong Shin's finger erupted with intense black light, as if it were about to consume everything around it. At that moment, the ring's attributes underwent a qualitative leap. Fong Shin stared at the semi-transparent equipment panel before him, dumbfounded once more by the attributes of the Killing Crown ring. The growth rate of this 10th tier pink ring was astonishing. Even in its second stage, all additional attributes had nearly doubled. The agility bonus of the ring soared from 10 to 20, and the activation chance for all attack effects also doubled. The special effect, Gift of Liberation, now provided a 20 critical hit chance and 100 critical damage, while Cruel Intent increased damage to targets with less than 35 health by 60. The accompanying skills had also been significantly enhanced. The range of Blink Assault expanded to 15 meters, and the duration of the attack speed boost extended to 8 seconds. Ruthless Fury still granted 500 points of rage instantly, but its cooldown reduction was now even more pronounced. Fong Shin murmured to himself, I thought I was used to overpowered and out-off-the-league equipment. The Killing Crown ring seemed to silently reply, No, you are not. This incredible growth rate made Fong Shin question whether his 300 years of life experience had become obsolete. He couldn't help but think of the 8 islands and 8 brilliant pink pillars of light that vanished into the clouds that day, pondering silently that the existence of 10th tier pink equipment seemed to transcend logic, representing a force capable of shattering the rules. Although Fong Shin had never encountered 9th tier equipment in either his past or present life, he had reason to believe that even 9th tier attributes couldn't compare to those of 10th tier gear. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, clearly understanding that such considerations were not relevant to his current situation. The attribute enhancements of the Killing Crown ring were indeed astonishing, but Fong Shin knew this was merely the beginning. His gaze refocused on the equipment panel, ready to delve deeper into the other changes of this divine artifact. Fong Shin studied the ring's secondary skill intently, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The skill, named Rage Surge, not only grants him 500 rage points instantly, but more importantly, it perfectly compensates for his critical weakness, the combat power vacuum period. Each physical critical hit reduces the skill's cooldown time, making it seem tailor-made for Fong Shin. A smile crept onto his lips as he began to imagine how to harness this skill to enhance his combat prowess. Fong Shin was well aware that during the time he acted alone until he could manifest his first tangible killing intent, his combat power was at its lowest. Each attack only generated one rage point, and it required 100 rage points to manifest a single killing intent, making the process long and perilous. He shuddered at the thought of being ambushed by high-level aberrations during this period, realizing how vulnerable he would be. The emergence of Rage Surge was like a beacon of hope in the darkness, paving a direct path to safety for Fong Shin. Although the skill's cooldown time was as long as an hour, it would undoubtedly become his trump card, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Over the next 5 days, Fong Shin embarked on a challenging yet wondrous journey. For the first 3 days, torrential rain poured down, and the slippery ground and obscured vision posed significant challenges to his progress. Yet, Fong Shin gritted his teeth, persevering step by step through the remote forest. In the 2 days following the rain, the sky cleared, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Fong Shin's steps became lighter, though he remained ever vigilant. Along the way, he traversed a forest teeming with giant spider webs. The sticky silk almost obscured his entire view, forcing Fong Shin to navigate carefully, wary of disturbing the lurking behemoths. Subsequently, he encountered a pack of one-eyed giant wolves. These ferocious creatures eyed Fong Shin menacingly, but with his agile moves and superb combat skills, he managed to defuse the crisis successfully. In the latter part of his journey, Fong Shin arrived at a breathtaking grassland. Blue phosphorescence rippled under the night sky, and countless morning glories swayed gently in the breeze, as if he had stepped into a dreamlike world. Finally, after 5 days of trekking, Fong Shin reached the ocean's edge. The vast expanse of blue water shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, waves crashing against the shore's rocks with a thunderous roar. Standing there, Fong Shin couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions as he reflected on this journey filled with challenges and adventures. The slightly murky seawater gently flowed over the coarse, yellow-brown sand, while tilted umbrellas and toppled white plastic beach chairs silently told the tale of an unusual summer. Fong Shin stood in this once bustling resort area, his gaze sweeping over the crab holes scattered across the beach, as his thoughts drifted to memories of a past life. 5 years ago, the Ascension War broke out, and Fong Shin had already risen to a second-tier Ascension master. His base was in a nearby refuge, where he witnessed firsthand the fierce attack of a mutant crab army. That day, countless crabs swarmed the shore like a tide, but fortunately, humanity had developed enough strength to barely fend off the invasion. During the subsequent counterattack, Fong Shin led a team into the shallow sea and was shocked to discover that it had become a crab nest. Everywhere he looked, there were mutant crabs of various forms. Their sheer numbers were terrifying. Eventually, they realized that what they had repelled was just a fraction of the enemy, and the true crab army numbered in the billions. After the mutant crabs landed en masse, the human refuges near the coast were almost entirely wiped out, forcing the survivors to retreat to a few super-large refuges. Over the following years, humanity engaged in a desperate struggle against the mutant crabs. Although humans eventually emerged victorious, the cost was devastating. However, the fruits of victory were also abundant. In the coastal areas, humans discovered countless resources, which not only compensated for the war losses, but also propelled an overall leap in development speed. The sea area where Fong Shin now stood was the most resource-rich and likely the origin of the mutant crabs. Fong Shin's mission was clear: to complete the second-tier Ascension task, while thoroughly cutting off the source of the mutant crabs. This resource-rich plain had been designated as the territory of Qiming, and he would leave no hidden dangers. Every move Fong Shin made was meticulously calculated to achieve multiple goals. At that moment, a short young man in the watchtower of a nearby refuge exclaimed, "Boss, come look. Someone's entered the restricted area, and they seem pretty strong." The boss sneered, picking up binoculars to observe. "Another fool has taken the bait. Those rumors about treasures in the sea are just traps to send people to their deaths. Let me see which idiot it is this time." Fong Shin keenly sensed the distant gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had once been stationed at this refuge in his past life. He couldn't help but wonder if any familiar faces were among those observers. However, after witnessing the tragedy of human extinction, those memories seemed veiled, blurred. The events once shared now felt like floating sheets of transparent white paper in Fong Shin's mind, both familiar and strange. This emotion arises because Fong Shin lives solely for one belief in this life. Boom. A mutated crab emerged from a damp sandy hole, waving its massive red claw and smashing it against the concrete embankment, leaving a large dent. This was a Tier 2 mutant red claw crab, an elite-level creature. Level 25, a nightmare for those with OCD due to its asymmetry, with one claw being enormous and the other nearly invisible. It belongs to the class of Malacostraca, order Decapita, a type of crustacean with a thick armored shell, making it a formidable opponent among mutant beasts. The mutant red claw crab scuttled sideways towards Fong Shin, its giant claw cutting through the air with a fierce momentum. A transparent mantis mark appeared on the crab's head as Fong Shin leaped up and stomped down. The crab tried to block the attack with its giant claw, but the moment Fong Shin's black bull boots made contact, the crab's entire body shattered into pieces. A massive damage number exploded out, showing Fong Shin's attack exceeded 200,000 damage. Logically, Fong Shin's attack should have only broken the giant claw. So why did the mutant beast die instantly? The reason is simple. After humans became data-driven, their attacks couldn't be judged by conventional physical rules. According to legend, there's a power called the mystic eyes of death perception, which can see the lines of life and death on objects. Cutting along these lines would cause anything to die instantly. Human attacks have a similar effect. No matter which part of a creature is hit, if the damage surpasses the creature's life value, it results in immediate death. You have slain a Tier 2 mutant red claw crab, elite, gaining 7,540 experience points and 260 gold coins. Fong Shin's action of killing the mutant crab seemed to trigger something. The once peaceful beach suddenly swarmed with countless mutant crabs, kicking up a storm of sand. These armored creatures with natural weapons charged at Fong Shin, only to be swiftly turned into his gold and experience. You have slain a Tier 2 mutant red claw crab, elite, gaining 7,266 experience points and 242 gold coins. You have slain a Tier 2 mutant red claw crab, normal, gaining 2,010 experience points and 85 gold coins. Killing intent was manifest in various forms: water-soaked ropes, steaming baskets, iron pots. These mutant crabs rocketed down the path to death. Despite the seemingly large number of mutant crabs on the beach, there were only a few thousand. Under Fong Shin's efficient slaughter, the entire beach was silent in less than 5 minutes, leaving only 2 Tier 2 white chests lying on the sand. My god, what kind of monster is this? Is he human, ghost, or god? On the watchtower, a large and small figure stood frozen in shock, completely petrified. Those terrifying mutant crabs were cleared by just one person. Is this really something a human can do? No, I must report this immediately. You stay here and watch his actions. Such a powerful and frightening person is too dangerous. If he harbors hostility towards our sanctuary. The larger figure dared not continue the thought and hurriedly left the watchtower. In the ocean, Fong Shin experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom. His body seemed to merge with the seawater, and every movement was effortless and unrestrained. He somersaulted quickly through the water, yet moved with a slow, graceful elegance, like a natural sea spirit. The blessing skill worth 100 billion gold coins truly lives up to its name. Fong Shin thought with delight as he once again confirmed the details of the ocean's heart blessing. Thrilled by the ocean's acknowledgement, a question suddenly emerged in his mind. What kind of water body qualifies as an ocean? Why didn't this extraordinary ability activate in rivers? Choosing not to dwell on it, Fong Shin decided to delve deeper into this mysterious water realm. With a 50 speed boost, he moved like a phantom through the water, swiftly diving toward the seabed. On the ocean floor, lush seaweed swayed like a green forest. Gravel occasionally kicked up, and massive rocks shot out at times, silently hinting at hidden dangers. Undeterred, Fong Shin swam directly into this eerie area. He was convinced that wild treasure chests must be hidden within this seaweed thicket. Otherwise, how could the crabs here have mutated so remarkably in just 5 years, with their numbers surpassing 1 billion? Just then, a figure even faster than Fong Shin suddenly approached. Faced with this unexpected creature, Fong Shin remained unusually calm. The green name displayed by the system indicated that this was a friendly visitor. Level 50. With 23 million health points, this was a female orca, independent and curious, preferring solitude and hunting alone. She was powerful and beautiful, a gem of her pod. Her sleek body, with a stark contrast between her black back and white belly, was elegantly striking. Her prominent white eye patches and rounded head gave this ocean queen an endearing appearance. Though orcas are ocean rulers, there are no records of wild orcas harming humans. On the contrary, they show a keen interest in and friendliness towards humans. This unusual closeness has led many to speculate that in ancient times, there might have been a special connection between humans and orcas. While orcas can pass down memories through generations, humans have long forgotten this link. After the Ascension War, this theory gained strong support. Just as Qin Tian's red-crowned cranes and the security forces guard dogs, orcas became valuable allies to humans. Animals contracted by humans are referred to as contract beasts, while those uncontracted with green names are called spirit beasts. The female orca circled Fong Shin, occasionally touching him with her short snout, expressing a joyful demeanor. A fifth deer-named creature just delivered itself to me. Fong Shin couldn't help but touch his handsome face, feeling secretly proud. In his previous life, contracting a fifth-tier spirit beast was as challenging as winning the favor of a goddess. Now, such an opportunity had unexpectedly presented itself, leaving him overjoyed. Once, a fifth-tier Lord-class goat's spiritual beast appeared, causing a sensation. Countless people vied for its favor, going as far as to spend their fortunes on rare plants as fodder to gain its affection. However, this proud goat eventually left without a word, leaving a trail of broken hearts. This fiasco left many unable to love, becoming a painful lesson. Fong Shin, faced with such a situation, felt slightly touched. He understood well that reality often proves harsher than imagination. Those goddesses worshipped by many might be insignificant in the eyes of others. He decisively declined the opportunity to have a fifth-tier named creature as his contracted beast, yet couldn't help but feel like a callous heartbreaker. Shaking his head, Fong Shin cast aside these distracting thoughts and focused on the task at hand. He gracefully swam toward the sea, a grass-covered seabed, vigilantly observing his surroundings. This uncharted water held countless dangers, ready to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, a seemingly calm patch of seagrass exploded, and countless jagged seaweeds lunged at Fong Shin like blades. He reacted swiftly, manifesting a barrier of intent around him that easily deflected the frenzied seaweeds. Killed mutant jagged seaweed tier 2, elite. Gained 8,804 experience points, 260 gold. Killed mutant jagged seaweed tier 2, elite. Gained 7,822 experience points, 198 gold. The system notifications chimed in succession, and Fong Shin's combat rhythm quickened. The number of seaweeds far exceeded expectations. While they seemed inconspicuous when coiled, they expanded to cover the sky when unfurled. Even with 30 manifestations of intent working simultaneously, they struggled to keep up with the production speed of the mutant seaweeds. Fong Shin remained unfazed and began to unleash his ultimate skill. 100 splits, 100 splits, 100 splits. His attacks flowed seamlessly, each strike incredibly precise. The manifested intent continuously supplied slaughter energy, making his skill usage appear effortless. Between the 100 splits, he interspersed regular attacks, showcasing awe-inspiring combat prowess. As a peak expert, Fong Shin's skill usage had reached perfection. His 100 splits flowed like mercury, one punch following another without the slightest pause. Each second unleashed maximum output, with continuous damage numbers rising like the most popular live stream chat. Dozens of lawnmowers formed by condensed intent rampaged across the seabed, and the mutant seaweeds were no match for Fong Shin. However, the crisis was far from over. The seabed harbored more than just these seaweeds. Suddenly, the seagrass whipped violently, releasing countless black particles that formed an eerie black tornado, rushing straight at Fong Shin. In a split second, Fong Shin executed Phantom Charge, transforming into a shadow and leaving an illusion in his place. In the blink of an eye, the illusion was enveloped by layers of black particles, while the real Fong Shin had safely escaped. Countless tiny bubbles burst audibly through the seawater, reaching Fong Shin's ears. Black particles exploded, releasing a dark green liquid that rapidly diffused in the water. Instantly, a flurry of damage numbers appeared, and the lower-tier illusions produced by phantom charges were instantly obliterated, as they couldn't inherit the class traits. While the black particles didn't deal much damage individually, their sheer number could quickly accumulate to terrifying levels. However, to Fong Shin, it was nothing more than a tickle. After quickly analyzing the attack pattern of the black particles, he plunged into the seaweed forest without hesitation, harvesting the mutated seaweed as if he were cutting through wheat. Countless black particles adhered to Fong Shin, yet they couldn't impede his progress. These pitiful attacks were completely ineffective, unable even to reduce his equipment's durability. Fong Shin became the primary target of the mutated seaweed, but he remained unfazed. Instead, he utilized the manifested killing intent skill to rapidly replenish any losses through sheer willpower. The system notifications flashed continuously. You have killed a level 2 elite mutant sawtooth kelp, earning 8,804 experience points and 260 gold. You have killed a level 2 elite mutant sawtooth seaweed, earning 7,822 experience points and 198 gold. With the coordinated efforts of hundreds of reapers formed by manifested killing intent, the entire seabed was thoroughly cleared, as if shaved clean by a powerful electric razor. The mutated seaweed and kelp were completely wiped out. All that remained on the seabed was a thick layer of silt, giant oysters over a meter in diameter, and crab holes of various sizes. Suddenly, a cloud of sand was kicked up, and countless mutated crabs scurried out of their burrows in a frantic escape. Surprisingly, they didn't attack Fong Shin, but instead fled in all directions in a panic. Fong Shin's gaze fixed on the largest crab hole at the center of the seabed, as if anticipating something. The next moment, 8 massive pincers thrust out from the seabed. Unlike the rough exterior of ordinary crabs, these were smooth as mirrors, with edges sharp as blades, glinting with a chilling light. Sand and silt flew as a colossal black crab, the size of a 16-wheeled truck, emerged sideways. Its 8 scissor-like pincers were as sharp as precision industrial tools, seemingly capable of slicing through even the toughest steel. With a single pincer, it effortlessly snipped a jet ski in half, showcasing its formidable power. The system displayed. Level 48. Health 8,900,000. Fong Shin mused silently. The crab species, once clad in tough shells and seemingly mighty, could only survive by scavenging waste. Their humble existence ultimately led them to become a delicacy on human tables. Now, through mutation and evolution, the crab species have risen to become oceanic overlords, evolving from eating garbage to consuming sand. However, the Mohawk fat man shouted in anger, his chubby cheeks quivering with rage. Do you think that's possible? Those mutant crabs over there are all second tier in strength. Do you know what that means? Even with my entire Bataillon squad, we might not be able to take down just one. And now you're telling me someone killed thousands of them in a few minutes. His face flushed red, eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Huh, Sume, do your people have a problem with me? If they do, just say it. I'm not unreasonable, King Emoshi. If they can beat me in a duel, we can talk about anything, right? The tall sentry and the short sentry exchanged a wary glance. It dawned on them that Wang Emoshi was using this as an opportunity to make things difficult for Sume. No wonder he had been so calm when the news was first reported and had gathered his key people on the way, had this intention all along. A middle-aged man in black stepped forward, furious, and shouted sternly, "How dare you? Who do you think you are?" However, his words were cut off by a slender, fair hand. Sume's full lips curved into an inviting smile, her voice sweet as honey. "Wang Emoshi, Master Wang, you're a first-tier elite now. Why bother with two minor figures?" The Mohawk fat man unabashedly let his greedy eyes roam over Sume's seductive figure, accentuated by her tight leather armor. He chuckled, "Everyone's watching now. If these two fools make a fool of me and I don't send them to meet their maker, where's my dignity? A first-tier elite should not be insulted. Unless, Sume, you intend to protect these two sentries." His gaze roamed over Sume's body with shameless lasciviousness, as if trying to strip her bare. "Not impossible, haha. As long as you agree to be my first wife, I'll spare them. Surely you, Sume, care about the lives of your subordinates." Wang Emoshi's words put Sume in a tight spot. At that moment, dozens of black-clad men behind Sume shouted in unison, "How dare you? A toad lusting after a swan. Do you think a lowlife like you can lay a finger on Our Lady?" They quickly formed a human wall in front of Sume. Wang Emoshi's eyes turned icy, his voice filled with menace. "You think a bunch of level 8 and level 9 weaklings can stop me?" Sume pondered silently. "I didn't expect this fat man to be so decisive. Our numbers are about equal, but his first-tier strength far surpasses ordinary people. If it comes to a fight, we'll suffer a heavy loss. I need to find a way to stall him, wait for reinforcements, and then, with our superior numbers." Just as Sume was about to speak, Wang Emo, she suddenly chuckled. "Why wait for another day? Let's have an open-air wedding right now in a special bridal chamber." With that, he drew a spiked club and advanced on Sume with a sinister look. Scenes like this were common in various shelters. Those people didn't care about the floods outside. They only cared about the power struggle within the shelters. As long as they controlled the shelter, gold and equipment would pour in, and they could become emperors within, doing whatever they pleased, indulging in hedonistic pleasures. Facing Wang Emoshi's aggressive advance, Sume racked her brain but couldn't come up with a good plan. In the face of absolute power, all her previous tactics seemed laughable and powerless. At that moment, Sume's eyes lit up as she pointed behind the Mohawk guy. "Delu, is that the person you saw earlier?" The Mohawk guy frowned, incredulously asking, "Which person? Is there really someone who can kill a mutated crab?" He recalled his arrogance after advancing to the first tier and his crushing defeat when challenging a tier 2 mutated crab. 3 members of the Bataillon squad had been lost, and they barely escaped. Killing a mutated crab alone? It sounded like a fairy tale. With skepticism, the Mohawk guy turned around, and the sight left him speechless. On the beach, marked as a forbidden zone, a human man was battling a giant black crab. The crab looked like a monster from a movie, and the man was standing on its shell, repeatedly punching its 8 metallic claws. Each punch came with a deafening roar. The man's movements weren't swift, but he managed to dodge lethal claw attacks at the last moment, as if dancing on the edge of death. This level of combat was beyond the Mohawk guy's understanding, and he watched, stunned. Snapping back to reality, the Mohawk guy suppressed his shock and sneered. "Even if they're not lying, so what? I have to get this done today. Sume, what other tricks do you have?" But when he turned, with a predatory look in his eyes, he found Sume had disappeared. "Ah," he roared in frustration. "Who is this guy, ruining my plans?" The Mohawk guy glared at the battlefield on the beach and noticed an exciting detail: the mysterious warrior was also just a first-tier advancement. Although he couldn't see the black crab's stats, he could clearly discern the man's life tier. How much difference can there be between first-tier advancements? He pondered. The mutated crab is formidable, but maybe he just used a one-time skill. If I watch from the sidelines and swoop in afterward, I can't lose. That guy must have some valuable items on him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Sumei is still in the sanctuary. She can't escape. I'll deal with this first-tier guy first. He surveyed the area, confident in his plan, and ordered, Batian squad, follow me. Let's meet this so-called first-tier warrior. A shrill pig squeal sounded as the Mohawk guy mounted a wild boar and led the Batian squad charging forward. Two sentries left behind exchanged glances. The short one looked puzzled. Do you think that Wang Fatty is going to his death? The tall sentry mused. Maybe. This is what we call overconfidence. Oh, I get it, the short one suddenly realized. I must avoid getting overconfident in the future. Suddenly gaining unimaginable power and not getting overconfident is hard. The tall one sighed. Meanwhile, the battle on the beach intensified. Fong Shin's fists continuously pounded the black crab's shell, causing earth-shattering booms. However, there were no damage numbers appearing, which was perplexing. The downside of true damage was finally evident. It only took effect when hitting the mutated beast's body, forcibly reducing its life points. Against this giant crab with its tough shell, Fong Shin's attacks seemed to be at an impasse. Fong Shin's attack landed on the crystal shell of the black crystal creator, as if striking a solid building, unable to inflict real damage. Nevertheless, his powerful assault shattered the creature's crystalline armor. However, the gigantic beast continuously devoured the surrounding sand, repairing the damaged shell at an astonishing speed, almost instantly restoring it to its original state, rendering Fong Shin's efforts nearly futile. Suddenly, countless tiny, sharp crystals erupted from within the creature, instantly destroying Fong Shin's manifested killing intent, rendering it ineffective. Simultaneously, the monster's 8 blade-like pincers attacked Fong Shin with unpredictable trajectories, intent on taking his life. The battle turned into a grueling stalemate. Fong Shin knew that defeating this crab-like creature was only a matter of time. He needed to wait for the critical breakthrough moment. With his extensive combat experience, Fong Shin remained calm and confidently dealt with each assault. Fong Shin mused that if they were in the sea, with the blessing of the heart of the ocean, he could have swiftly taken down this black crystal creator. However, this mutated crab had surprisingly chosen to crawl ashore, perhaps because the sand on land was more to its liking. This move by the land-craving mutated crab was indeed beyond Fong Shin's expectations. As the battle raged on, part of Fong Shin's attention was inadvertently drawn to the commotion around the battlefield. With the corner of his eye, he scanned the surroundings and noticed a fat man riding a pig gradually approaching the battlefield. The figure moved from 500 meters to 3,000 meters, then to 1,000 meters, and finally closed in to 500 meters. Fong Shin remained expressionless, his eyes as calm as water. With a slight flick of his fingers, a pig knife, formed from condensed killing intent, appeared out of thin air and shot forward. The blade traced a comet-like red streak in the air, its brilliance dazzling. In the next moment, the sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed repeatedly, swish, 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 as if cutting effortlessly through paper bags. All members of the Batian squad collapsed in an instant, scattering lifelessly on the ground, their life force extinguished completely. The Mohican fat man fell heavily to the ground like a sack of rags, staring blankly with lifeless eyes. This once ambitious ruler of the sanctuary was effortlessly slain, his grand dreams vanishing into thin air. He never expected to die so easily, like an insignificant speck of dust. In the ongoing 300-year-long Ascension War, human relationships have become exceedingly complex. On one hand, comrades might share deep bonds, willing to live and die together. On the other, strangers are as distant as the ends of the earth, especially when encountered in the wild. If someone is fighting a monster and a stranger approaches, it is often seen as a threat with malicious intent. Without a clear plea for help, the person in combat has every right to eliminate the approaching stranger immediately. Having endured the entire war, Fong Shin, a seasoned veteran, had ingrained this survival rule into his very being. When he noticed the Mohican fat man's group entering within 500 meters, he did not hesitate to launch a thunderous strike. Such vigilance and decisiveness are habits every survivor must cultivate. The bodies of the Batian squad lay scattered in the distance, and Fong Shin didn't spare them a second glance. Defeating them was effortless, barely requiring any energy. Now, his full attention was on the black crystal creator before him. Suddenly, the black crystal creator paused its sand-eating motion for a mere 0.1 seconds. An almost imperceptible shockwave rippled across its crystalline shell. Fong Shin's eyes narrowed, recognizing the pivotal moment had arrived. He unleashed a manifestation of killing intent, with countless sharp conical crystals raining down upon him like a storm. Yet, this fierce assault left Fong Shin unscathed. Simultaneously, under his precise control, 5 manifestations of killing intent remained perfectly intact. The critical threshold had been breached, and the scales of victory began to tip in Fong Shin's favor. With a thunderous crash, Fong Shin's fists came down like lightning. The impenetrable crystalline shell of the mutant crab shattered under the fierce impact, black sand surging like a tide, but failing to mend the fatal breach. The grayish-blue body hidden beneath the crystals was instantly exposed. A gleam flashed in Fong Shin's eyes as he seized the fleeting opportunity. Utilizing his blink assault to accelerate, his fists transformed into a superpowered pile driver, creating a blur of punching shadows. This wasn't due to the sheer speed of his attack, but rather his well-honed technique and unique exertion of force. Then, Fong Shin's materialization abilities erupted in full force. Soaked ropes, drills, nails, various manifested weapons appeared in quick succession, launching a brutal assault on the mutant crab. Under this torrential attack, the life value of the black crystal maker flowed away like water from a burst faucet. Reflecting on the terror of this mutant crab, its 8 scissor-like pincers capable of omnidirectional attacks, its incredibly tough outer crystalline shell, and its large-scale conical crystal AoE attack with almost no prelude. A normal human would likely pay a heavy price to defeat it. However, it had the misfortune of encountering Fong Shin, sealing its fate. As the final blow landed, a system notification sounded. You have slain a Tier 4 Lord-level creature, with a kill contribution greater than 99. Your Tier 2 Ascension quest progress is now 45. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Fong Shin dove back into the sea. This vast seabed surely held other Tier 4 Lord-level mutant beasts. During his search, he casually shattered a few giant oysters over a meter long. Although he made no major discoveries, these oysters were more akin to mysterious loot boxes. Fong Shin recalled that in a past life, someone had found black pearls that increased attributes in these oysters, while others, less fortunate, encountered deadly sea urchins or aggressive soft-bodied creatures, meeting their end on the spot. At that moment, a flamboyant starfish over 12 meters in diameter entered Fong Shin's view. The system displayed. Level 50. Health 20 million. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Excerpt from the Echinoderm Manifesto. This mutant starfish, with its daunting name, was clearly a formidable adversary. It had inherited the excellent genes of echinoderms, possessing the ability to regenerate through splitting, allowing up to 5 colorful starfish to exist on the battlefield simultaneously. Coupled with its staggering 20 million health points, its difficulty was truly terrifying. However, such creatures lacking a strong single-target burst were precisely Fong Shin's specialty. Although the toxic vapor emitter posed significant challenges, it ultimately failed to deliver a fatal blow. After a grueling battle, this Lord-level mutant starfish followed in the footsteps of the Black Crystal Maker, becoming sustenance for Fong Shin and dropping a Tier 4 blue chest. The system chimed again. You have slain a Tier 4 Lord-level creature, with a kill contribution greater than 99. Your Tier 2 Ascension quest progress is now 55. Fong Shin took a deep breath of seawater, feeling a surge of excitement. Finally, the long-awaited moment of Tier 2 Ascension was about to arrive. Fong Shin completed the second tier upgrade task, defeating 5 4th-tier Lord-level creatures, with each kill contributing over 99. As the last Lord-level creature fell, a system notification echoed in his mind, announcing that he had surpassed the level 30 cap. In an instant, Fong Shin felt an extraordinary lightness envelop his entire body, as if years of shackles had been lifted and useless genetic impurities were completely removed. His blood surged like a river, giving rise to an unprecedented vitality. On a microscopic level, his genetic pairing reached unparalleled perfection, with every ounce of energy being utilized efficiently. Fong Shin's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His skin became as smooth and delicate as fine jade, his bones as strong as refined steel, unbreakable. Most striking was his hair. Once black strands began transforming, shimmering with an indescribable noble quality, reminiscent of the angelic wings in Diablo 3. These radiant strands were a hallmark of the second-tier upgrade. The system indicated that his mental and spiritual world had been expanded and strengthened, but Fong Shin didn't dwell on it much. He recalled hearing rumors in his past life that the most crucial aspect of the second-tier upgrade was the enhancement of the spiritual realm. Although he didn't feel anything extraordinary, he knew it meant he was one step closer to transcending mortal limits. Fong Shin couldn't help but marvel at his achievement. It was said that the first person to complete a second-tier upgrade in his past life took 3 years. Yet, he had done it in just 1 month, and that too under hell-level difficulty. He had to admit, the power of money was indeed unmatched. However, the changes brought by the second-tier upgrade were not limited to this. A series of system notifications followed, leaving Fong Shin astonished. As the first human to complete the second-tier upgrade, combined with having a first-tier perfect base attribute, each of his base attributes increased by 20 points. This far exceeded the minor boosts typically associated with a second-tier upgrade. Fong Shin immediately felt his intelligence soar, reaching the equivalent of 1.1 Einsteins. More importantly, this attribute enhancement significantly increased his body's adaptability and resilience. It's well known that there are limits to attribute allocation. Among the four main attributes strength, agility, endurance, and vitality, a highest usually cannot exceed 3 times the lowest, or else the body risks losing balance and facing collapse. However, this limit is not fixed but closely tied to the base attributes. The higher your basic attributes, the greater your body's potential, which means your limits can be pushed further. Fong Shin's strength is nearly 10 times his agility, yet there's no risk of his body collapsing because his foundational attributes are perfect, granting him the flawless saintly form. At this moment, Fong Shin gazes at his attribute panel, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. All his basic attributes have reached 30 points, a number that signifies unimaginable potential. The system's prompt sounds timely, explaining the changes after his second-tier advancement. With each level up, you'll gain 6 attribute points. The system's voice is steady and cold. Additionally, your attribute bonuses have increased. The system then details the additional bonuses for each attribute. Every point in strength adds 20 points to attack power. Every point in agility adds 1 point to attack speed, movement speed, and neural reflex speed. Every point in endurance adds 10 points to defense and 1 point to physical damage mitigation. Every point in vitality adds 200 points to health and 1 point to health regeneration. Every point in intelligence adds 0.1 to ailment resistance and 1 point to elemental damage. Mitigation. Fong Shin calculates silently, his brow slightly furrowed. Only 6 levels up? That's less than I expected, he murmurs, his expression somewhat grave. Nearly 1.2 billion experience points, yet it only raised him from level 30 to 36. After the second-tier advancement, the experience required for each level increases exponentially, making each level up exceedingly difficult. Fong Shin recalls the researcher's speculation. The experience required for leveling might be related to potential, career tier, physical age, and other factors. This theory seems to suggest that those with average potential might find it easier to level up and advance more quickly. However, reality harshly shatters this notion. Fong Shin can't be bothered to delve into the reasons any further. He knows well that those with average potential can never undergo high-tier advancement. The true pinnacle powerhouses are invariably those with top-tier potential. Of course, initial aptitude is not everything. History indeed records a few peak powerhouses who were not initially outstanding, but eventually achieved immortal renown. Yet, upon calm analysis, Fong Shin realizes that these people's stories, including his own, are like a bowl of potent and bitter motivational soup. Shaking his head, Fong Shin decides not to dwell on it further and focuses on reviewing his attribute panel. Besides the comprehensive enhancement of his attributes, his talents and class traits have also undergone significant changes with the second-tier advancement. He examines each data point carefully. Level 36, experience 32.6, Tier 2. In terms of talents, aside from the inherent system talent, True Judgment has reached level 10, allowing him to see through all disguises and illusions, immune to all true damage, and inflict 110 additional true damage on attack, capable of critical hits. His class, Slayer of Power and Crowns, has also reached level 10, with even more powerful traits. The Sacrificial Fury trait prohibits him from equipping weapons, but each point of strength provides 100 attack power, and his attack power is increased by 110. Slaughter Energy replaces mana, generating 2 points per attack. Traits like Manifested Killing Intent, Crown of Slaughter, Unwavering, and Chilling Killing Intent have all been enhanced to varying degrees. Fong Shin's gaze lingers on his attribute values. Strength 3861, Agility 481, Endurance 92.4, Vitality 154, Intelligence 40. With various bonuses, these values translate into astonishing combat power. Health 123,200, Maximum Slaughter Energy 4,000, Attack Power 97,272, Additional Attack Speed 20, Defense 2,858. Looking at these numbers, which far exceed those of ordinary people, Fong Shin falls into contemplation. He has always avoided viewing his full attribute panel because these monstrous numbers make him feel out of place in this world. With all these additional attributes, his strength has reached an astonishing level. Invincibility is so lonely. Invincibility is so empty. An old song drifts through Fong Shin's mind. He can't help but check his life tier, confirming he is still only at Tier 2. Even the usually composed Fong Shin feels a bit elated at this moment. Just then, as if in response to Fong Shin's swelling confidence, the entire seabed suddenly begins to shake violently. A rumbling sound resounds, heralding the arrival of a new challenge. The sand and silt overturned as the seabed split open, causing countless low-level mutated sea creatures to flee in a frenzy. Amidst the swirling sands, a massive shadow slowly rose from the ocean floor, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. Suddenly, turbulent water currents appeared all around, sweeping away the sediment and gradually revealing the true form of the gigantic entity. Fong Shin watched the astonishing scene unfold before him without blinking. First, the radar mast gleaming with a silvery sheen came into view, followed by the towering command tower, and then the impossibly wide flight deck. An aircraft carrier was slowly emerging, with sand cascading down its surface like a waterfall. However, this pinnacle of human civilization and military might was astonishingly fused with a gigantic mutated creature resembling a shrimp. It was a mutated hermit crab, using the aircraft carrier as its shell. This shocking sight left Fong Shin's mind in turmoil. The aircraft carrier, once a symbol of humanity's strongest military power, had become part of a mutated beast. He couldn't help but imagine how those of weaker resolve might break down in tears upon witnessing such a scene. A system notification echoed in Fong Shin's mind. Mother Nest Hermit Crababos. Tier 5 True Name Mutated Beast. Level 70. Health 350 million. Trait Unparalleled War Fortress, an extremely powerful Legion class mutated beast. Fong Shin gasped. A total of 350 million health points. This was far beyond the ordinary mutated beasts like Gazelle, having unlocked its evolutionary potential and awakened innate abilities as a true name mutated beast. I'll never allow myself to get overconfident again, not even a little, Fong Shin silently vowed, immediately activating his phantom charge. With the heart of the ocean's support, he teleported 25 meters like a bolt of lightning, decisively executing a strategic retreat. True name mutated beasts possessed the terrifying ability to alter regional weather. As a boss appeared, the entire sea area became violently turbulent, with massive waves crashing unpredictably. The water turned chaotically dangerous, capable of shredding even the strongest individuals to pieces. Fortunately, with the heart of the ocean protecting him, Fong Shin navigated the turbulent waters like a fish, swiftly swimming towards the shore. Thanks to his extensive retreat experience, Fong Shin had already escaped over 100 meters by the time a boss emerged. However, this distance was negligible to the colossal Abbas. With a tremor of its body, countless spindle-shaped smaller hermit crabs surged forth like a rain of arrows, rushing towards Fong Shin. In the blink of an eye, these small creatures were clinging to his back. In a critical moment, Fong Shin activated Phantom Charge once more. With the heart of the ocean's support, the skill's cooldown was significantly reduced, allowing it to be used every 5 seconds. Fong Shin momentarily widened the gap between himself and the spindle-shaped hermit crabs, but they were faster than him, catching up within seconds. Suddenly, 3 damage numbers appeared above Fong Shin's head, and his life shield was significantly diminished. This was one of the special effects of his 6th-tier ring, Invisible Threat, which formed a shield by killing monsters. After enduring 3 attacks, Fong Shin's Phantom Charge finally cooled down. He unhesitatingly activated the skill again, once more increasing the distance from his pursuers. Fong Shin knew all too well that his life shield was useless at this moment. With a kilometer still to the shore and a swarm of torpedo-shaped hermit crabs in relentless pursuit, his situation was becoming increasingly perilous. Just when everything seemed hopeless, a signal came from the luminous strands of hair at the back of his head, and a series of infrasonic waves exploded like thunder. Glancing back, he saw the torpedo-shaped hermit crabs behind him bursting one by one, creating brilliant fireworks in the murky seawater. The tide-hunting princess, a Tier 5 named Mutant, possessed considerable intelligence. She knew she was no match for a boss, and, after blocking several waves of torpedo-shaped hermit crabs for Fong Shin, prepared to retreat with her pod of orcus. Fong Shin exchanged a glance with the tide-hunting princess, silently acknowledging her help. She released a string of colorful bubbles and swiftly led her group away with a flick of her tail fin. The system indicated that these bubbles were a beneficial buff, allowing Fong Shin to blend with his surroundings. As the shore came into view, Fong Shin couldn't help but wonder about the tide-hunting princess's intentions. However, the answer soon became clear. No sooner had Fong Shin reached the shore than a massive shadow appeared on the distant horizon. It was a skeletal demon bird, swooping rapidly toward him. With a steely gaze, Fong Shin ignored his exhaustion and sprinted at full speed toward a nearby shelter. There, diamond-shaped crystals could mask human scent and create illusions, rendering him completely invisible. Time seemed to stretch, each second dragging on interminably. The skeletal demon bird flapped its wings a few times, arriving above Fong Shin, its enormous shadow blotting out the sun, and gray-white deathly energy roiling around it. Fong Shin held his breath, utterly focused, knowing this was his only chance to escape. Fortunately, the skeletal demon bird appeared uninterested in attacking Fong Shin. It swept past him, its target unmistakably the mother nest hermit crababos. Fong Shin thought to himself, mutant beasts, strange creatures, take this time to perform on the stage as you will. Time, after all, is always on my side. Fong Shin agilely leapt onto the watchtower of the sanctuary, his sharp gaze piercing through the distant mist, locking onto the silhouettes of 2 massive creatures. However, the anticipated earth-shattering confrontation did not occur. The skeletal demon bird circled a few times before quietly leaving, and a boss silently slipped into the depths of the ocean. Recalling his past life, Fong Shin noted that a boss was absent when the mutated crabs came ashore. He couldn't help but wonder where this true-named mutant beast had gone. Perhaps it grew weary of the clamor of the land and chose the deeper ocean as its habitat? He shook his head lightly, dismissing these irrelevant thoughts. Focus on leveling up, sprint to level 40, and unlock talent too. Fong Shin silently repeated his next goals. He decided to take a good rest at this sanctuary to prepare for the upcoming challenges. However, the scene before him was a far cry from the sanctuary he remembered. What was once an orderly refuge now resembled a chaotic refugee camp. Fong Shin glanced around, his eyes sweeping over a few familiar faces. Those he looked at quickly averted their eyes, seemingly afraid to meet his gaze. Ignoring the covert glances around him, Fong Shin walked straight into an auto-assembled tent and sank into a dreamless sleep. The next morning, Fong Shin felt refreshed as he pulled back the tent flap, only to find himself surrounded. On the distant city walls, archers were on high alert. Nearby, thousands of melee fighters with similar demeanors had encircled the tent completely. From their disciplined stances, he deduced that this group must be a private army of a prominent family. Fong Shin's appearance heightened the tension within the encirclement, the air thick with a sense of impending conflict. Just then, a graceful woman with a sinuous figure approached him, her sultry body stirring one's blood. "Hello, handsome, you finally came out. I've been waiting for quite a while," she purred in a seductive, captivating voice. Sume, the name stirred up many memories for Fong Shin. Whether as the superstar and president of the Su-style entertainment group before the Ascension War, or as the formidable Widow Rose, a powerful lord of the Su family refuge after the war, he knew her well. Fong Shin clearly remembered her essence. A thorny poison rose with an intense desire for power. After a certain trauma, she became extremely twisted, seducing handsome men only to cruelly kill them after pleasure, like a female mantis. However, in this world, there were many more twisted than her, and Fong Shin paid it little mind. Standing before him now, Sume was still charming but lacked the sickly twisted aura. Fong Shin couldn't help but wonder when exactly she had transformed into the ruthless Widow Rose. Little did he know, some of his seemingly insignificant actions had already begun altering her destiny. "Hey there, handsome," Sume teased, her eyes seductive. "You're quite the looker, just my type. Hope you don't do anything to disappoint me." Around them, men unconsciously swallowed, both envious of Fong Shin for attracting such a beauty and secretly jealous of this powerful stranger. Fong Shin's tone was uncharacteristically gentle. "I'm just passing through this refuge. Don't worry, I'll be gone soon." After all, having fought alongside Su Mei for many years in a past life, he was willing to show some courtesy. "Is that so?" Su Mei pretended to be relieved, patting her chest, causing a ripple effect. "For some reason, I feel drawn to you." Before she could finish, an unexpected change occurred. A crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, only to be deflected effortlessly by Fong Shin's body. Such an attack wasn't even worth his instinctive reaction. In an instant, hundreds drew their weapons, ready for conflict. The archer on the city wall who had misfired fainted in fear, a detail only noticed by Fong Shin. Even Su Mei drew a dagger, her fox-like eyes glinting with tension. Fong Shin shook his head in resignation, pointing to the unconscious archer. "Don't worry, it's fine." With that, he turned and headed towards the exchange crystal, the crowd parting to make way for him. "Hey, handsome," Su Mei followed, pouting. "You're different from other men. You're already special to me. Don't be so cold." This unusual scene left the surrounding bodyguards dumbfounded. The usually proud young lady was actually showing such favor to an outsider? Su Mei continued. "You killed Wang Mashi, who was a trusted aide of the extremist leader Hua Hu. Times have changed, and these extremists are more reckless. Hua Hu won't let this go easily. Do you think you can take on an army?" Fong Shin chuckled internally. First the Blood Wolf King, now Hua Hu. These nicknames are amusing. If they saw a real blood wolf or tiger, they'd probably be scared to death. "State your purpose," Fong Shin said bluntly. "Oh my, so direct," Su Mei's eyes sparkled. "I want to ask you to escort me to the Su family estate. As payment, the Su family will help you deal with Hua Hu. How about it?" "I refuse," Fong Shin replied decisively, then swiftly tied up the chatty Su Mei with rope, a chair, and tape. Su Mei let out a muffled protest, her cheeks flushed, tears brimming, yet she signaled her followers not to intervene. Fong Shin's attention had already shifted to the NPC by the exchange crystal, a Black Moon tribe merchant with the head of a sheep and the body of a human. The system marked it as a green name, but Fong Shin knew green didn't necessarily mean friendly to humans. "Ba brave human," the Black Moon merchant spoke. "Do you wish to help the Black Moon tribe gather moonlight grass? If you find it, I'm willing to buy it at 3 gold coins per stalk. It's a very generous reward. Selling me the moonlight grass is the wisest decision you could make." The Black Moon tribe merchant rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with greed. He began to enthusiastically explain the uses of moonlight grass. It is the main ingredient in high-quality energy restoration potions, with just a small bottle revitalizing one's energy. It is the favorite of moon-patterned horses, aiding in bonding with these exceptional mounts. It is adored by natural races like the fairy tribe, treant tribe, and mushroom tribe, useful for bartering unique resources, and it has many other little-known applications. Due to its wide range of uses, moonlight grass has become rare and valuable. Fong Shin was inwardly delighted, knowing that the quantity of moonlight grass on Blue Star far exceeded that of other civilizations. Scarcity inevitably drives prices up, and in his past life, a single moonlight grass could sell for 900 to 1,200 gold coins. However, the buying price offered by this Black Moon Tribe NPC in front of him was only 3 gold coins per plant. Fong Shin immediately saw through this merchant's true nature. This was not purchasing. It was blatant exploitation. He couldn't help but compare with other races. The Forest Fairy Tribe, Longbeard Tribe, Tam Tribe, and Fire Dwarf Tribe all offered reasonably compensated tasks, fair purchase prices, and helped humans with job transitions, skill training, and shelter building. This was a beneficial cycle of mutual gain. Unfortunately, not all races held the concept of peaceful coexistence. Some saw humanity as weak and Blue Star as resource-rich, thus indulging in rampant plunder. In the early days of the Ascension War, naive humans were easily deceived by NPCs, ending up counting money for their own sale. This history filled countless humans with deep hatred. Having been reborn, Fong Shin was determined not to let this happen again. He intended to settle the score with those who, under the guise of NPCs, actually exploited humanity. Starting with this Black Moon Tribe member, Fong Shin narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Just as he was about to take action, a young man with a swollen body and a face full of pustules suddenly appeared, interrupting his plan. Master Buyer, I found a moonlight grass. The young man spoke with difficulty, his face covered in bulging lumps teeming with tiny black insects, making one's skin crawl. He carefully held a small, silver plant, its leaves long and crescent-shaped, emitting a soft glow. Fong Shin knew that this beautiful moonlight grass was infested with terrifying parasites. Once they parasitize humans, they cause unbearable itching, making life worse than death. Excessive harvesting can lead to a rotting death, with regular healing spells being ineffective. At this stage, humans could only endure 24 hours of intense pain to harvest a single moonlight grass. The young man kept gasping for air, cautiously avoiding the pustules on his face, constantly scratching his body, tearing at his flesh, and drawing blood. He painfully contorted his features, handing the moonlight grass to the Black Moon Tribe merchant. The horned merchant grinned widely. Excellent. The atmosphere at the moonlight grass trading site was tense. Fong Shin was in a standoff with the Black Moon clan buyer, while the crowd watched in anticipation. A young man held the moonlight grass, hesitating. Fong Shin spoke up, for gold coins per plant. I'll buy your moonlight grass. Before he could finish, the Black Moon clan buyer interrupted sharply. Hold on. First come, first served. You must deal with me first. Otherwise, I'll never buy anything from you again. The threat angered the onlookers. Someone shouted, forcing people to sell. What a sight to see. Another chimed in. I didn't expect this NPC to be so ugly. It was bad enough looking like a mutant beast. Now it's showing its true colors. The Black Moon clan buyer looked around with disdain in its eyes. It raised the offer. 5 gold coins per plant. Remember your faces, all of you, meh. Fong Shin remained calm, responding coolly. 10 gold coins per plant. The Black Moon clan buyer flew into a rage. Meh. How dare you defy the Black Moon clan, you insignificant ant. Ignoring the buyer only fueled its anger. The buyer roared. 15 gold coins per plant. I warn you, don't oppose me, or you'll regret it. Fong Shin chuckled, raising the price directly to 150 gold coins. This blatant challenge made the Black Moon clan buyer grit its teeth. 180 gold coins per plant. The crowd gasped, watching the price skyrocket from 3 gold coins to 180 gold coins, and they were now intensely focused on the spectacle. Fong Shin turned his head, eyes full of mockery. He shrugged, looking at the Black Moon clan buyer with a smirk. What? Running out of gold coins. I offer 300 gold coins. Try to keep up. 300 gold coins, the crowd exclaimed, as if seeing Fong Shin surrounded by dazzling golden light. This price war had turned into an extraordinary showdown. This is like the god of wealth himself descending to earth. Fong Shin's appearance was like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of everyone present. Their eyes gleamed with greed, and they seemed ready to rush forward and cling to Fong Shin, fearing this living deity of wealth might suddenly vanish. 350 gold coins. The Black Moon clan buyer's voice squeezed out through gritted teeth, their eyes turning red with excitement. Their expression twisted, clearly struggling to contain their inner turmoil. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the crowd suddenly stirred. A Zonite pushed through, striding to the front. His arrival heightened the tension in the air. Is that it? The Zonite smirked mockingly. Look at it, it's flustered. Surely it's not getting upset over this? How ridiculous. Pretending to be wealthy when you're not. That's something I didn't expect. The Zonite's words were like a sharp sword piercing the heart of the Black Moon clan buyer. Each sarcastic and provocative word struck at their pride. The Black Moon clan buyer had clearly never faced such a sharp verbal attack. They trembled slightly, a hint of panic flashing in their eyes. There was no denying the power of such abstract yet incisive language. 500 gold coins for a single moonlight herb, Fong Shin interjected, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. If you can't afford it, step aside. This remark was like pouring a barrel of high-octane fuel on the Black Moon clan buyer's anger. Fong Shin silently applauded the Zonite, while also bracing for the potential conflict ahead. Ba 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 ba. The Black Moon clan buyer finally exploded, their voice filled with anger and threat. You're courting death. You can't withstand the wrath of the Black Moon clan. At that moment, a violent struggle caught Fong Shin's attention. Su-mei suddenly began to struggle fiercely, seemingly wanting to say something to Fong Shin. Her eyes were filled with fear and concern, clearly aware of something. Following Su-mei's indication, her subordinates quickly removed the tape from her mouth. Don't provoke it, run. Su-mei shouted urgently, her voice full of fear. However, Fong Shin did not retreat. His gaze remained calm, as if he had anticipated all of this. Suddenly, a system notification flashed in Fong Shin's vision. Your reputation with the Black Moon clan has decreased by 1,000 points. Reputation level changed to hostile. Accompanying this notification, the Black Moon clan buyer's name color changed from green to glaring red. In that instant, tiny golden lightning bolts surrounded the buyer, striking repeatedly. This was exactly what Fong Shin had been aiming for all along. He had continuously provoked the Black Shepherdson for this very moment. Even with my power restricted, I can easily kill you. The Black Moon clan buyer roared, a thick black aura rising from their body, and a blood-dripping scythe appeared in their hand out of nowhere. Su-mei closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear witnessing the potential bloodshed to come. However, the real battle was just beginning. Those who desecrate humanity shall perish. Fong Shin declared coldly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intent to kill. In an instant, his skill charged with lethal energy was activated, and Fong Shin's figure moved like a phantom. He delivered a flurry of 3 rapid punches to the Black Moon tribe merchant, followed by a thunderous strike. The air crackled with electricity, and the deafening sound of the explosion echoed all around. In a flash, 500 points of lethal energy coalesced into 5 tangible swords of intent, hovering around Fong Shin. The swords gleamed menacingly, mercilessly slashing at the Black Moon tribe merchant. Damage numbers exploded like fireworks, densely filling the air. The merchant's massive health of 3 million points was drained in the blink of an eye. His body froze instantly under the icy effect of the attack, and then shattered into countless icy shards. A system notification sounded in Fong Shin's ear. You have slain the Black Moon tribe's lieutenant, Tier 4, leader, gaining 300,000 experience points and 8,100 gold coins. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers dumbfounded. Their minds repeatedly replayed the moment the damage numbers appeared, more dazzling than any fireworks. Su-mei was utterly stunned, her lips forming an O in disbelief. She had once thought Fong Shin's strength was limited, but now she realized how naive and laughable her thoughts had been. She knew nothing about true power, which was the most reliable thing in the world. Her gaze at Fong Shin was filled with admiration and adoration. Then, a system announcement resonated within the consciousness of all humanity. The Black Moon tribe's hostile actions against humans have led to the revocation of their operational rights on Blue Star, and they are now classified as a hostile civilization to humanity. Fong Shin looked at his fist, wrapped in a white glow, feeling satisfied. His goal was not just to eliminate a malignant presence in the sanctuary, but to expel all Black Moon tribe members from Blue Star. A young man timidly spoke up, Sir, is the moonlight grass really being purchased for 500 gold coins each? Actually, 300 coins would be acceptable, or even 150 coins. The crowd looked at Fong Shin with hopeful eyes. Fong Shin shook his head and said, No, it's not 500 coins, nor 300, and not even 150. A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. However, Fong Shin continued, I will purchase moonlight grass at 900 gold coins per plant. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire sanctuary. People were initially skeptical, but after Fong Shin confirmed it, cheers erupted. Long live. The Lord is wise, invincible. The cheers echoed throughout the sanctuary. After Fong Shin defeated the Black Moon tribe merchant, he quickly opened the box placed beside the Black Sheep man. The first layer contained neatly arranged moonlight herbs, softly glowing, with an astonishing quantity of over 3,000 stalks. Such a rare plant is usually scattered, making this quantity a remarkable find. Apart from that, the box only held a few low-grade materials, indicating that the merchant was not wealthy. Sir, I have 1 moonlight herb. I have 2. Seeing the opportunity for sudden wealth, the crowd in the square grew restless. Form a line. Fong Shin ordered, and the noisy square immediately became orderly, the queue as straight as if measured with a ruler. He took out 900 gold coins and first completed a transaction with a young man named Chong. Seeing the substantial amount of money in their hands, Chong and Zhun embraced each other, overwhelmed with excitement. Though the people in the back were eager and envious, they maintained order, not daring to speak loudly. Soon, all the moonlight herbs in the sanctuary were gathered in Fong Shin's hands, totaling 10,000 stalks, enough to contract 30 high-tier moon pattern horses. After completing the purchase, Fong Shin began distributing sunlight morning glory flowers while announcing that he would stay at this location for a while to continue buying. Upon hearing this, the sanctuary became deserted as residents rushed out of the city to search for moonlight herbs. At this moment, Fong Shin took out the fourth-tier blue chest he had previously obtained and opened it in front of everyone. The dazzling light instantly captured everyone's attention. Wait, is that a fourth-tier blue chest? Honey, come and see. Exclamations of amazement echoed around. In the distance, Su Mei and the Black Crystal Maker realized that the black crab Fong Shin had defeated was actually a fourth-tier creature. As the eldest daughter of the Su family and the head of the group, Su Mei felt a storm of emotions inside. She secretly vowed to match Fong Shin's strength or even surpass him. Without hesitation, Fong Shin paid 2,000 gold coins to open the chest, and then continuously invested 20,000 gold coins to swap items. After spending 6.66 million gold coins, a fifth-tier helmet, the white feather crown, emitting a yellow glow, finally appeared. This equipment not only had percentage-based attribute bonuses, but also practical passive effects, powerful special skills, and unique functions, making it top-notch among fifth-tier equipment. Fong Shin immediately equipped the helmet, which matched his aesthetic taste. Su Mei, who had been watching intently, immediately approached to inquire if she could purchase the headgear Fong Shin had replaced. Fong Shin nodded in agreement and displayed the attributes of the flame feather headpiece. This fourth-tier blue headpiece not only had excellent defensive attributes, but also unique fire attribute bonuses and auto-recovery capabilities. Su Mei gazed at the attribute panel, deeply captivated by the exquisite headpiece, her eyes lingering on it. The pale blue light reflected on her radiant face, highlighting her intense desire for the equipment. The flaming feather headdress is not only powerful in terms of attributes, but its exquisite and beautiful design makes it an irresistible choice for human women. Fong Shin picked up the flaming feather headdress, admiring its intricate design and dazzling appearance. He couldn't help but marvel at how, even in the life-or-death struggle of Ascension Wars, human women's pursuit of equipment aesthetics surpassed the attributes themselves. The image of Su Mei came to mind, and he was certain she would choose this gorgeous headdress without hesitation, rather than a fifth-tier top-grade black iron helmet. 500,000 gold coins, Fong Shin said. A fair price. Su Mei frowned slightly, quickly calculating her finances. She had accumulated a substantial amount of gold coins from selling moonlight grass. After a moment of thought, she nodded in agreement to the price. Just as the deal was about to be finalized, a system notification suddenly interrupted their conversation. Empress Fei has slain the Unicorn Bull Tier 2 ramming machine, a named mutant beast. Her glorious deed is immortalized in history and will be remembered forever. With the notification, a hefty virtual book appeared before everyone in the world. Its pages turned automatically, stopping at the third page, where a vivid illustration of a young unicorn bull was displayed. Below the image, a line of golden text gleamed. Unicorn Bull Tier 2 ramming machine, named Mutant Beast, Slayer, Empress Fei. Fong Shin was momentarily stunned, memories flooding back. The earliest record of a Tier 2 named Mutant Beast being slain in his previous life was 5 years into the war. This unexpected system notification left him surprised. Empress Fei. Fong Shin muttered. That must be the name of Feng Xuan. He recalled someone mentioning during a hot pot in the temple that Feng Xuan belonged to the Empress family. Now it seemed that Empress was the surname, and Fei was her given name. The strongest potential seed among billions has begun to take root and sprout, Fong Shin mused. The wings of this dragon I've set in motion are finally starting to show their effect. However, even Fong Shin couldn't predict what direction humanity would develop in this life. It's time to level up, Fong Shin said to himself. Come to think of it, I've been a bit lazy. He organized information about this refuge in his mind, searching for a suitable place to level up. Advancing from level 36 to 40 was a lengthy process, as historical records from his previous life indicated that the fastest person to reach level 40 did so 10 years into the Ascension Wars. Only creatures above level 21 can provide me with experience now, Fong Shin analyzed. That means I need to slay Tier 2 mutant beasts. However, I can't keep killing large numbers of mutant beasts in one place, as that would have dangerous consequences. After careful consideration, a plan formed in Fong Shin's mind. He decided to adopt a strategy of leveling up by killing monsters while traveling, which would not only keep him informed about the movements of the Bone Tribe and mutant beasts, but also prepare for the expansion of the Dawn Refuge. Fong Shin meticulously reviewed his plan, confirmed it was sound, and immediately got ready to act. He quickly left the trading area and headed toward the edge of the refuge. The Ascension War had only been underway for a month, and the scenes within the refuge were largely similar. Ramshackle shanties were everywhere, so flimsy that a strong wind could blow them down. As Fong Shin passed by one such shanty, a soft, melodic singing caught his ear. Hidden defiance in the eyes, the suffering unspoken. The hopeful lyrics, sung in a clear child's voice, though off-key, had a unique charm that moved him. Fong Shin suddenly halted, following the sound, and lifting the nylon curtain of the shanty. Inside, a little girl was holding a thorn shell in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. The thorn shell was covered in sharp, hard spikes, like thorns. Its meat could heal poison injuries, but it required a human child to hold it, absorbing enough blood to open. This process was akin to thousands of needles piercing the skin, extremely painful. Behind the little girl, on a wooden board, lay a boy with a blackened body, clearly poisoned. Ah! The girl gasped in shock at Fong Shin's sudden intrusion, instinctively hiding the thorn shell behind her and looking at him in fear. Fong Shin said nothing, simply taking out a white vine and tossing it onto the boy. The vine quickly turned black, while the boy's complexion instantly became rosy and his breathing even and steady. Rebirth always gives me this strange sense of dislocation, Fong Shin thought. They are just a little girl and a boy, after all. He shook his head slightly, snatched the thorn shell, and crushed it underfoot. Then, without a word, he handed the girl 100 million gold coins and left the shanty. Big brother. The girl was completely stunned. By the time she came to her senses, Fong Shin had already disappeared into the crowd. Some people believe that giving 100 million gold coins to those children could be dangerous, but in reality, the coins are just numbers on a system panel. As long as they keep it a secret, no one will ever know. Trusting in the siblings' wisdom, Fong Shin will not be disappointed. On the wooden city walls, dozens of menacing figures gathered, watching Fong Shin walk out of the city gate alone. Some were eager to take the opportunity to attack this lone pretty boy. However, the leader, a thin man with a mohawk, slapped the proposer hard across the face, making him spin in place. Idiot, the mohawk man yelled. Do you want me to die faster? The young scoundrel who was hit touched his swollen cheek, hurriedly trying to make amends. He stammered a suggestion to kidnap the siblings Fong Shin had just helped as hostages. Before he could finish, the Mohawk man stabbed him through. See that? That's what happens to a fool of a strategist. The Mohawk man fumed at his other subordinates, venting his frustration by kicking the corpse a few times. Suddenly, he realized something and asked his men about the siblings. Upon learning that they had been taken by Su Mei, the Mohawk man became even more enraged, nearly exploding with anger at everyone. Finally, realizing that the Kwang Hu gang was beyond saving, he decided to join Su Mei. Thus, with Fong Shin's appearance, the trajectory of the shelter where Su Mei resided was completely altered. How will this former peak powerhouse grow in the future? Time will tell. After completing his second-tier upgrade, Fong Shin's strength increased significantly. He could shatter a 20-ton rock with a single punch, the white glow on his fist flowing like water. This tremendous noise attracted the attention of numerous mutant beasts. Various bizarre mutant beasts charged out from the bushes, lunging at Fong Shin. His manifested killing intent was like a bloody feast, with all sorts of peculiar weapons flying through the air, reaping the lives of the mutant beasts. Even the seemingly ridiculous, heat-up killing intent could easily kill enemies, demonstrating a return to simplicity and mastery. Suddenly, a third-tier Lord-level mutant beast known as the chrysanthemum goat appeared before Fong Shin. This plump goat was covered in chrysanthemum-shaped water spray holes, disgusting enough to make someone vomit on the spot. However, having experienced 300 years, Fong Shin was unfazed. He calmly sidestepped and commanded his manifested killing intent to deal with this peculiar Lord-level mutant beast. With water and a cave, Sha Irida Kwai suddenly remembered his mission. He took the lead and thrust into the hole of the chrysanthemum sheep, beginning a relentless heating process. Under the intense heat, the chrysanthemum sheep quickly disintegrated into a pile of ashes. A system notification sounded. You have slain a level 3 chrysanthemum sheep, Lord, gaining 82,100 experience points and 5,120 gold coins. This scene left everyone in awe. Sha Irida Kwai's strength and decisive action earned him the admiration of all. Fong Shin secretly felt relieved, thinking that if not for Sha Irida Kwai's timely intervention, the grotesque image of the chrysanthemum sheep might have been etched into his mind. The battle continued, with Fong Shin's 100-crack fist raining down like a storm, each strike accompanied by the shattering of mutated beast bodies. Manifested killing intent struck in all directions, causing low-level mutated beasts to fall, turning into experience and gold coins. However, Fong Shin soon noticed something unusual. The number of mutated beasts had significantly decreased, and the frequency of system notifications also slowed down. The scent of blood lingered, yet no more mutated beasts came forward to die. Instead of making blind guesses, Fong Shin brought up the consciousness map of ZZ City in his mind. Although not as detailed as the system map, the key locations were clear at a glance. He quickly pinpointed a rocky forest inhabited by a large number of mutated stone beetles. To gain a better view, Fong Shin leaped up, using momentum to jump to the top of a tall tree. However, as soon as he showed himself, a flock of mutated sparrows swooped down to attack. These round little creatures resembled angry birds, their sharp beaks glinting coldly. Manifested killing intent struck instantly, feathers flying as the mutated sparrows fell one by one. The system notifications kept coming, with each sparrow contributing 910 experience points and 20 gold coins. Fong Shin didn't waste these delicious ingredients, storing them all in his inventory space. He was secretly pleased, thinking that these plump sparrows would surely make for a delectable meal when cooked. Turning his gaze towards the rocky forest, Fong Shin saw the familiar gray-white mist, not as dense as the death shroud in the center of A County, but still quite thick. Within the mist, high-ranking priests of the Bone Clan were conducting a ritual, with countless bones flying in the air, reassembling into skeleton soldiers of various ranks. These skeleton soldiers were engaged in fierce combat with gigantic mutated lizards. However, the level 3 elite skeletons were no match for the level 4 mutated lizards, crumbling at the first touch. Fong Shin stealthily approached, and the system immediately displayed information about the mutated lizards. From level 4 elites to level 4 lords, these granite lizards possessed astounding defense and recovery capabilities. Just as Fong Shin was about to make a move, a bright crystal light caught his attention. Following this, a system notification popped up. You have discovered an inactive exchange crystal zone. Task issued. Clear the mutated creatures in the rocky forest. Task reward. Activate the shelter function of the exchange crystal with additional rewards based on contribution. The regional system task was triggered, but Fong Shin was not in a hurry to join the battle. He calmly observed the clash between the Bone Tribe and the Granite Lizards, deciding to let them wear each other out first. Recalling the previous perilous encounter with the Bone Tribe's high priest that summoned the skeletal demon bird, Fong Shin was grateful for his quick reflexes. This time, his strategy against the Bone Tribe's monks was to strike with lightning speed and deliver a fatal blow, giving them no chance to retaliate. Although these high-level monks didn't concern Fong Shin much, the faint silhouette next to the exchange crystal caught his attention. In this region, the presence of a human seemed out of place. Fong Shin cautiously released a tangible killing intent, creating an invisible protective shield around him to guard against any unforeseen events. As he approached the exchange crystal carefully, he suddenly heard two soft female voices conversing. Duo, did we make a mistake? Tao, we really did teleport to an exchange crystal without civilized creatures. Duo, making a mistake right on our first outing, aren't we useless? Tao, you may be useless, but I'm very useful. Duo, what do humans on this blue star look like? Tao, your questions are as dull as you are. Duo, is there a creature spying on us? Tao, indeed, there is a creature spying on us. Fong Shin looked closely and saw two identical green names, Rabbit Person Healing Profession Mentor, hovering above the heads of two identical rabbit people. These rabbit people had long, upright rabbit ears and fluffy round tails, but their faces were strikingly similar to humans, as beautiful as characters straight out of an anime. Fong Shin mentally rated their appearance a 9 out of 10, thinking that some might even give them a 9.5 because of their rabbit ears and tails. Fong Shin immediately recognized these rabbit sisters Duo and Tao. They were extremely powerful healing profession mentors capable of granting the special profession Great White Rabbit Healer, which was a crucial source of strength for the Sioux family territory. In his previous life, these rabbit sisters were highly popular NPCs, and he was surprised to find them initially appearing at the edge of the rocky forest. While Fong Shin was contemplating, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Your reputation with the rabbit people has increased by 100 points. Before Fong Shin could do anything, his reputation with the rabbit people increased by 100 points, equivalent to completing 100 level tasks. This was undoubtedly due to his outstanding appearance, which even the rabbit people couldn't resist. Sioux family territory, rabbit people, moongrass. These key pieces of information quickly connected in Fong Shin's mind. Just as he was about to speak, the rabbit sisters spoke again. Duo, but this human's strength is so weak. Is he just a pretty face? Peach, this human is pathetically weak, just a pretty vase, a rabbit girl scoffed. Dodo, you're right, another rabbit girl agreed. Their conversation made Fong Shin feel dizzy. Without saying much, he directly took out two herbs emitting a gentle moonlight from his space ring. The rabbit sisters' voices stopped abruptly, their eyes instantly captivated by the moonlight herbs. They stared wide-eyed, as if frozen in place. After a long pause, they snapped back to reality. Dodo, is this really flawless moonlight grass? Peach asked, trembling. Peach, it truly is, Dodo confirmed with a nod. Both rabbits turned to Fong Shin, their eyes glinting with greed. What do you want in exchange for the moonlight grass? They asked in unison. Fong Shin didn't answer directly, but posed a question instead. As far as I know, if NPCs arrive at an unactivated crystal, they can't leave until it's activated. Is that right? Dodo and Peach exchanged a glance, their playful demeanor turning serious. That's correct, they answered together. I can help you activate the exchange crystal and restore your freedom, Fong Shin proposed. But you'll need to come to my sanctuary. No way. The rabbit sisters refused outright. Peach mocked. Dodo, look at this mere second-tier human, thinking he can take on a fourth-tier mutant lizard. Dodo, however, cautioned, don't say that. He's just trying to be kind. Peach, do you think he's trying to impress us with such a foolish act? Dodo, don't say such hurtful things. Let's try to persuade him. After the conversation, Peach turned to Fong Shin, her tone softening. I appreciate your intentions, but you can't defeat a fourth-tier mutant lizard. It would be a death sentence. You're so handsome. Just chase me with the moonlight grass, and I might. Anyway, don't be a hero. I don't like that. Fong Shin realized that if the rabbit hadn't identified herself as Peach, he wouldn't be able to tell them apart. The rabbit sisters looked identical. Even their rabbit ears had the same curve. Ignoring Dodo's advice, he calmly asked, if I activate this exchange crystal, will you come with me? You. Peach stomped her foot in frustration, about to persuade him again, but Dodo interrupted. Peach, let him go ahead and show off. Let him meet his end, Dodo sneered. If he can activate this exchange crystal, not only will we go with him, but Peach will also willingly sign a master-servant contract, obeying his every command. Dodo, Peach turned to Fong Shin, her voice filled with concern. I believe in you, human brother. You're strong, being the first human to find this exchange crystal. But you really can't beat a fourth-tier creature. Going will only lead to your death. Dodo means no harm. She's just upset about your actions. She doesn't want you to die? Human brother, you've already decided not to go, right? Fong Shin gazed at the chaotic stone forest, completely indifferent to the attitude of the rabbit sisters. His eyes were locked on the fierce battle between the mutated lizards and the elite skeleton soldiers. The fight had reached a fever pitch, with the senior monks of the Bone Tribe exuding a deathly aura. Twisted gray runes flew from their raised hands, merging into the gray-white mist. Thousands of massive bones floated in the air, the roiling mist heralding the birth of a powerful skeletal creation. Fong Shin's eyes sharpened as he thought, now is the time. He moved with fluid grace, executing skills like phantom dash, blink, ambush, and erupting slaughter chi in quick succession. He blinked into the midst of the senior monks, leaving afterimages of his phantom dash trailing behind. The erupting slaughter chi burst forth, a crimson killing intent flowing and boiling like liquid light, making Fong Shin appear as if a demon god had descended. System notifications flashed continuously. You have slain a Bone Tribe senior monk, Tier 3, Elite, earning 83,255 experience points and 530 gold coins. You have slain a Bone Tribe senior monk, Tier 3, Elite, earning 85,010 experience points and 458 gold coins. It was undoubtedly a one-hit kill. With the 100 slashes unleashed, damage numbers poured out like raindrops, and 30 monks were instantly killed. After advancing to Tier 2, the extra attack targets of the 100 slashes increased from 19 to 30. The Bone Tribe senior monks, who once could withstand Fong Shin's strike, now fell at a mere touch. The two rabbit sisters were dumbfounded. Tao Tao, look at that human guy, isn't he amazing? Tao Tao exclaimed in awe. Duo was unimpressed. They're just low-level Tier 3 creatures. We could do that when we were Tier 2. Tier 4 and Tier 3 are completely different concepts. Even if he can defeat Tier 3 creatures, he can't possibly be a match for Tier 4. You're right, Tao Tao nodded. Although this human guy is strong, he definitely can't handle Tier 4 creatures. Why don't we go help him? I don't want to see such a handsome guy get himself killed. Have you forgotten? Duo reminded her. We can't directly help him kill creatures. It would violate the advancement rules, and we'd be expelled. You're right, Tao Tao sighed. We still have the Rabbit Tribe mission to complete. I hope he retreats in time and comes back to us. If he does, no matter how severe his injuries, we'll heal him. Despite their different personalities, both sisters watched Fong Shin anxiously, hoping for his safe return. Boom. The massive bones lost their guidance and crashed to the ground, shattering several granite slabs. The unfortunate skeletal creation perished before it could even be born. Fong Shin smashed the black device, discovering 20 Tier 2 treasure chests and 5 Tier 3 treasure chests inside. His instincts told him these were all wild treasure chests. He carefully stowed them in a spacious corner of his storage space. Crack. The elite skeleton soldiers, now without the senior monk's command, descended into chaos, mechanically attacking any living thing nearby. They were quickly swept away by the granite lizards, their bone fragments scattering in all directions. Fong Shin watched the jubilant mutated lizards with cold eyes, thinking to himself, "Next, it's your turn." Manifested killing intent surged and flowed backward through the skeletons, like a sharp razor clearing the chaotic wasteland. Fong Shin's 100 cracks skill became significantly more powerful, and with an attack power of 90,000, the hard rock crumbled like tofu. The aftershock shattered the massive granite instantly. In the forest of jagged rocks, the uneven sharp stone ridges and pillars were supposed to restrict human movement and obscure vision. However, Fong Shin's strength allowed him to disregard these environmental disadvantages. He bulldozed his way through, creating a clear path. The skeleton soldiers became the best fuel for the manifested killing intent, with hundreds of them sweeping through the rocky forest like a small army. The massive stone pillars collapsed under concentrated attacks, crushing thousands of skeleton soldiers. In the distance, the rabbit sisters were dumbfounded. Duo exclaimed, "That human guy is so strong. Were we ever this powerful at the second tier?" Tao Tao shook her head. "No. But if only he didn't act recklessly." Just as Duo was about to retort, Tao Tao interrupted immediately. "Absolutely impossible." Fong Shin's combat strength completely shocked the rabbit sisters, yet they still believed he stood no chance against a mature fourth-tier creature. At that moment, Fong Shin accumulated another 100 points of slaughter energy, and an imposing manifested killing intent emerged. The effect of the second-tier upgrade is finally showing. Fong Shin recalled the enhancement of his professional traits, a greater likelihood of summoning a striking manifested killing intent. Indeed, this was the most impressive manifestation yet. A 20-meter-tall killing intent giant appeared in the rocky forest, with surrounding granite flying up to adhere to its body, transforming instantly into a granite giant. Fong Shin confirmed his suspicion. The manifested killing intent had indeed undergone a qualitative leap. With the skeleton soldiers cleared, Fong Shin faced the granite lizard horde Hedon. At the unactivated exchange crystal site, the tension was palpable. The rabbit sisters clasped their fingers tightly, pressing half their cheeks together, eyes fixed intently on Fong Shin's direction. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The mighty and majestic Tyrannosaurus granite lizard turned and fled. Its four short legs moved rapidly, twisting its body, eager to escape as quickly as possible. The rabbit sisters were left with 6 question marks hovering above their heads, utterly perplexed. Why did this well-established fourth-tier beast suddenly run away? Through brutal survival competition and natural selection, the survival instincts of mutant beasts far surpass those of humans. The forked tongue of the Tyrannosaurus granite lizard flickered, sharply sensing the intimidating hunter's aura emanating from Fong Shin. This aura, only accumulated by slaying countless powerful creatures, exuded a deathly presence that instinctively terrified the lizard, prompting it to turn and flee without hesitation. Chaos erupted in the rocky forest. Under the control of the Tyrannosaurus granite lizard, massive rocks soared into the air, raining down on Fong Shin. Simultaneously, sharp stone spikes emerged from the ground, attempting to impede the pursuer's advance. However, these futile struggles did not buy it the chance to escape. The killing intent granite giant stepped forward, and the hard stone spikes crumbled instantly, leaving the ground smooth as a mirror. With a swing of its massive arm, it easily swept away all the incoming boulders, crushing a few mutant lizards that failed to dodge in time. System notifications flashed continuously. You have slain a Tier 4 granite lizard, elite, gaining 130,000 experience points and 9,600 gold. You have slain a Tier 4 sturdy granite lizard, leader, gaining 390,000 experience points and 27,000 gold. Fong Shin silently observed the killing intent giant's performance, calculating in his mind. As a peak powerhouse, he had a precise understanding of power levels. Judging from the destructive effect of the killing intent giant's attacks, its attack power was at least 10 times that of Fong Shin himself, reaching an astonishing level of 1,000,000. Truly impressive, Fong Shin murmured, gaining a deeper understanding of the word impressive. In comparison, the previous killing intent robot, despite its diverse and frequent attack methods, had the major drawback of being unable to effectively damage solid structures. The killing intent giant leaped forward, easily covering a distance of 100 meters, and after a few strides, caught up with the fleeing mutant lizard. Its massive fist slammed down, producing a white shockwave. The supposedly indestructible shell of the Tyrannosaurus granite lizard shattered instantly, and within moments, it was reduced to a bloody pulp. This astonishing scene left the rabbit sisters, Tao Tao and Duo, in shock. They exchanged glances, seeing their own trembling, terrified expressions reflected in each other's gem-like red eyes. As rare geniuses of the rabbit race, they had been able to slay Tier 3 creatures while still at Tier 2, a feat widely praised within their tribe, even by the Grand Elder. However, they had never imagined challenging a Tier 4 creature at Tier 2, as Tier 4 was considered extraordinary, rendering all below it as insignificant. Yet now, They witnessed a Tier 2 human effortlessly slaying a Tier 4 creature as if crushing a bug. This scene left their minds momentarily blank, their fluffy rabbit ears standing on end as if struck by 100,000 volts, trembling uncontrollably. The system notification sounded again. You have slain a Tier 4 Tyrannosaurus granite lizard, Lord, gaining 1,800,000 experience points and 120,000 gold. Simultaneously, a Tier 4 blue treasure chest dropped from the Tyrannosaurus granite lizard's corpse. Fong Shin also discovered a Tier 5 yellow wild chest in the center of the rocky forest. He recalled the conclusion of researchers from his previous life. Wild chests release special evolutionary factors that not only accelerate the evolution of mutant beasts, but also enhance their evolutionary potential. Although less effective than human flesh, it remains effective over the long term. It was the consumption of large amounts of human flesh and the presence of this Tier 5 yellow chest that allowed these mutant lizards to evolve so rapidly. Fong Shin commanded his manifested killing intent to collect the treasure chest and store it in his inventory. At that moment, several of his manifested killing intents suddenly lost contact. These manifestations had 12,320 health points, enough to withstand a strike from a Tier 3 leader monster, yet they were instantly obliterated. A powerful threat was at hand. Without hesitation, Fong Shin executed a phantom charge, sprinting towards the exchange crystal. The system notification immediately popped up. Area task complete. The task objective, clearing the mutant creatures in the rocky forest completed. Task reward, exchange crystal shelter function activated. Your task contribution, 100. You have received a reward. Experience 2 million, gold 500,000, system space increased by 1 million cubic meters. Meanwhile, the diamond-shaped crystal hovering beside Duo and Tao emitted a dazzling light. Golden runes spun out, sketching a complex magic circle on the ground. As it slowly rotated, a pale blue barrier unfolded. The shelter formation began to take effect, not only creating illusions to confuse non-human creatures, but also concealing Fong Shin's presence and traces. Fong Shin flashed into the shelter, startling Duo and Tao, who clung to each other, trembling. He ignored the two frightened rabbit people and focused on observing the situation outside the shelter. Though powerful, the killing intent giant could only last for 107 seconds before dissipating into the wind. Soon, the sound of flapping wings was heard, and a Deathbone tribe high priest, clad in a silver-edged black robe, descended into the rocky forest on a massive skeletal vulture. Failed? Huh, the Deathbone tribe high priest muttered. Even the converter was destroyed, making it impossible to discern what happened here. These mutant beasts were unexpectedly strong. Yet this is just a continent newly joined in the Ascension War. Why is this happening? Thanks to Fong Shin's exceptional hearing, he caught every word. Suddenly, the massive skeletal vulture let out an uneasy cry. Caw caw. The Deathbone tribe high priest reacted swiftly, gripping his staff. However, a writhing shadow abruptly appeared, instantly engulfing both the high priest and the skeletal vulture. In an instant, the air seemed to be stained with murky hues, becoming oppressively heavy. From the flowing shadows, two scarlet points of light emerged, and a black panther, moving with graceful steps, slowly emerged from the darkness. Shadow Leopard Harlana 5th tier, true name mutant beast with a health of 65 points and worth 1.3 billion gold coins. It is the predator of the shadows, the king of ambush, and its very name is enough to make all creatures tremble. Fong Shin found himself speechless facing this second true name mutant beast. He recalled that in his previous life of 300 years, he had only encountered one such beast, yet now he had come across two in quick succession. Shaking his head, he forced himself to calmly analyze this unusual situation. He rapidly considered several possibilities. Perhaps this time period and area naturally harbored some true name mutant beasts. Maybe his rampant slaughter of mutant beasts had drawn the attention of the Shadow Leopard, or possibly, the Shadow Leopard was here to eliminate the Deadbone tribe. Fong Shin dismissed the first possibility, reasoning that if it were true, both humans and the Deadbone tribe would have long been extinct. Standing at the edge of the protective array, Fong Shin quickly opened treasure chests, hoping to boost his immediate combat power. He spent gold coins to open 4th-tier blue chests and replace items continuously, until after expending 15 million gold coins, he finally acquired a precious obsidian pendant. This 5th-tier yellow pendant boasted two powerful effects, alliement resistance and a black obsidian shield, significantly enhancing Fong Shin's defense capabilities. He immediately equipped this rare accessory, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the rabbit sisters Dodo and Tao stood beside Fong Shin, holding their staffs with expressions of tension. Dodo urged Fong Shin to flee, offering to sacrifice themselves for him. However, Fong Shin merely cast them a glance, instructing them to stand behind him and remain quiet. The Shadow Leopard Harlan approached slowly, the black triangular crystals along its spine extending to its tail, shadows spreading behind it. Fong Shin's gaze was icy, his killing intent ready to unleash, while he continued to open fifth-tier chests, hoping to further enhance his strength. In this critical moment, a two-headed skeletal dire wolf appeared, diverting the shadow leopard's attention. Harlan instantly melded into the shadows, giving chase. The rabbit sisters breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Once the crisis was averted, Dodo fulfilled her promise by handing a master-servant contract to Fong Shin. However, Fong Shin tore the contract in half without hesitation, leaving Dodo with mixed feelings. Fong Shin calmly stated that Dodo's help in building the territory was more valuable than being his servant. Upon hearing Fong Shin's words, Dodo's complex emotions receded like a tide. She looked directly into Fong Shin's eyes, with a hint of probing in her voice. "So you're saying, I help you build your territory in exchange for not having to be a servant?" Fong Shin nodded in confirmation, and Duo immediately accepted the proposal. Fong Shin quietly took out 2 pieces of moonlight grass, chewing on them as he pondered. The 2 rabbit people were overly dramatic, and their conversation left him with a headache. Helplessly, he had to sacrifice 2 precious pieces of moonlight grass to ease his discomfort. Suddenly, a system notification cascaded down like a waterfall. "You have spent 50,000 gold coins to change the treasure chest items." Fong Shin's gold coin count was rapidly decreasing. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes passed, and not a single extra item appeared in the treasure chest, let alone an upgrade in quality. Unwilling to give up, Fong Shin continued to frantically click the change button. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. At a rate of 3 clicks per second, he had spent so many gold coins that he couldn't even be bothered to keep track. Wealthy and willful, he muttered to himself. Being stingy with gold coins doesn't do justice to the wealthy monster slayer system. However, such a lavish expenditure of gold coins was clearly not sustainable. Fong Shin decided to use a scientific method to open the chest. He turned to the rabbit sisters and said, "You two, come over and stand beside me." Duo and Tao obediently stood on either side of Fong Shin. Fong Shin felt smug, thinking that these 2 tall and fair rabbit people could neutralize his dark attribute. Clicking the change button once more, a miracle occurred. 2 pieces of equipment glowing purple appeared in the Tier 5 treasure chest. Fong Shin suddenly felt the world's deep malice and no longer wanted to see the 2 rabbit people beside him. He silently handed them the remaining 2 pieces of moonlight grass, signaling them to leave. The 2 pieces of equipment in the chest were a bracer and a shield. Fong Shin's attention was drawn to the bracer. Giant's Fury Tier 6 purple. Bracer. Durability, 300,300. Required level, 35. Defense 200. Stamina 10. Special effect 1. Giant Smash after 3 consecutive non-critical attacks. The next attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit, dealing an additional 1,000 critical damage added linearly with original critical damage. Special effect 2. Hand of Fury physical critical hits have a slight chance to stun the opponent, with the duration related to the strength difference between the 2 parties. Fong Shin's eyes lit up. The stun effect is an extremely rare attribute, and special effect 2 alone could double the bracer's value. Combined with the powerful attack special effect, this was undoubtedly a top-tier piece of equipment. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, as if the scientific method of opening chests had truly worked. If the giant strike is triggered, Fong Shin will deal 12.5 times the damage. Even more astonishing is the fact that the True Judgment can also trigger a critical hit, which means Fong Shin's strike could deal at least 25 times the damage. Such terrifying power sends shivers down one's spine. Fong Shin quickly changed his gear. He donned the 6th-tier Purple Giant's Wrath and stored the 3rd-tier Red Elk bracers in his inventory. Although the bracers were not of high level, they had accompanied Fong Shin through countless battles and witnessed many glorious moments, making them a legendary piece of equipment in their own right. As for the newly acquired 6th-tier shield, Fong Shin didn't even glance at it before using it as nourishment for the Slaughter Crown Ring. The 10th-tier Pink Slaughter Crown Ring absorbed the 6th-tier Purple Granite Essence Barrier, gaining 600 growth points. It still needed 29,400 growth points to reach the next stage, marking a long and arduous path of upgrading. Great, quite a haul, Fong Shin thought, feeling pleased. Suddenly, he felt hungry and retrieved a plate of crab roe fried rice prepared earlier by Fang Xuan from his inventory. The golden fried rice was served on a delicate porcelain plate, with each grain distinct. Even before getting close, the rich aroma was already wafting through the air. Fong Shin eagerly took a bite, and the deliciousness of the crab roe instantly burst in his mouth, perfectly blending with the rice. Every grain was plump and chewy, offering an excellent texture. Fong Shin had to admit that Feng's culinary skills were indeed superior. Such a delicious meal could fill anyone with happiness, even restoring the spirit of those who had lost their faith. As Fong Shin savored the dish, he couldn't help but marvel. How could such a tasty fried rice exist in the world? What were those other dishes he had eaten before? At that moment, the rabbit sisters nearby were drawn by the aroma, their little noses twitching. The moonlight grass in their hands immediately lost its appeal. The two sisters exchanged a knowing glance and approached Fong Shin, kneeling in front of him with hopeful eyes. Seeing this, Fong Shin slowly typed 3 question marks, thinking, what are you looking at? There's no way I'm giving you this crab roe fried rice. The rabbit sisters began to whisper to each other. Duo 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 duo, isn't this human boy really fierce? Tao 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 tao, this human is really fierce. Duo 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 duo, why is he so fierce to us? I'm scared. Tao 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 tao, don't be afraid, sister is here, I won't let the bad guy hurt you. The sisters' tearful and pitiful expressions were touching, but Fong Shin remained unmoved. Although the crab roe fried rice was exceptionally delicious, eating just fried rice seemed a bit meager, not befitting Fong Shin's status as a wealthy individual. So he also took out some 100 natural sea jellyfish as a side dish. Next, he retrieved a few plump sparrows, a grill, and some cumin powder and chili flakes. As a reborn orphan, knowing how to grill is a must, Fong Shin thought, as he began to prepare the grilled sparrows. Duo Duo and Tao Tao, 2 adorable bunny sisters, were eagerly watching the human man in front of them. Their large eyes sparkled with curiosity, and their long ears twitched slightly, clearly intrigued by this unexpected guest. Duo Duo, Duo Duo, we still don't know this human guy's name. Tao Tao whispered, her voice tinged with excitement. Tao Tao, Tao Tao, you're right. It's quite rude of him not to introduce himself, Duo Duo agreed, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. However, the man seemed oblivious to the sisters' murmuring. He was fully engrossed in savoring the food before him, a look of bliss on his face. Smells so good, he murmured to himself. Crab yolk fried rice, why is it so delicious? And this chilled jellyfish is quite tasty too. If I paired it with my grilled sparrow, it would be the ultimate culinary delight. Suddenly, sensing something, he looked up. Why are these 2 bunnies staring at me? Although puzzled, he chose to focus on his meal, ignoring the sisters. Seeing this, Duo Duo and Tao Tao began to speculate about the man's identity and background. Duo 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 Duo, do you think this human guy has been single for a long time? Tao Tao asked quietly. Tao Tao, Tao Tao, I'm sure he's been single for ages, Duo Duo replied confidently. This conversation hit the man like an arrow, momentarily pausing his actions. He thought to himself, ouch, that stings. Ignorant rabbits, you don't understand. And forget about getting any moonlight grass from me. His expression turned icy. Sensing his sudden coldness, the sisters huffed in unison, turning their heads away in perfect sync, showing him identical, beautiful profiles. The man shook his head, thinking, how strange, and continued to enjoy his meal, taking another spoonful of crab yolk fried rice. Just then, Duo Duo seemed to remember something, exclaiming excitedly, Duo Duo, Duo Duo, speaking of names, I suddenly recalled the name of a human from Blue Star. Tao Tao joined in. Tao Tao, Tao Tao, I remembered a name too. The bunny simultaneously turned to him and asked, are you Fong Shin? Fong Shin nodded calmly, thinking, only now do you realize I'm Fong Shin? Aren't you a bit slow? Their ears wiggled with excitement, and Duo Duo exclaimed, Duo Duo, Duo Duo, he really is Fong Shin. Tao Tao, slightly disappointed, said, Tao Tao, Tao Tao, I didn't expect Fong Shin to look like this, and his personality isn't cute at all. Fong Shin compared them to other NPCs he had met. The village chief of the Long-Beard tribe and the archery instructor could easily call out his title and recognize his flawless holy presence. But these bunny sisters seemed clueless. He wasn't surprised, but it reaffirmed his resolve to obtain the Qiming sanctuary. Suddenly, Tao Tao pointed at the translucent jellyfish, full of curiosity. Fong Shin, what's this? It smells so good and looks delicious. Duo Duo lifted her chin slightly, saying proudly, Humph, Fong Shin, it's quite ungentlemanly to let 2 ladies watch you eat. Fong Shin felt a bit awkward at being called Fong Shin, but he didn't mind. This is jellyfish, he explained. But aren't you bunnies supposed to only eat grass? Why are you interested in jellyfish? Humph, Fong Shin is so ignorant, Duo Duo said disapprovingly. We're bunny people, not just bunnies. Fong Shin added sarcastically. Oh right, you also eat carrots. At this, the sisters looked at him with sympathetic eyes, thinking, this male must have been single for many years, poor thing. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Fong Shin thought, what's with those eyes? Why do I feel like just existing in this world is a crime? Or am I experiencing some unbearable, torturous pain? Ever since encountering these bunny sisters, Fong Shin felt his usual demeanor had shifted. He couldn't help but wonder how this peculiar meeting would impact his adventure. The aroma of fresh jellyfish filled the air as Fong Shin generously invited the rabbit sisters to join him in enjoying the dish. However, he then firmly stated that the crab roe fried rice was something he would not share with them. Hearing this, Duo Duo and Tao Tao beamed with innocent, adorable smiles, excitedly tasting the novel delicacy. Duo Duo, this thing called jellyfish is really delicious. Tao Tao, you're right, jellyfish not only looks good but also tastes amazing. Seeing the sisters' satisfied expressions, Fong Shin felt secretly proud, yet dismissive. He thought to himself that once they tried his roasted sparrow, they would understand what true delicacy was. Without delay, Fong Shin skillfully prepared a plump sparrow, cleaned, and plucked it before skewering it on a spit for roasting. As the fat dripped, the enticing aroma quickly spread. Fong Shin simply sprinkled some cumin on it, expecting the scent to be mouth-watering. However, things didn't go as planned. Duo, what do you think of Fong Shin's cooking skills? Tao, honestly, Fong Shin's cooking is really bad. Such a waste of good ingredients, what a pity. Fong Shin looked down at the charred sparrow in his hand and, trying to remain composed, said, "You just don't understand. This is a special roasted sparrow." As he spoke, he took a bite, immediately filling his mouth with the taste of charcoal, the crunchy texture scraping against his tongue. The rabbit sisters, seeing this, puffed their cheeks like buns, hands tightly covering their mouths. Despite their training, they couldn't suppress their laughter. Duo and Tao's faces turned red, tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. 10 minutes later, Fong Shin had to admit defeat. While gnawing on the juicy, succulent sparrow roasted by the rabbit sisters, he reluctantly said, "All right, your roasted sparrow is a little better than mine." Then, he curiously asked, "But aren't you rabbits supposed to be vegetarians? How come you can roast sparrows?" The rabbit girl, sprinkling seasoning, laughed and explained, "Fong Shin, we're rabbit people, not rabbits. Don't get it wrong next time, it's quite rude. In our rabbit people tribe, there's a similar animal called gugu. We often roast gugu, so we're pretty good at it." Another rabbit girl, turning the spit, huffed and added, "Ignorant Fong Shin, you really are amusing." The next morning, Fong Shin stepped out of the tent to find the rabbit sisters leaning against a tree, softly snoring. He didn't disturb them, instead heading to the edge of the protective barrier. There, he summoned 5 manifestations of killing intent, a raven, a jumping bug, and a spirit cat, sending them to scout the surrounding area to confirm whether the shadow leopard Harlan had left. After yesterday's battle, the area was cleared of mutated beasts. Until the manifestation's duration ended, they encountered no attacks. Even so, Fong Shin didn't leave the sanctuary hastily, planning to release a second wave of manifestations for further scouting an hour later. As Fong Shin focused, one of the rabbit girls quietly awoke and lightly approached him, whispering, "Fong Shin, are we heading back to your base camp together now?" Fong Shin nodded in confirmation. "Yes, after being out here for almost 2 months, it's time to head back." Just as he spoke, 3 playful fishmen emerged, setting off for the second round of reconnaissance. Walala, their calls echoed in the morning air, adding a sense of anticipation and energy to the journey home. Fong Shin was lost in his thoughts when suddenly a familiar voice interrupted him. "Fong Shin, do you have any moonlight grass left?" Looking up, he saw it was Duo from the rabbit people tribe. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her long rabbit ears twitched slightly. Duo continued, "If you do, I can offer you a task to exchange moonlight grass for reputation with the rabbit people. Once your reputation improves, I'll have more authority over human matters and can assist you better." She paused, blinking her eyes, and added, "For example, if you get beaten up and are on the verge of death, I can heal you and make you lively again." Fong Shin raised an eyebrow as he recalled his past life. Back then, these rabbit twins were incredibly aloof. To even get close to them, one had to complete at least 100 tasks and pay a hefty price. Many dreamed of earning their favor, yet couldn't even get a glance from them. Fong Shin had tried to obtain their tasks too, but seeing the slim chances, he gave up. But now, this beautiful rabbit NPC was proactively offering him a task to exchange moonlight grass for reputation. Was it his capability, his charm, or both? Fong Shin pondered. His mind was filled with information about the rabbit people. In his past life, these sisters had trained a group of excellent healers in the Sioux family territory and led the rabbit people army to support humans in times of crisis. With this information, Fong Shin concluded that the rabbit people could be trusted. "As far as I know, there's a limit to the reputation you can grant, right?" Fong Shin asked. Duo widened her eyes in surprise. "Oh? Fong Shin, you know quite a bit." "Yes, with the authority my sister and I have, we can offer you a maximum of 3,000 reputation points. However, 1 moonlight grass can only exchange for 5 reputation points. Do you really have 600 moonlight grass?" She shook her head, but before she could finish speaking, her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. In Fong Shin's hand was a mountain of 580 moonlight grass, their slender leaves shimmering with silver patterns. "Don't just stand there, give me the task," Fong Shin urged. Oh, Duo nodded, dazed and numb. A system prompt popped up. "The Rabbit People Healing Mentor has issued you a level task to collect moonlight grass. Do you accept?" Fong Shin accepted the task without hesitation and immediately handed over 580 moonlight grass to Duo. System prompts kept appearing. "You have completed the level task to collect moonlight grass. You receive a task reward. Experience 5,000, gold coins 60, rabbit people reputation 5. This message repeated many times until a highlighted system prompt appeared. Your reputation with the rabbit people has reached 1,000 points. Their attitude towards you has changed from neutral to friendly. With this prompt, the system name of the rabbit girl changed to Duo. Rabbit people healing mentor friendly. Not far away, the sleeping Tao Tao's name also changed to Tao, rabbit people healing mentor friendly. Fong Shin thought to himself that now he wouldn't confuse which was Duo and which was Tao. However, he knew this NPC name display wouldn't last long. When it disappeared, it would signify the real start of the Ascension War, where humans would leave the newbie protection phase and enter the brutal Ascension competition. The system prompts continued until the final one. Your reputation with the rabbit people has reached 3,000 points. Their attitude towards you has changed from friendly to respectful. Fong Shin was secretly pleased. In his past life, achieving a respectful reputation required considerable effort, but now it was accomplished in mere conversations. Indeed, financial power is strong, impressive, and unrivaled. Great. Now let's move, Fong Shin said. After several reconnaissance missions, Fong Shin confirmed that Shadow Leopard Harlan had moved away. He stepped out of the shelter. At this moment, the sky was blood-red with dawn, seemingly heralding a bloody path ahead. The battle was sudden and intense. Fong Shin faced a 16-legged beetle the frost shell, a tier 4 named mutant beast. The battle ended just as quickly. As the massive beetle shattered with a crash, a heavy virtual book appeared before everyone in the world. The book opened, and on its ornate silver-patterned pages, gilded letters displayed the following. 16-legged beetle frost shell, tier 4, named mutant beast, slayer, Fong Shin. Duo, Fong Shin is amazing, truly amazing, Tao exclaimed in awe. Fong Shin is indeed powerful, stronger than anything I've heard of. Duo also marveled. The rabbit sisters originally thought they could finally be of use, but Fong Shin's strength once again exceeded their expectations. It's known that a named mutant beast of the same level is 10 times stronger than a lord-level creature, making it impossible to be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Yet, this tier 4 named mutant beast barely moved its legs before it was defeated. The scene suddenly shifted to the Blue Star continent, where snow was falling heavily. A sword sliced through the air like a stream of light, leaving rainbow-like wounds on the bodies of dozens of humans. The sound of fluttering wings accompanied the scene as blood from the wounds transformed into blue ice butterflies dancing in the sky. This scene was filled with a heart-wrenching, tragic beauty. Long, dark hair flowed with the biting cold wind, and the sword in hand was crystal clear, untouched by dust. The sword-bearer pressed down on their cap and slowly walked into the snowstorm. In a dense bamboo forest, the bamboo stood tall and jade-like. Sister, look, I wasn't lying. That person is. Don't say it. He's already dead. Dead, they must pay the price, all the price. A long-lost familiar name reappeared in the annals of history. At this moment, countless hearts were stirred. As the named variant beast fell, a treasure chest emitting a blue glow appeared out of thin air. Fong Shin's eyes lit up, embarking once more on his treasure-opening journey. A tier 4 blue chest requires 2,000 gold coins. Should I open it? Fong Shin murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously reaching for his money pouch. The coins jingled, and the chest opened in response. However, the items inside were disappointing. Gritting his teeth, Fong Shin took out another 20,000 gold coins, ready to refresh the chest's contents. Maybe I'll have better luck this time, he thought. Again and again, gold coins disappeared like water. 660,000 coins later, the chest finally shone with a dazzling light. Tier 5 yellow shoes, Fong Shin exclaimed, frostfoot. He carefully examined the attributes of the shoes. Durability, 200,200. Defense, 200. Agility, 25. Movement speed, 30. Special ability, walk on water, turn to ice. The essence of 16 legs, Fong Shin laughed. Though it only has one special ability, the attribute boost is quite impressive. Eagerly, he put on the new shoes, tossing aside his previous tier 3 green Black Bull battle boots. At that moment, Fong Shin was a walking treasure trove, completely transformed. He wore a tier 5 yellow-white feather crown on his head, a tier 5 yellow obsidian pendant around his neck, tier 5 yellow loyal pauldrons on his shoulders, a tier 5 yellow dark scale guardian armor on his body, tier 6 purple bracers of the giant's wrath on his arms, tier 5 yellow gloves of courage on his hands, rings of tier 6 purple intangible threat, and tier 10 pink sovereign ring on his fingers, tier 5 yellow loyal leg guards on his legs, and tier 5 yellow frostfoot on his feet. Activating the equipment effects now would be enough to blind countless eyes with its brilliance. Even a century later, this set would still be considered luxurious. As Fong Shin reveled in the joy of his gear, the sounds of an intense battle echoed not far away. Xiaoya, hold on. Healing touch. Triple slash. Sturdy shield. No. Daffin, help me relieve some pressure. Wah. Fong Shin looked in the direction of the sounds and saw a well-equipped team engaged in a fierce battle with a Tier 1 elite mutant fat cat. This cat had abandoned the agility typical of felines, opting instead to become a powerhouse. Each swipe of its paw sent the shield-bearing warrior stumbling back. This team was clearly of elite caliber, with a complete setup: one shield warrior, two melee damage dealers, one healer, and one scout ranged ranger. Fong Shin mused that since the Scarlet Moon 3 months ago, some humans had already completed their transformation, becoming Tier 1 Ascended Warriors. Reflecting on previous encounters with other teams on the road, while they were surprised by the unique combination of Fong Shin and the Rabbit Sisters, they remained cautious and hurried on. However, the strength of this team was evidently superior. Their gear was uniformly well coordinated, with the most striking feature being the dual-handed shield held by the Shield Warrior, which was of a second-tier white standard. The team exuded the confidence of those ready to challenge a first-tier elite. However, they underestimated their opponent's strength. The mutated fat cat was continually taking damage, and a ranger about 500 meters away watched Fong Shin's every move with caution. Suddenly, the mutated fat cat delivered a heavy blow, sending the Shield Warrior's shield flying. The defense line crumbled instantly, and chaos ensued within the team. As the mutated fat cat was about to charge into the group for a massacre, Fong Shin frowned slightly, realizing it was time to execute the next part of his plan. The ranger cried out desperately for help, while Fong Shin casually flicked a stone. With a bang, a massive damage number appeared above the mutated fat cat's head, and it instantly turned into a mist of blood. The elite team was left speechless, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. 350,000 damage. One-hit kill on a first-tier elite mutated beast, the shield warrior stammered as he counted the digits. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Oh my, am I dreaming? The team snapped out of their shock, and the ranger wanted to catch up with Fong Shin to thank him, only to find that despite appearing to walk, Fong Shin moved at an incredible speed and quickly disappeared from view. Who was that? Could he be the legendary figure? The team members whispered, and those twin girls with him were so beautiful, but I didn't dare to look too much. Xiao Fan, you did the right thing. With someone like that, even the slightest offense could lead to disaster, Captain Yi said solemnly. Meanwhile, Fong Shin and his companions were traveling along a flat concrete road. The Rabbit Sisters curiously observed the abandoned cars by the roadside. Dodo, look at these big metal boxes. Were they all made by humans? Why are they left here? Tao Tao asked. I'm not really sure, but seeing them makes me think humans have a special kind of potential, Dodo replied. But Tao Tao, the humans we've met are all so weak. Yeah, except Fong Shin, he's quite an exception, Tao Tao agreed. Fong Shin ignored the sisters' conversation, lost in his thoughts about the Bone Tribe and the mutated beasts. After killing the high-ranking monk, the Grand Monk arrived quickly, suggesting a link behind these seemingly coincidental events. Just then, the bushes by the road suddenly shook violently, interrupting Fong Shin's thoughts. With a rustle of leaves, a frail young boy in tattered clothes stumbled out from the bushes. His gaze swept over Fong Shin and the striking rabbit twins without any sign of emotion. His sallow face was expressionless, and his eyes were clouded with a sickly white film, making him appear like an empty shell driven by subconscious impulses. Run quickly! The boy tried to shout to Fong Shin, but could only manage a faint whisper. Fong Shin deciphered his words through lip reading. The boy intended to run towards Fong Shin, but suddenly changed direction, staggering away in the opposite direction. As the boy turned, Fong Shin caught a glimpse of his back. His clothes were completely shredded, revealing skin covered in burn marks and grotesque scars of varying depths, a horrifying sight. Fong Shin couldn't help but ponder what kind of torture could inflict such terrifying wounds. Even in the face of despair, does he still hold onto a shred of kindness? Fong Shin mused as he watched the frail youth's retreating figure, his gaze deep and contemplative. Just then, a burst of wild laughter erupted from the woods. Ha ha ha, run, keep running. The more you run, the more excited I get. This hunting thrill is exhilarating, so satisfying. Following that, a rough voice chimed in. I didn't expect these creatures to run so fast. It's quite entertaining. So interesting, so very interesting. Old hey, you're falling behind. I've already got 5 kills. No rush, no rush, it's just getting started, haha. Amidst these arrogant words, a group of men suddenly burst out from the underbrush. When they saw the Rabbit Sisters, they all froze in place. Wow, what a knockout! One of the lackeys exclaimed. Boss, look over there. They're twins, top tier. Those so-called celebrities are nothing compared to them. The two leaders stared at Duo and Tao Tao, their eyes filled with blatant desire. Truly the best of the best. Who would have thought we'd find such gems? At this moment, a few lackeys noticed Fong Shin. There's a pretty boy over there. Lucky guy. Don't worry, soon we'll have the same luck. Maybe if the boss is in a good mood, he'll share with us. Ha ha ha, I'm so pumped up, one lackey said, pounding his chest, drooling. That pretty boy might be used by the bosses for their rituals. Imagine that scene. Yeah, yeah, let him be the sacrifice while we enjoy these top-notch twins. You know what I mean. Ha 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 ha, boys, let's go. Forget about the others. Let's first entertain these beautiful twin babes. The two leaders rushed forward, eager to be first. Like roosters with a false sense of invincibility, these two leaders, drunk on their newfound power and status, completely ignored the peculiarities of Fong Shin's group. All right, we've gathered enough information. Fong Shin slowly raised his hand. At that moment, Tao Tao spoke. Brother Fong Shin, I really dislike these people. They have a rotten stench about them. Tao Tao's voice suddenly turned cold, losing its usual sweet tone. She looked at Fong Shin seriously and earnestly, dropping the affectionate nickname. Brother Fong Shin, please ask us for help. Fong Shin was slightly taken aback. In his past life, only Su Mei was qualified to enlist the help of these sisters. But now, Tao Tao was volunteering to assist? This was an interesting twist. He nodded in agreement. Tao Tao sprang into action. She waved her small wand, drawing a circle in the air. The runic lines quickly formed, and a summoning array materialized instantly. A deafening roar erupted as a gigantic, one-horned white rabbit leaped out of the array. This seemingly cute creature suddenly turned terrifyingly grotesque. Its head split open like a flower, unleashing countless tentacles, each tipped with a mouth full of sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, these tentacles devoured all the enemies. Fong Shin watched the scene unfold with an unflinching heart. He reaffirmed the 9th rule of survival in the Ascension: war never trust appearances. Tao Tao glanced at Fong Shin with some unease, fearing he might be disturbed by her methods. However, Fong Shin appeared quite composed. The unicorn rabbit reverted to its fluffy form, with a round body covered in soft fur, a 3-lobed mouth, and large eyes that made it look incredibly cute. Fong Shin reached out to pet the rabbit, praising, "Not bad, it feels nice." The unicorn rabbit obediently lay on the ground, nuzzling Fong Shin's hand and occasionally making a woof sound. Seeing Fong Shin's reaction, Tao Tao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not far away, a frail young man staggered forward, collapsing after a few steps. He thought he was about to die, filled with guilt for his parents and regret for not avenging them. However, when he looked back, he witnessed a sight he would never forget: the two incredibly powerful vanguard generals had been devoured. At that moment, the young man's eyes welled up with tears. He had believed he would never cry again, yet his tear glands were still functional. His heart reignited with the hope of survival, and he silently vowed that this would be the last time he cried. He must live on to avenge his parents. Fong Shin walked toward the frail young man, feeling nothing in his heart. He had seen too many people living for revenge. One more wouldn't stir any special feelings. "Dodo, heal him," Fong Shin said briefly. Dodo responded with slight dissatisfaction. "Fong Shin, is that how you asked for my help? Your tone is terrible, but I'll reluctantly help you this time." A beam of golden light descended, instantly healing the young man's injuries. The healing effect was astonishingly immediate. Under the powerful healing light of Duo, the frail young man's injuries healed instantly, as if he had never been hurt. This was the magic of having a digitized body. The young man stared blankly at his perfectly intact hands, then suddenly knelt down. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed 3 times heavily to Fong Shin, leaving fresh red marks on his forehead against the rough cement ground. "In my darkest hour, heaven did not come to my aid," he said, looking up at Fong Shin with bright eyes. "So I, Wang Tong, do not kneel to heaven or earth, only to my parents and my lord. My lord, you saved me. From now on, my life belongs to you. Please, my lord, take me in." "I don't have a habit of taking people in," Fong Shin replied calmly. "Your life is yours to control. However, you may follow me back to my territory. But first, take me to the shelter you escaped from." "Ah." Wang Tong trembled violently as terrifying memories surged into his mind. He bit his lip, trying to keep his speech coherent. "Sir, it's too dangerous there. The beasts are too powerful. If we resist, we'll be killed." He suddenly realized his loss of composure and audacity, and looked at Fong Shin nervously. Fong Shin remained expressionless. "Lead the way and talk." "Yes, my lord." Wang Tong began to recount. "Our lives became extremely resilient after being digitized, making it difficult to die easily. Because of this, those beasts devised various means of torture. Compared to their actions, so-called torture is child's play. They turn people into living trees, jars, chairs." Wang Tong's fragmented descriptions painted a horrific picture, but for Fong Shin, who had endured countless trials in hell, these words didn't disturb his inner peace. However, whether to act was another matter. "Those people all have the surname Zhao. They used to control a family conglomerate worth billions," Wang Tong continued. "The strongest among them, Zhao Yang, can even take on a second-tier mutant beast leader alone. He's cruel, powerful, terrifying. My lord, I may be overstepping, but even if I'm severely punished, I'll accept it. I can't let you risk yourself." Puffed, Tao Tao chuckled. You should understand your position. You're now Fong Shin's devoted follower. Such words of dissuasion would get you executed in our clan. Wang Tung felt as if struck by lightning, breaking into a cold sweat. He finally realized, as a devoted follower of his lord, he needed to obey orders unconditionally. Even if the path led to a boiling pot, he had to jump in without hesitation. Fong Shin was indifferent to this minor incident. His decision to cleanse the shelter was merely following his own will. However, in the eyes of the Rabbit sisters and Wang Tung, Fong Shin seemed to radiate a brilliant humanity. Murderous intent danced in the air, as Fong Shin was followed by hundreds of expressionless, hollow-eyed humans, like soulless puppets with only a faint glimmer in their eyes. These were the human livestock used by the Zhao family for hunting games. The group proceeded in eerie silence. Before long, they came upon a row of trees, people with their feet melted off and buried in the ground, their hands chopped off and inserted into plants. This scene was more horrifying than any horror movie, and witnessing it firsthand was far more impactful than mere rumors. In a chaotic world, human desires and flaws were magnified infinitely. When people gained power beyond ordinary, they often chose not to become superheroes, but to indulge their desires. Fong Shin had seen this too often, to the point where he once thought hell was the norm. My lord, these are the people who resisted, Wang Tung said, taking a deep breath. They are tortured to death. Duo, Tao Tao, heal them, Fong Shin ordered coldly. With his esteemed reputation, he could command the Rabbit sisters directly, unlike the cautious approach of the peak powerhouse Su Mei from the past. Despite her usual sharp tongue, Duo complied. Beams of white light fell on the injured, and under the Rabbit sisters' miraculous healing abilities, the survivors were restored without experiencing further pain. This miraculous scene elicited various reactions. Some worshipped Fong Shin and the Rabbit sisters as saviors, while others vehemently opposed upon hearing Fong Shin's goal. What? You want to challenge the Zhao family? You're mad, all of you. The Zhao family is untouchable and invincible. Even if you increase your numbers tenfold, it's useless. Don't throw your lives away. Let's leave and live well, never returning here. The crowd's clamor echoed in the air like a noisy sea. Suddenly, Duoduo's cold voice cut through the din. Shut up. You're too loud. Her gaze swept across the people as she continued. You can leave at any time, or choose to stay. But you need to recognize your own identity. Like weak aphids, you have no right to criticize him. In the rabbit tribe, you wouldn't even have the chance to see him. Duo slowly raised her staff, and the pressure of a high-level aura descended like an invisible mountain. The crowd opened their mouths, but found themselves unable to make a sound, immediately falling silent. The air was filled with an oppressive silence. However, beneath this silence lay a deeper fear. For some, an indelible shadow of the Zhao family had already been etched in their hearts. Long-term torment had stripped them of the courage to seek revenge. They only wanted to escape this nightmarish place. Some even believed that their lives were a gift from the Zhao family, viewing them as invincible. Why provoke the Zhao family? Do you think you're some kind of justice warriors? Ridiculous. A trembling voice broke the silence. Isn't it better to live well? Having a life is more important than anything. Before the voice had faded, someone had already turned and fled from the group. The herd mentality spread instantly. The second, third, fourth. In the blink of an eye, half of those who had been hunted like prey had fled. In contrast, the tree people, despite enduring harsher torment, did not flee. They were the backbone of the resistance against the Zhao family, and no setback could destroy their will to pursue freedom. Fong Shin paid no mind to these people's actions, instead focusing on the voices of the Rabbit sisters. Oh, can these Rabbit sisters switch their voices at will? No wonder they're twins. One is soft and tender, the other cool and clear. Both voices are quite nice, he thought to himself, this kind of divergent thinking being a side effect of his experiences. At that moment, a familiar call came from behind. Master? A group of 20 approached quickly, their formation orderly, and showing a high level of training. Leading them was a middle-aged man with bright eyes, dressed in a robe, and a pearl emitting a first-order ascension fluctuation floating beside him. Seeing Fong Shin turn his head, the middle-aged man's face lit up with uncontrollable joy, as if seeing a long-lost father. Greetings, Master. He kneeled on one knee with fluid motion. This signature action immediately revealed the newcomer's identity. Xiang Tianzi. Greetings, my lord. The warriors behind Xiang Tianzi shouted in unison, their eyes shining with fervor. Fong Shin's gift of 3.5 billion gold coins to Qian Jingjing had directly raised the standard of living in the entire shelter by at least 3 levels. With Fong Shin's formidable presence, the Qiming shelter was unexpectedly united, with no power struggles arising. Even the old faction of Scarface suddenly turned over a new leaf, becoming more enthusiastic about the shelter's development than anyone else, even helping elderly women cross the street regularly. Behind all this was their deep fear of Fong Shin, terrified that a single misstep could lead to their downfall. Under substantial financial and talent support, The development of the Qiming Sanctuary is thriving, with everything flourishing. Although Fong Shin has only made a single public appearance, he has quickly risen to fame and even become a figure of reverence for many people. This fervent admiration is especially evident among the followers of Xiang Tianze and Li De. Suddenly, Xiang Tianze appeared before Fong Shin, leading a group of people. He loudly proclaimed, "Our master is invincible, having slain yet another fourth tier named mutated beast. Congratulations to our lord." Fong Shin, slightly surprised, raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, it's you all. Has your range of activity extended this far? Not bad. Stand up." This simple praise acted like a powerful stimulant, causing the 19 warriors behind Xiang Tianze to tremble with excitement. They exchanged looks of pure joy and shakily stood up, as if they had just experienced the greatest honor. Wang Tong, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. He keenly sensed that each of these individuals was as terrifying as Zhao Yang, and some even exuded a more formidable presence. He couldn't help but blurt out, "My lord, who are they?" Before he could finish, 20 sharp gazes simultaneously locked onto Wang Tong. The air seemed to freeze, and a murderous intent suddenly arose. The thought crossed the minds of these powerful figures. Who is this sudden upstart? How dare he casually refer to the master as lord? The title they all yearned for. How could this unremarkable person, not even at the first ascension level, use it so freely? Faced with their stares, Wang Tong broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Their gazes seemed capable of tearing him apart alive. They were terrifying beyond measure. At the same time, those who had initially intended to flee also halted in their tracks. Confronted by Xiang Tianze's group, they were paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. Some couldn't help but exclaim internally, "My goodness, that person commands such a powerful team. No wonder these people dared to challenge the Zhao family." However, what difference can just 20 people make? Even if each of them is highly skilled, facing the array of thousands of Zhao family members, they are unlikely to make any impact. The fleeing people slowed their steps, constantly searching for reasons to convince themselves that the Zhao family was an unbeatable giant. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other side was completely different. Xiang Tianze carefully observed Wang Tong, then turned to Fong Shin and respectfully said, "Master, I believe the information you provided is of great significance. Given that we are now capable of external operations, I have organized a team of powerful fighters ready to explore and spread the combat guidelines for dealing with mutant beasts." Upon hearing this, a trace of appreciation flashed in Fong Shin's eyes. He was secretly glad that he had not misjudged Xiang Tianze, whose reputation as a practical inspector in ZZ City was well-deserved. Xiang Tianze had already implemented his plan ahead of time. Indeed, one of Fong Shin's purposes in returning to the Qiming shelter was to organize personnel for exploration and expansion, and to widely disseminate the combat guidelines for mutant beasts. He recalled the elite squad he had previously saved, which had apparently underestimated the combat strength required and recklessly challenged a mutated fat cat, a move tantamount to courting death. To handle elite-level mutant beasts, a team of at least 10 to 30 people is necessary. A small team of just 5 or 6, even if all are elite fighters, would see a significant rise in casualty rates. Fong Shin was convinced that similar situations were unfolding everywhere. Humanity's elite combat forces were being needlessly depleted, which was why he was eager to implement the next phase of his plan. However, the development speed of the Qiming shelter had exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that Xiang Tianze would have already extended their operational reach to this point. "Excellent, very good." Fong Shin nodded approvingly, with a growing look of admiration in his eyes. As a seasoned official, Xiang Tianze was adept at reading expressions. Seeing the approval in Fong Shin's eyes, he was elated, filled with a sense of personal achievement. Xiang Tianze suppressed his inner joy, maintaining a serious demeanor as he reported to Fong Shin, "My lord, our initial operations have gone very smoothly, and we have successfully contacted nearly 10 sanctuaries. Shockingly, during our exploration, we encountered the Zhao family, a ruthless and inhumane force. These places meant to protect humanity have instead become hell on earth. I believe we must take action against such sanctuaries. To avoid attracting the attention of mutant beasts, we have 100 teams arriving in batches to support us." His firm words immediately deterred those who had planned to flee. They were taken aback by the realization that this would be a large-scale battle involving thousands, with a bloody fight inevitable. A thought crossed their minds. Could this team truly have the power to overthrow the Zhao family? If so, joining them might be the wisest choice. Consequently, those who had just fled quietly returned. The rebellious warriors cast cold, disdainful glances at them, but knew they had no right to speak. Everything depended on the young leader's decision. Xiang Tianze keenly noticed the return of these people, silently committing their faces to memory. Since his elevation, his memory had significantly improved, allowing him to remember everything he saw. Fong Shin paid no attention to those who had fled and returned. He turned to Xiang Tianze and said, "Not everyone is worth protecting. The useless cannot survive in Qiming. However, your actions please me. Here is your reward. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 enticingly glowing third-tier green treasure chests appeared in Fong Shin's hands. The sound of swallowing echoed around as everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on these chests. The concept of third-tier green equipment was beyond their comprehension. They couldn't imagine the powerful energy contained within. Even more astonishing was how casually this young man handed out 10 third-tier green chests as a reward. The crowd couldn't help but speculate about Fong Shin's true strength. Wang Teng was particularly stunned, finally realizing the terrifying power of their leader. In fact, Fong Shin had killed countless third-tier creatures, with third-tier green chests piling up in his storage space. Despite their abundance, he never gave them away lightly. Even if they were useless to him, he had his own plans for them. Xiang Tianzi, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt on one knee, raising the chests with both hands, and exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord, for your generosity." At that moment, another familiar voice called out, "Fang Xuan." Zhang Yi and Li Dou arrived with their team and immediately knelt on one knee in salute. In this era of Ascension warfare, surviving alone was difficult. Small teams were the basic unit. Even formed armies were built on the foundation of small teams. Qiming's management clearly understood this. To avoid attracting large numbers of mutant beasts, this campaign adopted a strategy of teams gathering in batches. From Xiang Tianzi's report, it was evident that this was Qiming's first large-scale external operation, with all available top-tier forces assembled here. Qian Jingjing, Zhang Gongbao, and others gradually arrived, forming a large force of nearly 2,000 people. Qian Jingjing caught sight of Fong Shin, her eyes lighting up with uncontrollable delight. However, her expression quickly changed to one of displeasure when she noticed the two rabbit girls beside him, and she turned her head away with a cold snort. This troop was clearly well-trained, lining up in an orderly manner and exuding a faint aura of iron-blooded determination. Hundreds of refugees stared in awe at this army comprised entirely of first-rank ascended warriors, struck speechless by the sight. A light blue barrier of the protective formation enveloped the entire area. Unlike typical shelters, the walls here were not built at the edge of the formation but were situated inside, encircling a luxurious white mansion. The nearly 5-meter-high walls were made of reinforced concrete, appearing impregnable. The scene within the shelter was shocking. Blood, twisted corpses, and chaotic scenes were everywhere, with a pervasive atmosphere of cruelty and savagery. Along the way, the Qiming warriors witnessed many unimaginable human constructs, leaving even the trained among them pale-faced, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. These beasts! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Someone cursed under their breath. How could it come to this? Is this really something humans could do? With each sight and sound, the killing intent of the Qiming army grew more palpable. Fong Shin nodded to himself. Although the killing intent seemed immature to him, the Qiming army was beginning to develop a semblance of this aura, hinting at the potential to form a cohesive military spirit. He was fairly satisfied with this progress. As for the guards on the wall, Fong Shin couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance. As the Qiming army approached, a battle between the two shelters seemed imminent. Suddenly, the sound of arrows cutting through the air rang out, forming a warning line in front of the Qiming troops. "Cross this line, and you'll be killed without mercy," a middle-aged man with a longbow arrogantly shouted. In the distance, the ragged refugees trembled violently at his appearance. Wang Teng, standing behind Fong Shin, still showed traces of fear in his eyes as he trembled, saying, "That man is Zhao Yang, a formidable warrior capable of single-handedly taking on second-rank elite mutant beasts." "Oh, that's just talk. He doesn't seem like much," Fong Shin replied dismissively. Piercing arrow. Zhang Yi drew his 4th-rank blue longbow and instantly released a sharp arrow. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Yang let out a piercing scream. His right thigh was shot through, causing him to lose balance. If not for someone catching him, he would have tumbled off the wall. Witnessing this, those who once held Zhao Yang in awe were instantly petrified. The man they considered invincible had his thigh shot through so effortlessly. They suddenly realized how laughable their previous notions had been. Well, he reacted quickly. "Otherwise, I would have pierced his heart," Zhang Yi remarked with slight regret. The Zhao family members on the wall fell into chaos. The Qiming warriors were poised for action, waiting for Fong Shin's command. Fong Shin shook his head slightly and said calmly, "Since I'm here, there will be no unnecessary deaths. The battlefield worthy of your sacrifice is not here." A formless yet overwhelming red surged forth, filled with an aura of destruction and slaughter, yet so divine and noble that one dared not gaze directly upon it. Fong Shin slowly lifted his head, like a deity rising from a bloody abyss, exuding an oppressive force that made hearts tremble. Everyone instinctively held their breath, witnessing the power of a 10th-tier professional breaking the boundary between illusion and reality. 5 manifestations of murderous intent coalesced into form, transforming into 5 siege rhinos with horns like battering rams, appearing before the crowd. Without pause, they charged directly at the manor's walls. With a thunderous crash, the 5-meter-high concrete walls crumbled instantly like tofu. Debris flew everywhere, damaging the surrounding flowers and plants as cries of alarm rang out, and the Zhao family members fell from the walls into chaos. The warriors of Qiming and the refugees behind them fell into a deathly silence. Although Fong Shin's reputation was legendary, witnessing his power firsthand was a completely different experience from merely hearing tales. To the refugees, the wall had once seemed impregnable, a symbol of supreme power, the dividing line between the elite and the commoners. Yet at this moment, this mental barrier was so fragile, easily shattered like a pile of tofu. Xiang Tianze raised his arm and shouted, "Our Lord is mighty." The Qiming warriors responded in unison, and hope ignited in the eyes of the refugees, who instinctively gathered around. The Zhao family members, now deprived of the wall's protection, were like lambs to the slaughter, their combat strength vastly inferior to that of the Qiming warriors, with even their strongest, Zhao Yang, having been shot in the leg by Zhang Yi. Fong Shin's calm voice rang out, "Kill any who resist." The Zhao family members, who had been ready to fight to the death in despair, suddenly harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking Fong Shin was not there for the refugees. However, the next moment, Fong Shin ordered, "Capture them alive, tie them up." The few Zhao family members who attempted to resist were swiftly subdued, and the rest, seeing this, completely gave up resisting. The Qiming warriors acted quickly, and soon all the Zhao family members were bound, with Zhao Yang receiving special treatment. Despite this, Zhao Yang still smiled and said to Fong Shin, "You must see it as I do, understand it as I do. Even if our bodies are digitized, the world is no different from before, just a game for the strong." The other Zhao family members also displayed knowing, condescending smiles, as if they were the lofty, celestial beings. The hope in the refugees' eyes faded once more, believing it was merely a change in rulers. However, Fong Shin's next action completely overturned everyone's expectations. He walked to the front of the refugee crowd, and with the sound of metal clashing, dumped a variety of knives in front of them. "You are the ones most qualified to judge. Do what you wish," Fong Shin said. The refugees were momentarily bewildered, not understanding Fong Shin's intention. A trembling woman stepped forward, picked up a fruit knife, and approached Zhao Yang. She struggled to face him, his beast-like gaze making her tremble. Finally, she closed her eyes, let out a cry, and thrust the knife forward with force. However, the bloody scene she imagined did not occur. Zhao Yang, being an ascendant, was barely pierced by the knife, with not even a drop of blood visible. Zhao Yang was confused. "What do you mean by this?" Seeing the woman's actions, the other refugees finally understood Fong Shin's intention. More and more people picked up the knives and slowly surrounded Zhao Yang. At this moment, Zhao Yang finally realized he was about to become a living sacrifice. Fear crept onto his face, and he shouted, "No, you can't do this. You're breaking the rules. I ruled over these lowly people with power. Now you're using power to kill me. We're no different. You're an executioner, devoid of humanity." Zhao Yang's expression twisted into a snarl. "What is justice? Isn't it just determined by the strong? You think you're exercising justice, but what difference is there in what we do? One day, you'll be just like me, seeing these weaklings as ants. It's inevitable." "Ha ha!" Zhao Yang's screams tore through the silent air, desperate and filled with despair. The pain he once inflicted on others now returned to him with tenfold intensity. Due to his high physical endurance, his heart-wrenching cries echoed continuously around him. Tao Tao couldn't help but burst into laughter, turning to Fong Shin and asking, "Why does this human say such funny things?" Duo chimed in. "Tao Tao, he really is quite amusing. Failure means death, isn't that normal? I don't understand why he says so much nonsense." The conversation between the two rabbit sisters caught Fong Shin's attention, but he did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the sky, his gaze resting on the 9 stars that illuminated the blue star continent. An ancient melody played in his mind. "Feeling those empty threats, I am always full of fighting spirit. My moral superiority makes me lose myself, always deceiving myself, imagining what I am meant to protect. I don't know why. Back then I divided good and evil so clearly. I was once so old. Now, I am in my prime." The execution lasted for an entire day and night. By the end, the Zhao family members were unrecognizable. However, the avenging refugees did not feel empty. Instead, they saw new hope and ignited new beliefs in their hearts. Many aspired to become the sharp blade in Fong Shin's hand, continuing to cut down the scum of humanity and embark on another path of revenge. At dusk, scouts from Qiming brought back good news. The area around the sanctuary was rich in resources, including a unique second-tier material, hard ironwood forest, and first-tier medicinal herbs like blood-stopping orchid. Fong Shin decided to leave Wang Teng to rebuild this sanctuary, a decision that visibly relieved Xiang Tianze. When Fong Shin and his party arrived at the Qiming sanctuary, They were warmly welcomed by the elderly, women, and children. Fong Shin subtly frowned, a change in expression that Xiang Tianze keenly noticed. He quickly explained, Master, they did this of their own accord, we didn't organize it. Fong Shin's brows relaxed upon hearing this, and he nodded. The development is much faster than I expected. Looking around, Fong Shin found that in just 2 months, the Qiming Sanctuary had undergone a dramatic transformation. The simple wooden stake walls were replaced by a towering 7-meter-high barrier made of a special alloy. The spiral patterns on the metal surface indicated that it was made from refined iron, mithril, and purple copper, forming a bi-resistant alloy, a second-tier material, with defensive capabilities far surpassing the Zhao family's walls. The entire sanctuary was orderly, with crisscrossing roads exuding a sense of civilization. People occasionally smiled, and the children behaved well, not running around the streets. After the welcoming ceremony, they returned to their homes to practice swordsmanship, engage in throwing training, or focus on studying medicinal herbs and ingots. Seeing all this, Fong Shin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It's time to start the plan early. The whole sanctuary, it's time to truly unite. Although a first-tier sanctuary typically covers an area the size of several small towns, the Qiming Sanctuary housed 300,000 people, indicating its crowdedness. Fong Shin thought, it's time to upgrade the crystal to the second tier, but I need to get a guild scroll first to maximize the benefits of upgrading the crystal. At the crystal exchange, Fong Shin found only the archer mentor, the Tam tribe chef, and the fire dwarf blacksmith present, with the village chief nowhere in sight. The long-beard rune master explained, Ahem. The elder had some matters to attend to, so he returned to the tribe. I'll be acting as the interim village chief. You can settle any tasks previously issued by the village chief with me. Fong Shin didn't mind the temporary absence of the NPC and submitted the task directly. A system prompt immediately appeared. You have completed the task, evil skeleton soldiers. It turns out they are a subordinate race of the Forgotten. The archer mentor was deeply concerned about the skeleton soldiers appearing around, so he entrusted you with this task. Task name, Threat of the Skeleton Soldiers. Task level, B. Task objective, investigate the source of the skeleton soldiers around the sanctuary. Completion reward, experience 100,000, gold 10,000, reputation with various races 1,000 each. As his reputation increased, the attitudes of several NPCs shifted from neutral to friendly, revealing their names. Isna Forest Fairy, Archer Mentor, Yuta Tam Tribe, Chef, Magnifier Dwarf, Blacksmith, and Hugald Longbeard Tribe, Rune Master. Isna smiled coquettishly. Phew, finally, the warrior can know my name. I can share more information now, like my measurements, which are. Before she could finish, Duo and Tao Tao interrupted in unison. Humph, Duo. Did you see a shameless woman? Humph, Tao Tao. I see a woman dressed indecently, speaking without shame. Isna didn't mind, swaying slightly, her fair skin dazzling. She teased, 2 rabbit sisters, so naive, you look good, but you're a bit lacking in size. Fong Shin didn't want to waste time on such trivial conversations and got straight to the point. Do you know anything about the Bone Tribe? How did they manage to come to Blue Star at this time? Isna immediately dropped her flirtatious demeanor, her expression turning serious. Based on your investigation, we can confirm that the ones who have come to Blue Star are indeed the Bone Tribe, a subordinate race of the Forgotten. I can also roughly determine how they arrived here. The Bone Tribe, lackeys of the Forgotten, enemies of all order and civilization. Isna's eyes flickered with deep hatred, her voice trembling slightly. They didn't come to Blue Star through the form of Ascension War, nor is their continent adjacent to Blue Star. This statement refuted Fong Shin's previous assumptions. Isna continued to explain. So, there are only 2 possibilities. First, they paid an unbearable price to open a dimensional portal, breaking the fundamental rules to descend upon Blue Star. But that's clearly impossible. The Bone Tribe doesn't have that capability. Second, they arrived on Blue Star as NPCs, paying a certain price to bypass the rules of the Ascension War. Fong Shin frowned and asked, what do you mean by the price? Isna pondered for a moment before answering. There are many possibilities, such as sacrificing a supreme being of their race, overextending their future potential, or turning their territory into a void. These costs are almost unbearable. However, if they used the second method, the cost would be much smaller. She further explained, as NPCs, the Bone Tribe's actions are necessarily limited. They can't attack human sanctuaries, or they would face rejection by Blue Star's laws, attracting the wrath of the original source. Fong Shin suddenly understood, which explained why the Bone Tribe fiercely battled mutated beasts in his past life, but ignored human sanctuaries. He knew that skeletal creations made from human remains were often extremely powerful. If they could attack sanctuaries, the Bone Tribe's power would increase significantly. It seemed they didn't refrain from attacking because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. Then, what is the Bone Tribe's purpose? Fong Shin asked the crucial question. Isna looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry, warrior, I don't know. They are chaotic beings, and their actions are hard to predict. Her emerald eyes reflected Fong Shin's image, and she was secretly amazed. Completing a second-tier ascension in such a short time, his level rising rapidly, his aura growing stronger, his potential was astonishing. She decided it was time to tell him some things to prevent others from getting a head start. Aisna's gaze briefly swept over Yuda and Magni, completely ignoring the runemaster. Her cheeks flushed, her large, watery eyes looked at Fong Shin, and she batted her eyelashes flirtatiously. I've been so lonely without you, warrior. Why don't we find a place to relax? Okay. Fong Shin perceived the implication in Aisna's words and nodded in agreement. Ah, Fong Shin Gij, how could you do this? Humph, so Fong Shin likes this type? What poor taste. Fong Shin took out 10 moonlight herbs and said to the bunny sisters, you too, work well in my domain. These 10 moonlight herbs are an advance on your wages. With that, he ignored the bunny sisters' reactions and led Aisna to a quiet, enclosed system tent. Aisna instantly became calm and composed, speaking slowly. In fact, every race comes to Blue Star with different purposes. Fong Shin wasn't surprised. In the Ascension War, if a race helped humans without compensation, it must have ulterior motives. These NPCs came to Blue Star either to invest in relationships, seek profit, or collect some resource. So, what is the purpose of the forest elves coming to Blue Star? Fong Shin asked directly. Aisna sighed deeply. It's to seek human help. Our forest elf race has reached a dead end, and the entire race urgently needs a mythically gifted civilized being to save us, whose level cannot exceed 50. Unfortunately, such beings are 1 in a billion, and their growth is so rapid that surpassing level 50 happens in the blink of an eye. So, only those newly entering the Ascension War from civilized continents might produce such a being. She looked at Fong Shin, her eyes full of hope. Do you know, when the history of the multiverse recorded your name, the entire forest elf race was ecstatic. And when you were transported by the aberrations, I was so desperate, sobbing. Aisna pretended to care about Fong Shin's safety, showing a delicate and vulnerable side, wiping her tears as she moved closer to Fong Shin. Don't come any closer. Fong Shin said coldly. You've said a lot, but it's all nonsense. You haven't revealed any specific information. Okay, honestly, it's just me personally craving your body, nothing to do with the forest elf stance. Aisna stopped her approach, but what I said is true. Fong Shin nodded. I don't doubt your words, but I hope you can provide more specific information. If you're seeking help, you need to specify what kind of help you need. In reality, Fong Shin was willing to give Aisna a chance because of the forest elf's behavior in his past life. Unlike the Tam race, the Bunny race, and others, the forest elves came to Blue Star in significant numbers. They favored human potential individuals, and many top experts received their help, including Fong Shin himself. It's worth mentioning that although many forest elves came to Blue Star, offering a 7th-tier hidden profession was unheard of, likely unique to Aisna. However, the forest elves mysteriously disappeared 200 years later. One day, all the forest elves on Blue Star suddenly aged rapidly, eventually turning to dust. Combining past memories with Aisna's words, Fong Shin deduced a logical conclusion. The forest elves' assistance to potential individuals on Blue Star was likely related to their sudden disappearance 200 years later. However, the disappearance of the forest elves had nothing to do with Blue Star's humans. Fong Shin didn't care about the life or death of Aisna's race. Asuna seemed to have read Fong Shin's mind and quickly spoke up. If you can resolve the crisis of the forest elves, I can promise you great rewards. Firstly, the forest elves will forge a pact with humans and unconditionally train high-level archers for you. Secondly, we will also present the secret treasure of the elves' tiers of the elves. Before she finished speaking, small golden sparks suddenly appeared beside Asuna. Instead of feeling threatened, Fong Shin felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, Asuna's reaction was quite different. She appeared terrified, hurriedly covering her mouth, as fine beads of sweat appeared around the gem on her forehead. The golden lightning seemed to have completed some kind of mysterious validation and vanished in an instant. Asuna patted her chest, relieved. Thank goodness, I almost said too much. She glanced at Fong Shin and explained. Now you understand why I can't reveal too much, right? It's all because of the origin rules of your Ascension War. However, once your reputation among the forest elves reaches a revered level, I can disclose more information to you. Asuna added gravely. In reality, the forest elves don't have much time left. If the hidden dangers cannot be resolved within a year, and at most 300 years, the forest elves will completely disappear on the path of ascension. Fong Shin crossed his arms and rested his chin on them, deep in thought. High-level archers and the tiers of the elves held little appeal to him. His only concern was how to quickly enhance his strength. Everything else was secondary. Nevertheless, raising his reputation to a revered level seemed harmless, as it would be something he could accomplish along the way. Familiar with NPC task rules, Fong Shin asked, as far as I know, challenging higher-tier mutant beasts can significantly boost NPC reputation. Is that right? Asuna nodded in agreement. That's correct, I think so too. If you can kill a large number of 4th-tier mutant beasts. However, Fong Shin's next words made Asuna's face change drastically. I want to challenge 5th-tier mutant beasts. Assign me the task, Fong Shin said resolutely. What? 5th tier? Asuna exclaimed. Gazelle was only a juvenile mutant beast, which is why you managed to kill it. A 5th-tier mutant beast, when mature, will awaken most of its elemental powers, which is a completely different concept from a 4th-tier creature. Even you might. Fong Shin coldly interrupted Asuna. Stop wasting time. Just give me the task. If the peak experts of the previous life were present, they would surely give Fong Shin a thumbs up. Even they had to cautiously serve NPCs like Asuna, fearing they might upset them and risk not getting tasks, skill training, or career progression. Yet Fong Shin spoke with a cold, commanding tone, directly ordering the NPC to give him a task. What kind of courage was this? All right. Asuna sighed helplessly. Just make sure you don't die. A system prompt immediately appeared. The Archer Mentor Asuna has issued you an S-level task, Proof of Potential. Will you accept? Your extraordinary potential has impressed the Archer Mentor Asuna, and your reputation among the forest elves will greatly increase, spreading your name widely among them. Fong Shin nodded in satisfaction and stepped towards the 3 giant leaks outside the tent. He thought to himself that this was a great opportunity to achieve multiple goals at once, so he needed to seize it. Upon hearing Fong Shin's request, the 3 NPC mentors, Yuda, Maigini, and Hugald, were wide-eyed, clearly shocked by his audacity. However, they quickly returned to their usual demeanor. As NPCs, they wouldn't refuse a player's reasonable request. Besides, issuing a quest didn't cost them anything, and once Fong Shin completed the task, they would receive their corresponding rewards. Yuda, the chef, was the first to speak, issuing an S-level quest called Proof of Potential to Fong Shin. The objective was to independently slay a Tier 5 mutant beast with a contribution rate exceeding 99. Upon completion, Fong Shin would receive 10 million experience points, 1 million gold coins, and 5,000 points of TMU tribe reputation. More importantly, this would prove Fong Shin's extraordinary potential, boosting his reputation within the TMU tribe. Following this, Maigini the blacksmith and Hugald the runemaster also issued identical S-level quests. Completing these tasks would not only make Fong Shin famous among the fire dwarves and the Longbeard tribe, but also earn him equally generous rewards. Fong Shin accepted the 3 quests without hesitation. He understood that the level of life determined evolutionary potential, while affixes determined the strength at the same level. For a Tier 5 creature that had fully matured, even the lowest would have a leader level affix. This meant there were no ordinary or elite level beings among Tier 5 mutant beasts. The weakest was at least leader level. However, when Fong Shin turned his gaze to the Rabbit Sisters, he realized that the reputation they could offer had already reached its limit, and he couldn't gain any more benefits from them. Despite this, Fong Shin was still pleased with the situation. With 3 S-level quests in hand, he could not only prove his strength, but also gain substantial rewards and reputation. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and his eyes gleamed with confidence as he prepared to face the upcoming challenges. Fong Shin stood before the 4 NPCs, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. It was a surprising scene because, typically, the higher the level of the NPC, the more difficult it is to win their favor. Top-tier NPCs like Aisna and Yuda usually require years of interaction before they even acknowledge you. Approaching these NPCs for tasks without sufficient rapport could easily result in being rebuffed or even blacklisted, forever losing the chance for benefits. However, the attitude of the 4 NPCs toward Fong Shin was drastically different. They seemed to sense his presence, quickly gathering together and eagerly waiting for him to accept the task. This abnormal scenario was reminiscent of a human ATM, except here it was a human task dispenser, ready to offer whatever mission Fong Shin desired. Class task, Fong Shin muttered to himself, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. This was the highest level task he had ever encountered, almost impossible to complete. A second-tier human challenging a 5th-tier creature seemed like a death wish. Fong Shin's actions led one to wonder if this was some unique form of suicide technique. Struggling in its class task for days, and ultimately dying sounded more thrilling than hanging oneself at home. At that moment, the voice of the fire dwarf magnate interrupted Fong Shin's thoughts. The bravest will always be friends of the fire dwarves. Magnate praised loudly. Warrior, your courage impresses me. Your actions are like jumping directly into lava. Although the fire dwarf clan was known for their straightforward and honest nature, Fong Shin couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of sarcasm in Magnate's words. Fong Shin shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Magnate, name your price to repair this equipment for me. He gestured to his gear. Months of wear and tear have taken their toll on some 5th and 6th tier equipment, and they need repairs. Sure thing. I'll give you a 90 discount, totaling 5,000 gold coins, Magnate replied cheerfully. After all, it's important to maintain appearances. With that, he took out a piece of soft, liquid-like putty, and gently applied it to Fong Shin's gear. In less than 10 seconds, Fong Shin's equipment was as good as new, gleaming as if freshly made. The system notification chimed in. You spent 5,000 gold coins. Magnate has repaired your equipment. All your gear is now fully restored to maximum durability. Witnessing Magnate's impressive technique, Fong Shin leaned forward slightly, showing keen interest. Repairing 5th and 6th tier equipment with a simple application of liquid putty Magnate truly was on par with Isna. This scene made Fong Shin reflect on the seemingly minor, yet crucial attribute of equipment durability. For a warrior, equipment is like a second life, and everyone takes great care to maintain their gear's durability. However, in the complex environment outside the sanctuary, routine maintenance is far from enough. Fong Shin's mind raced through various hazardous scenarios. Powerful mutant beasts shattering armor with a few blows, bringing durability to zero. Corrosive plants rapidly depleting durability, turning gear into scrap metal in an instant. Prolonged battles leaving equipment overburdened, eventually falling apart. Without equipment, combat effectiveness plummets, and one's life is in grave danger. These thoughts swiftly coursed through Fong Shin's mind, making him even more aware of the value of Magnate's ability to quickly repair equipment. He resolved to prioritize equipment maintenance and repair in the future to ensure he remained in peak condition during perilous adventures. The durability of a piece of equipment causing the collapse of an entire squad is a regrettable scenario all too familiar in the world of adventurers. However, the advent of Magnate's liquid putty has undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to mitigate the risks associated with equipment durability. Noticing Fong Shin's curious gaze, Magnate grinned, revealing a set of gleaming metal teeth. He patted his chest, producing a bang-bang sound, and proudly declared, "Warrior, you've got a keen eye. This repair putty is my secret recipe, unique across all realms." Fong Shin nodded slightly in agreement. It does seem very practical. Can you produce this in large quantities? Magnate puffed out his solid metal chest and confidently replied, "Of course. We offer repair putty in various qualities to meet all needs. As long as your reputation reaches the revered level, I can supply your territory with repair putty." He paused, a sly glint in his eye. "Besides, I've got plenty of other great items that can significantly boost the strength of the humans in your territory. Keep pushing forward, warrior. Even if you're swallowed by a 5th-tier mutant beast, at least it would be for the sake of your territory." Hearing this, Fong Shin secretly mused. This seemingly simple-minded fire dwarf is actually quite a sly character. But on second thought, he realized a crucial point: the metal faces of fire dwarves are self-carved. In other words, Magnate's honest appearance is entirely his own meticulous creation. This old fellow is indeed shrewd and cunning. Realizing his thoughts were wandering again, Fong Shin shook his head. He noticed that this tendency to lose focus seemed to be getting worse, possibly related to his rebirth. Thoughts of Magnate flickered through his mind, quickly blending into the vast sea of his consciousness. After bidding farewell to the fire dwarf, Fong Shin found the TMU tribe's chef. Fish Da grinned widely, leading Fong Shin to his home, where he served a pot of richly aromatic stew from the stove. "Warrior, this is my meticulously prepared super stew," Fish Da enthusiastically introduced. "This stew includes our TMU tribe's unique broth made from snails, galangal, star anise, cinnamon, cloves, various peppers, and natural spices. It also contains sour bamboo shoots, peanuts, wood ear mushrooms, dried tofu skin, daylilies, and more, all slow-cooked for 42 days. Listening to the familiar recipe, Fong Shin felt a sense of déjà vu but didn't dwell on it and began tasting it directly. Instantly, a fusion of fresh, sour, spicy, hot, and other flavors exploded in his mouth, both mixed and distinct, whetting his appetite. "How is it, warrior? How does it taste?" Fish Da eagerly asked. "Not bad," Fong Shin replied succinctly. Just then, a system notification popped up, revealing the stew's unusual properties. "You have consumed enough super stew. Your additional life regeneration has permanently increased by 20 points. Additionally, your cold resistance is temporarily increased, lasting up to 5 hours. The system also noted that the attributes from culinary dishes cannot stack and will only take the highest value. This means that if Fong Shin later consumes a dish that grants 50 points of additional life regeneration, this 50 points will replace the 20 points provided by the super stew for the same attribute." While Fong Shin indulged in the stew, the rabbit sisters found themselves in a state of confusion. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.